Chapter 361. Distribute troops and enter the mine. Under Gu Shi's order, the undead troops were quickly picked out. This time Gu Shi planned to bring the entire force of the Black Spear Battalion, half of the Withered Ones, all the Vampire Knights, all the Corpse Flies, and all the Gargoyles. At the same time, his undead soldiers have been assigned to the corresponding undead leaders according to their respective situations. In addition to the fighting team that initially followed the undead, Gu Shi also brought along 20 skeleton leaders and nearly 1,100 skeleton soldiers of all kinds. There are 20 zombie bosses and nearly 1,000 zombies of various types. There are 4 skeleton mage leaders and 230 skeleton mages, accounting for half of the number of skeleton mages. There are 7 skeleton shooter leaders and more than 360 skeleton shooters. There are 6 ghost leaders and about 300 ghosts. In addition to all the members of the ghost team, the entire ghost team has now changed into the white Wuchang skin brought by Gu Shi, and the sky is full of white hats that make money at first sight, which looks very festive. In addition to the more than 400 zombie axe shield soldiers left by Gu Shi himself. This is all the troops Gu Shi will send out for this expedition. These troops totaled nearly 4,000 troops. For Gu Shi, it was enough. After all, according to the intelligence, King Jinglong only had more than 4,000 troops. Gu Shi also had the incarnation of death in his hands, and could summon souls to replenish his troops at any time. He was not worried at all that he could not defeat the enemy. There are also a lot of troops left, not to mention the 4 heroes and the troops under them. There are half of the Wither Men and all the Red Dragons. This group of troops can be considered powerful, coupled with the other leaders who stayed behind. Although the troops they had were not fully replenished, they were still quite numerous, adding up to 7 or 8. The total force is about 4,500, and they are all powerful units above level 4. It is definitely enough to deal with Jinghu. They were even able to leave a few leaders and more than 200 undead troops to guard this temporary camp. After arranging the troops, Gu Shi led his men to attack quickly. According to the map given by Luna, Gu Shi quickly found the entrance to Jinglong Palace near the temporary camp. What a well there is! A square well appeared directly in the wilderness with no buildings around it. This well is not like other Japanese plots. The inside has become a dry well full of silt. Looking down from the mouth of the well, you can still see the well water as clear as a mirror. Gu Shi just looked at it and felt himself being dragged downwards by a powerful force. Fortunately, Gu Shi reacted quickly. He directly raised the cold wind staff and turned it around. Death Ripple. As the death ripples spread outward, they kept echoing back and forth around the well walls. Every move destroyed the downward pulling force holding Gu Shi down. Soon the downward pulling force disappeared, and Gu Shi found that he had fallen into the well and was floating on the water at the bottom of the well. Gu Shi smiled and said decisively, "Enter the entire army." After he finished speaking, the shadow of a city gate flashed behind Gu Shi, and a steel city gate began to appear. The huge city gate pushed the wall of the well, bursting it abruptly. As the well was overcrowded, Gu Shi discovered that in front of him, Ichika had entered the Jinglong Palace in the game from Aladobi. As for how Gu Shi knew, he could tell just by looking at the solid city gate behind him. However, Gu Shi still looked up at the sky, and then looked not far away. At this time, Gu Shi discovered that those weird bosses were really playing tricks. Gu Shi originally thought that having a strange mirror space was quite remarkable, but the place in front of him was clearly an underwater space, and sunlight could shine through the water. This was clearly telling Gu Shi that it was daytime, and he was in the game world. Everything was blocked by water, and the white-robed Guanyin of heaven could not see the battle here. This kind of weirdness is much more powerful than the kind that hides in silhouettes during the day and attacks mortals in corners. But their efforts have now become their own graves. If they hadn't prepared such an underwater space, Gu Shi wouldn't have been able to advance with his army. It's different now. Gu Shi pointed his hand forward. Send troops. Under Gu Shi's order, a large force of nearly 4,000 people formed phalanxes and moved forward. The gargoyles just summoned acted as scouts and flew around. Gu Shi led the magic troops and archer troops and walked at the back of the team, looking for the target this time. Gu Shi didn't believe that King Jinglong wouldn't have any reaction even after he called him. Sure enough, not long after, an army rushed out from the other side of the space. This troop is quite strange. They are all strong soldiers with shark-like heads and holding iron bars in their hands. They are obviously not monsters that should appear during the day, but monsters that should appear at night. After they appeared, they rushed towards Gu Shi's team immediately. Although these shark head troops are relatively large and hold relatively bulky weapons in their hands, they are not that kind of powerful troops. When they charged, their movements were as smooth as those of fish swimming in water. Skeleton shooter. Prepare to shoot. The Black Gun Battalion moves forward, and other troops assist. While giving orders, Gushi stood on top of the evil coffin and stared at the enemy over there. Under Gushi's order, more than 300 skeleton archers shot the arrows in their hands at the same time. These skeleton shooters are all led by corresponding skeleton shooter leaders. Although each skeleton shooter boss has a different style, they have only one goal now, which is to kill the charging shark head. As this wave of arrow rain fell, Gushi's eyes lit up. I found the target. There is a black-skinned shark head there. Attack that one. Gushi took this opportunity to find the enemy's boss immediately. Upon hearing Gushi's order, all the skeleton mages cast their spells on the dark-skinned shark head at the same time. But the next moment, Gushi realized that he still underestimated these guys. The skin of these shark heads is their best defense. Most of the arrows only penetrate their skin and do not cause them much harm. Instead, these shark heads took advantage of their injuries and rushed towards Gushi's team with a single lift of the iron rods in their hands. At the front of Gushi's team was the slowest zombie troop. Gushi's zombie axe shield soldiers were inside. When they saw this situation, they raised their shields and attacked. With a bang, the two troops collided and fought frantically. Chapter 362 Kill a wave of enemies. Bang bang bang. When Sharkhead collided with Gushi's zombie army, the boss who had been hiding in the Sharkhead army also stood up, raised the weapon in his hand, and said that he beat out several zombies like golf balls. The enemy soldier's strength is between level 4 and 5, and the boss's strength is level 7. Gushi quickly made a judgment in his mind, which was almost the same as the information brought back by Baigu Jionyang. It seems that Baigu Jionyang is still somewhat useful sometimes. However, Bone Wine Lady also had some information that she didn't get. The defense power of these shark heads was extremely high. They should be berserkers among the underwater fishmen, with thick blood and no fear of death. After being attacked by arrows and spells, not only did he not flinch, but he still tried to rush into the undead team despite the zombie attacks, hoping to disperse the undead team. However, they still overestimated themselves and underestimated the number of undead troops. The undead army of more than 4,000 is more than 4 times the number of these shark heads. Even if it is 4 against 1, they can still defeat these shark heads. Not to mention that there is also a Black Gun Battalion in Gushi's team, whose main feature is joint attack. When the shark head knocked away the zombies in front of them so that they could kill them, they saw a troop shrouded in black and gray. In the black and gray, they could not clearly see the enemy's situation. They could only see the forest-like spears and the metallic luster of their skin. Metal troops. Lancer. The shark heads quickly made a judgment in their minds that when facing such an enemy, they had to jump into the enemy's team, disperse their team, and prevent them from forming an offensive. If Gushi could know what these shark heads were thinking, he would definitely praise them, because the fighting style of these shark heads is very similar to the troops of the Bone-Cutting Battalion. However, they were now considered enemy troops, and Gushi could not let them run wild. When the other party was about to jump up, Gushi pointed at their feet. Tendrils of the dead. Tendrils of the dead. 2 tendrils of the dead dragged these shark heads. At the same time, a skeleton priest was placed in the middle of the battlefield. Influenced by the skeleton priest, the Black Spear Battalion's troops advanced a bit faster. When Sharkhead was affected by the tendrils of the dead, the skeleton soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion raised their spears and plunged heavily into Sharkhead's body. Kill! Advance! Kill! Arroyo rushed to the front with his tomahawk. Every time he took a step forward, he would roar, and each axe would take away the life of a shark head. Although the skeleton spearmen behind him are not as strong as him, their attacks can always kill a shark head with 4 or 5 attacks. It was just a face-to-face encounter before Arroyo could take the third step. More than 100 shark heads were killed in the battle. The remaining shark heads also found that something was wrong. Although they could not move, they still had ways to deal with it. They swung their hands and swept the iron rods in their hands. They were ready to use this sweep to repel the attack of the Black Gun Battalion. However, they didn't expect that Gushi would seize the opportunity quite well. When the shark head was killed, Gushi immediately used the necromancy technique. More than 100 shark-headed corpses were all transformed into equally strong zombies on the spot. Their heads did not turn into shark heads, but their teeth were as sharp as shark's teeth. Big Tooth Zombie Level 4. Summoned Object Experience 0/750. Attack 6. Defense 4. Life 18. Skill, Bite. This kind of giant tooth zombie is the same as the stick zombie that Gushi summoned before. They are both useless variants of zombies. They don't even have a weapon in their hands. And the only thing they can use is their teeth to bite people. However, their appearance destroyed Shark Head's formation and also greatly reduced Shark Head's morale. After all, no normal person would be able to face the scene where their comrades in arms died in battle, quickly turned into undead, and turned around to attack them. It's useless even if these Shark Heads are berserkers. They will also be affected. And the scene before their eyes is the one that will most affect morale. Looking at the black golden eagle appearing above the shark's head, Gushi burst out laughing. Bone Storm. Arroyo. I have opened the way for you. The rest is up to you. Under Gushi's Bone Storm, all the Shark Heads blocking the Black Gun Battalion were damaged. At this time, the Black Spear Palace rushed forward again. As if they were being pushed forward, they kept rushing towards the Shark Head troops, stabbing with spears and stepping on them with feet, attacking in wave after wave, taking away a lot of enemies each time. The Shark Heads also thought about fighting back. However, Gushi's reaction is always one step faster than theirs. He either directs nearby men to come over to finish the damage, or uses spells to interrupt their actions. If not, he directly summons souls or explodes corpses. Anyway, Gushi can always destroy one step ahead. They move. This made the shark's head hit quite painfully. The strength of their troops was smaller than Gushi's, and they had no way to resist such an attack. With wave after wave of attacks, the number of shark heads decreased and their resistance became weaker and weaker. 7 or 8 minutes later, all the shark heads were killed on the spot. After finishing the attack, Gushi stretched out his hand, and the treatment tent that had been dragged behind the evil coffin was raised up. At the same time, the withered ones quickly joined the treatment team, helping Gushi's troops restore their vitality. In addition, the gargoyle also began to fly in other directions, checking the surrounding situation. After all, the enemy has a total of more than 4,000 troops. There are only more than 1,000 people here now, and 3/4 of the enemies have not yet appeared. Gushi would not carelessly think that the enemy was gone. He believed that King Jinglong must be watching him, waiting for yourself to let down your guard. Gushi would not be careless before killing Jinglong King, asking his men to collect the weapons of these shark heads together. Gushi used necromancy on the spot to transform these shark heads into giant-toothed zombies and add them to his team. Gushi's idea was to use these level 4 giant-toothed zombies as cannon fodder first. After defeating the Well-Dragon King, send these giant-toothed zombies to the cemetery and transform them into ordinary zombies, or zombie axe and shield soldiers that Gushi wants. Anyway, Gushi's blessing to the troops can improve the combat effectiveness of his troops in a short period of time. Even cannon fodder can have the combat effectiveness of ordinary powerful troops. If Jinglongwang's men are still at this level between level 4 and 5, then the possibility of cannon fodder zombies surviving will be quite high. By then, he will still have enough undead to bring back to Aladovi City and transform them into a serious zombie army. While Gushi was cleaning out the battlefield, the gargoyles flew back. Chapter 363 Snow Girl. Get ready to fight. Looking at the speed at which the gargoyles flew back, Gushi knew that the enemy had arrived. He decisively stopped the undead troops who were cleaning the battlefield and asked them to regroup. As the undead troops dropped some things on the battlefield and gathered them together, Gushi had also completed the final spiritualism, turning all the corpses on the battlefield into undead troops. At this moment, Gushi clearly felt that the temperature nearby had dropped a lot. Little snowflakes actually started falling in the sky. Gushi was startled. He looked up in the direction where the gargoyles had retreated and saw a group of women in kimonos appearing there. These kimono women have long blue or white hair. When they move, some ice will appear on the ground. At the same time, when they gathered together, layers of clouds appeared in the sky, and snowflakes fell from there. Yukiana. Gushi recognized what kind of enemy this was at a glance. At the same time, he also saw that the snow girl in front of him obviously had different levels. Compared with the previous shark head, these were clearly from level 4 to level 6. Together they can even change the weather. Gushi looked at these snow girls with a solemn face and ordered decisively, extract mana. All the skeleton mages, as well as the withered ones, stopped their movements and made a drawing movement in the direction of the snow girl. When the skeleton mages made this move, the snow girls floating towards them suddenly stopped, and the clouds gathering above their heads were interrupted for a moment. Then the skeleton mages exchanged the extracted mana with each other, and finally handed Gushi 6 bottles of miniature magic potions that could replenish 100 mana. Although this kind of mana is not much, but for Gushi, it is quite useful. Just now, Gushi had already figured out that the enemy was a legal force. Ghost Team takes off. Under Gushi's command, the Ghost Squad took off in full force. Large numbers of white ghosts flew in the air, dragging their long tongues and holding iron chains. The gathering energy was even thicker than the clouds above the Snow Girl. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of the Snow Girls, making them think that this was Gushi's main force. So the Snow Girls immediately flew towards the Ghost Team in the sky, ready to fight the Ghost Team head-on. At this moment, the skeleton shooter leaders below all received orders from Gushi. Lock the weak ones and shoot. When he discovered that the Snow Girl could fly, Gushi had already made a decision. No matter how he fought, he had to eliminate some enemies every time. Even if he only killed one enemy, it would be good. The leaders of Gushi's men also understood Gushi's thoughts. There are not many Snow Girls in this batch. About 700 people. If they kill one, they will lose one enemy. So they will naturally choose the weak ones to fight first. So the skeleton shooters concentrated fire and attacked hard. Under the first arrow, a group of Snow Girls flying behind were knocked down. Although only about 30 of them died, the movement of the Snow Girls was paused. At this time, Gushi waved his hand, and the other ghosts quickly rushed upward, cooperating with the Ghost Team to attack the Snow Girl. After all, the battle this time was half an aerial battle, and Gushi's other troops were unable to take action. After all, they can't hit it. Only the skeleton shooter and the skeleton mage can hit the Snow Girl flying above. The skeleton mage has no intention of attacking now. Under Gushi's order, they are still extracting the Snow Girl's mana. Gushi felt that something was obviously wrong with the level 6 Snow Girls at the front. Gushi didn't want to capsize in the gutter at all. He just let the skeleton mage drain the mana desperately. Don't let the Snow Girl have any chance to recover her mana and use magic. The skeleton mage will not care about the rest. The skeleton archer took this opportunity to shoot another 7 or 8 arrows. Because they carry an ammo cart, skeleton archers have unlimited arrows, so they can keep shooting. With every shot, more than 30 Snow Girls would fall from the sky. After all, each Snow Girl has been stabbed with more than 10 arrows, so it is useless no matter how strong their vitality is. At the same time, the Ghost and the Snow Girl have also been fighting. The main heroes under Gushi all have soldiers of around level 5. Coupled with the blessing of Gushi's attributes, their combat effectiveness has almost reached the level of level 6 soldiers. Except for the existence of level 6 Snow Girls. The other Snow Girls were no match for the Ghost. Under the attacks of the Ghost, the Snow Girls' health dropped rapidly. At the same time, the Ghost Team that became Bai Wuchang also entered the battlefield. And they knew their position very well. Act as bait or oppress the enemy. Spend the rest of the time doing side work, finishing last hits, and finally cleaning up the battlefield. Before their strength increases, the main battle force will not fall on the Ghost Squad. Although one of them can look like dozens of ghosts flying in the sky. If they die, they will die together. This is not good for the situation on the battlefield. They don't have to think about the main combat forces for the time being. As it is now, with the ghosts fighting the Yukiana in the front and then besieging them in the back. That is their correct use. And every time they kill a Snow Girl, there will be one more Bai Wuchang in the Ghost Team who wears the skin. The Snow Girls did not notice the situation in front of them at all. They were looking at the leading Snow Girls at this time. The level 6 Snow Girls, who were leading the group, were also in a difficult situation. If it were before, they could easily control the situation, whether using Blizzard, Ice Trap, or Ice Touch. But they never expected that as soon as they came out. The weather magic had not been used yet. The mana was extracted. As a result, they can't use any magic power now. A good legal unit was turned into a melee unit. This leaves them somewhere to reason. The most important thing is that because the skeleton shooters below have the command of the leader, they specifically focus on the weak or injured Snow Girls among them. Each blow will take away the lives of a group of more than 30 Snow Girls. Things were fine at first, but as time went on, the number of Snow Girls became less and less. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before those weaker Snow Girls will be dead. Even if they recover part of their mana by then, it will be too late. So when more than half of the Snow Girls were killed or injured, these big Snow Girls began to take action. They held hands with each other and concentrated all their magic power together. Then, with these Snow Girls as the center, A huge snow tornado was formed, sucking in everything nearby. Chapter 364 The Crystal Palace of King Jinglong. The snow tornado caused by the joint efforts of all the snow girls was quite large, covering all the ghosts in the sky. As the snow tornado began to spin, the inconspicuous snowflakes in it at first turned into knife-like existences. At the same time, because the snow tornado is an elemental attack, the ghost's dodge against physical attacks will not work under such attacks. At this time, Gushi finally felt what the enemy felt when he threw the bone storm into the enemy's combat troops. Heartache. Seeing a large number of ghosts die like this, and the ghost teams disappearing one after another, Gushi's heart tightened. But he had no choice. At this moment, the ghosts could not retreat, and Gushi also understood that the ghosts just withdrew, and the snow girl seized the opportunity to attack him. Necromancers can do anything. They just can't back down. Gushi gritted his teeth, raised the cold wind staff, and pointed his finger at the sky. Bone storm. Isn't it just a snow spout? Isn't it just a snowstorm? You can. And so can I. This time, Gushi Bone Storm was used as if there was no need for mana. Gushi didn't control the direction of the bone storm, but threw them directly into the snow tornado, one after another, without caring about the consumption of his own mana. Every bone storm will bring great harm to the snow girl who transforms into a snow tornado, because the snow girl herself has changed her body. The weaker snow girls may even be absorbed by the stronger snow girls. Now their bodies are just affected by the bone storm. The bone storm rotated faster and faster inside the snow spout, and finally broke up parts of the snow spout. This time, the high-level snow girl, who dominated everything, was also frightened. They can transform into snow tornadoes because they believe they can put their scattered bodies back together again. If the snow spout is dispersed, they really won't be able to come back. So the pressure was immediately put on Yuki Onna, who tried hard to drag her body back. But in this way, it is inconsistent with the characteristics of the snow tornado. Snow spouts just get bigger and better, and the more people they can pull in, the better. Under such circumstances, some of the surviving ghosts flew out of the snow tornado. Just as Gushi continued to release the bone storm, his magic power finally ran out. This time Gushi also used his last mana to release the Incarnation of Death without any hesitation as before. As the Incarnation of Death rushed out, the huge bone dragon immediately used the Death Dragon Breath. This situation shocked Gushi. However, Gushi still trusts the Incarnation of Death. Gushi just released the Death Incarnation. Let the Death Incarnation fight how they want. Then let them do it themselves. After spraying out the Death Dragon's breath, the snow tornado that had been spinning finally dispersed. The Incarnation of Death took this opportunity to rush into the snow tornado. Then Gushi noticed that a large amount of frost began to appear on the body of the Incarnation of Death. But the Incarnation of Death didn't care about this. In the snow tornado, he frantically absorbed the cold air in the snow tornado until his bones turned white. Then he looked back at Gushi and hit him hard onto the ground. With this impact, the Incarnation of Death turned into broken ice on the spot. However, Gushi also understood that the Incarnation of Death did this entirely because he had benefited greatly from the snow tornado. This should be the same situation as Starfire Nightmare. Death Incarnate can get a set of ice effects in this way. Regarding the condition of this kit, Gushi was not in a hurry to check the situation. Now he rushed directly to the ghosts, and inspected the losses of the ghosts this time. This time the snow tornado was more powerful. There were only 30 or so ghosts left, and 2 ghost leaders died on the spot. This was a pretty serious blow to Gushi. At the same time, half of the ghost squad was lost. Now there are only about 50 ghost squads left. Of course, because of the special nature of the ghost squad, the current number of ghost squads seems to still be 700 to 800 people. It's just that compared to the previous large army of more than 1,000 and close to 2,000 people, the number of people now is much smaller. Such a loss made Gushi grit his teeth. But I couldn't say anything. After all, this loss was entirely due to his failure to control the situation. He couldn't blame anyone else. Clean the battlefield and see if they have anything left behind. But the final result disappointed Gushi. These snow girls are much poorer than the previous shark heads. After they die in battle, their bodies will turn into snow powder, and nothing will be left behind. Not to mention that the best part was taken away by the Incarnation of Death. It can be said that there is really nothing left of the snow girl now. Gushi's men rummaged through the snow for a long time, but found nothing. In the end, Gushi could only shake his head helplessly, and once again sent the gargoyles to explore the way ahead, while he himself recovered the undead here. life. This time the gargoyles did not return immediately, but delayed for a while. About 17 or 8 minutes later, the gargoyle brought news to Gu Shi. They found a castle made of crystal stone ahead. Upon hearing the news, Gu Shi knew that the gargoyles had found the crystal palace of King Jinglong. It seems that the last troops of King Jinglong should be staying in this crystal palace. Gu Shi raised the cold wind staff and pointed it at a point on the ground. The last bit of snow was swept away by the cold wind staff. The gargoyle leads the way and is ready to set off. Under Gu Shi's order, the undead leaders quickly organized their troops and led their troops to follow quickly. As for the giant-toothed zombies that Gu Shi had just summoned, they also had zombie leaders to select them and add them to their respective combat teams. It can be said that except for the ghosts, who have no way to replenish them, the other troops have been fully replenished. After taking a look at the situation of his troops, Gu Shi nodded, jumped off the evil coffin, and set off. With the gargoyle leading the way, Gu Shi didn't waste much time along the way. After walking for only more than 10 minutes, Gu Shi saw the crystal palace belonging to King Jinglong from a distance. As the gargoyles say, this crystal palace is a castle made of crystals. There are 3 arrow towers on the city wall. Looking at the situation in front of him, a smile flashed across Gu Shi's eyes. Siege battle? This is my first time encountering it. But I'm sorry. In my place, siege battle may turn into a battle between 2 cities. Chapter 365 Tactical Delivery. While Gu Shi was talking, the steel city gate appeared less than 100 meters in front of the crystal castle. At the same time, the skeleton shooter began to retreat to the steel city gate, preparing to rely on the height of the city gate to launch an attack on the enemies in the castle. King Jinglong also didn't expect that Gu Shi's attack would come so close and be struck like this. He thought he would encounter methods like ants attacking the city. This time, it turned into an attack between 2 city walls within 100 meters. What's the matter in this situation? A confrontation between 2 gate towers? Yes. Gu Shi has no way to release the arrow tower in mode now, but his skeleton shooters can go up to the city gate. As a result, the height occupied by Gu Shi's troops was different. Gu Shi doesn't need to rush to send troops to attack the opponent's city wall, as he can also attack the enemies on the opponent's city wall at the same time. This directly changes the way of fighting. It can be said that Jinglong was completely confused at this moment. He had never encountered anything like this. However, the reaction of the Well-Dragon King was quite quick. He immediately arranged for his men to shoot at Gu Shi. He also has a group of shooters under his command, which are shooters similar to fishmen, because these archers have shorter arms. They hold a weapon similar to a light crossbow, but the crossbow is much better than the bow and arrow. Their range is about 100 meters. It can be said that at the same height, the battle here becomes a battle between shooters. The only advantage of Gu Shi's men is that the skeleton soldiers have a relatively strong ability to dodge piercing attacks. Many of the crossbow arrows fired at them did not nail the skeleton shooter. On the contrary, the skeleton archer can hit the enemy murloc crossbowman very accurately under the leadership of the boss. As soon as the 2 sides started fighting, the fishmen suffered serious casualties. So King Jinglong began to mobilize the fishmen troops to go up the city wall to prepare for the battle behind. In King Jinglong's view, as long as the opponent's firepower suppresses him, then the next step is to use weapons such as horizontal planks. When the time comes to send people to the city wall, the situation will be under their control. But they also didn't think about it. He, King Jinglong, was experienced in many battles, and could lead so many demon troops to fight during the day. If he didn't have any ability, how could he earn such a large Jinglong palace? Thinking of this, King Jinglong, who had been in the castle at the back, reached out and touched the sword beside him. This sword was made of crystal and dragon horn. It grew with him, and was a treasure that he had refined with rules for many years. It also gave him the confidence to win. Although he hasn't taken action personally for a long time now, he is not worried at all about the decline in his combat effectiveness, because he has this big knife. At this moment, Gu Shi's second move came out. The enemy invades. Jinglong heard the sound coming from outside. He laughed and stood up, pushed all the troops to the city wall to prevent the enemy from using air troops to sneak attack. You should be faster. Don't be afraid because they think they have a city gate. We are the ones defending the city. But when he walked to the balcony, he saw a scene that left him speechless. A city gate actually appeared in his castle. Gu Shi's soldiers were transiting through the city gate. They bypassed the wall of the Crystal Palace and appeared directly inside the city. Because there might be street fighting later, Gu Shi did not arrange for the Black Spear Battalion, which was suitable for a large army to fight. To enter. Instead, he sent out the remaining undead troops. They will be led by the undead leader, divided into combat teams, and fight with their own fighting styles. As for what the final fight would be like, Gushi didn't have too many ideas. After sending people to the city, if they still can't achieve good results, then such undead will die. Gushi doesn't feel sorry for them at all. Just like Gushi lost a lot of ghosts this time. When the ghost died, Gushi just felt sad for his hard work in collecting ghosts these days, and reflected on his mistakes. But he did not say that he would find all the ghosts back. The same is true now. By sending the city gate, Gushi sent the undead troops into Jinglong Palace, where he watched everything on the battlefield closely. Because they were far away, Gushi's attack methods couldn't be used on the battlefield. So he simply used his own blessing methods on the battlefield. Skeleton Priest. This time Gushi no longer just released one skeleton priest, but a large number of skeleton priests. Not only are there some on the city walls here, but there are also some on the city gates of the other city. Under the influence of the skeleton priest, the combat effectiveness of Gushi's undead troops was once again enhanced. In addition, they suddenly rushed out of the city gate and rushed to various locations. Their numbers exceeded the troops inside the Crystal Palace. The troops defending the city were suddenly attacked from all directions, especially those Murloc crossbowmen assigned to the city wall by King Jinglong. Because in Jinglong Palace, they are not guarding the inner city. The stairs to the city gate tower are built here. Gushi's undead men immediately rushed toward the stairs, preparing to attack the fishman crossbowmen. In the eyes of these undead leaders, a shooter who is approached by melee troops has little combat effectiveness. When a large number of undead rushed towards the city wall, some undead found that they could not roll over their companions. They thought for a while, finally changed their goals, and began to rush towards the city. Some stopped the Murloc soldiers rushing out of the city, while others directly began to destroy the buildings of the Crystal Palace. Such an action made King Jinglong, who was standing on the balcony, furious. "You all deserve to die," Jinglong roared loudly. To King Jinglong, this was a slap in the face. Ever since he built Jinglong Palace, he had never encountered anything like this. This is the shame of King Jinglong. Thinking of this, King Well Dragon raised his big sword and jumped down from the balcony. With a sweep of the sword in his hand, at least a dozen undead nearby were cut in half. After killing these undead spirits, King Well Dragon did not stop, but rushed quickly towards the city gate that led to his city. He has already seen that this city gate is the key. As long as the city gate is destroyed, and the undead troops are prevented from appearing continuously, his Jinglong Palace will still have a chance. But King Jinglong never expected that the troops Gushi sent this time would only be more than 2,000 people. Now that everyone is in place, Gushi no longer needs to keep the city gate here. So he waved his hand, and the other two city gates appeared in front of the Crystal Palace, side by side with the original steel city gate. A platform is formed on which the skeleton shooter and the skeleton mage can stand and attack each other head-on. Chapter 366, Battle with Jinglong King. Are you ready? On the main city gate, Gushi looked at the Minotaur carrying a stone bullet and said speechlessly, looking at the way these Minotaurs were transporting trebuchets. Gushi thought he had found a way to use these Minotaurs. I didn't expect that these blood cows were not very smart in addition to being weak in combat. It was no problem to command them to do physical work, but they really couldn't do anything if they were asked to do it. In the end, Gushi personally adjusted the angle of the trebuchet, allowing the Minotaur to throw the stone bullets. And then Gushi fired his first shot since becoming a necromancer. The stone that was thrown did not fall on the city wall that Gushi wanted to attack, but on the castle behind. When the bang came, Gushi realized that he seemed to have forgotten the range of the trebuchet. The current location of the trebuchet was only about 100 meters away from the opponent's city wall. With such a close distance, and the fact that Gushi was using a trebuchet for the first time, it was already quite good to be able to hit the stone bullets. But it was almost impossible to hit the right place. This bullet hit the balcony where King Jinglong came out to watch the battle just now. The balcony was made entirely of crystal, and it shattered into pieces on the spot after being hit. Looking back at his balcony, King Jinglong's face instantly turned red when he thought that he was watching the battle there just now. "You are all going to die." The Dragon King of the Well roared and did not deal with the undead that rushed in. He raised his big knife and strode towards the city gate. He wanted to kill Gushi, the person who dared to destroy his bedroom. At this time, on the gate tower of the main city gate, Gushi also noticed the situation of King Jinglong. It was something that didn't look like a Dragon King, with white powder on his face, long cyan hair, a tall black hat on his head, wearing a god control robe, and holding a long sword in his hand that was taller than him. Knife. The blade of this knife is made of polished crystal, but the handle is the horn of some creature. When swinging the knife, you can see water flowing through it. When he rushed towards Gu Shi, Gu Shi's men also discovered his presence. All the skeleton shooters and skeleton mages focused on the Well Dragon King at the same time. The Well Dragon King was not a being famous for his speed. Facing the arrows and magic that were shot at him, he raised his long sword in both hands and rushed forward. Cut! As he slashed down, all the arrows and magic in front of him were cut off by him. At the same time, he took this opportunity to arrive in front of his city wall. And now, he was less than 100 meters away from Gu Shi. At such a distance, Gu Shi widened his eyes and locked onto the position of the Well Dragon King. Magic Arrow, Bone Spur, Fire Trap, Bone Storm. Taking this opportunity, Gu Shi kept releasing various spells, some to attack Jing Dragon King, and some to prevent Jing Dragon King from approaching him. In fact, he worked so hard not because he wanted to kill the Well Dragon King, but because Gu Shi wanted to consume his own magic power, and he was ready to become the incarnation of death. But the Dragon King of the Well didn't know this. Seeing Gu Shi continuously casting magic to attack him, King Jinglong thought that Gu Shi was afraid. Facing Gu Shi's attack, King Jinglong also showed his own abilities. Forget about cutting away magic with the long knife in his hand. He could also release clouds around him, allowing him to fly off the ground for a short period of time. This is obviously the strange power coming from the water attribute. At the same time, Gu Shi also discovered that there was a layer of battle armor made of water around him, which was also a strange power of water attribute. It was these two powers that blocked many attacks for him. The Bone Storm released by Gu Shi could not be cut open by Jing Dragon King with one strike. So most of the attacks from the Bone Storm fell on Jing Dragon King. It was for this reason that Gu Shi saw the water ripples on Jing Dragon King's body. War armor. Knowing the powerful defense of this thing, Gu Shi had never encountered an armor that could withstand two Bone Storms before. But Gu Shi is not worried about this at all. In Gu Shi's opinion, if two Bone Storms can't penetrate it, then 3 Bone Storms or 4 Bone Storms will be needed. Gu Shi had enough mana to consume, and he even hoped that his mana could be consumed faster. After discovering that Bone Spurs and Magic Arrows would be chopped away by the opponent, Gu Shi would only use Bone Spurs to deceive the opponent's attacks. And the rest of the time, he would use Bone Storm. He discovered that the opponent's armor had a self-healing function. But it took time. And after the repair, about 2.5 times of Bone Storm can penetrate the armor again. Therefore, the 3 overlapping Bone Storms will definitely hurt the opponent. After discovering this situation, Gu Shi simply stacked the 3 Bone Storms on top of each other and blocked the path of King Jinglong. After encountering it twice, Jinglong also knew that he could not withstand this. So he lowered his altitude and prepared to move around the attack range of the Bone Storm from the ground. But as soon as he descended, he ran into the fire trap that Gu Shi had laid in advance. In this explosion, although the effect was not as good as the Bone Storm, it also injured King Jinglong. At this time, Gu Shi discovered a situation. That is, Jinglong has many abilities. But not only does he have no resistance to range magic, such as explosions, but it will also cause him more damage. This discovery made Gu Shi's eyes light up, and he understood how he was going to deal with King Jinglong. But at this time, Jing Dragon King reacted faster than Gu Shi. He rushed forward immediately, and a huge cyan dragon shadow appeared behind him. When he flew forward, the dragon shadow still had the effect of ice and heavy rain, as if it wanted to destroy all the fire traps Gu Shi had set. It seemed that King Jinglong had also discovered Gu Shi's preparations. He was afraid that Gu Shi might have plans in front of him, so he used his own trick to dismantle all the flame traps. By doing this, King Jinglong really succeeded in Gu Shi's plan. Gu Shi had laid more than 10 flame traps here before, but now they had all been detonated. Watching the flames explode, King Jinglong laughed. If a trap was discovered by him, can it still be called a trap? Now was his chance to go forward and wreak havoc. With this thought, King Jinglong rushed towards Gu Shi. Seeing that Jinglong King was about to rush to a position about 10 meters in front of Gu Shi pointed downward at this time. Tendrils of the dead. A large number of arms stretched out from the ground, trying to catch the Dragon King of the Well. However, King Jinglong turned his hand and cut off all the arms on the spot with the long knife in his hand. Then he jumped up and walked through the clouds to the height of the city gate tower. He raised his long knife and was about to slash at Gushi. Chapter 367, Killing the Well Dragon King. Death Incarnate. The moment Jinglong King rushed forward, Gushi decisively released the incarnation of death. Then he drank a bottle of miniature magic potion into his mouth, flipped over and jumped onto the evil coffin. The evil coffin took Gushi under the city gate in a flash. King Jinglong felt his eyes go dark. And the incarnation of death, with the crystal storm kit on his body, had already rushed in front of King Jinglong. As Gushi's skill, Death Incarnation also knew the characteristics of the Jing Dragon King in front of him. Flame and Bone Storm are both suitable means to restrain the Well Dragon King. So this time, he used Crystal and Mo Storm first in order to break through the Jing Dragon King's defense. King Jinglong did not expect that he would avoid Gushi's Bone Storm, only to encounter the same blow here again. His body sank down, trying to dodge the attack range of Jingmo Storm. But he didn't expect that when he was about to dodge, the incarnation of death opened his eyes, and two gray melting rays shot out, hitting the Jinglong King. At this time, King Jinglong could clearly feel that the incarnation of death might kill him. Faced with such a situation, King Jinglong used his own level 9 boss template combat power. He raised the knife upwards and struck it on the melting light. The next moment, the melting light was bounced back. It can be seen that the Well Dragon King possesses strange power in terms of mirror images. And it is not just a small matter like the entrance to the well. He also has the ability to rebound magic. It's just that he didn't bounce back much, presumably because this main weird ability has been taken away by Luna. But then the incarnation of death opened its mouth, and the death dragon's breath spurted out on the spot. This time, just when Jinglong Wang slashed down with his sword, it was too late for Jinglong King to raise the sword again, and the death dragon's breath sprayed directly onto Jinglong King's body. With this spurt, Jinglong Wang felt his life being quickly sucked away. His ability cannot stop the attack of the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death in front of me is a powerful existence exceeding level 10. The Well Dragon King had no choice but to shrink his body downward and release his last ability to save his life. Double Dragon Clone. The body of the Well Dragon King suddenly exploded, and a giant dragon made of mirrors and a giant dragon made of river water rushed out from behind him at the same time, circling in front of the incarnation of death. Every time it hovers, it will block part of the death dragon's breath. It's just that the two giant dragons will become smaller every time. When the death dragon's breath stopped, the giant dragon composed of mirrors and water flow had also disappeared. At the same time, King Jinglong's face looked quite ugly. His double dragon clone is actually half of his life force. Now that his clone is gone, his vitality is naturally gone too. But fortunately, as long as he himself is still alive, he will have a chance to do it again. The most important thing now is not the time to feel sorry for the double dragon clone. What he has to consider now is how to deal with the situation in front of him. It is obviously impossible to fight the incarnation of death head-on. You can tell from the appearance of the incarnation of death in front of you that the incarnation of death is a strong melee fighter. The Well Dragon King's melee ability can hurt the incarnation of death, but it is almost impossible to kill it with one blow like he did with the undead before. In this situation, if he rushed forward again, he would definitely be the one to die. So Jinglong Wang dodged and prepared to escape. As long as he escapes back to his Jinglong Palace, he still has a chance to turn the tables. In Jinglong Palace, there are also his arrangements. But the incarnation of death had no intention of letting King Jinglong escape. He bit forward and bit the cloud layer at the feet of King Jing Dragon. With the inhalation of death incarnation, the cloud layer disappeared. King Jinglong, who wanted to escape through the clouds, jumped forward on the spot and hit the ground directly. But King Jinglong wanted to escape. When he fell to the ground, he immediately spun around on the ground, and his body turned into a long blue dragon and rushed towards the direction of Jinglong Palace. The speed at which it sprang forward was beyond the imagination of the incarnation of death. It can be seen that this long green dragon is the true form of the Well Dragon King. The clone formed by the mirror and water flow was also formed in the shape of this dragon. The incarnation of death chased forward. He understood that Jinglong King would choose to escape at this time. There must be something inside Jinglong Palace. If King Jinglong really escapes, this battle will not be so easy. So he had to speed up again. However, in order to cope with possible situations, Death Incarnation's kit this time chose to thicken the bone part to strengthen the protection and attack power. In this way, his speed will naturally slow down a lot. Now starting again, It is not as fast as Jinglong. Just when King Jinglong was about to rush under the city wall of Jinglong Palace, a city gate suddenly appeared above King Long Jing. Boom! The city gate fell down on the spot, crushing half of the body of the well-dragon king under the city gate. Jinglong didn't expect that the city gate could be played like this. He kept twisting and struggling, but his lower body was tightly suppressed, and there was no possibility of pulling it out. At the same time, the incarnation of death also came to the sky above Jinglong King. This time the death incarnation had no death dragon breath to use, but he glared, and the melting light fell on the Jing Dragon King. Jinglong didn't even have a chance to dodge, let alone rebound, under the attack of the melting light. All the scales on the surface of Jinglong King's body were melted away, revealing the flesh, blood and bones under the skin. But the well-dragon king was still struggling there at this time. The incarnation of death saw that it didn't work to melt the ray once, so he tried again and again. After 3 times in a row, when only a skeleton was left of the well-dragon king's body, the struggling well-dragon king finally stopped moving. The comprehensive weird domain well-dragon king was killed by the player Gu Shi. Within 3 days, all weird things related to water, mirrors, and dragons will be affected, with a 50% loss of strength and a 50% loss of life. You and your men caused 100% damage to the Jing Dragon King. After 3 days, you will receive corresponding rewards, weird treasure chests and achievements. Seeing the information that popped up in front of him, Gu Shi's eyes lit up from far behind. King Jinglong was finally killed, and he didn't know what happened to Luna. With this thought, Gu Shi waved his hand. The whole army attacks, kills the remaining enemies, sweeps the battlefield, and attacks Jinglong Palace. After giving the order, Gu Shi looked up and looked around again, and then issued a new order. All the gargoyles set out to explore the surroundings. Now that we are not in the weird mirror space, we have to prevent other water-type weirdos from coming to snatch the fruits of our victory. Also, clean up the battlefield faster, drag out all the corpses, and prepare to summon spirits. Chapter 368 The Purple Sword Left by King Jinglong. Gu Shi still overestimated the courage of the strange people under the water. After his men killed all the fisherman monsters and dragged out the corpses, there were no changes in the area. It was as if this place was a forbidden area. There was no change at all. People dared to come, since no one came to sabotage. Gu Shi's subsequent things naturally went much more smoothly. All the corpses of the Murlocs were dragged over. There were a total of 2,100 Murloc corpses with all their equipment taken away, in addition to the more than 700 corpses of the undead who died in the battle. This was all that needed to be summoned, because he has the altar of eternal slavery. Gu Shi will not use any of his undead above level 7 to summon souls. Instead, he was taken to the altar of eternal slavery and resurrected directly. All the spirits that can be summoned here are undead with ordinary attributes and low levels. With nearly 3,000 corpses, Gu Shi summoned more than 1,900 new undead spirits. Among these undead, skeleton shooters and zombies are the most numerous, and the rest are all ghosts. The skeleton archers were transformed from those Murloc crossbowmen. As soon as they were transformed, they were divided up by several skeleton archer leaders. As for the zombies, it was because some of the Murloc corpses were relatively strong. If they were used as ghosts, it would be a waste of their bodies. Gu Shi then turned around and turned them into zombies. After asking his undead leader to separate the undead, Gu Shi looked at what he had harvested this time. Among them, the one that attracted Gu Shi's attention the most was naturally the half-skeleton dragon corpse that was pressed under the Steel City Gate. When Gu Shi came over, he initially wanted to remove the Steel City Gate, pick up the white skeleton dragon corpse of the Well-Dragon King, and go back to try to see if he could piece together a new skeleton dragon. But he never expected that because he was crushed to death under the Steel City Gate, King Jinglong's body would actually become a part of the Steel City Gate. As soon as he removed the Steel City Gate, the bodies were removed with him. This situation left Gu Shi quite speechless. But in the end, this was all he could do. He planned to use some means to dispose of the remaining bones of the Jing Dragon King after he returned, to see if he could reuse the waste and turn it into an undead beast guarding the Steel City Gate. If possible, this thing is better than a moat. When the Steel City Gate and the body of King Jinglong were removed, several things were left at the scene. One is the long knife carried by King Jinglong, a torn Imperial Guard uniform, and a high black hat. Among them, the Royal Guard uniform and the high hat have lost their original functions and turned into gray garbage. But the long knife is still quite intact and is a purple weapon. When it was stuck in the ground, Water was dripping from the crystal blade. Evil Sword Jinglonging purple. Main hand weapon. Attack, 22 to 34. After equipped, strength +4. Agility +3. Equipment requirements, strength 9. Agility 9. Constitution 5. Special 1, cut in 2. When attacking frontally, everything in front of you can be cut into 2 pieces. Including flying arrows and magic, cannot cut rivers, seas, or area spells. Special effect 1, after wearing equipment and activating the cut and break effect. You will be seriously injured once a day, and your health will drop to 10%, can be restored through blood replenishment or other means. Special 2, Mirror Dragon. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to draw out a mirror image, launching a secondary attack on the enemy. Special effect 2, after wearing equipment and activating the dragon in the mirror effect once. Your eyes will be affected and all items will become ghosts. This effect cannot be eliminated by various means. Special 3, Knife Cleansing Ceremony. After every time you kill an enemy, you can use the enemy's blood and wine to clean the sword. After cleaning, the sword's durability is restored, and its attack power is +1. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the effect of the Knife Cleansing Ceremony. The knife must be cleaned with blood every day. Otherwise the knife will automatically cut the user's blood body and suck blood to clean itself. Explanation: hold this knife in your hand and hurt the enemy first. It is not a good knife. After looking at the properties of this evil sword, Gushi's eyes lit up, and he knew that this was a good sword. And the attributes are also quite good. There are solutions to the effects of the 3 special effects. It can be seen how much effort King Longjing spent on this knife. This has reduced the special effects to a level that ordinary people can accept. It's just that his method of reducing the special effect may not work. The special effect of this knife seems to have become weaker, and it doesn't look like a purple suit. It's a pity that no matter how good or bad the sword is, Gushi has no chance of using it. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, it's that he simply can't equip it. Gushi might be able to use the 9-point strength attribute if he works hard, but the 9-point agility attribute is beyond Gushi's reach. In addition, he also has weapons and offhand equipment, and this knife becomes useless. So if nothing unexpected happens, this weapon will definitely be exchanged for benefits. But this time Gushi had thought carefully about it. This weapon could not be sold cheaply this time. Gushi planned to change into a purple dress or other purple outfits. It would be best if the attributes matched Gushi's. Otherwise, Gushi would rather die in his hands than hand it over. After putting away the evil sword, Gushi casually glanced at the imperial uniform and high hat. Broken Water God's guardian clothing. Gray garbage. A water god's original divine clothing was woven with water and dragon scales, but it has been damaged for some reason and has lost its proper function. It can be used to perform some special rituals. The black hat of the god hunter. Gray garbage. It comes from the crown of a god. There was originally a strange power sealed in it, but for some reason, the strange power has passed away and can be used to perform some transformation rituals. Just as Gushi had judged, these 2 things were of little use. However, seeing that these 2 items were originally worn by King Jinglong, Gushi still put them away. At this time, the undead, who were cleaning the battlefield, had already brought the equipment they had cleaned up to Gushi for review. King Jinglong's situation was only slightly better than Gushi's. Most of the various weapons and equipment are white versions. Some of them can be used directly by Gushi's undead, while others need to be taken back to the blacksmith shop and remelted before they can be used. At the same time, the undead troops under Gushi also found many different things from the Jinglong Palace, including a large amount of food and supplies, which filled some gaps in the city of Aridov. Just as Gushi was about to take stock of the food here, there seemed to be some confusion over at Jinglong Palace. Chapter 369. Upgrade the treasure chest. Purple opens. What happened? Gushi strode towards the place where the chaos occurred. As he stepped into Jinglong Palace, a voice came to his ears. You take down a site that is occupied by strange things. During the day, you can get the corresponding attributes of this site. At night, you can take your troops to rest here and replenish your troop consumption. If you choose to demolish this place, you will get 10 random buildings, plans, a title deed. Hearing this voice, Gushi stopped. The reason why he never entered Jinglong Palace, but let his men come in to clean the battlefield, was because he was afraid that something like this would happen. If he accidentally made the wrong choice, everything in Jinglong Palace would be gone. Gushi could see clearly that there were obviously many good things in the Jinglong Palace in front of him. It would be a waste to demolish the Jinglong Palace without transporting these things out. Just like the large amount of dried salted fish found in Jinglong Palace. That is the best proof. If Jinglong Palace is directly demolished, there will be no food at all. But now that there was chaos in Jinglong Palace, Gu Shi still wanted to come and take a look. Gu Shi gritted his teeth, ignored the voice prompts, and strode towards the place where the chaos occurred. What happened? Hearing Gu Shi's voice, the undead, who were cleaning the Jinglong Palace, made way for Gu Shi to see what was going on inside. It turned out that these undead were removing the floor tiles on the ground. After prying the floor tiles open, they found that there were layers of bones under the floor tiles. Gu Shi took a look at these white bones and his eyelids twitched. These bones were so crushed that Gu Shi couldn't tell how many of these bones were from fish and how many were from humans. However, judging from the accumulation of the Well Dragon King over the years, there are probably many people who died in the well. After exiting Jinglong Palace, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment. Everyone exit Jinglong Palace. After hearing Gu Shi's order, the undead didn't know what happened. But they still followed Gu Shi's request and quickly left Jinglong Palace. Afterwards, Gu Shi took out some materials and arranged them around Jinglong Palace. What Gu Shi wants to set up this time is the Undead Transformation Array. It's just that this time Gu Shi wants to decorate a very large one. And it's not designed to exist alone. The Undead Transformation Array set up by Gu Shi directly covered the entire Jinglong Palace. The materials consumed here are almost all the materials that Gu Shi just obtained. Even for the green quality weapons he had just acquired, Gu Shi didn't even look at their attributes. He dismantled them all on the spot, broke them down into green materials, and added them to the Undead Transformation Array. After arranging everything, Gu Shi drank another bottle of magic potion to replenish his magic power. And then he said okay to summon the souls in the Jinglong Palace. Stimulated by the Undead Transformation Array, the effect of Gu Shi's spiritualism was amplified, lighting up the entire Jinglong Palace. The corpse buried under Jinglong Palace was naturally affected by spiritualism. Although the bones have been broken into powder, Gu Shi's spiritualism has now reached level 8 and can summon ghosts. Under the guidance of the Undead Transformation Array, a little light flew up from the ground, and human souls floated up. Among them were adults and children, men and women, and even many old men. At the same time, there are some larger fish beside them. Before these souls floated out from underground, they all stood still, not knowing where to go. Gu Shi understood that these souls could not be transformed into fighting ghosts. Not only had their bones been shattered, but their souls had also been shattered. They didn't even remember who they were now. However, Gu Shi believes that he should do this. Even if he loses most of his resources, he will not regret it. As Gu Shi's mana was drained, the Undead Transformation Array slowly stopped. Gu Shi looked at those souls without any sense and waved his hand decisively. Send them to Aladovi City. From now on, they will be residents of Aladovi City. Under Gu Shi's order, the ghost troops entered the scene and guided these souls into Aladovi City along the city gate. At the same time, other troops also returned to Jinglong Palace and began to dismantle various materials here. After everything here was moved out, a team of undead soldiers came out carrying a treasure chest. Just as he was about to enter Jinglong Palace, Gu Shi, who chose to dismantle Jinglong Palace, stopped and looked at the treasure box with an eyeball and laid on it. You got a strange treasure chest, Blue. Please open it. Looking at the treasure box in front of him, Gu Shi suddenly thought that he had something in his hand. So he quickly rummaged around and took out a red-skinned demon head. This is exactly the Destiny demon head that he got when he fought with Zuya and the others last time. This thing has a 15% chance of upgrading the treasure chest by 2 levels, a 25% chance of upgrading the treasure chest by 1 level, a 50% chance of keeping the level of the treasure chest unchanged, and the remaining 10% chance of downgrading the level of the treasure chest. This is totally a gamble. Even if you only upgrade it by 1 level, you can directly turn it into a purple treasure chest. If you are lucky and turn into an orange treasure chest, you will be prosperous. You have to know that this is a small place where purple equipment can be used as heirlooms. If anyone has an orange equipment at the beginning, even if he cannot use it temporarily and cannot match it, he can get enough support. So Gu Shi decisively pressed the Demon of Destiny on this strange treasure chest. As the demon's head was placed on the treasure chest, the dead demon suddenly opened his eyes and began to laugh. Then the surface of the treasure chest began to flash with blue light, and slowly turned into purple, and finally began to change towards orange. Twice. Gu Shi couldn't help but feel nervous, and he was muttering to himself. But he was disappointed in the end. The light on the treasure chest finally stabilized at purple. At the same time, the demon of fate closed its mouth and slowly turned into ashes. You got a strange treasure chest, Purple. Please open it. Turn on! Gushi knew that this time he could only go one level higher. But no matter how purple it was, Gushi had never opened a treasure chest of such a high level until now. He also wanted to know what would be in the treasure chest. You opened the weird treasure chest, Purple. You got 3,417 gold coins. You got crystal asterisk 33. You got dragon scale asterisk 9. You get soldier recruitment coupon, level 8, asterisk 2. You get building stone strong, level 3, asterisk 2. You get water dragon purple, mount, asterisk 1. You get the holy object, level 4, asterisk 1. Dragon scales. Scales from the dragon clan can be added to weapons and equipment to improve the quality of weapons and equipment. Soldier recruitment coupon, level 8. You can qualify for soldier recruitment once in your own neutral and friendly towns, and directly recruit 5 level 8 soldiers in the current city. Building stone strong, level 3. You can directly upgrade a building from level 2 to level 3, regardless of the building upgrade requirements. Water dragon, purple. Mount a mount for players and heroes. Moving at a speed of 250 km per hour. Can move on the surface and underwater. And can ride one person. Holy objects, level 4. A unique product of the game. Each game can have a total of 5 to 10 holy objects placed in the city. They can improve the city's attributes and occupy auxiliary building slots. But the quality is equivalent to one core building. Chapter 370. Sacred Land Deed and Architectural Design Drawings. A level 4 holy object. Gushi's eyelids jumped, and he took out the holy object immediately. Compared with others, Gushi has more say in the sacred objects. Gushi has 2 sacred objects in his hand. One is level 1, and the other is level 3. These 2 sacred objects have brought great benefits to Gushi. Now that a level 4 holy object suddenly appeared, Gushi would naturally be happy. He knew very well that judging from the appearance probability of the holy object, the level 4 holy object could be compared with purple or even orange quality weapons and equipment. It seems that this is the focus of the strange treasure chest this time. The holy object that Gushi took out from the strange treasure box was a colorful whirlpool with flashing light. When Gushi held it in his hand, it felt like holding jelly. Holy object magic vortex. Level 4. It can be placed in the city and provides corresponding effects according to the level of the building where the holy object is stored. Sacred object effect. Level 1. When placing a sacred object in a magic tower, the mana of garrisoned or visiting players, leaders, and heroes in the city can be temporarily doubled. Sacred object effect. Level 2. The effect of the sacred object is strengthened, and the mana of all legal systems in the city, including but not limited to players, leaders, heroes, legal soldiers, legal researchers, etc., is temporarily doubled. Holy relic effect. Level 3. The magic tower that houses the holy relic is affected by the holy relic effect. The power of the magic that can be learned and studied in this magic tower is doubled. Sacred object effect. Level 4. The effect of the sacred object is strengthened, and the magic power that can be learned and researched in all magic towers in this city is doubled. Note 1. Holy objects can be upgraded through special methods or tasks. Explanation 2. After the holy object is placed in the designated magic tower, the magic tower will undergo a certain transformation. After reading the attributes of this holy object, Gushi started to laugh. This is a good thing. Not to mention other things. It only has level 1 and level 2 effects. It is a treasure for Gushi. The mana is temporarily doubled, which is an excellent attribute for a big mana consumer like Gushi. The temporary doubling here means that the upper limit of someone's mana is 100. But with the magic vortex, this person can have 200 mana available, and the upper limit will not change. But for Gushi, this is not a problem. He has the City of Death with him, and can go into the city to increase his mana at any time. Doesn't this mean that Gushi's mana limit is doubled? In this way, Gushi could do more things on the battlefield. After figuring out all of this, Gushi put away the holy object with a hint of excitement, and then looked at the purple mount, the water dragon beast. This water dragon is a long blue dragon, but this dragon has no claws, and its mouth looks a bit like a fish's mouth. It has fish lips, and it looks a bit like Gyarados in Pokemon, but it is smaller than Gyarados, and has a leather saddle on its back. Gushi tried it, and found that the water dragon's moving speed on the ground could only be said to be average, which was incomparable to the evil coffin. At the same time, The water dragon could not fly off the ground or jump over wider places. On the surface and underwater, this thing would move faster. The location where Gushi was now was considered an underwater world, so he could feel the movement characteristics of the water dragon. After riding the water dragon beast for a while outside, Gushi returned to the well dragon palace. After collecting the water dragon beast, Gushi looked towards the well dragon palace again. At this time, Jinglong Palace had been evacuated, and even the floor tiles on the ground had been pried away. Now that there was nothing in Jinglong Palace, Gushi walked into Jinglong Palace. You take down a site that is occupied by strange things. During the day, you can get the corresponding attributes of this site. At night, you can take your troops to rest here and replenish your troop consumption. If you choose to demolish this place, you will get 10 random buildings. Plans. A title deed. Start demolition. At Gushi's order, the Jinglong Palace, with only its frame left in front of him, began to collapse rapidly. Everything was concentrated on something, and finally fell in front of Gushi. Among them, what fell into Gushi's hands was something like a jade seal. You get the title deed of the Underwater Dragon Palace, covering an area of 2.3 square kilometers, with 3 large plots, 5 medium plots, and 7 small plots. Note, all building plots in this title are located underwater or on the water surface, and buildings with corresponding attributes must be built. Can buildings only be built underwater or on the surface? Gushi thought about it for a while, and then he had an idea in his mind. It seemed that the territory brought by this land lease could only be placed near the dock area. If there is such a large body of water suddenly appearing in other places, I am afraid it will not be able to exist. If it is placed in other places, and there is no waterway connection, it may eventually become a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it is placed in the dock area. The river can bring the water of Shimu Lake to this area. Then the stagnant water will become living water, and the entire area will come alive. After receiving the deed, Gushi looked at the remaining things on the scene. Among these items, Gushi saw an item that did not belong to the style here. It was a stone sculpture of a prince with water plants on it. Among so many architectural design drawings, Gushi immediately felt that there was something wrong with this stone sculpture. As soon as he stepped forward to touch it, a message popped up in front of him. You get the architectural design of Mermaid Garden, large. Mermaid Garden, large, use 2,500 resources, 10 units of wood, and 10 units of stone to build a Mermaid Garden, large building, in the city. After completion, it will be able to train 25 mermaids every week. After completion, it can produce 150 units of fish food per week. After it is completed, all soldiers in the city will have +1 luck. Buildings must be built underwater. Mermaid, level 2 experience, 0/200. Attack 3. Defense 2. Life 6. Skills, underwater combat. Luck for all mermaids is always 1. Singing, a certain chance of hypnotizing the enemy when attacking, making them controlled for 1 turn. Looking at the message popping up in front of him, Gushi smiled. It seems that this is a type of soldier suitable for underwater combat. But what I want more is the previous Snow Girl training camp. The mermaid feeling is still a little lacking, especially if this kind of mermaid might have a fish tail. Gushi didn't like it even more. Putting down the Mermaid Garden architectural design drawing in his hand, Gushi looked at other architectural design drawings. In the corner, a cement pier attracted Gushi's attention. Gushi did not expect that this cement pier used to build breakwaters could also be used as an architectural design drawing. So Gushi walked to this cement pier and was about to step forward to check it out. It was discovered that there seemed to be a struggling corpse sealed in the cement pier. You have obtained the architectural design drawings of Corpse Bay, large. Chapter 371, targeted underwater construction. Corpse Bay, large, use 2,500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a Corpse Bay, large building, in the city. After completion, 20 floating corpses can be trained every week. Before construction, a level 1 evil temple, large, needs to be built. Buildings must be built underwater. Floating corpse, level 2 experience, 0/200. Attack 3. Defense 4. Life 15. Skills, underwater combat. Undead creatures. Heavy hit. Looking at the information about the Corpse Bay, Gushi knew that this thing, together with the previous Mermaid Garden, were on the same level as the cemetery. The trained floating corpses and mermaids start at level 2, but after they are built, you can find that at level 4, they will have corresponding new arms to choose from. Just like skeletons start at level 0, Skeleton soldiers need level 3 before they can take up their posts. The building in front of him has not been built yet. And Gushi is not sure what type of troops will come out. But it's not that important to Gushi. The land deed he got this time comes with 3 large plots. There are also many architectural designs here. Gushi can always find something more suitable. After directing the men to send away the Corpse Bay and Mermaid Garden, Gushi looked at the remaining things. 2 large-scale architectural design drawings were released. And Gushi now always picked the larger one when looking for anything. In Gushi's mind, the chances of a big guy producing large-scale architectural design drawings would be very high. Just like the Mermaid Garden this time, and the Green Forest last time. The architectural designs are quite large. So Gushi's eyes were on the remaining items, choosing the big ones. After looking around, Gushi's eyes fell on a carpet in the corner. The carpet was vermilion, with strange patterns drawn on it. It looked like many snakes coiled together. As soon as Gushi saw this square carpet, he had the feeling that it was a snake's nest. He thought this would be the 3rd large-scale architectural design. But Gushi never expected it. And he guessed wrong. Meat Snake Farm, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone. And 10 units of wood to build a meat snake farm, medium-sized building, in the city, which can produce 30 units of edible meat snakes every day, can be upgraded. Note, this building must be built on water. Looking at the explanation in front of him, Gushi knew that his guess was wrong. He smiled speechlessly. He did not expect that he would make such a mistake based on experience. Fortunately, Gushi only made a mistake. Then, he did not judge based on his own experience. Instead, he carefully picked up the architectural design drawings one by one, and judged the condition of each architectural design drawing. Among the remaining 7 architectural design drawings, there is also a large-scale architectural design drawing. It is also the architectural design drawing of the mid-level military unit. It can be said that this small architectural design drawing is the biggest gain in front of me. Bay Temple, large, use 4,500 resources. 10 units of stone. 10 units of wood. And 1 unit of crystal to build a Bay Temple, large building, in the city. After completion, 10 seahorse cavalry can be trained every week. Before construction, you need to build one. You need to build a level 1 magic tower, core building, and a level 1 blacksmith shop, core building. Buildings must be built underwater. Seahorse cavalry, level 5 experience, 0/2500. Attack 14. Defense 8. Life 45. Skills, underwater combat. Charge, water wave attack, inducing water flow to launch a large-scale impact. This kind of seahorse cavalry is almost at the level of the Silver Pegasus from the elves. It is an irregular knight, and can be used as a cavalry. But its status is still a little inferior to that of the knights. If you put it on the undead side, it would be almost like a vampire. But for Gushi, this is a good thing. Even if they are not an undead army, they can at least ensure the safety of the dock area, and the new areas that have not yet been built. At the same time, if there is a battle in the water, Gushi doesn't have to worry about not having any troops to use. As for whether there would be an underwater battle, Gushi was already sure. Gushi could clearly see the situation in Aradovi City. In addition to connecting cities of multiple eras through Aladovida, the river at the dock area is also the key to connecting each era. Therefore, a navy army is very important to Gushi. Among the other 6 architectural design drawings, there are 3 medium-sized architectural design drawings and 3 small-sized architectural design drawings. As soon as these architectural design drawings appeared, Gushi could be sure that there was no need to worry about the construction of the new city. Everything had been prepared very considerately here. Pearl Base, medium-sized, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone. And 10 units of wood to build a Pearl Base, medium-sized building, in the city, which can produce 1 unit of pearls, can be used as gems, every day, can be upgraded. Sewer filling port, medium, use 500 resources, and 20 units of stone, to build a sewer filling port, medium-sized building, in the city, which can produce a large amount of sewage and garbage every day, upgradable. Murloc hut, medium-sized, use 500 resources, and 20 units of wood to build a Murloc hut, medium-sized building, in the city. The training speed of all Murloc creatures is increased by 50%, can be upgraded. With these 3 items plus the previous snake farm, it can be said that the food needed by the mermaids and seahorse cavalry will not be a problem. At the same time, Gushi is not sure yet what race the seahorse cavalry is. If it is a fishman, the training speed can be improved to a certain extent. As for the small buildings, the one that most attracted Gushi's attention was a city gate-like building. Waterway fence design, Small used 200 resources and 10 units of metal to build a waterway fence, small building, in the city. This building can be used as a city gate in the water, but it cannot be paired with a moat, can be upgraded. It can be said that with this, Gushi will have one more city gate. Although the city gate in front of him can only be used underwater, it is enough for Gushi. Sea windmill design. Small use 200 resources and 10 units of wood to build a sea windmill, small building, in the city, which can attract treasure chests and floating objects swept into the sea by the whirlpool, can be upgraded. Solitary reef lighthouse design. Small use 200 resources and 10 units of stone to build a solitary reef lighthouse, small building, in the city. One victim can appear on the sea every week and can be rescued from the victim. Rewards upgradable. These two small buildings are used to increase supplies. Gushi estimates that after these two buildings are completed, the consumption in this area will be almost eliminated. It can be said that this time digging wells in the Dragon Palace has made a lot of money. Chapter 372 The Strange Mirror Space Integrated into. After packing all the things, Gushi took stock of what he had gained this time in Jinglong Palace. There are more than 300 copies of various stones, woods and common metals. Among the rare materials, crystals are the most numerous, reaching 103 copies. The remaining gems, mercury and sulfur each have about 30 copies. In addition, Gushi's undead souls also found 3 pieces of dragon blood and 1 piece of unknown strange blood in the Dragon Palace. All this blood was collected by Gushi and sent back to Aladovi City. In addition, there are more than 5,000 units of food such as salted fish in the Dragon Palace. It can be said that these foods alone can support the consumption of Aladovi City for a long time. Not to mention there are a lot of weapons and equipment here. Although they are all blank weapons and equipment used by fishmen, they are enough for Gushi. These weapons and equipment only need to be taken to the blacksmith shop for modification, and the quality of the equipment of Gushi's undead troops can be improved. In the end, Gushi also found a large number of medicinal herbs, inconspicuous garbage, books with words he couldn't understand, and some other random things in Jinglong Palace. There must be good things in these things, but Gushi didn't have time to sort them out. He could only ask people to transport all these supplies back first, and then sit down and sort them out slowly when he had time. At this time, Gushi was more concerned about Luna's situation. Gushi killed the Well Dragon King, and he didn't know what the situation was like on Luna's side. If she hasn't captured the last 2 big weirdos yet, then Gushi needs to intervene in this matter. Now there are only 2 big weirdos left in the weird mirror space. When he and Luna fight each other, it will definitely not be a problem. With this thought, Gushi watched his men send everything into Aladovi City, and then returned to Aladovi City with the cold wind staff and the evil coffin. When he stepped into Aladovi City, Gushi could clearly feel that the whole city seemed to have become alive. Some wandering ghosts appeared on the originally empty streets. They are not the undead troops under Gushi, but beings living in the city. When they saw Gushi, they would bow their heads to Gushi as a courtesy to Gushi. When facing these people, Gushi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that they should be the souls that he had saved. But they seemed to have been affected by Aladovi City, and had become Aladovi City part of it. Regarding the attitude of these ghosts, Gushi just nodded, and quickly came to the front of the meeting hall. Is Luna not back yet? Gushi opened the door of the meeting hall, and walked in. However, Luna saw no one at this time. Gushi felt somewhat worried. He thought for a moment, then turned around and went to the tavern. After all, most of the information can be found in the tavern. If you want to ask something, you can definitely go to the tavern. But as soon as Gushi left the door of the meeting hall, a skeleton soldier ran over. Sir, the blacksmith asked you to come over. The high-pressure air hammer over there has been made. As soon as Gushi heard this, he knew what the blacksmith Anderson was talking about. Thinking that the soul stone was ready for processing, Gushi quickly headed towards the blacksmith shop without delay. However, he had not walked far when Gushi felt the ground suddenly shaking. Then Gushi discovered that the ground began to become smooth, and the sky became like a mirror. At this time, Gushi also understood that this was Luna dealing with the strange mirror space. Gushi didn't run around now, just stood there. After about 7 or 8 minutes, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and Aladovi City returned to its original appearance. However, Gushi noticed that the fog outside the city seemed to have faded a lot, and at the same time, the entire Aladovi seemed to be shrouded in a huge defensive shield. Such a change made Gushi happy. It seemed that Luna had succeeded. When Gushi was thinking about this, Luna suddenly appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi noticed that Luna seemed to have changed at this time. She was obviously bigger, and her eyes were no longer as empty as before. Her eyes were like mirrors, which could reflect people. Come out. Grown-ups. How is it going? Gushi asked Luna. All nodes have been captured, and the strange mirror space has been integrated into Aladovi City. Luna carefully explained the current situation to Gushi. It turns out that with the integration of the weird mirror space, there is an additional mirror barrier outside Aladovi City. Outside the mirror barrier is the misty and strange world before. The strange mirror space that Luna just took over is attached to the outside of Aladovi City. It is somewhat similar to Aladovi's sub-territory. It can be counted as part of Aladovi City, or it can be calculated separately. The energy orb has been integrated with this weird mirror space, and has become the core of the weird mirror space. Gushi can build a new city with the energy orb as the center, and through the strange mirror space. At the same time, this city will no longer be a city of the dead, and various non-undead buildings can be accommodated. In addition, Luna also explained to Gushi all the weird mirror abilities she had just obtained, because Luna took over the entire strange mirror space in one fell swoop. All the rules were in Luna's hands, so her level was quickly raised to her upper limit of level 4, and she mastered the core mirror abilities of the 19 Great Weirds. It's like the mirror barrier outside Aladovi City is one of them. There are also mirror mazes, mirror assassinations, and more. It can be said that Luna grew up all of a sudden, but Luna didn't seem to pay much attention to this. When Gushi asked, she would say a few words. If Gushi didn't ask, she wouldn't say anything or explain at all. Gushi also understood that Luna's thoughts were focused on the city of Aladovi, so he asked a few questions about what he cared about. Luna, now that the weird mirror space has fallen into your hands, can you freely monitor and enter and exit the real world through the mirror? Sure. Luna nodded affirmatively. We can do this from the beginning. How come the adults need it? Yes, if possible. Please help me find the remaining players in Autumn Wind City and drag them to the strange mirror space. Gushi had been waiting for Luna's strange mirror space for so many days just for this step. The strange mirror space, where even the white-clad Guanyin of heaven cannot be seen, is the best opportunity to kill the players in Autumn Wind City during the day. Of course, among the people to be killed is Yu Songsheng, as a traitor who betrayed Bai Lianqing. He deserves to die. Chapter 373, the first purple outfit available immediately. There's no problem with surveillance, but it's going to be a little bit difficult for us guys to fully monitor everything. Luna also understood Gushi's thoughts, but she still put forward some opinions. After all, in order to monitor players, undead at least at the boss level or above are needed to do so. Ordinary undead troops cannot be used for surveillance. Don't worry. That's what I think. Aladovi City is not open to the outside world, but we need space to communicate with the outside world. It just so happens that there is a strange mirror space right now, which can be used to communicate with the outside world. Moreover, this space is completely under your control. If there is any problem, it is very convenient whether it is to mobilize troops from Aladovi or to directly drive people out. Luna decisively understood the meaning of Gushi's words. Sir, do you want those players to come in? Yeah. No one has ever seen what a dead city looks like. I pointed at the weird mirror space and said it was a dead city, and they had to recognize it. Think about it. 19 nodes can be regarded as 19 large buildings. Why is this not a city? Listening to Gushi's words, Luna was a little dumbfounded. But what Gushi said was reasonable. No one had ever seen what a dead city looked like, so who could dictate what kind of development style a dead city should follow? It can be done. Then, I'll write to them right now. Gushi is the kind of person who does what he says. Seeing that Luna agreed, he immediately took out her contact information and started calling people. Of course, because there are only 5 owls in the owl house. Even if you use other contact methods, you can only contact 5 people at the same time. Gushi simply contacted Zuya, Xiaoyi and a few others he knew, told them about the situation here, and asked them if they were willing to come. If they were willing to come, then bring more players. After sending these letters, Gushi turned to Luna and said, it will take a while for them to reply. Anderson just made a high-pressure air hammer. Let's go smash the golden eggs. Seeing that the matter was settled, Gushi was quite happy. He waved to Luna and took her to the blacksmith shop. At the same time, Gushi also told Luna about some things he got in Jinglong Palace. When she heard that there was a quite large land deed, Luna wanted to immediately integrate the land deed into Aladovi City. Don't worry. Everything is here. And I can't run away. This time I also took the sacred objects and the level 3 building stones. I will give priority to Demi's needs then. I think she can't stand it anymore. Okay. After listening to Gushi's advice, Luna suppressed the idea of leaving quickly and followed Gushi to the blacksmith shop. Standing in front of the blacksmith shop, Luna did not go in. Just standing there watching. The blacksmith Anderson was adjusting what he called a high-pressure air hammer. But from what Gushi could see, this thing should actually be a hydraulic press. Seeing Gushi coming over, Anderson stood up quickly and kept wiping his hands with a piece of cloth. Sir, you are here. How is it going? It has been debugged. Just waiting for the adults to break the golden eggs. Okay. Let's put the soul stone on it. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Under Gushi's order, the zombie who had been helping in the blacksmith shop came over carrying the huge soul stone and installed it on the hydraulic press. Gushi stood far away on the other side of the hydraulic press and pressed the switch. The power hammer of the hydraulic press automatically fell down and pressed heavily on the soul stone. Then Gushi heard a harsh squeaking sound, and large cracks began to appear on the soul stone. Gushi stared at the soul stone closely, fearing that he would miss every detail. Soon the soul stone could no longer withstand the pressure of the hydraulic press. The cracks became wider and wider, and finally exploded on the spot. Gushi and the others were relatively far away and were not affected by the impact of the soul stone. But the hydraulic press was not so lucky and was blown to pieces. Among the debris, Gushi saw a large number of vermilion gems scattered on the ground, and a twisted ball of metal rolled to the corner. However, what attracted Gushi's attention most was a thin scarlet piece on the ground. Gushi immediately felt that this thin piece was the purple equipment this time. Gushi quickly walked over and reached out to pick up the sheet. The next moment, the information on this thin piece appeared in front of Gushi. Seal mirror of demonic blood sacrifice, purple. Short staff. Attack, 10 to 13. After equipped, intelligence +4. Charm +4. Equipment requirements, intelligence 6. Perception 6. Charisma 6. Special 1, Mirror King. Can learn mirror type spells. All mirror type skill levels +3. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the King of Mirrors effect. A mirror image will be automatically generated every day, if the mirror image is not processed. When the number of mirror images reaches 10, it will devour the main body. Special 2, Seal Blood Sacrifice Technique, which can temporarily seal enemies whose strength does not exceed level 15 into the mirror. Only one enemy can be sealed at a time. After the enemy is released, it cannot be sealed again within 3 days. The user can call upon the power of the sealed enemy. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the Seal Blood Sacrifice effect once, you will be affected by the soul separation effect once a day. If you cannot return to the body will be occupied by the sealed enemy. Special 3, Bloody Aurora Kill. Use the mirror to aim at the enemy. Emit a bloody light, and cause 500 points of life damage to the enemy. The attack power will increase as the player level increases. Special Impact 3, after wearing equipment and activating the Blood Aurora Killing effect once, the life recovery effect will be reduced by 30%. Explanation: this is a stone used to seal the devil. I don't know when someone turned it into a mirror, but please note that sealing the devil in a mirror is not a good choice. After taking a look at this so-called short staff, but actually it was a mirror, Seal Demon Blood Sacrifice Mirror, Gushi always felt that this was sent for Luna. Among these 3 skills, Mirror King can just improve the level of various strange mirror skills that Luna has just mastered. As for creating a mirror image every day, Luna can handle this kind of thing quite easily. The matter of sealing is not a problem for Luna. She is a ghost herself. If you want her soul to leave the body, she must have a body first. As for the final Bloody Aurora Kill, the negative effect is just a decrease in life recovery effect. Not that it cannot be restored. It can be said that these 3 negative effects have little impact on Luna, but the 3 special effects are of great help to Luna. Gushi lowered his head and glanced at the Seal Demon Blood Sacrifice Mirror, then glanced at Luna again, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. It seemed that he had never provided any equipment to his contracted undead. Gushi, who realized what was wrong, raised his head and waved to Luna. Luna, this mirror is yours. Chapter 374 Suitable Inlay. After Luna took the Seal Demon Blood Sacrifice Mirror, the round mirror she had been holding in her hand turned vermilion, and her mirror-like eyes suddenly lit up. Sir, this is very good. However, Gushi did not respond to Luna's words at all. Luna looked at Gushi curiously, and found that Gushi was holding a long knife made of crystal, and thinking about something. This long sword is naturally the purple weapon, Evil Sword Jinglonging, obtained from King Jinglong last time. Gushi had been thinking about selling this evil knife, and replacing it with better purple equipment. Now Gushi has discovered another use of purple equipment. Luna can equip a purple equipment. There is no reason why Xia can't use such an evil knife. Although Xia has never been around, Gushi is not the kind of person who favors one thing over another. And Gushi believed that Xia could control this evil knife. After making up his mind, Gushi put away the evil knife and turned around to see Luna's worried expression. I'm fine. Help me sort out the gem inlays here. When Luna heard this, she stepped forward to help. After some counting, Gushi discovered that a total of 11 gem-like inlays had been opened this time. Of course, most of them are white or green quality inlays, and most of them have poor effects. The white ones mostly have the effect of +1 attack or defense, and the green ones have the effect of +1 some skill levels. But the problem is that Gushi has never learned these skills or magic, and it is obvious that he is heading towards the direction of the Demon Warlock. The last thing that really caught Gushi's eyes were the 3 blue quality inlays. The largest piece among them was the mechanical dumpling that Gushi first saw after the explosion. Crusher, blue. Inlay, a crusher that crushes everything, bringing effects of crushing, destruction, and a little bit of luck. When embedded in weapons, attacks can have effects such as crushing, smashing, and destruction. Embedded on armor, it can resist some effects such as crushing, and destruction. It can be seen that the attack and defense here are all based on effects such as crushing and destruction. Gushi himself will definitely not be able to use it. But this thing is useful for players who use weapons such as heavy swords and war hammers. For a hero, he is quite good, even if he doesn't need it. Gushi will keep this thing. Maybe someone will need it one day. Of the remaining 2 pieces, one is a fist-sized red crystal with human faces on 3 sides. It is obvious that it contains the remnants of the devil's last power. Twisted life body, blue. Inlaid the part of the devil's will that is sealed in the soul stone. With a twisted, weird and dangerous atmosphere. Embedded on the weapon. The attack has its own fire attack effect. Embedded on armor, it can prevent 50% of fire damage. When inlaid on jewelry, it can add some weird effects. Gushi immediately fell in love with this twisted life body, and he embedded it in the cold wind staff. When the vermilion crystals made up of these 3 faces were embedded, the properties of the cold wind staff instantly changed. The air that was originally cold and windy suddenly became warmer. At the same time, a little vermilion light appeared on the top of the cold wind staff. And at the same time, where the rotten head hung, there was a 3-sided vermilion crystal head. Cold wind staff, blue. Main weapon. Attack, 16 to 19. After equipped, Constitution +2. Intelligence +3. Equipment requirements, Strength 2. Physique 3. Intelligence 3. Special 1, Cold Wind +3. Brings +3 cold freezing effect when using spells. Special 2, Babel Vine. The length of the staff can automatically change between 2.5 meters to 7.5 meters. When the length of the staff exceeds 2.5 meters, the staff will actively launch attacks, physical attacks, against approaching enemies. Inlay slot, Rotten Skull, Bone Shield +1. Twisted Life, Fire +3. When using spells, all spells have a +3 flame burning effect. Empty. Explanation, Ice and Fire. The combination of these 2 spells is very serious. Well, it is a very serious spell combination. Fortunately, it is only +3 for Cold Wind and +3 for Fire respectively. If it is +9 for each, I am afraid it will be a 9-level heaven of Ice and Fire. As for the last stick, it looked even weirder than the twisted life body. I don't know how it was smashed in the first place. It was possible to smash out such a palm-like gem from such a large piece of soul stone. Devil's right hand, blue. Inlaid, the demon sealed in the spiritual stone can release a physical arm using the method developed to control the outside world. Embedded on the weapon, you can bring an extra weapon to attack when attacking. Embedded on armor, one arm can be controlled to raise a shield or perform other defenses. Gushi found the demon's right hand very interesting. He could see that the demon's right hand could actually give him an extra arm, which was almost equivalent to a physical mage's hand. But where it is embedded depends on Gushi's own thoughts. Gushi thought about it seriously. The main weapon in his hand was the cold wind staff. he might be able to get an extra weapon as a secondary weapon. But the problem was that it would only work if it was the demon's left hand. Therefore, it is not appropriate to have an extra weapon embedded in it. Then the position that can be embedded is the armor. Gushi picked up the demon's right hand and put it on the reverse lich's shoulder. An iron chain on the shoulder guard floated up on its own and tightly wrapped around the demon's right hand. Then Gushi felt as if he had an extra right hand. He can control this right hand freely to pick up various things. And it can also cooperate with some of Gushi's actions. Gushi can even equip this right hand with equipment such as gloves or wrist guards. But it cannot hold weapons. This left Gushi, who was originally thinking about letting his right hand help protect the cold wind staff, speechless. However, Gushi soon discovered the greatest use of this right hand. When riding the evil coffin, this right hand can help hold the iron chain. As long as the right hand is grasped tightly, no matter whether Gushi is standing or lying down, he is holding the evil coffin and will not be thrown off by the evil coffin. In this way, Gushi could finally stand on the high-speed moving evil coffin and look cool. Except for these 3 inlays that could be seen. Gushi did not use the other inlays, but asked people to put them away. Maybe the next time he trades with players, someone will be willing to ask for this. Or one of his men may have such a need. By the time things were done here, the reply from Zuya and the others had arrived. They also didn't want to believe that Gushi had a way to find the players in Qiufeng City during the day. Xiaoyi was okay. He said he was willing to help Gushi. But Zuya said that he needed to see the real situation before shaking people off. Gushi smiled at this reply. Believe it or not. Chapter 375 Shake people to prepare for battle. Gushi took a look at the letters he had sent out. Among the 5 letters, Xiaoyi and 2 other friends he met during the battle against the demon warlock of Cold Wind City replied, and said they were willing to help. However, they didn't actually know many people, and they could only bring over 30 people at most. Gushi thought about it, and decided that actually 30 or so people would be enough. Judging from what we saw this morning, there are only about 50 players left in Qiufeng City. Moreover, Gushi didn't just drag all the 50-odd players into the strange mirror space at once. You must find, monitor, and lock the target in order to drag people in. The final outcome is likely to be more than 30 people beating up a few people. This way, about 30 people will be enough. Even if these 30 people want to earn some benefits, they have to take turns. Gushi, who wanted to understand this point, immediately stopped paying attention to Zuya. If Zuya is willing to believe in himself, Gushi doesn't mind giving him a hand. He didn't believe himself, and Gushi didn't have time to explain to him. Gushi quickly wrote to Xiaoyi and asked him to contact someone. As for the method of entry and exit, Gushi did not tell him how to enter the strange mirror space. He just asked them to find a relatively large glass or mirror nearby and put it there. Luna cult symbols are painted on the mirror. Don't worry about other things. Luna will take care of everything. After sending the letter again, Gushi and Luna went to the strange independent mirror space. When leaving Aladovi City, Gushi felt that there was a section of the road that was like a constantly changing kaleidoscope. However, because this change did not affect Gushi's access, Gushi did not ask. At most, he just felt the situation of the forward route and found that the route was a little off-road. So Gushi did not ask any more questions. Soon they entered the strange mirror space. Compared with Aradovi, this place is a completely independent space. Because of the energy orb, the sky has turned light blue. At the same time, except for the Jinglong Palace that was destroyed by Gushi, the 19 nodes that originally belonged to the strange mirror space were all moved into the space in front of him. Here Gushi saw the mirror maze, the copy mountain filled with various replicas, and the glass school, which was the origin of the strange mirror space. However, each node position is relatively far away from each other. If it weren't for Luna's shortcut, Gushi felt that he would not be able to get out of this space for a day or two. And between the nodes, there are many ordinary and strange abandoned sites. Just like the wash basin that was previously placed outside Aradovi City. In this space, there are also such abandoned buildings. These are the points where ordinary weirdness enters the weird mirror space. Through here, Gushi can freely enter and exit reality and the strange mirror space. Of course, where the reality here refers to. It depends on what Gushi and Luna think. It can be said that even if the big weirdos that were killed are resurrected, they can't take away this weird mirror space from Luna. They couldn't even get in. And it was this kind of place that Gushi was planning to recruit people to look for now. Outside the temporary camp, Gushi and his friends found a full-length mirror standing in the wilderness. Luna casually drew the symbols agreed upon at the beginning. And then the function of the full-length mirror changed. Gushi saw Xiaoyi in the mirror. At this time, Xiaoyi was sitting in front of the full-length mirror, waiting there with his head propped up. He chose to believe in Gushi, partly because Gushi had not let him down before, and partly because it was daytime, and the necromancers in Balian City could not bring out their strongest combat power. Anyway, idle time is idle. So just believe what Gushi said. So he sat down in front of a full-length mirror, and drew the symbols drawn in the letter on the full-length mirror. Then he just sat there in a daze. Just as he was talking, Xiaoyi noticed that the situation in the dressing mirror in front of him had changed, and Gushi was waving to him. Xiaoyi stood up immediately. He looked around, thinking that he had fallen into a strange trap. But he soon discovered that Gushi didn't even think of waving. He simply stretched out his hand from the mirror and dragged him outwards. And he was dragged into the mirror. Before Xiaoyi could resist, Gushi dragged Xiaoyi aside. Okay, come help me. We still have a lot of people to drag over. Only then did Xiaoyi react. He glanced at the surroundings and asked in surprise, Brother Gu, where is this? My city of death. Gushi was right. The strange mirror space in front of him could really be regarded as Gushi's city of death, because this was built near Aradovi City. However, he did not tell the truth, nor did he introduce the situation of the strange mirror space to Xiaoyi. He just dragged Xiaoyi out to do things. With the addition of Xiaoyi, players who agreed to Gushi's requests were dragged into the strange mirror space. Soon all the more than 30 players were brought here. After everyone arrived, Gushi gathered the players together. Everyone has seen that this is my city of death. Under the glowing orb is the main city. We are not talking about the main urban area now. My city uses mirrors to monitor the real world. Not only here, but all the mirrors nearby can do so. But you also know how difficult it is to find 50 people in a city. That's why I invited you here, asking you to help keep an eye on the real world. No matter how well those order mages hide themselves, they can't avoid looking in the mirror, touching glass, or touching water. Right? As long as you find the order mage, just drag them over. I can guarantee that as long as you find it, you can kill it, and I won't take any of the gains. After hearing Gushi's words, all the players' eyes lit up. Gushi provided them with such a convenient method and a battlefield. But the final reward was nothing. How could such a good thing happen to them? At this time, Xiaoyi walked to Gushi's side. Brother Gu, you don't have to do this for us. We know the rules, and we will definitely surrender those who should be surrendered. Forget it. I really don't need it this time. Don't want anything. This was what Gushi discussed with Luna when he came here. Because they did not want nothing. The process of these players searching, locating, and dragging enemies into the strange mirror space to kill them was a ritual magic designed by Gushi. The purpose is to strengthen Luna's overall control over the strange mirror space. In order to ensure the completion of the ritual magic, Gushi even had people carry the Death Mirror Immortal from the library. It can be said that as long as all the enemies are killed this time, Gushi's request has been fulfilled. And Gushi doesn't care about the others. Chapter 376 Quick Kill. Xiaoyi and the others tried to persuade Gushi for a long time. But they did not let Gushi take back his decision. So they looked a little depressed on the surface. But they didn't know why they were smiling in their hearts. After being told how to operate the mirrors, they quickly divided into groups and got started. However, their progress was somewhat beyond Gushi's imagination. Just a few minutes later, they locked onto several order mages. This situation surprised Gushi a little. But he immediately realized that the people Gushi called over this time were all players from small guilds. In the Balian festival, players like them were no different from individual players. Usually they just want to get ranked. There are some powerful enemies that they have no way to deal with. All they can do is keep an eye on 1 or 2 enemies and prepare for a sneak attack at night. In this way, as long as they can kill 1 enemy a day, they can get some stuff. Therefore, they have at least a few objects they suspect to be hostile players. Now that there is such a good monitor, they locked on their target immediately. The reason why it took a few minutes was entirely because they were familiar with how to use the mirror. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a long time. As the first order mage was dragged into the strange mirror space, Gushi's eyes flashed with relief. And the ritual magic had begun. Gushi turned to look at Luna. Luna understood that she had nothing to do here now. And there were still many things waiting for her to deal with in Aradovi City. The fusion of land deeds, the construction order of new buildings, and the organization of various materials. All of this requires Luna to do it personally. The only reason she was able to stay here was because the ritual magic required her presence. Now that the ritual magic has begun, it doesn't matter whether she is there or not. So she can go down and do her own business. After Luna left, Gu Shi himself came to a mirror and searched quickly. Gu Shi is different from those in Xia. Gu Shi has not appeared in the real world during the day, so he has not set any targets. The person he wanted to pursue this time was not the Order Mage from Qiufeng City. He had only one target: Yu Songsheng, the traitor from Balian City. Gu Shi knew very well that Yu Songsheng was a big bonus this time, without mentioning anything else. Just the fact that he is still on the points ranking list shows his status in the hearts of the players in Balian City. Others may not be sure, but from Gu Shi's own point of view, the conflict between him and Yu Songsheng is irreconcilable. In this Balian festival, Gu Shi can believe that more than half of the calculations in it are for him. You are not allowed to use the troops you brought with you. If you use them, you will be dropped directly from the rankings. This is obviously because they are worried about Gu Shi's ability to use the dead city to score crazy points. Gu Shi didn't think it would be a good thing to be remembered by such a person. When given the opportunity to deal with such an enemy, Gu Shi would not let go of killing the enemy. So when other players were looking for the Order Mage, Gu Shi also began to look for Yu Songsheng's location through the mirror. Gu Shi didn't know much about Yu Songsheng. The only thing he knew was that he mastered the skill of Soul Hunter. In addition, before entering the Balian Festival, Gu Shi also met some players from the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. Gu Shi more or less memorized a few faces. Now Gu Shi plans to rely on his own ideas to find people like Yu Songsheng in the crowd. Seeing that Gu Shi himself was searching, the necromancers also sped up. At the same time, they did not spread too far apart. Whenever someone locked on the Order Mage and dragged the Order Mage to the strange mirror space, the nearby necromancers would come around to help hold down the formation. After all, it would be a shame if someone ran away with such a good opportunity. Therefore, they would rather slow down their own progress than allow the Order Mage to have a chance to turn the tables. These Order Mages did not expect that they would encounter such a thing in broad daylight. After being dragged into the strange mirror space, they would be confused for the first time. At this time, the necromancers attacked with all their strength. Under their attack, these Order Mages didn't even have a chance to fight back and were killed on the spot. Speaking of which, these Order Mages are also relatively unlucky. The battles of the past few days made them think that daytime was their home ground. Neither the Necromancer nor the Demon Warlock, who had been completely wiped out, could possibly take action during the day. So what they have been guarding against is the weirdness in this city. And the methods they used were the same. They didn't expect to be dragged into the mirror image. If it was just a weird mirror image, it would still be within the scope of their understanding. But what they encountered was the Necromancer ambushing here. When various attacks from the undead army fell on them, they naturally couldn't figure out why the Necromancer could join forces with weirdness. Aren't they the mages of order who control weirdness? What's going on? But before they could figure it out, they were killed directly. And as the first Order Mage player was killed, more and more Necromancers locked their targets. One after another, the Order Mages were dragged into the strange mirror space, and one after another was killed. This situation was quickly noticed by players who were still in the real world. The surviving Order Mages saw that the number of companions on the ranking list was rapidly decreasing, and they became nervous. They all quickly left their current location and hid themselves in a place they thought was safe. At the same time, he released the weirdness he controlled and prepared to use weird power to protect himself. It's just that they never knew why their companions were missing. So when they hid themselves, they were always accidentally exposed to the eyes of the Necromancers. As long as the enemy is locked, it is useless even if they can escape to the safe house. Even through the eyes, water or other reflective objects, the Necromancers can drag the Order Mage to the strange mirror world. Hiding it is useless. In less than an hour, the number of players in Qiufeng City had dropped to less than 10. This situation also woke up Zuya and the others. What Gu Shi said is true. He has a way to quickly find and kill the Order Mage. We have lost our chance again. After taking a look at the standings, Zuya's face turned a little ugly. He understood that this opportunity was created by himself. Xiaoren, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, nothing will happen to us this time. Chapter 377, The Final Goal. As soon as Zuya took action, he naturally fell into the eyes of Gu Shi and the others. The other Necromancers understood that Zuya was trying to steal their business, so they sped up the selection and capture of the Order Mages. Only Gu Shi kept staring at Zuya. Gu Shi knew very well that Zuya had a tool in his hand to find enemies. When they were finishing off the Demon Warlocks in Cold Wind City, they used this tool. In the last few hours, they killed the demon warlocks, who did not gather but ran away. Now that the number of order mages in Autumn Wind City is getting smaller and smaller, Zuya will definitely use this item or ability again. At the same time, Zuya will also understand that it is too late to grab the order mage in Chilfing City now. With less than 10 people, it is useless even if they lock the target. There are at least 60 players on their side, who need records. Now there is only one person who can make up for their record. Yu Songsheng. Only by killing Yu Songsheng can they earn back their face. So by staring at Zuya, you can find Yu Songsheng. The moment he saw Zuya, Gu Shi had such a plan in mind. He stared at Zuya Gu Shi. His attitude obviously relaxed. As soon as he relaxed, the other necromancers were startled. They thought Gu Shi had found the remaining enemies. What would happen if the last order mage was found by Gu Shi? With their record and their benefits. Do you still want them? So the necromancers quickly worked hard again. And the movements of switching mirror monitoring became significantly larger. Gu Shi looked at them, and couldn't help but shook his head. Then his eyes returned to the mirror. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly noticed that Zuya knocked on a door with 7 or 8 undead people dressed like ordinary people. As he knocked on the door, several other necromancers quickly took their positions. Now they no longer care about taking action during the day. If they don't take action, they may not drink the last soup. But they never expected that Yu Songsheng's reaction was faster than theirs. When the door was knocked, he realized that something was wrong. So he opened the window and prepared to escape from the window. As long as he runs to a crowded place, it will be useless even if someone is chasing him. The white-robed Guanyin of Heaven was watching there, and no one dared to fight openly. But Yu Songsheng never expected that he would be captured by Gu Shi just as he approached the window. Gu Shi decisively activated the ability of the strange mirror space. And when Yu Songsheng jumped out, he dragged him into the strange mirror space. Afterwards, Gu Shi thought about it and dragged Zuya and the others over. After placing several people on the open space, Gu Shi turned around and looked over there. Brothers, what? We meet again. Please help me see if that is Yu Songsheng? Seeing the situation in front of him, Zuya's face became a little ugly. Is this your city of the dead? Yes. I have been busy connecting the mirror to the real world these days. See if it is connected. Arresting people will be much faster. Gu Shi smiled at Zuya, and then glanced at Yu Songsheng. That one should be Yu Songsheng. Brothers, what? I'm afraid you're going to miss a mark. How about I give him to you? You won't take action? Zuya glanced at Gu Shi and knew in his heart that he couldn't fight Gu Shi this time. That's not necessary. If Gu Shi can't do it, he doesn't plan to do it. The ritual magic was in progress. And Gu Shi was worried that something might go wrong with the ritual magic, which would affect Luna's progress. If he hadn't been afraid that Yu Songsheng would escape through the points ranking this time, he might not have even made a move to capture Yu Songsheng. Leave this matter to Zuya. In addition to remembering Gu Shi well, Zuya also has to help Gu Shi withstand the thunder. Sure enough, although he knew what Gu Shi was thinking, Zuya still accepted the benefits offered by Gu Shi in order to ensure that his comrades, who followed him, would get benefits. Thank you very much. I will send you a thank you gift later. After saying that, Zuya led his men to surround Yu Songsheng. Because they are no longer in the real world, Zuya and the others naturally released their troops. Several undead subordinates and thousands of undead troops formed a square formation and rushed towards Yu Songsheng. At this time, Yu Songsheng also knew that he had to fight hard. And he quickly released his troops, because he wanted to occupy the points ranking. He never used his original troops. The number of troops under his command was not large. In addition to the dozens of undead that were originally arranged, there were more than 300 ghosts flying behind him. At the same time, there were several ballistae beside him. This is the reason why he can get so many ghosts with this small amount of troops. Those ghosts are all his skills. The characteristics of the soul hunter. Whether he can survive now depends on whether the ghosts in front of him can fight Zuya and the others. But looking at Zuya's 7 or 8 players and more than 4,000 troops, Gu Shi didn't think they would lose. And even if Zuya loses, there are still more than 30 players waiting here. More than half of their attention is now focused on this. The purpose is to wait for Zuya and the others to fail, and see if they can come over and take advantage. After all, there are not many order mages left this time. And there will always be someone among them who cannot get a new order mage. If they can get the credit of Yu Songsheng, their run this time will not be in vain. At this time, Yu Songsheng was not as scared or nervous as Gu Shi thought. Yu Songsheng seemed to have made a decision. He waved his hand and asked all the ghosts under his command to rush forward. and he himself stood at the back of the team. In fact, this situation is quite normal, and necromancers all play this way. Very few necromancers rush forward with weapons in hand. But Gushi felt that something was clearly wrong. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not be so calm if he was not absolutely sure. Could it be that this guy wants to escape? Gushi thought for a moment, then stepped aside and began to operate the mirror in front of him. After a while, the picture in the mirror switched to the picture of Luna arranging things in the council hall. Feeling Gushi's gaze, Luna raised her head and said, "Sir, what happened? If someone wants to escape, he should have the ability to break through space and escape." "That's enough," Luna said decisively. "I'll be right over." After saying that, Luna made a pushing motion forward and floated out of the mirror. Because Luna is just a little ghost, even if she holds a red mirror in her hand, no one will notice her. After entering here, Luna held up the red round mirror in her hand and took a look at the mirror she just came out of. Without anyone noticing, the surrounding area turned a faint red. "Okay, no one can leave here within an hour, including me." Chapter 378, The Cleared Standings. With Luna's guarantee, Gushi felt relieved. He took a look at the battle situation over there and found that he didn't need to take action. So he asked directly, "How is Aladovi's situation?" "The new land deed has been integrated, and I have also seen the architectural design drawings you brought back. But they are all queued up now, and there is no way to speed up. These things are all at the lower end of the queue. It's okay. We are not in a hurry to increase our troops. By the way, the astrologer's tower must be prepared in advance." "Sir, are you ready to take a gamble?" "Bet. As long as you recruit all the troops every week. Even if there are negative effects in the new week, it won't have much impact. Just go ahead." "Good," Luna responded quickly. At this time, Zuiya's troops were almost in front of Yu Songsheng, looking at the undead army rushing over. Yu Songsheng had a disdainful smile on his face. Today, he was accidentally discovered by someone. Normally, he would never have encountered such a situation. Fortunately, when he came in, he brought a lot of good things, including a tool that could break the confinement. It's impossible to trap him. It would be useless even if all his troops were lost this time. Now that all the players in Autumn Wind City are almost dead, he will be number 1 in the points rankings. As long as he can hide, he will be the biggest winner until the end. After he got out, he used all the several hiding props. If you don't hide it now, how long will it take? When his safe house opens, he will be the biggest winner this time. With a smile on his face, Yu Songsheng pressed a button in his hand. Then Yu Songsheng took a step forward. After that, Yu Songsheng's expression changed. He pressed the button again with disbelief and took a step forward. After trying this 3 times, he could not leave the strange mirror space in front of him. At this time, Zuiya also noticed Yu Songsheng's situation. He looked back at Gushi and found that there was a ghost beside Gushi. At this time, Zuiya realized that Gushi had blocked the space in front of him, and no one could leave from this space in a short period of time. Regarding this situation, Zuiya felt somewhat uneasy. If Gushi wanted to kill all of them, now would be a good time to take action. But he also understood that Gushi was afraid that he would let Yu Songsheng go. So he sealed everything here. Naturally, he couldn't blame Gushi for what he couldn't do. Faced with such a situation, Zuiya only felt that his face was painful. What are you still procrastinating on? Do you want to be slapped in the face? We are the number 1 guild in Balian City. But now, we can't even defeat a level 4 player. How can you have the nerve to say that you are a skeleton fish when you go out in the future? Dragon people. Amid Zuiya's roar, his undead troops began to charge forward. This time, they left nothing behind and threw everything they had into the battlefield. Yu Songsheng also became nervous at this time. He kept taking out various props to prevent the enemy undead troops from approaching. But all the items he took out were of blue quality, and there were no purple equipment or props. Even if it can bring some trouble to Zuiya and the others, the impact is actually not big, since Zuiya and his men did not care about the loss of soldiers. It only took about 5 minutes for the undead troops to rush to Yu Songsheng. At first, Yu Songsheng ran back and forth around the ballista beside him, hoping to use the ballista to block the attack of the undead troops. But the undead troops did not rush out from one direction at all, but came from all directions. They pounced on Yu Songsheng, who was about to run away but didn't know where he was going, and pressed him to the ground. Then more and more undead pounced on him. A message popped up in front of Gushi and the others at the same time. Balian Cheng Yu Songsheng died in battle. Seeing this message, both Gushi and Zuya breathed a sigh of relief. Zuya glanced at the players, who were looking for the remaining order mages, and then turned to look at Gushi. Looking at Zuya's eyes, Gushi shrugged. I sealed this place just now, and I can't leave for nearly an hour. It's up to you. The operation method is very simple. All mirrors can be used. If you find the order mage, you can drag people in. But you have to be careful. You can only go in but not out now. If you drag ordinary people in, I won't help you deal with the trouble. Thank you. Zuya understood that this was the last bit of face Gushi gave him. Although there are only a few order mages alive now, this is enough for Zuya. He now only wants to kill a few more players from the enemy city, and give the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild a good show of face. Otherwise, after the Bailean festival is over, their guild will really lose face. Gushi was different. At this time, Gushi was already thinking about the next thing. Having done so many great things, especially the final group destruction of 2 city players, all had a certain connection with Gushi. I think Qian Guild has already gained enough reputation. The Bailean festival lasts for 7 days in total. There is probably no one on the points ranking list now. Several other tasks may become the key for everyone to compete for in the next period of time. And everything Gushi showed today will be their biggest enemy. If Gushi really wants to conflict with them, it will be a life and death battle. Looking up at these players, Gushi's eyes darken. After the battle is over, just send them out. If they want to die, let them do it. But whether they live or die by then is out of their control. While Gushi was thinking about these things, Xiaoyi and the others had also completed their pursuit of the last few Qiufeng City players. They grabbed 7 of the remaining 9 order mages, and only 2 order mages died in the hands of Zuozua and others. When the last order mage was killed, everyone got a hint. The standings are cleared. All rewards are cleared. And the standings will no longer be open for this trial. Please note that once again, all players on the standings will be cleared. All point rewards will be cleared. And the standings will no longer be open for this trial. Seeing this message, all players reacted. Xiaoyi glanced at his friends around him, and finally walked up to Gushi. Brother Gu, we can win this time because of you. I, Xiaoyi, am not the kind of ungrateful person. In this Bailean grand ceremony, no matter what you plan to do next, as long as you show up, I will retreat directly without hesitation. With the first example set, other players also stood up and expressed their next actions. Zuya looked aside for a moment, and finally stepped forward and said something. Chapter 379. The strange mirror space temporarily opened. On behalf of the Skeleton Ichthyosaur Guild, I would like to state that you will be the first to achieve success in this Bailean festival. Zuya's words made Gushi smile. It seemed that Zuya had relented this time, but he still had a small thought in mind. He only talked about the attitude of the Corpse Fish and Dragon Guild, not the attitudes of others. And it only said that Gushi was the leader in the results, and did not mention all kinds of weird and treasure things in the next few days. I'm afraid he still wants to grab some weird things and treasures to go back to make up for the losses of this Bailean festival. Gushi no longer had any interest in whether or not he got good grades. With the weird mirror space and the ability to remove the weird death rules, Gushi can take action against the weird whenever he wants. As for the weird treasures, if you can deal with them during the day, will you still be afraid of them at night? Now that there are no players from other cities in the city, the necromancers in the city will definitely focus on those monsters at night. At that time, there will be more and more information. If Gushi Buxia really wants to grab the treasure, who can be faster than him? So seeing Zuya's serious look, Gushi just smiled and said to Zuya, "You're welcome." Looking at Gushi's look, Zuya knew what Gushi was thinking. He could only smile helplessly and say nothing more. Then other players came forward one by one to express their gratitude to Gushi. At the same time, they also made their own commitment, either to retreat when Gushi appeared, or to be on call when Gushi needed it. Anyway, the main theme is that I am a coward, and I am willing to recognize you as the boss. Those who can make decisions for their friends. Those who cannot make decisions for themselves. Anyway, the atmosphere at the scene was quite harmonious for a while. Gushi also smiled at them. And then, just as he had said before, he did not want anything that the players got from killing them. Just glanced at Luna. Luna nodded and said that the ritual magic was quite successful. Now Luna has stronger control over the strange mirror space in front of her. At the same time, Luna could even feel that the weird, and the big weird, who had died in Luna's hands before would not be resurrected in the real world as she had thought before. They will appear in the nodes one by one like earthbound spirits, and become part of the strange mirror space power. These weirdness and big weirdness will be Luna's exclusive troops. But these big weird things haven't appeared yet. And there are many other players here. So it's hard for Luna to show off here. She just nodded to Gushi, which was regarded as acknowledging Gushi's look. Gushi smiled as soon as he saw it. Okay, everyone. Just wait a little longer. When the confinement here is over, you can leave on your own. By the way, there is still some time now. Everyone can freely communicate here and trade any good things. Don't worry about safety issues. The mirror can transport you to any location. After hearing Gushi's words, the players all breathed a sigh of relief. So they really regarded this space as a tradable space and discussed it here in 2s and 3s. These players came from different guilds and followed different paths. But there was one good thing about them, which was that they had good talent and strength. There are more or less good things on hand that I don't need, especially during this Balian festival. None of them had taken action at night. Now they have too many things in their hands. But usually they can't find other players to trade with them. So some things are about to fall on their hands. Now Gushi provided them with a venue. And they immediately became excited. Even Zuya was thinking about whether he could sell some of the things he had here, and whether he could get a good price. Seeing the players setting up stalls and communicating with each other, Gushi also laughed. He understood that starting from today, he had gained a basic base. In the future, even if these players will not be too close to him, they will not become his enemy. After all, Gushi showed them something, which was beyond the normal level of players. Watching the exchanges and transactions between the players, Gushi had a smile on his face. But an idea came to his mind. When the confinement of the strange mirror space disappeared, Gushi stood up. Brothers, the confinement has disappeared. You can leave on your own through these mirrors in the wild. Before leaving, I have an idea I want to say. As soon as Gushi's words came out, all the players looked at Gushi. At this time, Gushi smiled and asked, "How do you guys feel about my place?" Zuya, Xiaoyi and others did not speak. They were smart enough to understand Gushi's thoughts. However, a few players didn't understand what Gushi meant, and they were still boasting. This is such a nice place. Yes, the place is big and convenient. And it's safe. You can come and leave whenever you want. After listening to their words, Gushi also laughed. So in the last few days of the Balian festival, I will open this place to the public for an hour every day for your trading and communication. Will anyone come? After hearing Gushi's words, Zuya and Xiaoyi secretly said, "Sure enough." But they all think this is a good thing. And such a place is quite safe for all players. And those ordinary players responded one by one. This is a good thing. After fighting all night, I got some good stuff. It just happened to be free and can be traded. That's right. It saves me the trouble of finding a buyer. If it's open, of course I'm willing to come. At this time, Gushi smiled and said, "Then it's settled. As long as the reminder sounds every day, I will give you a symbol. As long as the reminder sounds, you can draw the symbol on the mirror, and you can enter my place. But there are time constraints. I can't open it unconditionally at any time. So, let's do this. 2 hours. My place is open to the public for 2 hours every day. You can come and leave at any time. As long as you are in my city, I guarantee everyone's safety." Okay, Boss Gu. This is great. Now I don't have to worry about having nowhere to go. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Brother Gu. Whatever you say will be whatever you say. Brother Gu. Can we discuss it and open it for a while longer at night? We have to look for treasures during the day. If these treasures are not to our liking, we have to find a place to sell them. Yes. Yes. Seeing the players talking in 2s and 3s, Gushi smiled. That's how it's settled. In just 2 hours, I will set aside a special space. If you have any needs and you don't have time, you can nail a board here and leave a note or something. But when the time comes, no one is left behind. No matter living or undead. Everyone must leave. Otherwise don't blame me for being unkind. Chapter 380 The Ending of the Weird Mirror Space. Zuya and the others were not surprised that Gushi only restricted other players' access to the place for 2 hours a day, and would take action if the time was exceeded. After all, Gushi took out his own City of Death. As for the City of Death, it is the core secret for the necromancers. Gushi's willingness to carve out an open space was quite generous. If it were them, they would definitely not make such a choice. So these players didn't say much. And in 2s and 3s, They got the symbols for entering and exiting the strange mirror space from Gushi. And then, they said goodbye and left. After sending all the players away, Gushi turned to look at Luna. There should be 3 days left in the next 3 days. During these 3 days, you can take 2 hours every day to come and keep an eye on it. If there is anything suitable for Aladovi City, you can just take it. Luna shook her head. You don't need me to keep an eye on it. This kind of thing can be handled by the little weirdness that was killed before. It was the washstand in the wilderness before. This kind of little weirdness can be dealt with. I don't need to specialize here. Stare. Gushi was taken aback and quickly asked about Luna's situation. Gushi's eyes lit up when he heard that the big weirdos in the dozen or so nodes he had dealt with would be resurrected in the weird mirror space and return to their original territory, becoming guarding weirdos and obeying Luna's orders. That's a good thing. Luna, this will be your base from now on. Yeah. I didn't expect that the final result would be like this. Luna was also quite happy. She never thought at first that the weird person she killed would have the chance to be resurrected and become her subordinate. Luna had witnessed these great and strange powers before. Back then, she took away all the troops in Aradovi City to take down this weird mirror space. As long as Gushi waits for these big monsters to resurrect, he will be able to pick up a powerful monster troop for free. Although this troop is not undead, they belong to Luna. And their fighting style is extremely weird, and their combat power is extremely strong. This means that Gushi has an additional external force, which also provides an extra guarantee in future battles. Then you can arrange things here. Regarding the energy orb, I will think of a way to see if we can turn this place from a temporary camp into a permanent camp. In addition, in your weird mirror space, if there is no Jinglong Palace, will it be missing a part? Do you need me to make up for the Jinglong Palace? That's not necessary. It's just right that the Well Dragon Palace is missing. The missing part is just the passage to connect to Yaladovi City. If the Well Dragon Palace is added, we won't be able to connect to Yaladovi City. If we want to come here, we have to go through the sewer from the well, and then to the Well Dragon Palace. Okay, you take care of things here. By the way, we will kill a large number of weirdos next. Do you have any needs? Gushi had no intention of wasting the remaining 3 days. He has already thought about it. There is such a good place as the weird mirror space, so he must make good use of it. He planned to lead an army to sweep away monsters at night, looking for various intelligence information. He would take a rest during the day and use the intelligence information to capture Weird and kill him in the weird mirror space. If Luna needs anything, Gushi can give priority to her needs. But Luna really doesn't have any needs now. The situation in the weird mirror space is almost fixed, and it can't be strengthened by using other weird lives. After all, there are only so many weird rules related to the mirror. Killing a new weird will not be related to the mirror. Forcibly integrating into it will affect her influence on the weird mirror space. As for Aladovi City, the most you can get by killing weirdos is some special corpses. At most, Gushi can kill them according to the rules of the intelligence. These weirdos cannot be resurrected. Such a corpse has little impact on Gushi. Other necromancers may want to use this corpse to make contracted undead in order to gain some weird powers. But for Gushi, it would be better to let him clean up demons in the wild every night and replenish the army of Aladovi City in large quantities. So after seeing that Luna had no request, Gushi didn't force it. He just adjusted the time and prepared to fight at night and hunt for treasure and rest during the day. Gushi's first target was simple: Maple Leaf Park near Wudo's house, and the abandoned school called E2. As for greater ambitions, it depends on whether Gushi can meet a big monster or a big weirdo at level 10 or so. If he can meet him, then he will give it a good fight. If he can't, Gushi won't. Go out and find trouble yourself. Gushi knew very well that now that he had stolen the limelight, if he jumped again, he would make others jealous. He should not perform too outstandingly in the future. As long as he can pass on the surface, he will definitely be the first in this festival. There is no need for him to add unnecessary things. Gushi, who wanted to understand this, came out of the strange mirror space. When he returned to Aladovi City, Gushi asked Luna, Luna, can the mirror channel in the weird mirror space that allows people to move quickly be used in Aladovi City? There is no way around this. This requires giving Aradovi City a mirror image and weird attributes. Although Aradovi City is a city that is the mirror image of the underground palace, its origin is a fake city copied by others. That's fundamentally inappropriate for this approach. After hearing this, Gushi had no choice but to give up this idea. However, when Luna talked about the attributes of the city, Gushi remembered something. When the Black Queen left, she left a drop of the true Queen's blood with Gushi. This corresponds to the task of the Headless Queen's unwillingness. Gushi remembered this mission, and the reward was the city characteristics. Although I don't know if the rewards are random or what. It is definitely a good thing to strengthen the city. Gushi decided to use this time to clean up the temporary tasks on hand, so as to avoid a backlog of too many temporary tasks, which would eventually weaken the task rewards. As for where the items needed for the mission would come from, Gushi might have been worried before. It's different now. There are so many players trading. As long as Gushi can afford the price, I believe Gushi will be able to find what he wants soon. While thinking about this, Gushi drove the evil coffin towards the dock area. There were two things Gushi had to do on this trip. One was naturally to go to the dock warehouse to check the harvest during this period and see if there was anything good that he had missed. On the other hand, Gushi wanted to take a look at the newly integrated city. After all, Gushi also wanted to know what this new city on the water and underwater would look like. Chapter 381: The Mysterious Book in the Jinglong Palace. After checking the inventory of supplies at the dock warehouse, Gushi followed the riverbank of the dock area to the new city area which had not yet begun construction. Because the city in front of us is different from other cities. All buildings must be built on the water or underwater, and cannot be built on the shore. So now there is nothing else in this urban area except a whole lake of water. Unlike other urban areas, there are at least some buildings that serve as backgrounds. The only thing that can tell that this city has been integrated into Aladovi City is the green river water flowing in along the dock area. The source of this river water comes from the direction of Evilwood Lake. It is the river water that has been affected by the strange blood sacrifice. It contains a special power that can affect the entire city. Looking at the lake that was slowly turning green, Gushi estimated that it would take about 15 days to replace all the water in this lake with the water in Shimu Lake. If Gushi wants to build a building in the lake now, it is not impossible. But the buildings built now will have to be reimpregnated in the future, which is another troublesome matter. It's better not to rush to build any buildings now, and wait until Shimu Lake replaces all the lake water here. Of course, the city area in front of him must be named. Gushi couldn't call this place the Dragon Palace District just because the original land deed here was called Underwater Dragon Palace. After all, Gushi didn't have Dragon Palace in his hands. Standing by the lake, Gushi thought for a while, and finally pointed at the lake water that was beginning to turn green and said, "From now on, this place will be called the Green Lake District." After naming this city area, Gushi walked around the city again. I went to the library and took a look at the various books found in Jinglong Palace. These gray and white books, which were regarded as garbage, were actually considered complete books in the library. The demand for hundreds of books in Gushi library suddenly reached 87. As long as 13 more books are collected, Gushi's library can be upgraded. Of course, because of the addition of these books found in Jinglong Palace, the direction of the library's collection of books has shifted again, adding a new attribute. The direction of the library's collection of books has shifted. The number of Ps produced every week is 4. A fairy tale character will appear in the library every week, and Dragon Blood ink will appear inside the library. There will be a certain blessing when copying and learning. However, Gushi was more concerned about the newly added books in the collection. These turned out to be the thoughts written by King Jinglong himself, as well as some poems he wrote. Poetry and the like are of course of no use, but his practice experience is a good thing. Gushi discovered that the Jing Dragon King was thoughtful. After he became weird, he used weird power to strengthen his body again and again. After discovering that his body could not be strengthened, he actually chose to cut out his soul, merged it with the weirdness, and created an avatar that was identical to himself. It can be said that he is a man with ideas and courage. Not only did it happen, but it was successful twice. What left Gushi speechless the most was that after he successfully created a clone, he also took the clone into his body and used it to strengthen his body. It can be said that every bone in his body is full of strange power. After reading this description, Gushi's eyes lit up. He thought of the half-dragon's body that was suppressed underground by the Steel City Gate. Although the dragon's scales and flesh were gone, the bones were still connected. When Gushi moved the Steel City Gate before, the keel was already connected to the Steel City Gate. Gushi still thought that since the keel couldn't be moved out, it would be better to place it in front of the Steel City Gate and serve as a decoration. But now it seems that this is not the case. The dragon bone in front of us is a good thing. It can't be wasted like this. If it can't be dragged out from under the Steel City Gate, then just leave it where it is. With this thought, Gushi quickly left the library. However, he only walked for a moment before turning back and asking the undead to carry the Death Mirror Ferry and head towards the Steel City Gate together. Gushi's Steel City Gate was built between the main city and Aladovida Tower. It was originally built here to deal with enemies coming from the direction of Aradovida. But since Aladovida was captured, there has been no fighting here, and the place has become much quieter. When Gushi came over, the Steel City Gate was wide open, and many undead were transporting supplies towards Aladovida. Gushi knew that they were transporting supplies to Aladovida, so he ignored it. Instead, he waved to the sky, and several crow lanterns fell down, illuminating Gushi. At this time, Gushi had arrived at the keel position in front of the Iron City Gate. He didn't take a closer look before, but now Gushi realized that the Jing Dragon King he had killed before was that big. The part of the Jing Dragon King in front of him that was suppressed by the Steel City Gate was about more than a quarter of the Jing Dragon King's body. It happened that the tail and one hind leg were suppressed. The remaining part is more than 100 meters long, except for the head, which is still flesh and blood. All other parts of the body have been turned into white bones. Of course, Gushi was not sure whether the part under the Steel City Gate had turned into bones. But as far as the outside part was concerned, there was no need to think about flesh and blood. After circling the keel in a large circle, Gushi confirmed that the quality of the keel in front of him was quite good. Gushi even had the idea of asking the incarnation of death to come over and take the outer keel back to the Dragon Bone Laboratory to make it into a death incarnation kit. But in the end, he suppressed the idea. Gushi planned to resurrect this dragon bone through the means of earthbound spirits and let him be responsible for guarding the Steel City Gate. It's like Luna is using Big Weirdness to guard various nodes. If King Jinglong's body hadn't been pressed under the Steel City Gate, Gushi would have even wanted to move the keel under the main city gate. As for the kit from the incarnation of death, Gushi planned to throw the records of the Jing Dragon King's method of strengthening himself into the Dragon Bone Laboratory. This was the best way to strengthen the Bone Dragon. As long as you learn 10% of it, it's a good thing. Putting the dead mirror immortal next to the body of King Jinglong, Gushi did not rush to take action, but looked at the body of King Jing Dragon on the spot. Dragon corpses were so rare that Gushi even took out dragon steel and dragon blood crystals, preparing to dispose of the corpse first. When handling the corpse, Gushi followed the tutorial plan for handling dragon corpses that he had learned in school. Even if he wasn't making a bone dragon this time, Gushi was meticulous and didn't make any mistakes. After nearly half an hour of processing, Gushi finally disposed of all the dragon bones. Even the faucet heads were carefully taken care of. Only the dragon corpse that was pressed under the Steel City Gate could not be disposed of. Chapter 382 Special Undead Earthbound Dragon. After taking care of the dragon corpse, Gushi circled around the Steel City Gate. Then the ritual of transforming the earthbound spirit began. Earthbound spirits are also a type of undead, but they are undead trapped in a certain place. They cannot leave the place where they died, and can only linger in this place. But this makes it easier for them to form a ghost realm here. As necromancers, Gushi and the others had naturally learned how to make earthbound spirits. But few people do this. After all, the earthbound spirit can only move where it died, and the necromancer needs undead spirits that can follow them. Once the earthbound spirit is made, it will stay in place. That's not a waste. But all this is meaningless to Gushi. Gushi has already planned to use this dragon as the earthbound spirit of the Steel City Gate. He will appear wherever the Steel City Gate appears, while the effects of the earthbound spirit are the same. This dragon can move freely. In order to ensure the connection between the Jing Dragon King and the Steel City Gate, Gushi specially bought a dozen iron chains and nailed the chains to the spine of the Jing Dragon King's bones. Then the other end of the iron chain was nailed to the Steel City Gate. Under the operation of Gushi's ritual magic, the iron chain slowly disappeared and turned into a bright green iron chain, wrapped around the dragon bone. Then Gushi began to perform the transformation ceremony of the earthbound spirit. This ritual has ready-made answers for homework assignments. It only took about 10 minutes for Gushi to set up the magic circle and arrange the ceremony. And then, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Gushi watched as the virtual iron chains turned bright green and dragged the keel up towards the Steel City Gate. At this moment, the huge dragon head suddenly opened its eyes. One eye was a mirror, and the other eye was full of water. Then the dragon head tried hard to rush forward, and even dragged the steel gate forward. This situation made Gushi feel like a snail carrying a SHL. It's just that no matter how obsessed King Jinglong is, it can't compare to a complete ceremony. As the bright green iron chains disappeared one by one, Bright green magic words began to appear one after another on the Steel City gate. King Jinglong's body finally stopped moving, and no longer twisted like before. But this whole body is standing on end. Can you believe it? The all-white Jinglong King stands upright like a cobra. And bright green flames can be seen in the front paws. Then the bone dragon twisted its body, and the little flesh and blood on its head exploded. Its body flew upwards, and the tail that was pressed by the steel gate was also pulled out. When it flew up, the tail was still burning with bright green flames. This situation shocked Gu Shi. He thought the ceremony had failed and the bone dragon was going to run away. Unexpectedly, this thing just circled in the sky and fell back to the original position of the body, lying on the ground just like before. When the bright green text on the Steel City gate disappeared, Gu Shi knew that the earthbound spirit had been completed. Now he was the earth-binding spirit of the Steel City gate. He and the Steel City gate would achieve each other's achievements and stimulate each other. You successfully used ritual magic, and you obtained a special undead, earthbound ghost dragon. Level 4. And your ritual magic experience increased. Special undead, earthbound dragon. Race, earthbound spirit. Bone dragon. Level 4, 0/5000. Talent, ghost domain assimilation. Status, life, 100/100. Magic power, 200/200. Attributes, strength 6.4. Agility 7.6. Constitution 5.6. Intelligence 9. Perception 15. Charisma 10.2. Skills, undead creatures. Giant creatures. Strange ghost domain, kill enemies at the location where you are, and slowly turn into a ghost domain. Mirror clone, can rebound all magic attacks. Water clone, can rebound all physical attacks. Mirror dragon breath, light column attack. Water dragon breath, water gun attack. Note, only one type of mirror clone and water flow clone can appear at a time, and can only be matched with corresponding attack effects. Earthbound location, Steel City Gate, Ghost Domain Transformation Progress 0%. Feature impact. The beginning of the Ghost Realm. As the binding point for the earthbound spirits, the flesh and blood of those who die in this area will be absorbed here, and slowly this place will become a ghost realm. Dragon Servants, Dragons of Servants. Whether it is the Tauren and Goblins of the Western Dragon, or the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals of the Eastern Dragon, they will always be supported by various servants. As long as the ghost realm begins to transform, there will be a corresponding response. The Dragon Servant appears. Fusion. The earthbound spirit can merge with the bound earth and be strengthened instantly. However, after merging, the earthbound spirit will disappear. Each earthbound spirit only has one chance to merge in its lifetime. Explanation. The strange giant dragon who died under the Steel City Gate had two different strange powers, mirror and water. It was precisely because of the conflict between the two strange powers that he did not escape immediately. The balance of strange forces is the way to tame this strange dragon. Note, he is an earthbound spirit. Please do not use him as a bone dragon. It's done. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Gu Shi couldn't help clenching his fists. The attributes of the earthbound dragon in front of him have exceeded those of the normal bone dragon. Not to mention anything else. Even a normal bone dragon would not have 6-dimensional attributes. It would be good enough if it could directly increase the attack, defense and life. At the same time, it is obvious that the earthbinding dragon is the type of being that can fight both physically and legally. When it turns into a mirror clone, it becomes a magic dragon that can rebound all magic attacks and spray beams of light. When it transforms into a water clone, it is a physical dragon. Its body reflects all physical attacks, and the dragon's breath it sprays is also a water column. Coupled with such a hard keel, it can be said that he can cope with most situations on the battlefield. But this is not the most important thing. He has a characteristic. If he kills enemies near the city gate, he can absorb their flesh and blood to form a ghost domain. When the ghost domain begins to form, it will attract dragon servants. This is automatically replenishing troops for the Iron City Gate. Gu Shi was thinking about whether this Steel City Gate should be renamed Earthbound City Gate or Dragon Palace City Gate in the future. Gu Shi finally gave up on changing his name. But at one point Gu Shi had already made a decision. In future battles, when placing city gates, he will definitely choose Steel City Gates first. In any case, let's complete the first round of Ghost Realm transformation first. Otherwise, Gu Shi would feel uncomfortable looking at the unformed ghost domain. This is clearly the rhythm that drives obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. After completing a series of arrangements for the Earthbound Weilong, Gushi had someone send the Death Mirror Immortal back to the library. He himself went to the Keel laboratory. The situation of the Earthbound Ghost Dragon made Gushi realize that the method used by King Jinglong at the beginning was reasonable. He needed to go to the Dragon Bone Laboratory and personally arrange an adjustment plan for the incarnation of death. Chapter 383 Strengthening the Dragon Bone Laboratory. In the Keel laboratory, Gushi entered the interior of this building for the first time. Here, Gushi discovered that the interior of the Dragon Bone Laboratory was not as simple as he imagined. There was a dedicated room for each kit of the incarnation of death. There is information about the room written on the door of each room. For example, the door of the first room says, Keel Strengthening Laboratory. The keel is being bronzed, and 5 more copper bones, or 30 units of brass, are needed. Another example is the row of doors at the back, which correspond to the crystal storm, the starfire shadow, and the extremely cold snow layer that was just obtained. In front of each door is written the upgrade plan for this kit, as well as the materials required for the upgrade. I'm afraid I have to worry about finding and selecting these. Further in our rooms, like the Speed Laboratory and the Strength Laboratory, which can be used to increase the strength and agility of the Death Incarnation. The strengthening has been ongoing since the day the Dragon Bone Laboratory was built, and is now in the second round. And judging from the current situation, this strengthening will continue. And as the level of Dragon Bone Laboratory increases, more laboratories will be opened, and his incarnation of death will only become stronger and stronger. But what Gushi is more concerned about right now is the content that was just sent. He wanted to know if those methods of King Jinglong could be used on the incarnation of death. Regarding the strengthening of the incarnation of death, Gushi can do it at will. Anyway, even if the death incarnation dies, it will only consume all Gushi's mana to get another one. This kind of strengthening method is not directly applied to the body of the incarnation of death, but is studied in the laboratory. If it is suitable, it will become a kit. If it is not suitable, it will only consume some resources. With this thought in mind, Gushi walked deeper into the Dragon Bone Laboratory. While walking in the Dragon Bone Laboratory, Gushi understood that there was still a lack of some special undead to serve as researchers in the laboratory. Now inside the Dragon Bone Laboratory, it all depends on the benefits obtained by the incarnation of death. So that special research will be launched here. There was no proactive research on how to strengthen the incarnation of death. This does not satisfy Gushi. As for strengthening the Bone Dragon, Gushi has only built a mansion for vampires, and it is still far away from the Bone Dragon. Now is not the time to strengthen that aspect. Fortunately, the Dragon Bone Laboratory finally agreed with the information sent by Gushi. In the last few rooms of the Dragon Bone Laboratory, there are now several more experimental directions. Strange Reinforced Skeleton Laboratory, Clone Laboratory, Strange Attack Enhanced Laboratory, etc. Looking at the 4 new laboratories that appeared, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although these 4 laboratories had just begun, they were a good starting point for Gushi. Future incarnations of death will become more powerful. After confirming that the Dragon Bone Laboratory had been strengthened, Gushi did not stay here any longer. He had other things to deal with. After leaving the Dragon Bone Laboratory, Gushi did not ride on the evil coffin, but released his newly obtained Mount Water Dragon Beast, preparing to follow the river in the dock area to the Evilwood Lake. This was a journey Gushi had never experienced before. Although the river between Shimu Lake and the dock area has been open for a long time, Gushi has not checked what is on this stretch of road. Even with the existence of Shimu Lake, Gushi just walked around the lake. After turning around, I took advantage of the characteristics of Shimu Lake and did not enter Shimu Lake. Now Gushi is different. After Gushi got the water dragon, he also wanted to see what it was like to move underwater. He rode on the back of the water dragon and moved along the river, whether it was downstream or against the current. The speed of movement exceeded the speed of the evil coffin. At the same time, even when moving underwater, the water dragon beast can ensure that water does not flow in front of Gushi, allowing Gushi to breathe freely underwater. This is quite useful for Gushi. He could even see some conditions underwater, such as the whirlpool at the dock area, where 1 or 2 bodies would be thrown out from time to time. These corpses do not float to the surface, but sink to the bottom of the water, and special people must salvage them. It's just that Gushi doesn't have that many manpower at the moment, and he hasn't arranged for the undead to come here to keep an eye on this matter. There are already a lot of corpses piled up on the waterway. If this continues, this water source will be contaminated by these corpses. Seeing this scene, Gushi couldn't help but think that after this matter was settled, He would arrange for some people to come over to deal with this problem. If that didn't work, he would first arrange for 2 undead leaders to come over and keep an eye on it. We can't let these bodies go to waste. After all, Gushi had just seen that among these corpses, there seemed to be some larger and special corpses, which were all treasures in the eyes of the necromancers. After leaving the river, Gushi entered Shiamu Lake. At the bottom of Shiamu Lake, Gushi felt like he had entered an underwater forest. At the bottom of the lake in front of you, there are a large number of aquatic plants, tree roots and tentacles that are twisting along the current. Some fish in the soul state are swimming among the aquatic plants. Gushi found that these fishes in soul state were quite big, and he could tell at a glance that they were souls rescued from Jinglong Palace. In the center of Shiamu Lake, there is a huge crack. Gushi can clearly see that the lake water is surging from here. When Gushi came over, he happened to meet Amilcar, who had completed another external expedition. He used the strange corpse as a sacrifice, and threw it into the Evilwood Lake. When these corpses fell into Shiamu Lake, Gushi discovered that a green liquid would gush out from the crack in the center of the lake and drag the corpses down. After each corpse is sucked into the crack, a stream of green liquid will be sprayed out. It is obvious that this is the essence of Evilwood Lake. It is this essence that keeps flowing along the water of Evilwood Lake, changing everything in Aladovi City. Soon Gushi arrived at the edge of Shiamu Lake. Here Gushi saw the body of Princess Anna wrapped in a large number of aquatic plants in the water. This was one of the reasons why Gushi came here specifically. He needed to check the condition of Princess Anna's body to see if it had reached the level required for undead transformation. After all, the situation of the eldest princess is quite special, and Gushi only has one chance to deal with it. If he failed, all contact between him and Princess Anna would be gone. Therefore, Gushi would not make a move without being more than 80% sure. Now Gushi did not drag Princess Anna's body ashore, but checked Princess Anna's condition in the water. Chapter 384. Such a big killing stone. Are you interested? The strange power in my body has been almost cleared, and the remaining strange power is the strange power left in my blood. After checking the body of Princess Anna, Gushi quickly made a judgment in his mind. After the purification of Evilwood Lake, Princess Anna's condition has improved a lot. The golden pages that were previously integrated into the body have also been decomposed. Now the only strange thing affecting Princess Anna's body is that some of the blood vessels in her body have been replaced by plants. But for Gushi, this is not a bad thing. Last time, Gushi had replaced the fate of Princess Anna with the fate of Princess P. Now Princess Anna also has the fate of Princess Anna. Certain plant properties. Princess Anna can now assimilate and digest this part of the weirdness, instead of expelling the entire bone like she did before. These are long-term processes, and now I am not in a hurry. At this moment, Gushi was reaching out to take the golden page of the book from Princess Anna. Tainted magic book, gray. Garbage comes from a 12-page fairy tale magic book. The book has pages made of gold, and silver is written on them. Only princesses in fairy tales can get this. Each page of the book represents the story of a princess. The condition of this golden page left Gushi speechless. He felt that after Princess Anna replaced the fate of Princess P, even the things around her had changed. Gushi still remembered that Princess Anna had a griffin book of the dead. When he first got the golden page, he thought he was getting this one. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a fairy tale book. Sighing, Gushi still put away this contaminated magic book. Even if it had to be given to Princess Anna in the future, it would be something in the future. What Gushi had to do now was to find a way to give this contaminated magic book to Princess Anna. Clean it up. After checking on Princess Anna's situation, Gushi visited several key locations. After confirming that Aladovi was operating normally, Gushi withdrew from Aladovi City. Because of the strange mirror space, Gushi can now freely appear in any mirrored corner in the real world. So he was not in a hurry to go to the Five-Do family. Gushi took advantage of the relatively good weather, and once again appeared in front of the statue of Tiandao Guanyin in white. Because all the players in the other 2 cities have been wiped out, all the Necromancer players are recharging their energy and preparing for tonight's battle. No one comes to see the most powerful weird thing in the world. The white-clad Guanyin of Heaven. Standing under the white-clad Guanyin of Heaven, Gushi stared closely at the thing held in Guanyin's right hand. Normally, if Guanyin is holding a jade purification bottle in her hand, she should be holding a wicker in her right hand. But the white-robed Guanyin of Heaven in front of him was holding a stone in his hand. Gushi hadn't seen it before and didn't feel anything was wrong. But after taking away and opening a soul stone, Gushi discovered that this stone was different. He suspected that this piece was probably one of the legendary killing stones that broke into 9 pieces. Now Gushi came here specially to observe. Standing under the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao, Gushi recalled the order mages who climbed directly to the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao on the first day. They seemed not to be attacked by the Avalokitesvara statue. This shows that some actions are not considered attacks to the white-robed Guanyin of heaven. At least, they cannot cause any reaction from the Guanyin statue. If this is the case, can we take this opportunity to get in touch with the rock above? While thinking about it, Gushi stared closely at the hand of the great Guanyin in white clothes. He didn't react until he felt a burning sensation on his wrist, and quickly lowered his head. After taking a look at his wrist, which had been turned into a bracelet and burned black by the soul lamp, Gushi let out a heavy breath. He never thought that he would be hypnotized. If it hadn't been for the spiritual lamp stimulating him, he might have fallen into it now. However, Gushi was a little confused. The spiritual lamp was not a high-quality equipment. So how could it stimulate him at this time? Confusedly, he flipped through the pages and noticed that the special coin, also hanging on his left wrist, had become a little darker. It seemed that this thing saved Gushi's life. This made Gushi no longer dare to underestimate the killing stone on it. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, Gushi raised his head again, confirmed the location of the killing stone, and then turned away. While walking, Gushi took out a pen and paper and started writing a letter quickly. Brother Xia, are you interested in the killing stone? After writing it, he quickly took out the contact information left by Xia Yi and sent the letter out. The tool used by Xia Yi and others to communicate was a white thing similar to a swift. At first, Gushi was very curious as to why Xia Yi and his guild would use this kind of thing to communicate. But Xia Yi said something. It's the only common creature that can fly faster than a dragon. I don't want to say anything else. When Gushi took out the swift, the white-robed Guanyin of heaven looked at him. But the problem was that Gushi did not launch an attack. He just took out a bird. Although this was illogical, it did not attack anyone else. As long as there is no battle, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven will not take action. No matter how illogical Gushi behaves, he is still safe. At this time, Gushi smiled in the direction of the great Guanyin in white clothes. Not long after, an owl flew back with the letter. Brother Gu, just tell me where the things are. I'll be here right away. The statue of the heavenly Tao in white is over here. Be careful when you come over here. It's best to bring something to prevent hypnosis. I almost got hypnotized just now. While Gushi was waiting for the reply, there was no new reply from Xia Yi. About 20 minutes later, Xia Yi came over in a taxi. Where is it? Where is it? He was running and muttering to himself. Gushi waved to Xia Yi. He found that in the real world, Xia Yi's appearance had changed to some extent due to the influence of the rules of this world. However, the most eye-catching thing was that the clothes on his clothes were bigger than his face. Collar section. The pure gold collar makes him look like someone other than a serious person. Brother Xia, what is your identity? You look so dazzling. There is no way our guild is money. And we can't change this. As a result, we have the status of a guide. A guide? A guide in the game? Gushi asked curiously. Oh no. You are the guide in the uninformed case. Do you know how embarrassed I am? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Where is the killing stone you mentioned? The piece Guanyin is holding. Chapter 385. Calmly face the possible existence of orange equipment. Brother Gu, you are killing me. If I can't get this thing, I won't be able to sleep when I go back. After confirming that the stone was really the killing stone they imagined, Gushi and Xia Yi ran to a safe place nearby to discuss it. According to Xia Yi's judgment, this killing stone is of higher quality than the soul stone that Gushi had obtained before. If you handle the killing stone the same way you handle the soul stone, you may get an orange item. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. There are only 3 pieces of orange equipment in the entire Balian city. They learned about it when they were in school and knew who had the orange equipment and what basic effects they had. It can be said that every additional piece of orange equipment is a major event for the entire Balian city. If Gushi could bring back an orange outfit, not to mention being the top of this session, even if he wanted to say that he was the best of the new generation in Balian city, there would be no problem. For purple equipment, Gushi can also choose it to see if it suits his style and whether the negative effects will affect him. If it is orange equipment, Gushi will not think so much at all and just equip it first. But now Gushi is no longer as angry as before. He has been thinking about one thing. There are 9 killing stones in total, and each piece has a fixed destination. Do you think this is the only one that may produce orange equipment? Or all 9 pieces will produce orange equipment? Hearing this, Xiaoyi swallowed his saliva. No, Brother Gu. What are you planning to do? Find another killing stone and try it out to see if the other killing stones are the same. If they are not the same, call someone. Gu Shi was very sober, and he was not careless because he found such a killing stone. Instead, he carefully evaluates his current strength. It would be best if you could grab the killing stone. But if you can't grab it, then you really have no choice but to end this white training festival early. Gu Shi thought that with the possible appearance of orange equipment, the high-ranking officials of Balian City should not blame him for ruining this grand ceremony. After hearing Gu Shi say that he wanted to shake people off, Xiaoyi knew Gu Shi's plan. He was about to persuade Gu Shi not to do this. But he suddenly realized that he seemed to have no way to persuade Gu Shi. You must know that the players participating in the Balian Festival this time are only level 4. They can find ways to defeat enemies above level 5. But as long as the enemy's strength exceeds level 10, their chances of winning are very low. And the level 20 Tiandao Guanyin in white was something that none of them combined could handle. If we really want to organize all the necromancers still living in this world to take action for such a killing stone, I am afraid that all the players in Balian City will be wiped out. By then, I'm afraid no one will benefit from this Balian festival. And Gu Shi's choice is the real way to deal with it. There are 9 killing stones in total. It only takes 1 day to find another one to try. If only purple equipment comes out, it means that the quality of other killing stones is not as good as the one in the hands of the great goddess of mercy in white clothes. Then it can sway people. If it comes out with orange equipment, that would be embarrassing. If they can't defeat the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven, can they, the necromancers, also be unable to defeat other forces in this world? I believe that for the sake of orange equipment, the necromancers will spend all their capital. Xiaoyi thought about it seriously. Can I participate in the killing stone? Of course. But now there are 8 pieces in total, and the location of each piece should be recorded in detail. Wouldn't it be good for each person to go in one direction? If you fight with me, you won't get any benefit. I don't have enough troops. Xiaoyi spread his hands and said, I only have a few troops. I can take down the monsters on the streets, but if I really want to fight against some big temples, I won't be able to break into them at all. Having said this, Xiaoyi said quite seriously, several shrines in the city are relatively strong. I have seen people fight against them, but they were beaten out directly. Okay, I'll go find out the location of the killing stone. And you can also find out the origin of the enemy we're going to face next. Gu Shi saw that Xiaoyi really wanted to get involved, so they quickly divided their work to prepare to handle the matter. But Gu Shi really thought this matter was too simple. The killing stone is divided into 9 pieces, and they all have fixed sealing positions. This can be proved. But the problem is that the location where the killing stone is sealed is not in this city. For example, there is a piece near Nasuyumoto Onsen in Tachijai Prefecture, which is unknown how far it is from this city. There is also a killing stone carved into the image of Jizo in Sakio Ward, Kyoto City. Gu Shi inquired around and found that the nearest killing stone was in Inashiro Town, Fukushima Prefecture. But the problem is that Gu Shi has inquired about the trams and buses leaving the city. For some reason, it takes 3 days and 3 nights to get there even though the distance is only 200 kilometers. At this speed, I'm afraid I'm not riding a bullock cart. After reuniting with Xiaoyi, Gu Shi explained the situation. Xiaoyi was also a little helpless. I'm afraid they want to trap all of us in this city. This city is our home court and our prison. During these 7 days, we cannot leave here. But judging from the current situation, the remaining 8 killing stones are also of the same quality. Otherwise, it will not stop us from moving forward. After listening to Xiaoyi's words, Gu Shi thought seriously for a moment, and finally shook his head. No, there is no way we can take this gamble. 3 days is very important to us. Brother, are you planning to give up? Xiaoyi looked up at Gu Shi and asked with some disbelief. In his eyes, Gu Shi is not the kind of person who gives up easily. Give up? Of course not. Gu Shi shook his head and said, I'm just calm. Now is not the best time to take away this killing stone. After hearing Gu Shi's words, Xiaoyi realized that it was nothing. Now was not the best time. But when would it be? In fact, Xiaoyi didn't know that Gu Shi was already thinking of a plan at this time. He plans to leave a Hearthstone node in this city like Victoria City. When he gets stronger, he can come over and deal with the great Guanyin in white clothes of heavenly Tao. If not, get out of town. This time, the Balian Festival temporarily selected this city to serve as the main battlefield. It doesn't mean that this city will end after the Balian Festival. It's just that Bai Lianchen can no longer capture this city and this game. As long as Gu Shi can leave a mark and get the killing stone when he is stronger, it will be easy. Now of course Gu Shi can calm down and consider this matter with a bystander attitude. Xia Yi didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking. Seeing Gu Shi like this, he could only helplessly give up the opportunity to go out of the city to look for the killing stone temporarily. Chapter 386. Xia Yi died suddenly. Under the statue of Goddess of Mercy in white clothes, Gu Shi and Xia Yi finally separated. At this time, they were not in a very good mood. After all, anyone who saw an orange outfit right in front of them, but couldn't use it would have this mentality. Fortunately, they all knew that they could not leave the city in 3 days. As for bringing in high-level officials from Balian City, that's just talk. The strongest player in Balian City is only level 18. He may take a gamble on orange equipment, but the senior leaders and presidents of each company must consider it comprehensively. I'm afraid that even after the Balian Festival is over, they won't be able to arrange for anyone to come over. In the end, both Gu Shi and Xia Yi decided to keep this matter in their hearts. As for their ideas, they would have to rely on their own abilities in the end. After leaving the park of the Grand Guanyin in white clothes of Tian Dao, Gu Shi released the bicycle transformed from the evil coffin and leapt on the bicycle. When he left, the great Guanyin of heavenly Dao in white glanced at Gu Shi. But Gu Shi just turned into a bicycle and did not fight. The great Guanyin statue had no reason to attack Gu Shi and could only watch. Gu Shi left like this. Xia Yi came back here not long after Gu Shi left. He stared at the killing stone for a long time, and finally made a decision, opened his backpack, and prepared to rob it. When Gu Shi was riding his bicycle and was about to arrive at Wu Dou's house, he suddenly heard a ding in his ear. Balian Cheng Xia Yi died in battle. Hearing this voice, Gu Shi stopped suddenly and was almost thrown out. He looked in the direction of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tian Dao with disbelief, and found that in the hands of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tian Dao, he was holding a flying dragon that was not too big. The huge Guanyin statue is stuffing the flying dragon into his jade bottle. Is this Xia Yi jumping out to commit suicide? Gu Shi looked over there with disbelief. He never imagined that Xia Yi would be so impulsive. He really thought that by bringing a dragon with him, he could challenge the great goddess of mercy in white clothes. Didn't you see that Gu Shi had the incarnation of death and didn't take action? Sighing, Gu Shi got on the bicycle again, but he did not increase his speed anymore, but slowly returned to Wu Dou's house. Standing in front of the door of the Wu Dou family, Gu Shi was about to knock on the door, but he thought of the Wu Dou family's taboos. Gu Shi finally withdrew his hand and asked loudly, "Go to Mino. Are you at home?" Gu sang, "You're back. Please come in." Wu Dou may not open the door and led Gu Shi in. As she walked away, she said, Gu sang, "You look like you are in a bad mood. A friend just died. I was talking to him not long ago, but I didn't expect that when I turned around, he was gone." Hearing this, Wu Dou Meino hurriedly comforted Gu Shi. People are like fireworks. They always like to leave when they are most beautiful. Gu Shi sighed again, took out all the cash on his body, and put it in Wu Dou Meino's hand. "Give me some wine." Wu Dou Meinai held the money and looked at Gu Shi with a puzzled face. "Does Gu Sang still want to live here? What? Are you going to drive me away?" "No. Gu Sang hasn't shown up during the past few days. I thought you had fallen in love with a girl from another BNB nearby." "No. Things are quite busy these days." Gu Shi shook his head. "By the way, if I want to buy a house like this, how much will it cost?" After listening to Gu Shi's words, Wu Dou Mei now said seriously, "It depends on what kind of house you plan to buy. If you live alone, a normal house will cost about 8 million. If you want to add the daytime weird and night soldier, then it would be around 10 million. By the way, when you buy a house here, it is given to the people living in the house. When you look at the house, you must ask for what you want. Otherwise they will give it away randomly." "No. Are you having so much fun here?" Gu Shi felt speechless about the situation here, but he finally decided to find time to buy a single-family house. As for the people in the house, that was not important. What was important was that only if the house belonged to him would Gu Shi have the opportunity to return here. Otherwise, when the Balian festival is over, he will leave here, and then the killing stone will really run away. I'm planning to go look at houses. Do you know any real estate agents? Yes. You can go to the station to find an agent. The agent there has information about the houses in the city. By the way, when the agent introduces the house, you must ask clearly how many people died in this house. Every time someone dies, the price of the house will drop by 10%. If more people die, you can ask the agent to change the house. As Gotomino spoke, she looked towards the next door. Gushi also noticed the situation next door. It seems like something happened here just a day or two ago. Gushi's death incarnation directly hammered the demon buried below and took away the soul stone. There were 4 people in the family. 1 boy and 3 girls. And only 1 survived. This house is currently with an agency, so it might be considered a haunted house. Seeing Gushi's eyes turn to the next door, Gotomino blushed. That's not allowed. What's not allowed? Gushi asked with some confusion. Gu-sang can't buy the property next door and then invade my B&B. This is unethical behavior. Gushi patted his forehead. What were these thoughts? Fortunately, when they were talking, they had already entered the room. Wudome asked Gushi to sit down first, and she went to help Gushi prepare the food and drinks. Sitting in front of the small courtyard, various thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind. What happened to Xiaoyi made Gushi feel sad. A good friend was gone in a blink of an eye, and he still died in the hands of the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven. Gushi always felt that something was wrong with such insane behavior. You must know that although he only fought with Xiaoyi twice, Xiaoyi was recognized by Gushi for both his character and ability. Otherwise, Gushi would not have taken the initiative to invite Xiaoyi when he discovered the killing stone this time. When he found out that he couldn't get the killing stone, he would not make an agreement with Xiaoyi to come back later. As a result, Xiaoyi turned around and hurriedly rushed to provoke Tiandao Guanyin in white. Something is clearly wrong here. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but stand up. He wanted to go to the white-clad Guanyin of heaven to see what was going on. At this moment, Gushi's wrist hurt again, and the spiritual lamp started again, allowing Gushi to calm down. Killing stone. Gushi already understood what was going on. It seemed that the killing stone was affecting Gushi's thoughts. Xiaoyi was afraid that he had also fallen into the trap. When he left, he took the initiative to run to the killing stone. Thinking of this, Gushi suppressed the urge to rush out and fight with the white-robed great Guanyin of heaven. He tightly grasped the soul lamp in his left hand, using the flame to stimulate himself and calm himself down. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and 5 domino walked in holding food. Gu sang, "You can eat now." Chapter 387 Crazy Gushi. This meal Gushi ate was tasteless. While eating, he had been thinking about how to deal with the killing stone. He just didn't believe that there was no way to take down the killing stone. Halfway through the meal, Gushi suddenly put down the bowls and chopsticks and said to Wudome Nai, who was pouring wine for Gushi at the side, "Mineo, I'll go out for a while, and I'll be back soon." After saying that, Gushi stood up in front of Wudomino and disappeared directly in front of her. When Gushi returned to Aladovi City, he rushed to the blacksmith shop as soon as possible. He had an idea in his mind, but he didn't know if his men could realize it. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop, Anderson was still making some useful and useless weapons there. Although these weapons may not be used temporarily, they are necessary. Now the blacksmith shop is renovating the whole city, and the first round has not been completed yet. The outfit change relies on these seemingly useless weapons and equipment. The first round is like Gushi changing the weapons in the city from gray to white, so that in the future, the troops trained in Aladovi City, even if they are farmers, will all have white pitchforks in their hands. Seeing Gushi come in, Anderson, who was working hard, couldn't help but look up at him. "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" "My lord." "Anderson, I have a request. Last time you opened the hydraulic press for the soul stone. That's a high-pressure air hammer." Anderson rolled his eyes. "Well, the high-pressure air hammer is just a high-pressure air hammer. I want to ask, is there a possibility to make a crossbow to eject the high-pressure air hammer and hit a certain position just in time and remove the top piece?" The soul stone was shattered. Gushi expressed his thoughts. Anderson glanced at Gushi and finally asked, "Which position are you talking about? Are you hitting from the bottom up or from the top down?" Gushi knew there was a way as soon as he heard it. If it wasn't possible, Anderson wouldn't ask in such detail. "It's like this. My location can't be too close, and there are no taller buildings nearby. It's about 60 meters high from the ground." As Gushi spoke, he also drew a picture. His drawing was not too detailed, but the general idea could still be seen. Looking at the picture Gu Shi drew on the ground, Anderson frowned. That's not possible in your situation. If the thing you want to destroy is on the ground, I can temporarily help you make a city impact truck and add a high-pressure air hammer to the head of the city impact truck to ensure that the first impact will reach the level you want. Desired effect? The thing you want to attack is still so high up. Unless you use a trebuchet to hit it, it is almost impossible. If you use a trebuchet, the direction of the explosion of the stone bomb will be in all directions. If you want to break open things like soul stones, you must have greater power. As a result, the explosion is too powerful and will blow up most of the items. In the end, not many things will be left behind. Listening to Anderson's words, Gu Shi didn't hesitate at all. Okay, it won't be a problem even if it explodes directly. That would make a small-scale, high-powered explosive stone bomb. But there's still a problem here. Can you accurately send the stone bomb to the location you want it to hit? This question made Gu Shi a little embarrassed. In fact, he understood that there were still many problems ahead. After the trebuchet was smashed, how did Gu Shi escape? After the killing stone was smashed, how did he take away the things that fell out? These are all things that Gu Shi needs to consider. However, Anderson is sure that he can make such stone bullets, which means that the idea is feasible. The rest is for him to overcome one by one. If it's not accurate, then expand the range and increase the power. See if you can limit the explosion range to 30 meters and increase the power by 3. No, 5 times. If it's 5 times bigger. If the power continues, all the gems may be destroyed. Gu Shi didn't care about this. Once the gem was destroyed, it would be destroyed. His target was not the gem, but the orange equipment that might appear. As long as the orange equipment won't be destroyed, it's okay. I just want revenge this time. I don't really care whether there are gems or not. Gu Shi didn't want to talk to Anderson about the orange outfit. Now this thing is not in hand yet, and it may not appear yet. There is no point in telling you in advance. Only after you get it, you can take care of the thing. After listening to Gu Shi's words, Anderson understood. Okay, I'll help you with this. The power will be increased 5 times. Right? Then it's easy. You can get it in 2 days. But I can only make one of this thing. It's too dangerous. Okay, let's do this first. Seeing Anderson agree, Gu Shi felt half relieved. With the method of destroying the killing stone, Gu Shi's mind began to come alive. Now that the core of the plan is in place, the next step is to arrange the details around this core. First of all, it was impossible for Gu Shi to take action himself. Xia Yi's situation was right in front of us. Xia Yi just released the flying dragon. Even if he took the initiative to attack the white-robed Guanyin of Heaven, he was dealt with by the white-robed Guanyin of Heaven. Gu Shi couldn't guarantee whether he could achieve the same effect by using the catapult. Therefore, Gu Shi must let others take action, and he must not get involved in this matter. Then, there was the attack position. Gu Shi definitely couldn't place the trebuchet directly, as that would directly tell Heavenly Dao Guanyin in white that he was going to take action. The great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven is not stupid. If she finds something that threatens her, she can definitely destroy it as soon as possible. Finally, after breaking the killing stone, how to collect the fallen things. I couldn't help but blow something up, only to have it picked up by others. That really slapped Gu Shi in the face. Why did Gu Shi do these things? Wasn't it just for the orange outfit? He didn't get anything. He just avenged Xia Yi, and he might have to pay for it in the end. Gu Shi hadn't reached that point yet, so this must be discussed with Luna to see if there is a way to collect all the things directly when they fall. These are all things that Gu Shi needs to consider. Gu Shi would never take action unless he was absolutely sure of the situation. While Gu Shi was considering various situations in the city of Eridovii, Luna also learned of Gu Shi's arrival and rushed over from the strange mirror space. Grown-ups. Luna, you came just in time. I have something to tell you. Seeing Luna coming over, Gu Shi directly told Luna about the 2 things that happened this time. One is to deal with the white-robed Guanyin of heaven and then rob things. And the other is to leave a house in the city to ensure that you could enter this world again next time. After listening to the 2 things Gu Shi said, Luna thought for a moment and said, Chapter 388 The plan slowly taking shape. It's easy to leave a passage. We don't even need a hearthstone this time. We go directly from the weird mirror space. As long as we arrange the house and place more mirrors, we can come whenever we want. You can leave if you want. However, I feel it is a bit difficult for the great Guanyin in white clothes of Heavenly Dao. After all, The adult just said that he wanted to blow up the killing stone he was holding. But we have no way to control the power and direction of the big explosion. If something is blown out, no one knows where it will fly. The main problem on Gushi's side has not been solved yet. And there is a new problem here. However, Gushi is also quite smart. When Luna mentioned the difficulties, Gushi's mind instantly opened up. Luna, I've thought about it. I can perform a divination before taking action. Not to mention determining the final location. The range can always be determined. Do you have the kind of weapon that can be found in an instant and quickly return to the weird mirror space? You must know that what happened this time may offend the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao. I am not sure whether this great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao can directly find the weird mirror space. But for this kind of thing, it is best to be careful. After getting the things, immediately cut off the external contact of the strange mirror space. And don't stay for a moment. Regarding Gushi's question, Luna pondered for a moment. I'm not sure about this, but there is indeed a good candidate. I told you before, sir, that among the last few great weirdos, there is one who can keep jumping in the mirror. He can flash wherever there is reflection. In order to deal with him, we made great efforts, and even sent all the skeleton mirror guards in, and then surrounded him. If he could be resurrected now, and return to his original node, he should be able to do this well. Upon hearing this, Gushi understood who Luna was talking about. I remember that after King Jinglong died, I haven't dealt with the last few big weird things. They will definitely be resurrected within 3 days. But after rebirth, can you control him? Do you want me to make arrangements in advance? The strange mirror space is in my hands. Everything is under control. Luna has enough confidence in the big monster that has not yet been reborn. That's fine. Then it's settled. After he is reborn, you can ask what kind of situation is needed before he can cover the entire vicinity of the great Guanyin statue in white clothes of heavenly Tao. My thought is, wouldn't he be able to move around all the reflective surfaces? You ask him if it is possible to put it in the raindrops. If it is possible, I will let it rain heavily that day. Luna was also surprised by Gushi's words. She didn't expect Gushi to say such words. You must know that Gushi does not have the ability to rain. My lord, this rain thing is no joke. Don't worry. I'm sure of this. And I'll find a way to conduct 1 or 2 experiments. If at first Gushi just said whatever he thought of. After he said those words, the possibility of rain flashed in Gushi's mind. In Gushi's eyes, rain is nothing but water sprinkled down from the sky. It's just that the amount of water sprinkled is larger. Others may not be able to do it. But Gushi has the incarnation of death. And the incarnation of death has the newly acquired ice and snow kit. So this thing may be successful. After hearing what Gushi said, Luna stopped trying to persuade her and started to think about it seriously. The white-robed Guanyin of heaven can control the sky and the earth, and the fights among people in the city. But she really cannot control whether it rains or not. If it rains heavily, the big weirdo can really move back and forth in the raindrops and get the exploded items as soon as possible. If it does rain, he'll be fine. Luna remembered the situation when she was fighting that person. At that time, the big weird was really moving back and forth in the splashing water droplets. And the speed was completely beyond the imagination of normal people. If it is in heavy rain, the movement range of this big weird will be quite large. It's okay. You must keep an eye on me this time. This time it involves an orange outfit. When Luna heard this, she was about to say that she could take action herself. But Gushi immediately said again, don't take action yourself. I'm afraid the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven will take action this time. Don't get involved. Just keep an eye on things. Gushi stopped Luna from messing around. And at the same time he began to think about some loopholes in his plan. He needs some patches. For example, the mirror image of the Buddha inside the white-clothed Guanyin statue of Tiandao is because the mirror image is weird. Gushi needs to take him out. Even if it means destroying it. We cannot let the great Guanyin in white clothes of heavenly Tao follow the mirror Buddha to grab the tail of the strange mirror space at the last moment. At this time, in Gushi's mind, he kept reviewing his plan, picking out various problems from his plan, and then explaining these problems from another perspective. Gushi was very clear that he was gambling with his life this time. If he made even a small mistake, he would most likely be dead. So his mind kept spinning, estimating possible problems from various angles. Luna also noticed that Gushi was in a bad mood. She wanted to go up and ask him a few questions, but she felt a very strong pressure coming from Gushi, which forced her back a few steps. Luna was shocked. She glanced and found that Gushi's hair was rapidly turning white at this time. The newly replenished muscles shrank rapidly, and his body was as thin as if he had been hungry for an unknown amount of time. That look was no different from when Luna first met Gushi. Luna understood that Gushi couldn't continue like this. At this time, his state had fallen into a state similar to madness. If this continues, Gushi's body will not be able to withstand it. In order to ensure that Gushi would not die before she could take action, Luna came to Gushi under pressure and put her hand on Gushi's back. As a cold breath entered Gushi's body, Gushi, who was frantically calculating everything, suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he grinned, turned his head, his teeth still stained with blood, and smiled at Luna. I'm fine. If they want to force me, it depends on whether they can afford the price. After saying that, Gushi closed his eyes and fell to the ground. There was a smile on his face when he fell down. When Luna interrupted his calculations, Gushi had already understood everything. It was not that he was crazy and wanted to risk his life for nothing, but that someone was provoking him through the killing stone. Faced with someone provoking him, Gushi smiled instead. He has never been afraid of these. He just wants to play with something big. Let's see if they can bring out the craziest side of Gushi. Chapter 389 Death in Maple Leaf Park. At night, in front of Maple Leaf Park, a huge steel gate slowly appeared. After Gushi woke up and arranged some things, he took the initiative to leave Aladovi City and came to Maple Leaf Park. There are still more than 3 days left before exiting this world. And in Gushi's plan, many means need to be prepared in advance. Now that he is free, Gushi has no intention of doing nothing. It took a lot of effort to reach a world like this. If we don't transform some undead troops, and if we don't grab some land deeds and architectural plans, we will be sorry for this big sacrifice. When it got dark, he immediately locked onto the target he had set from the beginning. Maple Leaf Park. When Gushi released the Steel City Gate, there was a burst of chaos in Maple Leaf Park. The combination of Steel City Gate and Earthbound Dragon brought a lot of pressure to Maple Leaf Park. Inside Maple Leaf Park, they are discussing how to deal with the matter at hand. Not all monsters are determined to attack everything. Some monsters will choose to surrender or pay for their passage when they find that they cannot defeat the opponent. It's just that Gushi has never encountered such a thing before. Or perhaps the necromancer rarely encounters such a thing. They do not have leadership and diplomacy skills like humans. And few people are willing to communicate with the undead. Even some living people still stubbornly believe that the dead cannot communicate. The Maple Leaf Park in front of me is not this stubborn existence. They attract a large number of people to commit suicide every year, which is actually a manifestation of getting close to death. It is precisely for this reason that people among them can clearly feel the pressure brought by the Steel City Gate and the Earthbound Dragon. So when Gushi's troops walked out of the Steel City Gate, a demon walked out of Maple Leaf Park. He kept waving a white flag, as if he wanted to come over and negotiate with Gushi. This was the first time that Gushi encountered such a situation. He hesitated for a moment, but finally stood in front of the evil coffin and came to the front of the team. At this time, Gushi held the iron chain on the evil coffin tightly with his demonic right hand. No matter how the evil coffin shook, he could stand firmly on it. With his thin body and white hair, he looked like it was a mummy that had just crawled out of the coffin. When he flew out of the team, the demon's eyes changed. He raised the white flag in his hand higher and said loudly, "This is Kuroda from the Maple Leaf family. I wonder who is on the other side." Breath of the Dead. You can call me that. Gushi had no intention of stating his name. In his mind, he shouldn't communicate with these people. He should just call them. Please wait a moment. We don't mean to be enemies with you. Please give us a price to let us go. Kuroda saw that Gushi had no intention of stopping, so he spoke quickly. Your Excellency is also an undead. Please give us dead people a way to live. We will not have a hard time here. After hearing this, Gushi looked Kuroda up and down. He found that although Kuroda's skin looked relatively normal, he had some less obvious corpse spots on his face. This shows that he is an undead. But his actions and reactions are like a living person. This situation gave Gushi an idea. There are good things in Maple Leaf Park before you. Looking at his eyes, Kuroda secretly said something bad. He was afraid that he might have attracted Gushi's attention. At this moment, Kuroda could not care about anything else. He shouted loudly, 3,000. No, 5,000 bodies. We are willing to offer 5,000 bodies. Please let our Maple Leaf family go. Gushi laughed instead at this time. Conquer Maple Leaf Park. It's all mine. Attack. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, A long arrow pierced Kuroda between his eyebrows, pitting him to the ground. Then, the undead troops under Gushi began to move forward under the leadership of the undead leader. As Gushi advanced, Maple Leaf Park also changed. A large number of trees in the park began to gather in one direction, forming a wall made of trees. There are more than 10 defense towers on top of the city wall, with some hanged corpses hanging on them. When the trees turned into city walls, all the corpses turned towards Gushi. Gushi noticed a very strange thing. Those with long hair would cover their faces with their hair. If they had no hair, Shua would find a way to cover their faces with scarves or hats. It seems that it is shameful for them to commit suicide. When the city wall was erected, a large number of demons appeared on the city wall. Most of these monsters are zombies or undead. There are even some ghost soldiers holding tridents, or some mummies that are thinner than Gushi. They walked up the city wall step by step, stood at the corresponding position on the city wall, and picked up various weapons on the city wall. These weapons are all made of maple branches, with red leaves stained with blood. But what surprised Gushi was not this. But behind these monsters, there was a group of translucent young people. They were holding sickles of various colors in their hands, and they carried an aura of death. Do you know what you're missing? As the city wall rose, a young man holding a scythe flew up. Gushi could feel that this man's strength was only about level 7. But Gushi could clearly feel that he was being suppressed. What are you? I'm not a thing. Bah. We are the guides of Huangquan, the deaf students of Shansho Middle School, and the third generation of the Maple Leaf family. You have attacked the territory of our Maple Leaf family. I will drag your soul out of your body and put it in burning on the flames of the underworld for 100 years. Grim Reaper? Still a student? Gushi was a little speechless. He originally thought that the school of necromancers was quite different. There is also a death school here. Are the people taught here all these trash with sickles? Gushi looked puzzled. However, Gushi could tell that these so-called death corpses must be beyond normal monsters. If they could be taken down, Gushi wouldn't have to worry about the corpses of high-level soldiers. With this thought, Gushi sighed disdainfully. The god of death? If I call you the god of death, do you dare to answer? As he spoke, Gushi waved his hand, and 41 red dragons flew out from behind and sprayed towards the wall made of maple trees. In fact, Gushi didn't know that these gods of death were not the kind of gods he thought. They belonged to the other side of the world and were held by people from the underworld, a profession with a complete education system and public management institutions. They are responsible for taking the dead souls to the end of the underworld, to the huge red wheel in the sky deep in the underworld. They are called the gods of death because they are responsible for leading souls to the afterlife. Without this identity, they would at best be creatures living in the underworld, and their status would be equivalent to that of little weirdos in the weird mirror space. Chapter 390: The Power of Death. The Maple Leaf family belongs to the dark side in the underworld system. They are not like other gods of death, waiting for mortals to die of old age. Instead, they use various means to make people commit suicide. For this matter, the Maple Leaf family was criticized and dealt with by the underworld. In the end, they had to lure people to their old house and let them commit suicide. At the same time, they also raise evil spirits and ghosts that are more disgusting in the underworld. Even their blood maple leaves are the best material for making reincarnation discs. Gushi's provocation this time can be said to be a slap in the face of the Maple Leaf family. No matter how much the Maple Leaf family thinks about peaceful negotiations, there is no reason to continue in peace. Go on. Kill them! Under the command of the leading death god, the remaining death gods flew up one after another. They are about to pounce on the red dragon in the sky. Gushi is such a 41 red dragon. How can he be killed easily? Although he said disdainful words about death, Gushi was still on guard against him. I'm afraid that the other party has some kind of instant death ability. When he saw the gods of death flying, Gushi waved his hand, and the ghost team that turned into Bai Wuchang appeared in the air. My 6 paths? How could it be Bai Wuchang? I knew there was something wrong with their attack this time. Which bastard betrayed our Maple Leaf family? Everyone, go ahead and kill them. Just kill them all. Maple Leaf, give me 10,000 souls. Just when the other party thought he had discovered the truth of the matter, Gushi turned his hand, and the steel city gate originally located outside Maple Leaf Park suddenly pushed forward and directly hit the wall made of trees in Maple Leaf Park. The steel city gate was nothing, and the most it made was a sound when it hit the city wall. But the earthbound dragon guarding the steel city gate is different. The 100-meter-long earthbound weird dragon raised its body and a large amount of water appeared beside the earthbound weird dragon. The water quickly gathered on the body of the earthbound weird dragon, forming the flesh and blood of the earthbound weird dragon. The earthbound dragon immediately transformed into a water-flowing clone state. At the same time, the earthbound ghost dragon opened its mouth, and a large amount of sewage sprayed out of its mouth, turning into a high-pressure water gun, hitting the demons and evil spirits on the city wall. The water dragon's breath of the earthbound dragon is considered an elemental attack for ghosts, and it is considered a physical attack for other monsters. It can be said that the first sweep of the earthbound dragon's water dragon breath knocked down half of the demons on the city wall. At the same time, Gushi's undead troops also took this opportunity to jump onto the opponent's city wall and fight with the opponent's demons. The fastest one here is Arroyo from the Black Gun Battalion. They are most suitable for a frontal attack battlefield like this. As soon as he rushed to the opponent's city wall, Arroyo held up his battle axe and roared forward. And even his Black Gun Battalion seemed to be desperate for their lives, constantly attacking the demons and evil spirits. The demons and evil spirits caught up in the black ashes of the Black Spear camp had no chance of escaping. At the same time, other undead men under Gushi also fought head-on with a demon under the influence of the undead leader. They didn't consider their own casualties at all, and just kept attacking all the enemies in front of them. Seeing such an attack, the death gods of Maple Leaf family in the sky also panicked. They are a kind of civil servants, and taking away other people's souls is their specialty. They were really not familiar with such a large army fighting in front of them. Several death gods immediately wanted to rush to the city wall to direct the battle, but the leader realized something was wrong. Don't pay attention to them. He is the necromancer introduced in the book. Just kill that guy. The leader of the death god pointed his sickle at Gushi. It was obvious that he had discovered the necromancer's biggest problem, which was his lack of physical strength. But is Gushi really the kind of person who lacks fighting ability? Seeing the Grim Reaper flying towards him with his scythe, Gushi raised his cold wind staff. Magic arrow. The magic arrows that flew out this time were naturally like flying swords. It's just that the color has changed again. Gushi's magic arrow originally turned into a flying sword made of ice. But this time, the surface of the flying sword was obviously filled with the power of fire. After the magic arrow flew out, Gushi released 4 or 5 bone storms in the direction the opponent was flying from. The bone storm with the attributes of ice and fire formed a huge defensive shield directly in front of Gushi. Everyone who rushed in would be hit from all directions. Several Shinigami who rushed faster were torn into pieces on the spot. At this time, the red dragons who flew back turned around again, and did not fight back because of Gushi's order. They used their super high speed to circle around the flying gods of death. Every time they flew, they would breathe out a breath of dragon breath at the god of death. These gods of death are said to be gods of death, but they are actually living beings. Apart from being able to fly and take away souls, they have no other advantages. The most is that their professions are more special, and they can use more tricks. They are also afraid of dragon breath, and they will also be beaten by the red dragon. When the red dragon's breath fell on the heads of the Shinigami, 7 or 8 Shinigami were burned to ashes on the spot. At this time, Gushi realized that he was still frightened by the name of their god of death. He shouldn't think of these so-called gods of death as powerful professions. Just think of them as leaders of demons or brave men. Gushi, who wanted to understand this, let go decisively, allowing the red dragon to attack freely. Red dragons are also quite smart, and they know what their advantages are. After spraying more than 10 death gods to death, they split into 2 groups and sprayed toward the demons on the wall along the Maple Leaf Park wall. None of those demons could fly. Their movement speed was slow, and they did not have high fire resistance. When the red dragon sprayed them like this, the demon team was immediately dispersed. Then Gushi's undead men took advantage of this opportunity and rushed in. Fight the surviving monsters. Most of these monsters are around level 4 in strength, and the gap between them and Gushi's undead is also the difference between whether they have the city's blessing or not. In situations where combat effectiveness is about the same, life and death often depend on whether one dares to fight tooth and nail. However, Gushi discovered that most of the demons under the god of death were evil spirits and ghosts. They were also considered a type of undead, and there was no such thing as greed for life and fear of death. As a result, the two sides almost fought to a 1-to-1 score. But only the Black Gun Battalion achieved great results and successfully flattened everything in front of them. After the organization rushed several times, they found that there was no way to rush in front of Gushi, and the death gods became anxious. The leader of the death god stared at Gushi with red eyes and said loudly, "You forced me to put the things out." Chapter 391 The Methods of the Gods of Death. "Sir, we can't. If we take that thing out, we will be targeted by the Death Management Committee." Hearing this, the nearby death gods began to persuade him. "You are blind. You can't see what is going on now. If you don't release that thing, we will all die. Don't think that just because everyone calls you the God of Death, you really are the God of Death. You don't know what we will face if we die. Now, immediately, go and release that thing." Amidst the roar of the death god leader, several death gods quickly flew towards the depths of Maple Leaf Park. Their actions attracted Gu Shi's attention. Gu Shi's men have the situation under control now, and he doesn't want any more problems to arise in front of him. So Gu Shi waved his hand and let the red dragon chase after it. At the same time, the ghost team began to enter the battle. They still carried out the final finishing work as before, without the Reapers noticing. The number of Bai Wuchang increased, and even appeared in every corner of the battlefield. "Sir, are those Bai Wuchangs a little weird? Why do they appear in the corner?" "Yes, a little bit. Our men are either evil spirits or fierce ghosts." "What are these Bai Wuchang doing here?" "Sir, I heard that the underworld in the east is different from our underworld. Their black and white impermanents are responsible for catching escaped souls. Is it because we didn't handle these corpses properly that we just fell into their trap?" Hearing this reminder from his men, the leader of the God of Death also reacted. Only then did he remember the attitude of the God of Death in the underworld when he talked to the King of Hell about the underworld to the east. At this time, the Death God leader was also angry. What have they been doing? It would be better to release the things. While talking, several explosions came from the depths of the maple forest. 41 red dragons kept spitting flames at the place, setting the maple forest on fire on the spot. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that the shadow of a big tree that was set on fire appeared in the sky. This big tree is also a maple tree, but the whole tree is vermilion. In the flames, Gu Shi noticed that there was something different about this maple tree. It's not that there's something hanging on the maple tree, but that the branches and leaves are missing some arms and legs. And there's obviously no large swath of shade in many places. It's obvious what the Maple Leaf family's Grim Reaper did to some of these branches. This is probably what the Maple Leaf family's death leader was talking about. Just when Gu Shi noticed the situation there, a wooden wheel with flames appeared above the maple tree. The roulette wheel had obvious flaws. When it was released, it looked like it had just been burned by fire and had not yet been repaired. But as soon as the wheel appeared, Gu Shi felt a chill all over his body, as if something was about to be taken away. At this time, Gu Shi reacted immediately. He didn't care that he still had a lot of mana, and just pointed in the direction of the roulette wheel. Death incarnate. The incarnation of death flew out of the black mist with cold air. At the same time, Gu Shi immediately drank the magic potion and sent a signal to the sky to have the red dragon retreat quickly. Even though Gu Shi's reaction was quick, he was still a step too slow. When the roulette wheel appeared, the souls of 6 red dragons were taken away on the spot, and the bodies of the red dragons were hit heavily from the air to the ground. Such a loss made Gu Shi's heart tremble. He only had 41 red dragons, but without checking for a while, 1/7 of them were lost. You are looking for death. Gu Shi couldn't care about anything else now. The incarnation of death was rushing towards the red-hot roulette wheel. Gu Shi had no time to pay attention to that for the time being. His current target was the God of Death still flying in the sky. Gu Shi held up the cold wind staff and called the names of these gods of death one by one. At least 3 bone storms were laid down in front of each god of death. Gu Shi was really ruthless this time. He kept playing the bone storm, which immediately stunned these gods of death. The god of death did not expect that Gu Shi would use this kind of area magic around him, and in order to fear that the power would be insufficient, he also used several more. Does this mean that magic does not cost money? The gods of death never thought that Gu Shi had placed the holy object the magic vortex in the magic tower. As the sacred object the magic vortex was activated, Gu Shi's mana doubled. Now Gu Shi's mana is thousands more. He couldn't make up for the consumption of magic potions just by relying on large bottles. With enough mana, Gu Shi's habit of using spells changed. This time Gu Shi quite simply used up all the mana he had just replenished. Wave after wave of bone storms formed a huge wall in the sky. The Reapers can fly, but they really aren't gods. They could only keep retreating. But the bone storm could be controlled and pushed forward. Soon, many Shinigami did not escape the influence of the bone storm and were involved. Their bodies were torn into pieces by the bone storm, leaving only bones falling down. After he had almost exhausted all his magic power, Gu Shi stopped. He had just lost 6 red dragons, and had almost vented his anger. At this time, Gushi had the intention to look at the situation on the side of the Incarnation of Death. When Gushi released the Bone Storm just now, the Incarnation of Death had already rushed to the huge roulette wheel in the sky. The Incarnation of Death did not use the ice of the extremely cold snow to suppress the flames on the roulette wheel. Instead, it opened its mouth and sprayed out the Death Dragon's breath. And at the same time, the melting light in its eyes fell on the roulette wheel. Under the full attack of the Incarnation of Death, a large number of cracks appeared on the roulette wheel. However, this roulette wheel seemed to have its own intelligence. When it realized that something was wrong, an eyeball appeared in the middle of the roulette wheel and stared at the Incarnation of Death. The Incarnation of Death doesn't care about this. After the Death Dragon's breath time is up, the melting light continues to shoot out. When Gushi looked over, the Incarnation of Death had just used the last wave of melting light. After that, the Incarnation of Death planned to bite the roulette wheel. Even if his teeth were broken, he would bite the roulette wheel off. At this time, the roulette wheel was actually a little shaky. When the Incarnation of Death rushed forward, the roulette wheel kept spinning. Gushi could see a little blue flame popping out of it, maintaining the roulette wheel's strength. Turn. The Incarnation of Death didn't care about this. He bit it in one bite and shook his head, trying to remove some parts from the roulette wheel. Under the bite of the Incarnation of Death, the roulette wheel that was still trying hard to transfer finally got stuck. At this time, the eye on the roulette wheel glared at the Incarnation of Death. And then the eye turned red, and Gushi could even see a hint of madness. Get down. Chapter 392, Maple Leaf Park Battlefield ends. Boom! The roulette wheel in the sky finally failed to withstand the attack of the Incarnation of Death. This thing couldn't even help the Maple Leaf family's god of death, and exploded directly. A big explosion sounded over Maple Leaf Park, like a small sun, attracting everyone's attention. Gushi immediately ordered his men to lie down on the ground. But they were still affected by the shock wave of the explosion, and some rocks hit him directly in the face. After the shock wave of the explosion passed, Gushi immediately pointed in the direction of the explosion. The Incarnation of Death was released again and rushed towards the position over there. At this time, in the center of Maple Leaf Park, the big tree that had been burning had disappeared. When the Incarnation of Death pounced out, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing while playing in Maple Leaf Park. In fact, Gushi didn't know that the roulette wheel that exploded just now was the strange thing located behind the underworld Huangquan. That roulette wheel is called the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and it's a weird way to reincarnate souls. Of course, the one in the Maple Leaf family's hands is an old item that was discarded before. The one hanging in the underworld now is the complete one. Due to various reasons, the one in front of them has less than 10% of its normal ability. Even so, the Maple Leaf family still regarded him as a treasure. It has been said before that the blood maple leaves of the Maple Leaf family are still the best material for making the reincarnation disc. They want to use their own maple leaf branches to repair the reincarnation disc, forming the strangeness that belongs to the Maple Leaf family. By then, their Maple Leaf family can open another reincarnation, or even another underworld. As a result, the Maple Leaf family's plan had not even begun when they were defeated by Gushi. After the explosion, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation not only blew itself into powder, but also blew up half of the Maple Leaf family's most precious blood maple tree. At the same time, 1/3 of the Shinigami flying in the sky were affected, and the remaining Shinigami were also seriously injured. The most important thing is that half of their homes were lost, which was a serious blow to the morale of the Shinigami. Gushi's death incarnation rushed out, and after discovering that there was no trace of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, he immediately pounced on the gods of death. From the perspective of the Incarnation of Death, these gods of death also need to be dealt with immediately. The gods of death were still in a state of confusion at this time. When the Incarnation of Death flew in front of them, they didn't even resist, and were directly dragged into death by the Incarnation of Death equipped with the Crystal Storm kit. In particular, the leader of the Death God was hit with 2 melting rays by the Incarnation of Death, and his lower body was completely destroyed. The death of the Death Gods in battle brought a serious blow to the demon and evil spirit troops of the Maple Leaf family. For a moment, these demon troops didn't know how to fight. It's different here with Gushi. Gushi stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and Gushi placed the Steel City Gate directly into Maple Leaf Park. At this time, the Earthbound Dragon also exerted its most powerful lethality. It turned into a clone of the water flow and kept spraying water jets. taking away the lives of some demons with every blow. At the same time, the ghost domain starting effect of the Earthbound Ghost Dragon began to take effect. The demons killed under the Steel City Gate were immediately turned into skeletons, and their flesh and blood were directly swallowed by the Steel City Gate. In just a few minutes, Gushi's Steel City Gate turned into vermilion. If this continues, the Steel City Gate in front of us may be called a Flesh and Blood City Gate. At the same time, Gushi's men also started to kill down from the city wall, and the ghost team spread out, following each team to hit them. The undead troops under Gushi also knew about the situation of the ghost squad. They were not disgusted by them coming over to finish off the enemy, nor did they try to stop them. The ghost team, which had suffered heavy losses due to the previous battle, now had significantly more people, and Bai Wuchang, who was dressed in white and had a long tongue, was floating back and forth in the sky. Gushi was not idle at this time. After replenishing a bottle of magic potion, he rushed into Maple Leaf Park on the evil coffin. Gushido rushed in, and his soldiers naturally followed suit. Thousands of soldiers rushed forward, and instantly there was a 2-on-1, 3-on-1 situation. The demons of the Maple Leaf family were not very strong to begin with. They had fought 1-for-1 with Gushi's men before because they had the same number of people. Now with 2 against 1 or 3 against 1, the demon from the Maple Leaf family no longer had any advantage, and was suppressed by Gushi in the first place. All 5 heroes under Gushi were released, and they led their troops to quickly attack the interior of Maple Leaf Park. In less than half an hour, the huge Maple Leaf Park was knocked down by Gushi, and all the demons, evil spirits, and ghosts were killed on the spot. Even the body of the red dragon whose soul had been taken away by the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was brought to Gushi. Looking at the 6 corpses in front of him, Gushi's expression became quite ugly. Tear down everything here. Don't even let go of a blade of grass. I want to evacuate this place. Under Gushi's command, the ghost team most suitable for cleaning up the battlefield set off. At the same time, 6 red dragon corpses were also sent to Aladovi City by Gushi. Gushi planned to soak them in Shiamu Lake first. When Gushi was able to make bone dragons, he would come and deal with these 6 dragon corpses. However, Gushi never expected that when the 6 dragon corpses were sent back, they would alarm Luna in Aladovi City. Luna was also surprised when she saw the dragon corpse sent back. The fact that the red dragon died in battle showed that Gushi had found it quite difficult to fight this battle. So Luna rushed over, wanting to take a look at what was going on, and see if Gushi wanted to help. When Luna came out of the Steel City Gate, she was immediately attracted by the Maple Leaf Park in front of her. She flew into the air, circled half a circle, and then flew in front of Gushi. Sir, what are you going to do with the maple forest in front of you? Like the Jinglong Palace? We evacuate it first, and then demolish it, so that not only can all the things hidden here be owned by us, but we can also get the land title and architectural design drawings. I suspect that the architectural design drawings produced in this way will be quite consistent with the style of the land title in front of me. What happened to Jinglong Palace last time was that a land title for a water area was issued, and the 10 architectural design drawings given afterwards were all for buildings on the water or underwater. Listening to Gushi proudly talking about his experience, Luna shook her head. Sir, you can do this in other places, but can you not do it here? Including this park? Gushi glanced at Luna. You want to take over this park? The tacit understanding between Gushi and Luna is quite high. As soon as Luna expressed her request, Gushi understood what Luna needed. Yes, sir. I want to integrate this park into the city of Aradovi. Chapter 393, Change Target. Speed up attack. No problem. Regarding Luna's request, Gushi didn't even ask, and chose to believe it immediately. Let's keep all the corpses here. Luna made another request. Gushi glanced at the soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield and waved decisively. Everyone retreats, and no longer cleans the battlefield. Gushi didn't even dispose of the bodies of his own troops, who died in battle. The order was given directly. In Gushi's eyes, no matter how Luna dealt with it, the one who benefited would definitely be Aladovi City. Aladovi City has been upgraded, which is a good thing for Gushi. Gushi does not need to worry about this here. If he had that time, Gushi might as well go to the abandoned campus of the nearby Ito Middle School and lay down the land there to make up for this loss. The most important of these was the loss of 6 red dragons. This consideration will be kept in mind for at least 10 days. Ito Middle School hit the muzzle just in time. After handing over this place to Luna, Gushi didn't even think about putting away his troops. After leaving a main city gate for Luna, Gushi led his troops directly towards Ito Middle School. At this time, Ito Middle School was still as lively as before. From time to time, some strange-looking men would lead some guests into Ito Middle School. Seeing Gushi coming with his troops, Ito Middle School hadn't done anything yet. But those who came to have fun jumped out. "Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" Faced with this guy who doesn't understand the situation, Gushi has only two attitudes. "It's none of your business, and none of my business." For those who jump out to stop him, Gushi doesn't care whether they are mortals or weird, demons or gods. Gushi simply waved his hand, and Arroyo rushed out with the Black Spear Battalion. However, the Bone-Cutting Battalion led by Robbie rushed faster than the Black Spear Battalion. In Robbie's eyes, the situation in front of him was more suitable for their Bone-Cutting Battalion to take action. These people outside Ito Middle School are obviously not in the same group. Faced with such stragglers, the Bonjanain camp is the most suitable. So before the Black Spear Battalion raised their signature Black Ash, the skeleton soldiers of the Bone-Cutting Battalion raised their two-handed swords and slashed at the enemies in front of Ito Middle School. Compared with Maple Leaf Park, Ito Middle School is obviously much lower grade. There is no powerful force behind them at all. Not to mention like Maple Leaf Park, which relies on the underworld, raises the god of death, and is involved in the underworld. Even the strange mirror space is much stronger than them. They just rely on some attributes to attract people from nearby who like to join in the fun. If they really have anything, it's nothing. The troops led by Gushi clearly had an advantage in terms of strength. In addition, Gushi came with anger this time. He didn't care what was inside the Ito Middle School in front of him. In Gushi's eyes, the key was to bulldoze the Ito Middle School in front of him and obtain the land deed and architectural design drawings. Otherwise, why would he stay up late at night and come out? Isn't it just to supplement his Aladovi City? It's impossible that he had nothing to do and came out to have fun. Seeing his men rushing towards Ito Middle School, Gushi raised his hand, and the Steel City Gate was thrown directly into the campus square of Ito Middle School. In the square, the Earthbound Demon Dragon immediately chose the mirror clone. This situation surprised Gushi. He didn't expect that the monsters that appeared in Ito Middle School were all magic monsters. But this had nothing to do with Gushi. Gushi didn't even take any action himself. He just let go of his hand, and the 5 heroes rushed in. The one who rushed faster than the hero was the Red Dragon. 35 red dragons immediately rushed towards the large teaching building in the center of Ito Middle School. As the Red Dragon began to spray flames at the large teaching building of Ito Middle School, a group of girls wearing Japanese school uniforms rushed out from inside. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. But when they took action, they were able to attract everyone's attention. Even the Earthbound Dragon took a second look at them. Then the Earthbound Ghost Dragon immediately spewed out mirror-like dragon breath. This kind of dragon's breath is different from the water dragon's breath. This kind of dragon's breath spurts out directly the beam of light. I don't know where the light comes from. Anyway, every beam of light can kill an enemy. Gushi's heroes also took this opportunity to enter the campus. At this time, Gushi discovered a situation. This campus does not have the 7 or 8 incredible things that are said to happen. This is very unreasonable. It seems that this campus was abandoned for no reason. Regarding such matters, if Gushi is new here, he might do more research to see if there are any new discoveries. But now, Gushi no longer has such thoughts. In Gushi's mind, no matter what kind of weirdness or demons there were, no matter what the reason was, as long as he could capture it, all the things would be moved away. The buildings would be demolished on the spot, and the land deeds and building design drawings would be taken away. The battle here only lasted less than half an hour and ended. Gushi's men killed all of Ito Middle School on the spot, and they discovered the secret of this campus behind Ito Middle School. In all the teaching schools inside Ito Middle School, there are secret passages that can accommodate 2 people walking side by side. And there are also a large number of basements of different styles underground. Near the back of the campus, you can also see a large number of corpses with only bones left. There were both men and women among these corpses. It can be seen that before it was abandoned, Ito Middle School was also a dangerous place that swallowed up a large number of people. Everything here now is all about interest. After taking over Ito Middle School, Gushi immediately ordered the Ghost Squad to explore all the secret passages and basements in the school and take out everything that could be found inside. At the same time, for those corpses that had been buried for a long time, Gushi treated them like the corpses under the floor of Jinglong Palace, giving them a decent chance. Under Gushi's operation, a large number of souls also appeared on these corpses. Gushi noticed that these souls had restored their original appearance. On the female side, They were mostly fair-skinned and beautiful students. But the situation on the male side was different. Many were students. But there were also some with fat heads and big ears, or as middle-aged Mediterranean. After these souls are sent to Aradovi City, they will become residents of Aradovi City and start a new life in Aradovi City. The guarantee Gushi could give them was that they would not be transformed into soldiers or go to the battlefield. However, other tasks still need to be undertaken. Just because the ghosts don't need food, they can't just do nothing. These souls will most likely end up becoming Gushi's working ghosts, responsible for logistics work. Chapter 394, Gains from Ito Middle School. In addition to these souls, Gushi also killed nearly 1,000 enemies this time when he attacked Ito Middle School, because the Steel City Gate was about to become a ghost zone. All the flesh and blood were swallowed up. So when Gushi summoned the souls, he could only choose from the skeleton soldiers and ghosts. Under Gushi's transformation, he finally received more than 300 skeleton soldiers and more than 500 ghosts, which could be regarded as supplementing Gushi's previous losses in the Maple Leaf Park battle. As for which souls are transformed into skeleton soldiers, and which ones are transformed into ghosts, Gushi is still very particular. In order to ensure combat effectiveness, the corpses of all male enemies here have been turned into skeletons, and the corpses of female enemies have been turned into ghosts. The transformed ghosts are all pearly white, floating in the air. Their bodies are close to the real body, and they almost have to lift their heads and throw them away. During the summoning, the ghost team had also sent over everything they could find. At first, Gushi thought that the most popular things here would be some pink toys or something. But he never expected that the ghost team would find a large number of books in Ito Middle School. Although most of these books are gray garbage to Gushi, as long as they can be put into the library, they are good things. Gushi looked through these books and found that most of them were textbooks and exercise books from 20 or 30 years ago, as well as confiscated novels, magazines, etc. Although the quality is not very good, the quantity is extremely large, and it can be guaranteed that there are at least more than 300 complete books. This will definitely affect the direction of the library. Among so many books, Gushi also saw 2 green quality books. One of them was written by a member of the Ito Middle School Novel Club. This book is completely handwritten and tells the story of a student who worked hard with unsatisfactory results in the high school entrance examination. Young XX, green, a novel that records someone's hard work, suitable for adults. The other one was dug out from under the altar in a basement. It was a black book. This book should actually be regarded as a magic book. But for some reason, this thing was not counted as equipment and could only be counted as a book. Dark Magic Encyclopedia, green, a book that records many demon summoning and usage rituals. Reading it can improve your knowledge of darkness, magic, and demons. These 2 green books made Gushi very happy. He asked the ghost team to search for them for a long time, but they couldn't find anything better. Even some things that usually appeared on campus were not found here. Gushi was not willing to delay this any longer, so he quickly demolished the abandoned school area of Ito Middle School and successfully obtained a land deed and 6 architectural design drawings. You get the deed of the abandoned school, covering an area of 5,579 square meters, with 2 medium-sized plots and 3 small-sized plots. The land title is not large, which matches the situation of the school in front of us. Taking into account the lack of medium and small plots of land, there is no room for many small and medium-sized buildings to be built. Adding this deed will also be beneficial to Gushi. It was the architectural design drawings that surprised Gushi. Among this architectural design drawing, there is actually an architectural design drawing of a library. School library design drawing, medium-sized, use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build an on-campus library, medium-sized building, in the city. After completion, each floor of the magic tower can research spells level +1, needs to be linked with the magic tower. The Magic Academy can train magicians, soldiers, level +1, needs to be linked with the Magic Academy. And mysterious books will randomly appear in the library. The number of books in the library up to 100 books. Research characters appear randomly in the library, more than 10 textbook books. This library building design left Gushi stunned. The architectural design in front of him was completely different from Gushi's original library route. The previous library increased quantity, but the current library increased spell level and soldier level. There is a big difference here. When Gushi saw the design drawings of the library, he made his decision immediately. This must be built. And it should be built first. The plans for the remaining 5 buildings were not so lucky. 1 medium-sized building and 4 small buildings can provide Gushi with diverse options for internal urban construction. It can be said that these 5 buildings will be placed at the end. And they will even be built very late in the queue, because other buildings jump in the queue. Mummy recycling site design, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone. And 10 units of wood to build a mummy recycling site, medium-sized building, in the city. It can produce a large number of corpses every day, and can be linked with large buildings such as cemeteries. Upgradable. Design drawing of horizontally opening and closing school gate, small, use 200 resources. 5 units of stone. And 5 units of metal to build a horizontally opening and closing school gate, small building, in the city. This school gate does not look too big, but it can used as a city gate to resist zombies or other weird attacks, can be upgraded. Atrium arboretum design drawing, small, use 200 resources. 5 units of stone. And 5 units of wood to build an atrium arboretum, small building, in the city. Curse or pray here. And the success rate can be increased by 10%, optional, upgrade. School radio station design, small, use 200 resources. 5 units of stone. And 5 units of wood to build a school radio station, small building, in the city. After it is built, you can directly contact all subordinates above the leader level in the city, upgradable. Athletics club training ground design, small, use 200 resources. 5 units of stone. And 5 units of wood to build a track and field club training ground, small building, in the city. Which can increase the movement speed of the defending troops, can be upgraded. These buildings look okay. But for Gushi, they are not necessary now. This is true even for the horizontally openable and closable school gate that can serve as a city gate. Gushi has seen the gate of the school here. There is no gate tower above the school gate. And the gate is not very high. Even if it turns into a castle at night. There is no way to change this. Gushi now has 3 city gates. It is not difficult to build another city gate. But Gushi needs to consider whether such a city gate is what Gushi needs. Therefore, in the design drawings of these 6 buildings, except for the library, which needs to be built first, the other buildings must wait until they are free. Or, these can be built in the weird mirror space? At this moment, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Chapter 395, Design Drawing of a Special Building. After taking down Ito Middle School, Gushi stayed up all night and attacked several large and strange areas. Compared to attacking a castle tower that was converted from a civilian house, the rewards from this large and mysterious area are much greater. As soon as it is laid, the land deed is the most basic, and the architectural design drawings always start with 6, and once even reach 9. By the end of the night, Gushi had obtained 5 land deeds, totaling 4 large plots, 15 medium plots, and 21 small plots. A total of 39 various architectural design drawings were obtained, including 3 large-scale architectural design drawings, 11 medium-sized architectural design drawings, plus 24 small-scale architectural design drawings, and 1 special architectural design drawing. The most attractive thing here is naturally the special architectural design. This was obtained by Gushi when he attacked an inconspicuous small courtyard. The reason why that small courtyard was attacked was entirely because Gushi noticed that there was a fairly old well in that small courtyard. This well reminded Gushi of Jinglong King's Jinglong Palace. So Gushi immediately chose to attack here. As a result, this small courtyard was taken down. But there was no access to the underwater world of Jinglong King. Instead, we got such a special architectural design drawing. Source well design, special use 1500 resources, 20 units of stone, and 20 units of wood to build a source well, special building, outside the city. After building the well, you can build a temporary camp near the well. And through the mission, turn the temporary camp into a formal meeting hall, not upgradable. Gushi knew the explanation at a glance. It was for the purpose of building a branch city. As long as this thing is used in the wild, a city can be expanded outwards, with this source well as the center. As for how big this city can be, it depends on the resources players invest. But no matter what, this represents a new city. It is no wonder that this well has become a special building. This kind of thing is a special one no matter where it is. In addition to this special building, there is a medium-sized building that attracts the most attention. Weird excavation-based design, medium use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a weird excavation base, medium building, in the city. You can dig 5 meters deep every day and dig out some weird events from underground. You can automatically upgrade by gaining experience through digging. This architectural design drawing is quite unexpected in Gu-Shi's eyes. Digging underground in the city is an idea. But Gu-Shi always feels that the key to this building is not how deep to dig, but to dig out some strange events from the underground. This is equivalent to having an extra dungeon for soldiers to train for battle. And it is also equivalent to having an underground world that is constantly developing for Gu-Shi. The most important thing is that this does not say the upper limit of mining, and it is automatically upgraded through mining. In other words, as long as Gu-Shi keeps digging, the level of this building will continue to improve, compared with other buildings that have to be upgraded on their own. The strange excavation base in front of us is much better. Among the remaining things, even 3 large architectural design drawings could not arouse Gu-Shi's interest, not to mention those small and medium-sized architectural plans. Nowadays, the queues in Aladovi City are all at the back. Gu-Shi still has many buildings he wants to build, and the training camp that needs to be built has not yet started. There is no possibility that these newly obtained items will be stronger. So Gu-Shi will naturally not pull down the queue that was originally lined up and put these items in the queue again. Gu-Shi just took a look and knew what he had in hand, and the rest would have to wait for time. There were 3 large buildings. Gu-Shi took a closer look and knew what kind of troops were being trained in those 3 large buildings. There was nothing else. Wandering Street, large used 2,500 resources and 20 units of stone to build a Wandering Street, large building, in the city. After completion, 25 wandering zombies can be trained every week. After completion, it can be linked with a cemetery or zombie training camp. Black Arena, large used 3,500 resources, 30 units of stone, 1 unit of mercury, and 1 unit of gems to build a Black Arena, large building, in the city. After completion, 7 gladiator black guards can be trained every week. After completion, it can be linked with various temples or night training camps. After completion, various beasts can be arranged to enter the arena for challenges every week to enhance the experience of participating black guards or knights. Before construction, you need to build a level 1 temple. All temples that can train knights are acceptable. Gladiator Black Guard, level 7 experience, 0/5500. Attack 16. Defense 9. Health 55. Skills, Battle Axe Mastery. Charge. Fight. Hearts Aikendo Hall, large use 2,500 resources and 20 units of stone to build a Hearts Aikendo Hall, large building, in the city. After completion, 25 blind swordsmen can be trained every week. Blind swordsman, level 4 experience, 0/750. Attack 6. Defense 4. Health 25. Skills, immune to blindness. Quick attack. In these 3 large buildings, the zombies coming out of the streets are almost at the same level as the zombies, and can be regarded as a supplement to the zombies. The gladiator black guards in the Black Arena are used to protect knights. Now Gu-Shi has no knights, no matter what kind of knights, so it is useless to build them. Moreover, it is required to have at least a level 1 temple as a prerequisite. Without a temple, Gu-Shi will not be able to build this Black Arena. The last Hearts Aikendo gym produces pretty good troops. You can tell at first glance that the blind swordsman is a troop that can be used for a short period of time. However, the only problem here is that the blind swordsman is not considered an undead. Gu-Shi has so many undead troops whose training camps have not been built yet. So he has to come and build the Mines Aikendo gym. How stupid must Gu-Shi be to make such a choice? Therefore, these 3 buildings may be thrown under the box and not see the sun for a long time. As for other small and medium-sized buildings, the same is naturally true. It seems that they enrich Gu-Shi's collection, but they are actually not of much use. Gu-Shi just put away these architectural design drawings and comforted himself. At least next time, he won't have to go to the Chaoyang Guild to buy architectural plans. Think about it. If Gu-Shi had so many architectural design drawings in his hand when he went to Sanxian Garden, he could have asked for something better. But it's not too late. After taking care of these things, Gu-Shi looked up at the sky, turned around, and headed towards the 5-Do family. Chapter 396. A new day is coming. At this time, the night was almost over, and Gu-Shi rushed to Wudo's house. Of course, his purpose was not to find a place to sleep, but to find an agent to buy a house. Before that, Gu-Shi always had to find an understanding person to inquire about the situation. After all, Gu-Shi didn't have much money at the moment. He couldn't go to the statue of Guanyin in white to give back the 10 million he donated last time. So find a house that is not too expensive. and then go to the market to exchange some money with the players in Balian City later. Then this will be possible. It was going to be dawn now, and Gu Shi planned to go to Wudou May Night to inquire about the process of making an appointment with an agency. When Gu Shi left, he naturally took his troops with him in this series of battles tonight. Except for the heavy losses in Maple Leaf Park at the beginning, there were not many losses in the other battles. The undead replenished by spiritualism naturally joined Gu Shi's team one after another. The most important thing is that the Ghost team participated in the last strike throughout the whole process, and their current number has also increased during this time of last strike. Now the strength of the Ghost team has not changed much, but the number of them seems to be 5,000. Looks like there are many people. You can imagine that there are more than 5,000 by Wuchang flying in the sky. When there is any movement, all eyes are staring at you. It feels like Gu Shi can't stand it. At the same time, the number of undead troops under his command also increased by about 5,000. The most important thing is that, after today's large-scale summoning of souls, Gu Shi's spiritualism has been upgraded to another level, plus 2 equipment that enhance the effect of spiritualism. Gu Shi's spiritualism has now reached level 9. It can be said that he made pure profit this time, not to mention other things. With this replenishment of troops, most of his undead leader troops will be fully equipped after returning. What should I do if the newly summoned undead are not suitable for these undead leaders? Isn't this a joke? What are the many training camps in Aladovi City for? If any unit of arms is not suitable, just send it to the corresponding training camp and transfer directly. By then, his military strength can be greatly improved. The next time we hit a place like Maple Leaf Park, the damage won't be so great. The biggest gain this night was at the Steel City Gate, because the Earthbound Dragon was directly blocked at the forefront of the battlefield. Its experience increased like water, and it has now reached level 5. At the same time, the Ghost Domain has also begun to transform, and the progress has reached 17.3%. In addition, some dragon servants began to appear outside the gate of Steel City, because the Earthbound Dragon comes from the Well Dragon King. The servants are mainly troops in the water. This time, the troops that appeared near the Earthbound Dragon turned out to be a kind of rotten mermaid. At the same time, some large fish-like ghosts appeared nearby, almost turning the Steel City Gate into an aquarium. Although the number of these servants is not large now, they do not need to be managed. They are found by themselves, which can be regarded as a supplement to the Steel City Gate. This made Gu Shi a little excited. If he didn't need to keep the red dragon corpses to be used as bone dragons later, Gu Shi might be able to bury all 6 red dragon corpses under the main city gate now. Although Gu Shi is suppressing such thoughts now, it is a fact that the number of troops on his hands has increased significantly. Walking on the street with nearly 10,000 soldiers, no one dared to stop him. Even those shrines or more powerful forces chose to retreat after seeing Gu Shi's military strength. None of them had any intention of coming into conflict with Gu Shi. After all, compared with Gu Sisi, they have no benefit at all. On the contrary, they will lose their troops and their territory will be taken away by others. So why do they do this? What the major forces on the street want to do most now is to invite Gu Shi out of their own territory and let him leave their territory quickly. Gu Shi didn't have such self-awareness. Even when he was walking on the street, when he found that something was wrong, he would still attack the monsters on the roadside. However, since the demon group consists of less than 1,000 people, Gu Shi no longer needs to take action himself. Any one of his 5 heroes would be enough. He doesn't even need to stop in his progress. He can just move forward. As he was approaching the castle tower of the 5 Do family, Gu Shi suddenly saw that the sky was slowly turning fish belly white. It's almost dawn. Gu Shi jumped off the evil coffin, released the main city gate, and began to let his soldiers retreat back to Aladovi City. At the same time, his eyes also fell on the nearby streets. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that some strange things that were originally hidden were slowly peeking out. However, when they saw so many undead troops around Gu Shi, they all retreated, not daring to become an enemy of a vicious man like Gu Shi. Seeing this scene, Gu Shi also understood that he actually took advantage of this. If Vice President Steel Ghost Claw's plan goes as planned, he may not be able to gather nearly 10,000 troops until the day he withdraws from the Balian Festival. How could it be like now, when he took the corps to the streets and didn't even dare to show his face? Everything that happens now is the result of Gu Shi making the right decision. Looking at his men who were forming a team to enter Aladovi City, Gu Shi was filled with pride. At this moment, there was a ding in Gu Shi's ear. A new day begins. Now settle yesterday's information. Balian City, 319 players. 117 died or quit. And 0 ranked players. Hanya City, 320 players. 320 died or quit. And 0 players on the ranking list. All players in Hanya City were wiped out. Autumn Wind City, 320 players. 320 died in battle or quit. 0th on the leaderboard. All players in Autumn Wind City were wiped out. As the prompt sounded, Gushi raised his head and looked around. The surrounding castle towers had turned back into ordinary houses. However, no matter whether it was the weird things nearby or the ordinary mortals, they all turned their eyes away and ignored them. It can be seen that whether they are weird or mortal, they all know how to survive in this world. Gushi did not stay here for too long, and soon all the undead troops entered Aladovi City. When Gushi closed the main city gate, another voice came to his ears. The weird and the comprehensive weird field toilet has been dead for 3 days. And you get the kill reward, weird treasure chest and achievement. You get the weird treasure chest, green. You get the achievement, polluter/depolluter. Achievement, polluter/decontaminator. White quality title. A keepable. Would you like to open the strange treasure chest? Open. Gushi glanced at the 5 dojia in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally opened the strange treasure box. Chapter 397 Weird Subway Station. You open the weird treasure chest, green. You got 733 gold coins. You get 3.33 million in cash from this world. You got Mercury *2. You got Sulfur *4. You get Soldier Recruitment Coupons, Level 4, *4. You get Building Stone, Level 1, *2. You get the Filthy Land, green *1. You get the Dirty Treasure Map, green *1. Filthy Land, green. Magic Scroll use a certain place. After using it, the designated area can be turned into a dirty land, suitable for the survival of undead, demons, and some special weird things. March 3rd. Explanation. Filth is a treasure for some races. Dirty Treasure Map, green. A treasure map stained with some dirty blood. The original owner of the treasure map has given up on it. But as long as it is opened, the treasure can still be found. And the treasure seems to be designated by a certain person. Boss. Looking at the information about these things in front of him, Gushi just smiled. This time, nothing good came out of the weird treasure chest. Among the only 2 green quality items, only the Filthy Land is of some use to Gushi. That should be used to set up a temporary camp during the game. This is not very useful for Gushi, who can release the dead city at any time. The Dirty Treasure Map was so contaminated that even the original owner of the treasure map gave up. Gushi thought as he walked towards the 5 Do family. Before Gushi could call the door, Wudo may now open the door and let Gushi in. Gu saying, "Welcome back. Mino, are you ready? I have contacted a real estate agent, and I can go there any time now." But Gu saying, "Don't you have something to eat in the morning?" "No." "Let's go." Gushi thought about the amount of food in the 5 Do family, and finally shook his head. Even if he starved to death, he would rather not eat that little bit of bird food. Widow Mino didn't know the complaints in Gushi's heart. After seeing that Gushi had determined his goal for the day, she gently closed the door, held a palm-sized satchel, and held Gushi's hand before going out. Looking at the bag that was too small to even hold the keys, Gushi's face twitched involuntarily. "What are you using this bag for?" Gotomino thought for a moment and said carefully, "Is it not okay to act cute? How about I change my bag?" "Forget it. It won't have much impact." "Let's go." Gushi thought for a while and realized that there was no need for Wudo Mei to bring anything. Even if she didn't bring any bag, it would be no problem. So the 2 of them walked out the door, with Wudo Mei leading the way and Gushi following behind. After 3 or 2 turns, they arrived at the subway station behind the community. Looking at this conspicuous subway station, Gushi was speechless. "I've passed by here so many times, but I never noticed it." "It's better you didn't notice. There are taboos in this subway station. Don't mess around later. You must follow me in everything." Seeing Wudomino's serious look, Gushi also nodded. He understands that there are many weird things in this world, and daytime is the home of these weird things. If you are not careful, you may be killed. No matter how strong Gushi is, he won't do anything rash in this regard. After entering the subway station, Gotomino took Gushi up the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Although this would be slower, Gushi felt safer. At the same time, Gushi noticed Wumino's downward steps. She was counting the steps as she walked down, and when she reached the 15th step, she stepped directly over it. After crossing over, She looked back at Gushi, as if telling Gushi that he must do this. Gushi imitated Wu Domino's actions. At the same time, he discovered a situation. After Wu Domino entered the subway station, she did not speak again. Even if she wanted to express something, she only used her eyes or gestures. After taking a breath, he realized that there seemed to be some taboos in this subway station, such as not being allowed to speak. Although I don't know what the reason is. Just follow it, and it will be fine. When he reached the underground space of the subway station, Gushi noticed that the ground of the subway station was covered in blood. The blood was clearly dry, but when you stepped on it, it felt sticky. As a necromancer himself, Gushi reacted well to such a situation. But Minogota didn't say okay. She kept covering her mouth with her hands, for fear that she might accidentally scream in the subway station. Gushi couldn't stand this situation anymore. He stepped forward and hugged Gudomino, and hugged her directly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to cover Gotomino's eyes. As long as she didn't see it, she would be fine. However, Gotomino did not fully accept Gushi's kindness. Although she was hugged by Gushi, she still took Gushi's hand away from her eyes. As long as she didn't step on the ground, the situation in the subway station was acceptable to Gotomino. She pointed in the direction, and Gushi went in that direction. After a while, they arrived in front of the subway station platform. He tried to move forward, but was stopped by Gotomino. Under the guidance of Wudomino, Gushi and the others stopped in front of a yellow line. Wudomei did not let Gushi move forward, but just asked him to stand outside the yellow line. Gushi thought it was for safety's sake, so he just stood here. Soon the subway came over. The subway that came this time was a square-headed car. The body was quite old, and it looked like it had been running for hundreds of years. When the subway arrived, Gushi found that there were not many people around, but it felt quite crowded. Gushi wanted to resist the squeezing feeling, but 5 Domino held Gushi back. Gushi immediately understood that it was best not to resist this kind of squeeze, so he followed the invisible flow of people and finally squeezed into the subway. After entering the subway, looking out from the inside is another story. Gushi noticed that there were all kinds of monsters and ghosts in this subway. There are tram wolves, retrograde ghosts, and the like all over the place. But they seemed not to see Gushi, nor did they care about other people's eyes, and just messed around in the car. If you find a place to sit down, the situation will not be too good, because you can see freshly splattered blood on the car windows. And sometimes there are fingers and skin hanging on the car windows. I don't know how these people got themselves onto the car window. The blood color outside and the pink color inside the carriage blend together to create a unique atmosphere. But the more this happened, the less Gushi dared to act recklessly. He held Wudomei now in his arms and stared at the subway station list, ready to get off at any time. Chapter 398: The Role of Heroes. Gushi didn't know that the action he held in his arms was in compliance with the strange taboo request. At least, he wasn't affected by any strange things. As long as he waited for the bus to arrive at the stop, he could get off safely. This was a good choice for Gushi, who didn't want to cause trouble during the day. However, Gushi didn't cause trouble, but something came to provoke Gushi. Holding 5 buckets of beauty in one hand and holding the hanging ring in the other, Gushi looked up at the change stop sign. Every station name on the signboard has become extremely strange, such as Torn Valley, Bloodwater Passage, Poison Gas Subway Station, etc. In short, there are all kinds of names. He didn't know whether these places were real names or pseudonyms changed due to strange influences. Anyway, after reading these names, Gushi just felt that this subway was not a good place. The trouble arises from this place name. When Gushi looked at these station names, he only looked at them with a hint of curiosity, until he saw a site called Shualua Cave. His eyes suddenly shrank. Then a voice sounded in Gushi's ear. "You know Shualua Cave. Do you know something?" Gushi didn't even raise his head. He was a little unsure whether taking action now would count as taking action under the eyes of the goddess of mercy in white. If it counts, where did the heavenly Tao by Lord Iguanin see himself? If it doesn't count, then it doesn't matter if he takes action here. Gushi was thinking about this, but did not answer the voice just now. After staying here for a few days, Gushi knows very well that as long as you ignore something like weird, he will keep pestering you, but he will not take the initiative to attack you, unless you walk to a position where you cannot be discovered by the white-robed Guanin of heaven. After all, they themselves are also afraid of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes. If they are dealt with by the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes, they may really die. They can only take action in places where they are sure to be safe, such as the strange mirror space or the underwater space of the Jing Dragon King. If the subway is really in such a location, then what is he afraid of? He can just call. At this time, Gushi gently patted Wu Domino on the back and asked her to close her eyes. Then Gushi stared at the platform of Shuelua Cave that he had just seen. There are still 3 stops to go to Shuelua Cave. However, Gushi ignored this at this time and was provoking that weird person. At the same time, Gushi also remembered where he had seen this blood cave. The dirty treasure map that I just received. The location of the treasure map is in the Shuelua Cave. Gushi just glanced at it and wondered how there could be a place with such a place name in a city like this. Now it seems that this Shuelua Cave must be passed through the subway. Then either don't go over and take a look. Just when Gushi was staring at the name of Shuelua Cave, the voice sounded again. Where did you know about Shuelua Cave? Tell me quickly or I will kill you. Gushi didn't even respond, and Godamino in his arms didn't respond at all, which meant that only he could hear the voice. Plus, this guy had no intention of attacking, which clearly showed that he was trying to provoke me to speak or take action. If it was Gushi who had just come to this world, he might be fooled by this. How could Gushi suffer such a loss now? Just ignore this kind of clown. That's what I said just now. If he can, he'll hit me. Gushi couldn't speak now. His only way to provoke was to stare at the blood cave. Sure enough, the longer he stared at the name of the Shuelua Cave station, the more anxious the hidden man became. But he did not dare to take action. Such a shrinking look made Gushi understand that the subway track was not as weird as the weird mirror space and the underwater space. It was not a separate weird space. The level of the subway station is much lower than these 2 spaces. This situation made Gushi's mind move, and the shadow of the city gate secretly appeared behind him. Then Amilcar came out of the city gate. Before he could speak, Gushi made a move. Amilcar stood motionless. After Amilcar appeared, Gushi released Wudomei Nai. At this moment, Gotomino discovered Amilcar standing next to Gushi. Gotomino was shocked by the sudden appearance of an undead. Unlike Wei, who had seen many weird things, she didn't know how Amilcar appeared. However, Gushi had no intention of explaining it to her. He just pointed at the name of the station in Shuelua Cave, then took out the dirty treasure map and handed it to Amilcar. Just after taking out the filthy treasure map, Gushi heard that voice in his ears. Why is this thing in your hands? I remember I threw it into the toilet. No one will find it. Why is it in your hands? The voice kept calling. But Gushi ignored it. He already knew what was going on. It seems that the Shuelua Cave is someone's treasure trove. But so what? At first, Gushi didn't remember anything. It was you who jumped out to cause trouble for Gushi. Now it's too late to ask Gushi to stop. Gushi doesn't even have to take action himself. It is enough for Amilcar to take action. You must know that now all the subordinates of Amilcar's direct boss are fully staffed. Plus the troops assigned to him by Gushi. The number of undead under his command now exceeds 1,000. With such a force, they can sweep across a street alone at night. Even if it is difficult to deal with the strange abilities during the day, self-protection is definitely not a problem. Gushi's requirements were not too high. He asked Amilcar to get off the car at the Shuelua Cave first, and go look for the treasures in the treasure map. After all, Gushi still had other things to do, and couldn't deal with them separately. As for the fact that someone came to sabotage and stop the search for the treasure, it is really true that the troops led by Amilcar were fake. If someone really wants to stop it, then it means that the place is suitable for war. So just fight. Gu Shijing was worried that he didn't have enough undead on hand. So by sending people out, he could collect some corpses and summon them into new undead. Under the stimulation of the strange person, who kept shouting and using various languages, the subway soon arrived at Zuelyuoku Station. When the subway station door opened, Gushi pointed outside the door, and the garrison gate built in the magic plant area appeared in the subway station. Then Amilcar glanced at Gushi and strode away. As they passed through the city gate, Amilcar's troops had already walked out of the city gate. Without Amilcar's command, the undead army quickly divided into 2 parts. One part consisted of more than 300 people, led by 3 undead leaders, guarding the garrison gate in front of them. The remaining 700 or so people followed Amilcar, and went out with the dirty treasure map. Gushi could even see some skinless shadows appearing at the other end of the Shuelyuoku subway station. The war is about to break out. Chapter 399 Weird Technology Convenient for You. Me and him. When the subway door closed again, the battle outside Shuelua Cave had already begun. Amilcar did not make any sound, and led his undead troops forward and started hacking randomly. On the slowly moving subway, Gushi could clearly see the strange things happening in the subway station and didn't notice any sounds. Watching their movements, Gushi felt as if he was watching a mime. But the more this happened, the less Gushi dared to speak out at will. He understood the silence in the subway, and even the subway station did not dare to speak out, fearing that there was a powerful weirdo watching everything on the subway line. In fact, Gushi's guess was right. There was a big and strange existence on the subway line. This weirdo is an otaku type, and prefers to watch some pink movies. But as you know, the otaku boy lived at home, and it was not convenient to amplify the sound. So he could only watch silent movies and drag the progress bar. So slowly it became this weird rule. Even if he reaches level 9, he can't rewrite the rules. Of course, Gushi, who didn't know all this, had no intention of becoming an enemy of this great weirdo. Gushi now knew exactly what he should do, and what he shouldn't do. After there was no longer that nagging voice tempting him to take action, the rest of the journey was safe. Gushi was even interested in taking a look at the tram wolf behavior happening in the carriage. It wasn't until Wudomino pulled Gushi's sleeve that Gushi lowered his head and glanced at Wudomei. At this time, Gotomino was also blushing and did not dare to look around. She lowered her head and lay in Gushi's arms, pointing to the stop sign. Gushi looked up and found that the stop sign had changed to the normal station name at some point. The subway was about to enter a station called Zaichuanli. At this time, Gushi also realized that he should get off at this stop. So he stretched out his hand to pick up the 5 buckets of beauty and stood in front of the car door. When he picked the person up, Gushi didn't forget to look around. He noticed that the couples in the carriage were having fun and didn't care about the subway arriving at the station. It seems that those people in this subway have probably been in this subway for a long time. So long that they have forgotten where they are going. So long that they will never be able to leave this subway. Maybe they think they have everything under control. But in fact these people have become a part of the great mystery in the subway. After taking another look at these people, when the subway stopped, Gushi quickly carried 5 domino out of the subway. The moment he stepped out of the subway door, the door behind him slammed shut. Before Gushi could even turn around, the subway left quickly as if someone was urging him to do so. Gushi could only see the tail lights of the subway cars, and had no idea what the subway driver was thinking. In fact, Gushi didn't know that no one had noticed him when he got on the subway. But when he released Amilcar, he was stared at. The murderous aura on Amilcar's body, as well as the battle at the Shiolua cave, and most of the weirdness on the subway line were noticed. If it were said that the weird people on the subway line only regarded Gushi as immortal, now they regard Gushi as the god of plague. Now that Gushi wanted to leave, of course, they had to send him away as soon as possible. If you don't send her away, are you still planning to drag her on the subway until dark? Gushi, who didn't know all this, still followed the strange rules without saying a word. Under the guidance of Go Domino, he pressed against the wall and followed the designated route. It wasn't until she walked out of the subway station that Gotomino let out a long breath. I finally came out. Every time I take the subway, it's like fighting a war. I always feel like I won't be able to come back. Finally I can speak. Why is this subway station so troublesome? Is there no other means of transportation? Gushi put down the Wudomei. Wudomei shook her head. Gu saying, look at the time. Gushi was stunned for a moment and looked up at the time in the subway station. He was surprised to find that so many things had happened between the time he entered the subway station and the time he walked out of the subway station. But only less than a minute had passed. Now Gushi finally understood why Wudomei insisted on taking the subway even though the subway station was so dangerous. As long as you know the weird rules and can enter and leave the subway station safely, then this subway line is equivalent to a magic weapon. However, Gushi still asked, how do you remember so many taboo rules at subway stations? Gotomino smiled and said, except for not being able to talk. Each station has its own rules. But you only need to remember the rules of the station you are at. And when you go out, just follow the same route back. The rules are exactly the same. So there's no need to worry about remembering them wrong. In fact, the only things that can easily go wrong when taking the subway are accidentally talking and getting off at the wrong station. If you go to the wrong site and then come back, the rules will be according to the rules of the new site. If you don't know the taboos, the situation will be quite dangerous. When Wudomei now said this, Gushi sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that weirdness has been integrated into every corner of this city. And almost all mortals have become accustomed to weirdness. If such a world really didn't have some weirdness, it would actually cause chaos in the city. While Gushi was still thinking about this, Wu Domino had already accompanied Gushi out of the subway station. Outside the subway station, a middle-aged man, with his head lowered, quickly came up to him. "Are you Gu Sang and Miss Wudo?" Upon hearing this, Gushi knew that this was a real estate agent and was about to step forward to talk. Unexpectedly, Godamino actually stepped forward to communicate with the agent. Then she took out a white envelope and handed it to the agent. Gushi felt as if he was attending a funeral, and he had to give a white envelope just to meet someone. After taking the white envelope, the real estate agent began to introduce himself to Gushi. His name was Baishir Yusheng, and he said he was the ace agent of the largest real estate transaction center in the city. As for the house requirement, as long as it is available in this city, no matter in which direction, he can find a satisfactory house. As for the price, that will be discussed later. As he spoke, Baishir Yusheng took out a large number of promotional brochures and began to introduce them to Gushi. Gushi had already thought about the house he wanted. First, he needed to build it one by one. It doesn't matter where the house is built. What's important is that it's cheap. Gushi doesn't have much cash on hand. His goal is a house that can accommodate 2 people, and the price does not exceed 3 million yuan. In addition, Gushi also plans to rent a house about 200 meters away from the Tiandao White Guanin. It needs to have a small yard or an open space. The requirement is that no one will disturb it, and it will be rented for a month. After clarifying these 2 requirements, Baishir Yusheng hesitated and said, "Guest, your request is not easy to handle." Chapter 400 House Viewing. If it were easy, I wouldn't look for you. Gushi glanced at Baishir Yusheng and said quite simply. Just as Gushi said, if it was easy to find a place with such requirements, he would not go to an agency. Baishir Yusheng also understood Gushi's thoughts. He quickly flipped through the information in his hand and compared and connected them one by one. Soon Baishir Yusheng said to Gushi, within 200 meters of the Great Guanin in white clothes of Tiandao, there are 3 houses with yards are available for short-term rental. And there is also an open space that you can check out. As for a single-family house that costs 3 million yuan, there are some. As you know, the real price of this single-family house is between 1 and 15 million yuan. The cheaper one is the one with more people dead. This kind of house is prone to weird things. Of course, it's not that being weird is bad, but if there is too much weirdness, people living inside will be affected by various rules. At the same time, people in the house are unwilling to live in such a house. Therefore, if the customer insists on building a house with a price of about 3 million yuan, then the people we arrange in the house may not be very good. Either he is older or he has some problem. You actually don't need to arrange for people in the house. Gushi said casually. Guest, what are you talking about? If you don't arrange for girls to stay, you are looking down on my professionalism. Gushi looked at Baishir Yusheng, who looked serious as if he was about to quarrel, and was quite speechless. How is this a profession? I really don't understand this world. But he still said, it doesn't matter if it's weird or not. It doesn't matter how many things there are. You just have to make arrangements. Baishir Yusheng was also speechless. Was he talking about something weird? He was talking about whether the people in the house were nice or not. If you look down on the professionalism of our real estate agency, then just wait and see what kind of person I will arrange for you to live in the house. While thinking, Baishir Yusheng still smiled and said, if you don't have any special requirements for the people in the house, there are too many houses to choose from. There is one that is relatively close to here for 3 million. I can take you there to have a look now. Gushi glanced outside, nodded in agreement, and made his request at the same time. Then you need to introduce the environment around here. At least I need to know about the traffic, sanitation and safety conditions nearby. After hearing what Gushi said, Baishir Yusheng also laughed happily. He thinks that this is what it means to really want to buy a house. Why don't you choose the location of the house for 3 million? As long as it is a house? How is that possible? Now Gushi's attitude is that he really wants to buy a house, rather than just joking. As for the 3 million yuan thing, I'm afraid Gushi doesn't have much cash on hand. Then you can ask Gushi if he wants to get a loan, with installments of 20 years or something. While thinking, Baishir Yusheng took Gushi out of the subway station door. They went in one direction. Baishir Yusheng introduced it to Gushi as he walked away. There is a one-family house for sale nearby, about a 5-minute walk from the subway station. The biggest problem with this house is that it is built on the side of the road. and the windows are opened relatively low. People passing by can see what is going on inside the house just by tiptoeing. Many people in the house are not willing to take charge of such a house. Therefore, the price of this house has never been able to go up. Now it is quoted at 4.35 million. If the customer likes it, we can find a counteroffer from the original owner. According to my estimate, around 3.4 million can be negotiated. In addition, we also need to include taxes and fees, and arrange new residence for the guests, which may cost nearly 800,000 yuan. After hearing this, Gu Shi didn't want to go any further. This Baisher Yusheng had promised well before. But why did he seem to be unable to understand human speech as soon as he left the house? This guy probably can't. The house is still a small matter now. What if he found an open space, and said that it was only 200 meters away from the park with the Tiandao Guanyin in white? There is still some distance from the park entrance to the Tiandao Guanyin statue. Gu Shi doesn't want anything to go wrong here. So Gu Shi stopped decisively. Guest, what are you doing? Baisher Yusheng turned around and looked at Gu Shi, wondering why Gu Shi stopped like this when they were obviously talking well. Gu Shi said with a serious face, I think I have made all the requirements very clear. If you can do it, just follow my requirements. As long as the requirements can be met, no matter how dilapidated the house is, or how many if it's weird, I'll buy it. It's those houses that don't meet my requirements. No matter how much you introduce them, it's useless. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Baisher Yusheng also showed a look of embarrassment on his face. He understood that his plan had been seen through by Gu Shi. Now Gu Shi has spoken very seriously. If he messes around again, Gu Shi will definitely find another agency. This really slapped him in the face. Baisher Yusheng may not be able to sell the house, but it cannot lose its face. I understand the guest's request. If you want a house worth 3 million yuan, please give it here. Without saying a word, Baisher Yusheng turned around and walked into another alley. At the same time, he quickly introduced to Gu Shi the situation of the new house he was about to go to. The original owner of this house was called Ken Kin, but his life was not very good. He was in his 40s and had a wife in her 30s, a son and a daughter. As a result, all of them died within a year due to strange effects. It was said that the kennel had offended someone in a nearby park at first, but later someone found out that this was not the case, but that the kennel himself had inadvertently violated the strange taboo and led the strange to his house. Because the Kenkin family was all gone, his house was repossessed by the bank before he paid off the loan. Banks also want to make money, and it ends up being in our hands. But please believe it, this room really only cost 3 million. While talking, Gu Shi and his party also came to the door of this one-family house. Looking at this single-family house, Gu Shi also understood why this house could be sold for 3 million. The room in front of me was simply squeezed between two normal-sized one-family buildings. There were no doors or windows at all except the front door. All sunlight is blocked by the two nearby houses. Walking in front of this house, you can clearly feel that the house in front of you is full of gloom. If the ground is covered with a thick layer of quicklime, it will be the best place to store corpses. Good place. Baisher Yusheng's eyes widened and turned into a black question mark face. This kind of ghost place is also called a good place. Is there something wrong with the person in front of me? Gu Shi then asked again, where are their family's bodies buried? Chapter 401, a house full of weirdness and taboos. Regarding the issue of Gu Shi, Baisher Yusheng also has a question mark. Meeting Gu Shi was a big challenge for this virtuous student. No one has ever asked where the body of the previous owner was buried. Looking at Baisher Yusheng's appearance, Gu Shi knew that asking was in vain. So he changed the topic. Can you open the door and take a look? Of course. Please come in. As soon as Baisher Yusheng heard this, he knew that the situation had entered his own rhythm. He quickly opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Gu Shi looked inside from the front door and muttered, the stairs to get in are exhausting. Baisher Yusheng only heard a little bit, and he looked at Gu Shi with some confusion. What are the guests talking about? Nothing. Let's go in and take a look. This house doesn't have a yard. Right? What about the weirdness in the house? What are the taboos? There is no yard. The land for the yard has been taken up by both sides. If there is anything weird or taboo, please wait until I look for it. Baisher Yusheng quickly opened his briefcase and rummaged through it quickly. In the briefcase, there are many taboos about various houses. Of course, because this house is not very good, it was put at the bottom of the comparison. While waiting, Gu Shi did not rush in, but observed inside from outside the door. In addition to the damn situation of seeing stairs when you open the door, The house in front of you also has many bad feng shui designs. From Gushi's point of view, the structure of the house in front of him means that even if it doesn't attract any strange things, the people who live here will die early and be reborn. Buying here is equivalent to choosing a cemetery in advance. Of course, the cemeteries mentioned here are all real. Gu Shio noticed that there was a strong accumulation of yin energy under the house. On the roof, beams and columns. It was obvious that several previous owners had buried themselves in this house. Gu Shi had felt something when he was outside the door before, so he asked where the original homeowner was buried. Now that the door is open, and he sees everything inside, Gu Shi is even more sure. Baisher Yusheng didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking. After finding the taboo map, he started to introduce it to Gu Shi. Because this house is more weird, it also has more taboos. The taboo caused by the first homeowner was that you can't put cooked food in the refrigerator. Only vegetables and fruits. Otherwise, there will be someone in the house early the next morning, turned into a corpse, and frozen to death in the freezer. Having said this, Baisher Yusheng paused for a moment. The first owner of this house is the kennel house mentioned before. This is his family's weirdo. It's actually very easy to deal with. As long as you don't put the cooked dishes in the refrigerator, there will be no problem. Question. Gu Shi nodded and glanced at the location of the refrigerator. His idea was even simpler. As long as there is no refrigerator, isn't there nothing weird about it? Later, the kennel family provoked a powerful weirdo in the park. The weird taboo was not to spray food on the wall. Otherwise someone would turn into blood mud and smear it on the wall that night. When he mentioned this taboo, Baisher Yusheng glanced at Gu Shi. No matter how you look at this kind of weirdness, it is a powerful weirdness that can kill people. These two are all taboos that make people die. What should we do next? Gu Shi didn't care about these. He looked at each room one by one. When Baisher Yusheng stopped, Gu Shi turned around and said, "Continue." Oh! The third weirdo was invited back by the kennel family after all of their children died. This was to deal with the previous weirdo. This weirdo has 3 taboos, corresponding to his 3 abilities. I will explain them in detail now. Baisher Yusheng read the taboo situation quickly. Gu Shi listened and thought about what he could and couldn't do. After Baisher Yusheng introduced the 8 strange taboos in this house, Gu Shi found that this house was almost unusable. After buying it, let alone living in it, he had to be careful even when passing by. It is easiest to deal with which rooms cannot be opened and which things cannot be used. The most you can do is seal up these rooms and send the things out. But no one is allowed to be awake at a certain time, which is a joke. This is not how Wei Wei Wan wants to play. Gu Shi thought for a moment. If I buy this place, then it should be legal for me to clean up the weird things in the house. Clean up the weirdness in the house? Baisher Yusheng was stunned for a moment. He had never thought that someone could clean up the weirdness in the house. You must know that people in this world have long been accustomed to getting along with Wei. Even when they build a new house, they will immediately invite a Wei who they are familiar with to go home. No one has ever thought about driving Wei away. So Best Health has not really encountered such a problem. After hesitating for a moment, he still said, "It's legal. No one says there must be something weird in the house. It's just that if there is nothing weird in the house, it will be easily invaded by weird. It's okay. I'll take care of it all." Gu Shi said seriously. "Let's take this one. Is there any procedure required? Or do I just need to pay the money?" Listening to Gu Shi's words, Baisher Yusheng was completely confused. He didn't expect Gu Shi to choose the house so easily. You must know that when he usually introduces houses, he always takes people to see 7 or 8 houses. And sometimes he even chooses the people in the houses. The situation before him was something he had never encountered before. What? Is there no way to handle it? No. It's not. I can help you now. When Gu Shi asked again, Baisher Yusheng finally came to his senses and hurriedly said to Gu Shi, "Please wait a moment. I can take care of it right away." Gu Shi nodded and started walking around the room. After just that moment, Gu Shi had already determined the situation in this 2-story building. 3 corpses and 2 sets of ashes were buried on the first floor of the small building. 3 corpses were hidden on the second floor. And there should be another corpse hidden in the next floor above. As for the underground, Gu Shi estimated that there should be a ghost that had formed in the past. He had violated more than half of the weird taboos in the house. In other words, except for the first house kennel, the deaths of other owners were most likely caused by this guy on purpose. It's just that it's normal to die after breaking a taboo in this world. Even the police didn't want to take care of it, because no one knew whether the dead man violated the taboo intentionally or unintentionally. They couldn't find a way to reason with this kind of thing. So in the end, they would only record the matter and help dispose of the body. And there was no other way. But now that this ghost has met Gushi, the situation is different. When Baisher Yusheng went through the formalities, a smile appeared on Gushi's face. Chapter 402, Get the Anchor Point. Best Eugenics handled the procedures very quickly. It only took less than an hour to complete all the procedures. Seeing that it was still early outside, Baisher Yusheng decided to take a break and go see another place. Gushi wanted to rent the land or small courtyard near the Guanyin statue in white cloth of Tiandao. In Baisher Yusheng's words, he has never met a customer like Gushi in all his years of business. Today, even if he ignored the other guests, he still had to take care of Gushi's matter. However, Gushi asked Baisher Yusheng to wait outside the house. He had to deal with the weirdness in the house first. Regarding how to deal with the house, Gushi did something quite simple. He opened the city gate and released a ghost team into the room. In the next moment, the style of the entire room changed fundamentally, and the ghost in the underground retracted his head. This kind of thing is normal. Okay. As a ghost, seeing a team of Bai Wuchang coming to your home is no different from a homeboy coming back from going to the bathroom and finding a policeman sitting in every corner of his home. Anyway, this ghost doesn't dare to show up now, for fear that he will be taken away by Bai Wuchang if he moves. Gushi also gave Luna a heads up on the way and told her about buying a house. This house would eventually become Gushi's anchor in the city. Luna still needs to come and deal with all this. Luna got the news, but she was too busy to come over right now. We can only wait for Luna to handle this matter, or for a certain big weirdo who was previously transformed by Gushi to be reborn to come over and deal with it. Gushi had no way to deal with this situation. He could only arrange for the ghost team to keep an eye on the house. And then he went out with Baisher Yusheng, because Gushi had already bought a house of his own. And although the house owner had not yet been chosen, Wudo Mei no longer had any reason to follow Gushi. While Gushi was going through the formalities, Wudo Mino had already left on her own. Gushi wanted to keep her, but Wudo Mei refused to say anything. In the end, Gushi could only give Wudo Mei as a gift, hoping that he would have a chance to see her again next time. Unlike people like Gotomino, who usually stay at home, Baisher Yusia usually runs outside. He knows all kinds of transportation very well. The subway is also his main means of transportation. The city's subway is the best mode of transportation for the brave, because when you take the subway, there is no time wasted at all. You can get off at one subway station and come out at another subway station in almost 1 or 2 minutes. So if you are in a hurry and the journey is far, it is definitely better to take the subway. Gushi naturally had no objection to Baisher Yusheng's suggestion to take the subway. In Gushi's opinion, Baisher Yusheng would definitely be more courageous. At least he wouldn't be like Wudo Mei, who was so frightened that he threw himself into Gushi's arms. Seeing that Gushi agreed, Baisher Yusheng immediately led the way. While leading the way, he also explained to Gushi the taboos at the nearby subway station. The nearby subway station is called a Nigawa, which is a branch of Huangquan. In addition to not being able to speak, you must not enter the subway station between noon and midnight. At these 2 points in time, the subway from Onami River to Huangquan will pass by to pick up the undead wandering here. If you don't want to be taken to H.L., don't mess around. There is never a turning back on the road to H.L. No one can come out of H.L. except the god of death, Grim Reaper, the ones that were killed in Maple Leaf Park. When Gushi heard this, he felt happy that there was such a good thing. The undead wandering here? Will you be picked up only between 12 and 1 o'clock? What about normal times? Usually no one pays attention to it. What would happen if they were all taken away? While listening to Baisher Yusheng explaining the taboos here, Gushi was thinking about his own things. They walked forward quietly until they entered the subway station. Gushi noticed that Baisher Yusheng had a monthly subway ticket in his hand, and the front of the ticket was written with no taboos. Gushi was very curious about this kind of thing. He found that when Baisher Yusheng took out this subway ticket, there were obviously less weird things nearby. Gushi really wanted to ask what was going on, but he immediately thought of the taboos on the subway line. In the end, he simply didn't ask anything and followed Baisher Yusheng to line up on the platform. At this time, Gushi discovered another situation. That is, Baisher Yusheng seemed to be choosing the carriage. Gushi was a little curious. Could it be that there was something special about this carriage? Gushi kept observing his surroundings with doubts, but he didn't find anything different. It wasn't until a subway covered in sludge came staggering from a distance, and a large number of people appeared nearby that Gushi discovered the clues here. Passengers entering this carriage more or less hold some props that can be used for cover, such as briefcases, umbrellas, newspapers, etc. It seems that there is something ulterior in this carriage. After waving to Gushi, Baisher Yusheng strode in and squeezed in. As soon as he entered the carriage, Gushi saw the situation inside the carriage. This place is different from the subway that Gadamino took. If the previous subway was just different in color, this place is simply a crazy line. Gushi was a veteran and had played the Death Knight and other roles, but he had never encountered a situation like this before. Although there were seats available, no one was willing to sit down, but instead crowded into the middle of the car spontaneously. Hold a newspaper, briefcase or something to cover yourself. For such a situation, Gushi just wanted to watch the fun and had no intention of rushing in and performing on the spot. He thought about it, found a place to sit down, and then looked at everything around him with a critical eye. As for Baisher Yusheng, he had already skillfully squeezed into the crowd with his briefcase. It was obvious that he was an old acquaintance here. Regarding this situation, Gushi did not stop him. In Gushi's eyes, as long as it did not affect his ability to rent a house, he could do whatever he wanted here. Of course, there is another meaning of no impact here. Although time is not affected in the subway, you can't let Gushi watch the show here all the time. There are some things that you just have to order as often as you want. But if you do it too many times, be careful of being whipped and hacked by adults. Best Health also knows what should be done at what time. After passing 4 stations, Baisher Yusheng squeezed out of the crowd. When he squeezed out, a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair quickly squeezed in to take his place. This was also an important reason why Gushi didn't want to step forward to perform. Chapter 403. The location of the Heavenly Dao White Road Great Guanyin can be locked. Compared to the one-family house he lived in before, Gushi had stricter requirements for the open space near the Tiandao white-clad Guanyin. The statue of Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao can only be seen near the park. You have to be close to it. And this close does not just mean approaching, but also has to correspond to the direction. Gushi's requirement is that it must be in front of or to the right of the Grand Avalokitesvara statue of heaven, with a straight line distance of no more than 200 meters. This kind of location is not easy to find. Gushi looked at several places, but couldn't find anything suitable. Baisher Yusheng felt like he was in the subway just now. He didn't help Gushi make arrangements. Why did it suddenly become so difficult to communicate with Gushi? In fact, Baisher Yusheng didn't understand that Gushi didn't have many requirements for the place where he lived, as long as it could accommodate people. But in order to deal with the matter of the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Heavenly Dao, Gushi must have calculated it carefully. Gushi visited all the places. Finally, after overturning the idea 3 times, he chose an open space that satisfied Gushi. The open space is about 215 meters to the right of the Tiandao Avalokitesvara in white. Standing there, you can just look at the raised right hand of the Tiandao Avalokitesvara in white. Of course, if you pay attention to the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao, you will find that this guy is staring directly at you. According to Best Life, the plan was to build a house on this vacant land, but no one has ever bought it. Every person who wanted to see this vacant land eventually failed to buy it, for some unknown reason. It can be said that this vacant land is already something that the intermediary company has thrown into its hands. Baisher Yusheng didn't like Gushi either, but he couldn't find a suitable open space. So he brought Gushi over to take a look. This open space is located behind a 2-story building. If you stand on the open space, you cannot see the Heavenly White Road Guanyin. You must retreat to a relatively backward position to see her. Gushi was quite satisfied with this open space, because in other aspects, the open space in front of him met his requirements. This is it. Rent it first. Thinking back to the previous places, Gushi finally made a decision. But you have to help me draw a map of this area. I need the most detailed quantities. For example, how high is the building next to me? How big is the plot of land? And how far away is the Grand Guanyin in white clothes from heaven? How far? All of this must be recorded. Baisher Yusheng thought that Gushi was planning to build a house here or something, so he must have such information. So Baisher Yusheng said, no problem. These data should be given. Do you want to go through the procedures now? Gushi still hesitated. After all, the place in front of him was not the most suitable. But except for this location, the few places I have seen before are not very good. So Gushi nodded his head. That's it. Let's go through the formalities. The procedures for renting are much simpler than those for buying. After all, the land is not yours when you rent it out. You only have the right to borrow it. and the lease is short-term. There are many things that cannot be changed. For example, you cannot dig on the ground. If you insist on digging, you must fill it back when you leave. For another example, if you want to build a house or something here, you need to discuss it with the surrounding neighbors. These need to be explained clearly in advance. There are a lot of things that Baishar Yusheng needs to do here, and he has been running on this matter almost all afternoon. While waiting, Gu Shi was not idle either. He took advantage of the opportunity to get close to the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao during the day and personally measured the condition of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao. He also re-entered the interior of the white-clad Guanyin statue of Tiandao and took a special look at the mirror Buddha he had discovered before. As Gu Shi guessed, the mirror Buddha also cracked on the spot, indicating that something strange had happened on this line. Moreover, the cracks were even worse than the dirty Buddha that Gu Shi had seen before, and the mirror Buddha's head was completely shattered. Gu Shi estimated that it would take 10 to 15 days to put it all together again. In addition, Gu Shi also discovered Buddha statues about rivers and water flows among these Buddha statues. The reason why Gu Shi discovered it was because he saw a crack on the Buddha statue. It was obviously because Gu Shi killed the Jing Dragon King. For the same reason, Gu Shi also found some cracks so small that they were almost invisible on many Buddha statues. It seems that players have been looking for weird troubles in this city in the past few days. Inside the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao, Gu Shi also discovered that the material of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao seemed to be somewhat special. It looked like the interior was made of wood, and the exterior brass was coated with a layer of cement. But when Gu Shi looked carefully, he found that these were not the materials he imagined. All the materials seemed to have an extremely strong and strange aura. While Gu Shi was studying this, Kairen Feng silently appeared behind Gu Shi again. Gu Shi still had a good impression of the weirdness this monk had transformed into. He lowered his head and saluted to Kairen Feng. At this time, Kairen Feng also smiled and said to Gu Shi, "You should be studying the materials here. The materials here are the gifts of thanks given by the white-clad Guanyin of heaven for protecting the weird every night. As long as the weirdness remains, the physique of the heavenly Dao Guanyin in white will only be strengthened and will not be destroyed," Kairen Feng said while looking at Gu Shi. Kairen Feng has also noticed that Gu Shi is plotting against the great goddess of heaven in white. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened, but it happens several times every year. It's just that most of them have no abilities, and some of them were destroyed directly before they could even break through the gate of the great Guanyin statue of heavenly Dao in white. Only Gu Shi walked in honestly, but after he came in, he studied this and that, looking at the Buddha statue as if he were looking at the meat on the chopping board. Kijin Feng doesn't want anything to happen at this time, so he took the initiative to appear in front of Gu Shi and explain the situation of the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven. He said this in order to persuade Gu Shi to retreat, but he never expected that after hearing this, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. "So that's it. If I want to build a Guanyin statue like this, what should I do?" After listening to Gu Shi's words, Kairen Feng looked Gu Shi up and down for a long time, but found no Buddhist connection in Gu Shi. He shook his head quite speechlessly, and quickly retreated into the darkness. "Disbeliever, please leave." Hearing this voice, Gu Shi felt a little helpless. It seemed that it would be difficult to enter the interior of the white-clothed Guanyin statue of heaven in the future. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have paid so much attention to the internal situation of the heavenly Dao white-robed Guanyin. Chapter 404 Rent the Vacant Land. After exiting the statue of Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao, Gu Shi was about to walk back when an owl fell into his hands. Gu Shi raised his head and glanced at the white-robed Guanyin of heaven and found that Guanyin was not paying any attention to him. A smile immediately appeared on Gu Shi's face. This heavenly Dao Guanyin in white is really subject to the rules, as long as she does not attack. Even if she uses some extraordinary power under her nose, she will not be attacked. Why did Xia Yi suddenly have the brain to attack the statue of white-robed Guanyin of heaven? Gu Shi turned his face to the side, trying hard not to look at the killing stone above, and quickly left here. In the process of leaving the Tiandao Guanyin statue, Gu Shi had also read the letter sent by the owl. The letter was written by Luna, who told Gu Shi that Maple Leaf Park had been integrated into Aladovi City and into the Magic Plant Zone. The integration this time was quite successful. The most important thing is that Aladovi got a good thing. At the same time, she had received the supplies and various news sent back by Gu Shi. Luna has already arranged the anchor points for the new house. I believe it won't be long before the anchor point is established. Looking at the letter written by Luna, Gu Shi had the idea of going back to Aladovi immediately to take a look. In the end, Gushi suppressed this idea. He wanted to first determine the position in front of him, where he could see the statue of the great Guanyin in white clothes of Tian Dao. I miss this place. I don't know when I will be able to find such a good place next time. So Gushi did not rush back to the city, but went back and forth here to calculate every detail. For example, what is the distance between the open space he is optimistic about and the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven? Is there anything too high in the middle that blocks the view or other things? Gushi only had one chance, and he couldn't let any problems affect his attack. By the time Gushi had measured all the details, it was already almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It will get dark if we delay any longer. At this time, Baisher Yusheng rushed over. As soon as he saw Gushi, he made a 90-degree bow. Gu-san, I'm so sorry. What? Aren't they going to rent? No. Gu sang. They said they can only rent it out for half a month. Because the rental period is short. They are not allowed to build anything on the open space. After hearing this, Gushi sighed. Half a month is enough. In fact, he only needed 3 days. But Gushi is not that kind of fool. If that's the case, then the price is not what was said before. This is reasonable. I have already talked with him. Now for only 200,000 yuan. I can rent this place for 15 days. I can sign the contract now. Baisher Yusheng said as he took out the contract. Gushi took a look at the contract and found that this contract was more detailed than the house purchase contract. The contract stated that the total open space on the ground was 60 square meters, including the sky 10 meters high and the land 10 meters below, all of which belonged to the landlord. Gushi only rented the open space on the ground. Therefore, Gushi was not allowed to dig downward. At the same time, if Gushi wanted to build a building, he could only start building from a height of 10 meters or more. Regarding such a contract, Gushi glanced at Baisher Yusheng. Mr. Baisher, is this contract a joke? No. That's what that person said. But that's what he asked for. Even I can't do anything about it. Faced with such a thing, Gushi was a little speechless. But fortunately, Gushi rented the vacant land not for what he could do with it, but because the land was just the right distance from the white-robed great Guanyin statue of heaven. Just right for Gushi's arrangement. If it wasn't for other places, Gushi would have ignored this a long time ago. Although the contract looks strange, there are no issues with the terms. Gushi glanced at the sky and saw that it was getting late, so he didn't hesitate and simply rented the place. Of course, the time is calculated from today. During the few days it was rented to Gushi, even the original owner of the land was not allowed to enter the open space. After handing the contract and everything else to Gushi, Baisher Yusheng turned around and left. Along with the contract was a notice given to him. This is because the open space has no door and normal people can enter and exit. So Gushi needs to post a notice here to tell people not to enter this open space during these 15 days. Of course, whether this kind of notice can be effective depends on Gushi himself. If Gushi is willing to arrange some people to guard here, the notice will be useful. Gushi doesn't have such thoughts now. After paying the rent for the land, the biggest thing in Gushi's mind is finally half relieved. After Baisher Yusheng left, Gushi returned to Aladovi City immediately. As soon as he entered Aladovi City, Gushi felt that something was not right in the atmosphere. He looked up at the sky and found that the sky was covered with a layer of cyan clouds. Luna, what's going on? When Gushi entered the city, Luna appeared next to Gushi. As soon as she heard Gushi's question, Luna immediately explained it. The Maple Leaf Park that we just integrated in is a good thing. When we integrated in, a big tree grew directly over the magic plant area. Go and take a look now. Seeing Luna's excited face, Gushi knew that everything was on that tree. So Gushi immediately turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin, heading towards the demon planting area. While Gushi was on his way, Luna also explained the situation at hand to Gushi. The land deeds that Gushi had taken down last night had already been integrated into it. However, the assembly hall of Aladovi City is at its current progress, and it is impossible to speed it up. All buildings need to be lined up. Even special buildings cannot jump in line. As for that special building, it's not that Luna doesn't want to build it, but that there is no place to build this special building now. Aladovi City has just opened a satellite city, a strange mirror space, and all the land outside belongs to the area of Aladovi City. There is no need for Luna to waste such a good special building here. Therefore, Luna's plan is to keep the original rhythm, and spend the last few days dedicated to dealing with the buildings that Demi needs. After all, now that Gushi has a level 3 building stone in his hand, he can meet the needs of the alchemy laboratory. The only thing missing now is the 2 buildings on the ghost side. Luna estimates that in the last 3 days of the Balian festival, they can complete all the prerequisites for the 3 buildings required by Dini. As for the 3 buildings, we can just use the building stones when the time comes. In other words, Dini may participate in the final battle. Chapter 405, A Very Special Harvest. At the entrance to the magic plant area, Gushi saw the maple tree that had been burned off at first glance. Gushi felt that he was quite correct in naming each area. The magic plant area has always been related to plants. Although the maple tree in front of me was burnt black, the strong smell of blood could be smelled at the entrance of the magic plant area. It's just that Gushi didn't quite understand. If that was all, there was no need for Luna to call him over. After all, Shiemu Lake is right here in the Demon Plant District. There is a place as big as Shiemu Lake. Gushi has never seen anything. But it wasn't until Gushi reached the maple tree that he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Luna's intuition. The maple trees in front of you are the treasures of Maple Leaf Park. Blood Maple, special building, activated the maple tree infused with blood and life. When burned by fire, was integrated into the last fragments of the 6 reincarnations, and was forcibly activated. After the blood maple is activated, the success rate of the necromancer's spiritualism increases by 10%. All non-undead buildings and soldiers, as long as they are within the limits of Aladovi City, will slowly be transformed into the undead. Among the properties of the blood maple in front of him, the success rate of the summoning technique is improved. Gushi can also say that this is equivalent to having an additional summoning tower that is not included in the calculation. But the attribute at the back made Gushi's eyes widen. All non-undead buildings and soldiers can be transformed into undead. This is a city attribute that all necromancers most want to see, because this means that there will no longer be other uncontrollable troops in the city, and there will be no decline in morale. This is a good thing. At this time, Gushi immediately understood why Luna asked him to come over and take a look. Gushi thought for a moment and immediately asked a key question. Your weird mirror space will also be affected? If you had asked this question before, I might not have been able to answer it. But now I can tell you with certainty that it will not be affected. The strange mirror space has become a satellite city of Aridov City. It is only attached to Aridov City, and is not part of Aridov City. Gushi really wanted to say that some important non-undead buildings should be moved to the weird mirror space. But he finally gave up the idea. On the one hand, he currently has no important non-undead buildings on hand. On the other hand, Gushi had also seen the situation in the strange mirror space. It is not an undead space, but it is also not suitable for the construction of other buildings. It would be better to build some buildings in the weird mirror space than in Aladovi City. It seems that Aladovi needs to build a new satellite city to build some non-undead buildings that are not suitable to be built in Aladovi City. It would be better for Gushi not to force this for now. At this time, Gushi was thinking about another issue. Besides these, is there anything else? Yes. In addition to this blood maple, there are more than 30 unformed blood maples that were moved in together, because they have not grown up yet. The properties and effects of each one are uncertain. But one thing is certain. All blood maples are related to the undead. As long as we cultivate these blood maples, it won't be long before we can reap a wave of powerful undead attributes. From what I have observed so far, all blood maple skills have the effect of increasing the success rate of necromancy by 1%. More than 30 unformed blood maples are equivalent to a 30% success rate. Coupled with the original success rate, I believe that the success rate of adult spiritualism will soon reach 100%. At this time, Gushi finally understood why spiritualism was just the beginning, and the subsequent necromancers followed the path of transformation and resurrection of the undead. Because for high-level necromancers, the success rate of summoning souls is unknown to several thousand%. In their view, there is no possibility of failure in summoning souls by oneself. Then why not do some tricks? Maybe you can transform into more powerful undead. When Gushi first learned about the transformation of undead, he didn't understand this yet. He was somewhat puzzled as to why a necromancer would choose a more difficult method of undead transformation. Now Gushi finally understood. It turns out that the top student got bored and wanted to use a more difficult method to answer the test. Now Gushi found that he was about to join the ranks of these academic masters, and this situation made him feel a little at a loss. Is there anything else? There are also some relatively broken things. For example, there are at least 30,000 corpses buried underground in Maple Leaf Park. These corpses will slowly be affected by Aradovi and crawl out of the ground. However, because they were buried for too long. These corpses could not be transformed into undead troops. They could only become residents of Aladovi City. Residents are just residents. There are only a few residents missing from Aladovi. Gushi had no objection to the presence of more residents in the city. In Gushi's eyes, Aladovi City really just had fewer residents and was lifeless. Not even as good as the weird mirror space. At least there will be some weird residents in the weird mirror space soon. They will slowly develop the weird mirror space. Also, we found a piece of waste that was almost burnt. You might want to take a look. Gushi thought for a moment, and then thought that the almost burned waste that Luna said was the turntable when he attacked Maple Leaf Park. Gushi still remembered that those gods of death seemed to attach great importance to that turntable. At that time, all the incarnations of death were killed by the final self-destruction of the turntable. How come there are still some left? Wasn't that thing bombed? Why is it still there? It's not what you think. You'll know if you come and see for yourself. Under the leadership of Luna, Gushi came to the back of Shuefeng, where Gushi saw a stone platform. The stone platform has also been burned to ashes, and there is still a piece of wooden axle on the charred stone platform. Gushi understood it at a glance. The turntable before clearly flew up from here. The previous turntable had blown up, but the platform that was originally used to park the turntable is still there. Although it was burned like this, the effect of this thing still seems to be retained. 6 pads of reincarnation base gray. Waste the base used to park the 6 pads of reincarnation disc. Due to disrepair and being exposed to wind, rain, and fire, this thing has now lost all its effectiveness. However, you can perform soul-calling rituals here to give you some psychological comfort and make you think that the success rate of soul-calling here will be higher. Regarding such an explanation, Gushi was speechless. However, the base of the 6 pads of reincarnation in front of him made Gushi think of something. Luna, take this to the edge of the Evilwood Lake. Chapter 406 Resurrection of Princess Anna. Sir, do you plan to save the princess? Although Luna was busy with her own affairs during this period, she still noticed some of Gushi's actions. Luna knew something about Princess Anna, but she still felt a little unhappy when she saw Gushi spending so much thought on Princess Anna. Gushi could also feel Luna's emotions, but he still said, if I only look at Princess Anna's face, the most I can do is bury this real corpse and build a monument for her. We still have 4 opportunities to dungeon, and there are 4 Princess Anna waiting for me. No matter which one has an accident, I think it will be easier to resurrect than this one. But you know, I had a feeling when I saw Princess Anna. It was just like the feeling when Shea's body was found in this small building. When Gushi said this, Luna's mirror eyes lit up. 3 divine skills? Luna knew very well what Shea had brought to Gushi after being contracted. Although, temporary mission, sacred artifact in fairy tales, did not appear until long after Shea was resurrected. But if you don't make the initial resurrection and investment when making the contract, this quest won't be that easy to take on. Gushi will feel something in Princess Anna, which means that Princess Anna has a clue to one of the 3 magical skills. Regarding the 3 divine skills, Luna knew very well the role of status in them. Without thinking, she immediately asked, can I help you? No. I originally wanted to transform it after completing this big sacrifice. As soon as this thing appears now, it reminds me not to go too far. If it continues to be delayed, I am afraid that there will be some new changes. I have almost prepared what I can prepare now. There is still some time, so I might as well prepare it first. The matter of Princess Anna will be dealt with. After hearing what Gushi said, Luna had no objection. She quickly moved the 6 paths of reincarnation base to the edge of Shimu Lake. However, Gushi did not go over immediately, but checked the materials he could take out. This time is not dealing with a big weird thing, so Gushi will naturally not use inferior materials. What Gushi brought out now were all of the highest quality. Things like an incomplete golden sternum, villain mask, and professional hood. It can be said that Gushi came up with the most advanced materials he could get his hands on. After all the materials were prepared, Princess Anna's body was removed from the Evilwood Lake. After soaking in Evilwood Lake for so many days, the strange power in Princess Anna's body has been almost purified. The only problem now is that Princess Anna is missing some bones. Gushi placed Princess Anna's body on the 6 paths of reincarnation base, and then drew a magic circle for the transformation of the undead outward from the 6 paths of reincarnation base as the center. After that, he cut Princess Anna's chest open and inserted half of the golden sternum. When placing the golden sternum, Gushi conveniently put the dead hellfire core inside, which was regarded as a great gift for Anna. The princess supplemented what was lacking physically. Although this can't completely make up for the loss of Princess Anna's bones and internal organs. At least it won't be too much. Afterwards, Gushi put the villain mask on Princess Anna's face, and then replaced the crown made of pea flowers with a professional hood. Then came the clothes and equipment on Princess Anna, and Gushi put on the broken water god guardian uniform. The tainted magic book, and other things that were taken out from Princess Anna were all placed next to Princess Anna. After putting everything away, Gushi took out some weird flesh and blood. These weird flesh and blood were obtained when Gushi helped Luna deal with the weird mirror image last time. In addition, Gushi thought about it, and picked out a few of the better quality ones from the death sides obtained in Maple Leaf Park, and placed them outside the undead transformation circle. After arranging everything, Gushi took a deep breath, held up the cold wind staff, and stood in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation base. With the injection of Gushi's mana, the soul summoning began. Gushi felt as if his mana was being drawn out crazily, and it was being consumed at a speed that was almost catching up with the incarnation of death. But Gushi still withstood such pressure, even if his power quickly passed away. He did not flinch. Instead, he carefully controlled his magic power, and controlled every change in the undead transformation circle. At the beginning, under the infusion of Gushi's magic power, Princess Anna's long black hair actually began to turn golden. At the same time her skin also began to turn golden. At the same time, the red half mask that originally covered Princess Anna's face turned into a golden half mask. The mask even slowly merged with the professional hood on her head, turning into a pale golden crown covering half of her face. There are still 6 empty slots on the crown that are not inlaid with any gems. It is obvious that this is a crown specially created for Princess Anna. At the same time, the broken water god's royal guard uniform was mixed with the dark green liquid of Evilwood Lake, forming a dark green princess skirt. If you only look at this princess dress, everyone will think that the person in front of you is a fairy who takes the druid route. But now, the situation is obviously different. Looking at the formation of the green princess dress, Gushi noticed that under each leaf that made up the green princess dress, there were light golden skull patterns and dark red bloodstains. Seeing that Princess Anna was about to complete the transformation into the undead, Gushi quickly took out the copied undead contract. He reached out to open it, and said to Princess Anna, "My name is Gushi. I hope to sign a contract with you, and use your strength to fight for me." As Gushi spoke, he sent out the contract of the dead. "I remember you, young necromancer. Your growth surprised me. But this is also my opportunity. I will fight for you." In response to Gushi's proposal, Princess Anna, who had kept her eyes closed, raised her right hand and touched the undead contract. Ding! The contract with the undead is successful. And Princess Anna, contracted with the undead, joins the player. Name, Anastasia, contracted undead. Race, Lich. Level 4, 0/10,000. Talent, Scholar. The time spent learning magic is reduced by 30%. And all magic below level 3 can be learned regardless of various conditions. Status, Life, 110/110. Magic Power, 940/940. Attributes, Strength 1.6. Agility 1.7. Constitution 1.1. Intelligence 9.4. Perception 2.7. Charisma 2.6. Skills, Ghoul Guard level 8. Leadership level 5. Psychic Magic level 4. Undead Magic level 4. Dark Magic level 3. Light Magic level 3. Destruction Magic level 4. Elemental Magic level 3. After signing the contract with Gushi, Princess Anna slowly opened her eyes. Her green eyes glowed bright green. She stared at Gushi and spoke. "My lord, your heart has been affected." Chapter 407 The Role of Princess Anna. Princess Anna's words made Gushi stunned. At this time, Gushi resurrected Princess Anna, actually for the Death Lord, one of the 3 magical skills. If she wakes up and asks directly, "Do you want to become the Lord of Death?" Gushi would not be surprised. But when she suddenly asked Gushi, her heart was affected. How should Gushi respond? He couldn't say, "Yes, yes." He was forced into a corner. And now he was ready to fight. Seeing Gushi's embarrassed look, Princess Anna smiled. When she laughed, her skin began to turn a little green and her hair turned black. At the same time, the clothes on his body turned into a black monk's robe, and the crown and mask on his head disappeared. Taking a step forward, Princess Anna moved her body. That's how comfortable it is. Although the golden sternum and fire core you put on me before are good, they are different from my original root. More than half of my strength is placed on the two materials of suppression and fusion. If I didn't use these two items, even with my physical defects, I would be level 11 now. But in that case, your potential will be exhausted. It will be converted to level 11. And it will be level 11 in the future. Although your current level is low, your potential is still there. I think you should be able to estimate what level you can eventually hit. Gu Shi is now considered a somewhat experienced person in the knowledge of the undead and magic. How could he be led astray by Princess Anna's words? Hearing Gu Shi's words, Princess Anna laughed instead. Of course. But if you want me to grow up, it will require a lot of resources. Are you willing to invest a lot of resources to support me in improving my combat power? Definitely. Gu Shi said with certainty. Then please give me permission to mobilize resources in the city. All permissions. Gu Shi glanced at Princess Anna, and finally said seriously, as you wish. After hearing Gu Shi's words, Princess Anna said calmly, don't worry. Sir, you won't regret the choice you made. After speaking, Princess Anna placed her hand a little on Gu Shi's heart. Gu Shi felt a cool force injected into his heart, making his whole body feel much cooler. I have helped you to suppress the psychological influence on you. In the past few days, you should not leave this house during the day. Aladovi City. Luna said from the side. Yes, don't leave Aladovi City during the day. If you have anything to do, leave it to your subordinates. If you can't go out at night, it's best not to go out. Gu Shi glanced at Princess Anna and realized that she must have discovered something. Gu Shi did not insist too much on his plan. Previously, he would put all his thoughts on the killing stone. Revenge for Xia Yi was just an excuse. In fact, his soul lamp could not resist the killing stone. The influence brought out the craziest side of his heart. He didn't just let the incarnation of death rush out like Xia Yi, which was considered to be more restrained. But his subsequent plans all reflect his madness. The most important thing is that the contracted undead under his command not only did not stop him, but went crazy along with him. Now that the spiritual influence on his body has been suppressed by Princess Anna, Gu Shi's attitude when thinking about problems becomes more rational. Thinking about the crazy look before, Gu Shi had an idea in his mind. Otherwise, just forget it. You can come in again anyway. If it doesn't work, just wait until next time. Or after you quit the ceremony, go back and look for other killing stones. Grown-ups. At this time, Princess Anna grabbed Gu Shi. Can you tell me your plan? Gu Shi glanced at Princess Anna and was thinking about where to start when Princess Anna said something else. There is no need to talk about the causes and consequences. Just the goals and arrangements. Gu Shi's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately explained his arrangement. Apart from describing the data and arrangements in great detail, he did not say a word about anything else that was not related to the goal of this time. In fact, when Princess Anna stopped Gu Shi just now, Gu Shi understood what Princess Anna meant. Princess Anna doesn't know anything now. Only in this way can she handle some things, so that she won't be easily discovered. Because sometimes, for spiritually strong people, when you are thinking about something in your heart, they already know it. Princess Anna listened carefully to what Gu Shi did. When she heard that Gu Shi had rented the vacant land, Princess Anna decisively interrupted Gu Shi's words. Stop. You don't need to say what happens next. Gu Shi closed his mouth decisively. Sir, everything you did before was handled by you alone. Your plan has actually been seen by others. It is even possible that your plan was made to be this way by others. Gu Shi nodded when he heard this. Baisher Yoshing's attitude when renting the vacant land today made Gu Shi suspicious. But the vacant land was so good that Gu Shi had to comply with all the requirements in the contract. Now that I think about it, there must be something wrong with that vacant lot. Those who play with the mind are dirty. Gu Shi couldn't help but muttered. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Princess Anna also laughed. So don't go as planned. Don't wait for time. Don't wait for weapons and materials to be prepared. And don't show up in person. In response to Princess Anna's warning with a smile, Gu Shi had a serious look on his face. He already understood what Princess Anna meant. The plan can be carried out, but it cannot be done by oneself. And the time cannot be determined. It cannot be said that it must wait until the time when they are leaving before taking action. It seems that Princess Anna knows the strength of some level 20 experts. If they really want to take action, they can find clues even across space. Gu Shi has done this kind of thing before. When something happened in Victoria City, he used his own means to contact Victoria City. Gu Shi's mind was occupied by crazy thoughts before, So he didn't think of the strength of the level 20 master. He thought that if he did it more secretly, they wouldn't be able to find him. Now it seems that everything I do is probably in their eyes. Except Aladovi City. Thinking of this, Gushi's forehead kept dripping with cold sweat. He was frightened by his previous plans to commit suicide. However, Gushi is also a very strong-minded person. Although Gushi had some problems in handling the killing stone, he quickly calmed down and thought about some things again. Princess Luna and Princess Anna stood aside and waited without urging Gushi, until Gushi figured everything out on his own. Gushi stood up again, with a look of excitement in his eyes. I know what to do next. Chapter 408 The Bloody Treasure Chest Brought Back. In the following period, Gushi changed his plan. Even if it gets dark, he has no intention of leaving Aladovi City. In this way, the garrison gate that Gushi inadvertently opened in Shualua Cave became an important channel for external communication. When Amilca came back with the treasure found from Shualua Cave, Gushi stopped them from returning. What's going on outside? Gushi only asked Amilcar to come back and let his troops stay in the real world to maintain the garrison gate in the real world. The outside is not the real world. I led my men to the subway station. That's right. When I arrived outside the subway station, it was obvious that there was a space full of blood and twisted trees. The river water was blood red. And in the sky there were birds made of bones flying. From afar, it seemed that one could see a gigantic monster with only bones left on its body, sitting against the mountain. The treasure we were looking for was quite far away from the monster, so we didn't get close to it. We just dug up the treasure and then retreated. This is the treasure we brought back. What's going on with the enemy? Have you found the secret hiding the treasure? Yes, we found it. The weird one appeared directly after we got out of the subway station. He is a very strange kind of weird. He always seems to stimulate others to beat him, as if he wants to anger others. But his real fighting power is not actually not strong. Hit him, and he will try hard to make himself bigger, giving the impression that he is there to scare others. Sir, this treasure is probably not fake. That's not the case. Amilcar, I'm going to give you a task. You will stay at the garrison gate and see if there will be any changes at the Blood Cave station at night. If it turns into a world of monsters at night, send the signal back so that I can release the heroes. Good. Amilcar immediately accepted the task. Gushi also looked at the treasure that Amilcar had just found. What was sent over was a metal box covered with mud. But when Gushi touched the box, he found that it was different from the strange treasure chests in the outside world. This was a bloody treasure chest that Gushi had never heard of. You get a bloody treasure box. The bloody treasure box is a bait treasure box. If you die in the process of searching for the treasure box, everything will be swallowed by the treasure box. And the treasure box will grow due to the amount of flesh and blood swallowed. Gushi was also a little surprised by the explanation of this bloody treasure box. He never thought that there would be such a self-growing treasure chest. This treasure box had been buried underground for who knows how long, and how many lives it had swallowed up. After brushing off the dirt on it, Gushi could even see that the color of the treasure box had turned dark red. Looking at the treasure box in front of him, Gushi didn't think much, and lifted it up with force to open the treasure box. Before he could see clearly what was in the treasure box, a large number of ghosts and resentments appeared in front of him, and a voice came to Gushi's ear amidst the screams of the ghosts. You are opening a bloody treasure chest. This bloody treasure chest has devoured the lives of 96 strong men. Would you like to leave it behind and challenge a higher quality treasure chest? Hearing this voice, Gushi ignored it. The 96th strong man is probably the 96th unlucky guy. As for waiting for the 100th person, Gushi had no such idea. He couldn't open the treasure chest, but waited for the upgrade. What kind of fool would have this idea? So Gushi decisively pushed the lid of the treasure box upwards. But the voice in Gushi's ears became more and more urgent. Get out of here. Drive it. With Gushi's roar, the treasure chest opened with a bang. A large number of items mixed with dirty blood popped out. You open the bloody chest, Green. You receive 1417 bloody gold coins. You got the defiled crystal asterisk 13. You got corruption gem asterisk 19. You have obtained twisted blood asterisk 9. You get soldier enhancement coupon, level 8, asterisk 2. You get building stone pollution, level 3, asterisk 2. You get the bloody cloak design blue. Recipe, asterisk 1. You get the essence of blood, level 4, asterisk 197. Bloody gold coin. A gold coin that has been soaked in dirty blood for a relatively long time. The gold coin has been stained with a large amount of dirty blood. Anyone who gets this gold coin will be subject to a strange curse. Filthy crystal. A crystal affected by dirty blood. although it still looks like a crystal, becomes uncontrollable. Some people may want to get this crystal. Corruption gem. A gem affected by dirty blood. This gem cannot be used normally, but it is the best decoration for some corrupt creatures. Twisted essence and blood. The essence and blood transformed by the twisted power can be used to strengthen weapons and equipment, and can also be used to strengthen corpses or troops. Soldier strengthening voucher. Level 8, you can strengthen 10 of your soldiers once, raising your soldiers from level 0 to level 8. Building stone pollution. Level 3, contaminate a building below level 3, converting the building into blood, corruption or other negative attributes. Blood cloak design. Blue. Recipe. The formula used in the blacksmith shop or tailor shop. When used in the blacksmith shop, it can give all soldiers an extra cloak slot. When used in the tailor shop, it can make blue quality blood cloak. Essence of blood. Level 4, the essence of the strong person who died in the bloody treasure chest can be used to summon undead troops for your use. Looking at the information in front of him, Gushi knew that the treasure box was sometimes dishonest. It was clear that the treasure box had swallowed up 197 people. But he said 96 people. He was afraid that this was to strengthen the treasure box itself. This is also the reason why no one can open the treasure chest. Thinking of this, Gushi kicked the treasure chest heavily, and the empty box was turned over, revealing the bottom of the box. Gushi discovered that there was a relief, like a big mouth, at the bottom of the box, and there was a lot of blood on the relief. Gushi memorized this relief, and then went to deal with this harvest. Of all the gains this time, the biggest is naturally the blood essence representing 197 people. Gushi understood that this thing, like the soul fragment, was used to summon subordinates. It's just that the essence of blood can not only be used to summon souls, but it can also be used to recruit other types of soldiers. And judging from the blood essence level in front of us, the starting level of the soldiers recruited here should be level 4. As for the bloody cloak, 2 options were given. Or he could add a cloak slot for all his soldiers, which would be equivalent to giving ordinary soldiers an extra piece of equipment in addition to weapons and armor. No matter what attributes the cloak wears, it will definitely strengthen the soldiers. Or you can mass-produce blue-quality cloaks. Gushi can clearly understand what attributes blue-quality equipment has. If these capes existed, he would at least make a fortune, no matter what choice Gushi made. This design was his biggest gain this time. Chapter 409, Players Joining. A new day begins. Now settle yesterday's information. Balian City, 319 players. 177 died or quit, and 0 ranked players. Hanya City, 320 players. 320 died or quit, and 0 players on the ranking list. All players in Hanya City were wiped out. Autumn Wind City, 320 players. 320 died in battle or quit. 0 th on the leaderboard. All players in Autumn Wind City were wiped out. In the strange mirror space, Gushi frowned as he looked at the information that popped up in front of him. The number of players in Balian City seemed to have died or quit. Yesterday alone, 60 people were killed. This is obviously unreasonable when there are no players from the other 2 cities to target. This loss is too great. Gushi had some guesses in his mind, fearing that the influence from the killing stone had begun to spread throughout the city. It seems that his movements are going to speed up. While Gushi was thinking about this matter, the nearby mirrors lit up one by one. Players one after another walked out of the mirror, skillfully taking out last night's harvest and setting up stalls nearby. However, before they could handle the matter at hand, they looked up and saw Gushi waiting nearby. Several players greeted Gushi, and several players who were familiar with Gushi came forward to ask, "Brother Gu, why are you here? Did you get anything good yesterday?" Brother Gu brought out all good things. Please don't grab them from me later. No, I came first. Seeing the excitement of the players, Gushi also had a smile on his face. He didn't go anywhere last night. He just stayed in the city of Aladogi to avoid the influence of the outside world. But his men were out. The garrison gate placed in Shuelua Cave is connected to a normal subway station at night. And when you go out, you will see a street full of demons. After discovering this situation, Gushi simply sent out all 5 heroes. Let them attack on their own. After a night of fierce fighting, they brought back a large amount of supplies and corpses to Gushi. However, because there was no Gushi command and no clear goal, the things obtained were only the most basic materials. It was not like the night before, when we had laid down a lot of land and obtained enough land deeds and architectural design drawings. For these supplies, Gushi prioritized replenishing the resources that were missing due to the presence of Princess Anna. All the rest were sent here, looking at the things that the players brought out to trade. Gushi was a little unsure whether the things he brought out were attractive to the players. The players knew what Gushi was thinking. When they saw Gushi here, they quickly called their friends and contacted the players who hadn't come. In just 10 minutes, 80% of the remaining 140 players had already been reached. Seeing that the number of players exceeded 100, Gushi stood up taller and fired a magic arrow into the sky, attracting the attention of the players. Everyone is looking at me. I believe everyone is also wondering why I am here. Right? It's like this. I have a few tasks on hand, and I want to ask my brothers if they can take them on. As long as there are people willing to take on the task, I can offer a reward. Listening to Gushi's words, all the players at the scene were a little stunned. They thought Gushi was here to sell good things. I didn't expect that Gushi would be alive. At this time, the left tooth opens first. Brother Gu, you are too polite. If you have any tasks, just tell me. As long as we can do it, we will definitely help. Don't say whether to reward or not. Gushi smiled at this time. This task is not big, but it is troublesome. Some tasks require the use of strange powers. I know that some of the strange powers have actually fallen into the hands of brothers. Taking weird things from you will destroy the friendship between brothers. That's why I want to ask if there is anyone willing to do this. There aren't many tasks actually. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. As Gushi spoke, he took out a piece of white paper and pasted it on the wooden board behind him. After posting it, Gushi gave up a position, and the players crowded in. They found that the task here was just as Gushi said. It was not difficult. It was just to negotiate with Wei. It would be difficult to accomplish anything relying on players without any weirdness. For example, the first task in this task is to hope that it will rain in the whole city for 7 days. Ordinary players may not be able to accomplish this kind of task. But the eyes of these players in front of them lit up. This is a trap from the sky. I can do this task. I know the rain girl. With her here, it won't rain for 7 days. Even for a month. What's the rain girl? I'm trying to contact the bull ghost. As long as I succeed, I'll directly generate a typhoon and heavy rain. I don't believe that this amount of rain will not be enough. I can too. As more and more players joined, Gushi found that many tasks that he thought were difficult had been taken over by others. You must know that most of these tasks are ones that Gushi thinks are impossible or that want to confuse the players' attention. But these players can use their brains to find ways to deal with no matter how difficult the task is. Seeing this situation, Gushi was also quite happy. And he said directly to the players, everyone is busy with my mission, so I naturally have to give you benefits. In this way, my place is open to the public all day these days. If you want to go somewhere through the mirror, you can go directly from me. I don't charge any fees. Tolls. Listening to Gushi's words, all the players laughed. Of course they saw the benefits of the weird mirror space. But this was Gushi's death city, and they didn't dare to imagine it. But now that Gushi has lengthened the passage, they naturally won't miss such an opportunity. Each of them was thinking about whether they could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. As for Gushi's tasks, they were just random weird things they did. No need to go there in person. The players quickly ran around in the mirror. Seeing them like this, Gushi also laughed. The last flaw has been patched, and everything that follows will be left to luck. Putting the task where he was, Gushi turned around and headed towards the temporary camp. At this time, the big weirdos killed by Luna have begun to resurrect one by one. Because the rules of death have not been taken away by Gushi, the rebirth process of several big weirdos will be faster than that of ordinary weirdos. The person Gushi wanted to meet this time was one of them. He was a man wrapped in knots, and looked weird like a mummy. However, he is the most courageous one among the mirror monsters. And the frontal assassination is targeting this guy. Chapter 410, The Weird Thing About Wanting to Die. You will die. Looking at this big weird thing, Gushi opened his mouth and said something. It's normal. I don't know how many times I have died before. Life and death are meaningless to me. No. You may really die this time. No one will save you. And no one will care about you. So before taking on the mission, leave a seed that has nothing to do with you. After hearing this, the big weirdo laughed instead. Is it really possible to die? A clean death? Real. Gushi was quite sure. Because the great weirdo was given up right after he made his move. Okay. That's great. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You want someone to guard this Jingtong place. Right? I know what you mean. After I die, You bury this piece of cloth in Jingtong. In the field. A new hangman will naturally come out to help you in 10 days. As Dewei Wei said this, he tore off a bandage on his body and handed it to Gu Shi's hands. The hanged man? Yes. Don't you know my name? Yes. I have died so many times, and I have never introduced myself. Now let me introduce myself. My name is the hangman. I can move freely anywhere where light can be reflected. The hangman spoke openly and openly. His cheerful attitude made Gu Shi have a good impression of him. Gu Shi didn't want to give up on the hangman. But the hangman didn't think so. He was there telling Gu Shi about his suffering. He was not weird originally. He just gained weird power, and started to move through the mirror image. But as his power grew stronger, he grew tired of this life. Every day he could only move in the mirror. If there were many mirrors nearby, his thinking would become very subtle. And that feeling would be quite uncomfortable. The reason why he was wrapped in bandages was because his body had fallen apart beyond recognition. If it weren't for him being a great weirdo, and not having a key node, he might have turned into sand. But it was precisely because of this key node that he could not rest. The reason why this node is called the mirror pupil land is that it will be affected wherever visible light is reflected. Now, he just wants to have a good rest, and no longer get involved in this matter. So when Gu Shi said he would die, he was quite happy. After communicating with the hanged man for a moment, Gu Shi told the hanged man his final mission. He needs to pick up something from the rain on a certain day and deliver it to an address. That place was a small building, and the room was all mirrored. The hanged man only had to deliver the things he had taken to the room. As for the fact that he will die, Gu Shi said with certainty, when you take that thing, you will die, and this place will no longer accept you back. That's enough. The hangman smiled happily, seeing that the hangman was willing to do this. Gu Shi didn't stay any longer. He learned this from Princess Anna. Nothing is certain. Not sure when. Not sure where. Not sure how. Only in this way can he leave safely without being caught by the tail. In addition, neither the house bought by Gu Shi nor the land rented can be used. After Gu Shi grabbed something, he had to leave immediately, and never think of coming back here again. Leave an anchor point, so that you can come back next time you have the opportunity. That was a dream. If a level 20 boss had half of his body blown up, he wouldn't chase after him. If Gu Shi dares to leave any anchor point, this boss will dare to follow the strange mirror space, and come to Aladovi City. But Gu Shi's things must be obtained. For this, Gu Shi, Princess Anna, Luna, and the others thought of many ways. In the end, it was Princess Anna who made the decision. Go to the core of the mirrored underground palace. The strength of the prince there exceeds level 20. Princess Anna knows the way, and she can guarantee that she will reach the prince. Luna will also go there with her this time, and she will bring the arranged mirror anchor point with her. After they got the things, they ran back quickly. And as for the mirror anchor point, they dropped it directly in front of the Great Lord. As for whether the Maharaja can defeat the Great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven, Princess Anna can guarantee this. The British royal family has studied the Maharaja for countless generations, and they know all about the Maharaja's strength and various shortcomings. It is unrealistic to say that they can kill the Maharaja, but it would be easy for them to take advantage of the Maharaja. As for how to use it, Princess Anna didn't want to say, and Gu Shi didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Princess Anna and Luna left the city of Aridavi early this morning. They didn't bring anyone with them. According to Princess Anna, the road she knows does not need too much protection, and the most loyal paladins are waiting for her along the way. Gu Shi knew that this was talking about those paladins who had caused trouble for the monarch in the past and finally came back to protect the body of Princess Anna. But there is no way for a necromancer to lead a death knight. Even Princess Anna couldn't solve this problem. For this reason, Sveltana, the original flower of the north, had to study the training methods of other knights. Princess Anna has no reason not to know this, but she did it this way. This left Gu Shi speechless. In the end, based on the tacit understanding between him and the contracted undead, he chose to believe in Princess Anna. In the following time, Gu Shi kept moving in the strange mirror space. Whenever a player said that he had completed a task, he would always open the mirror immediately to check the situation outside and confirm the completion of these tasks. Rewards are then delivered based on the completion of these tasks. At the same time, he will put a check mark behind these tasks to indicate that someone has completed these tasks. As time passed by the time it was getting dark, half of the task here had been completed. When it gets dark, the speed at which players complete tasks slows down. They have not forgotten their identities. Night is the home of the necromancer, and they have to kill monsters and snatch more resources. So they wouldn't help Gushi complete his mission at night. These players still have their own things to do. But they finally knew who they relied on for everything to go so smoothly during the day. Before leaving, they still said hello to Gushi. When most of the players had left, Wang Baojin walked up to Gushi. Brother Xia, I'll handle his affairs. If there's nothing wrong with you, don't ask any questions or interfere with me. Okay? Chapter 411. Before the decisive battle, Wang Baojin glanced at Gushi, mustered up his last courage, and said seriously, Brother, you must help Brother Xia. I know. Don't say anything more. I'm here. After arranging Wang Baojin out, Gushi's face darkened. He could tell that Wang Baojin's words were not what he wanted to say, because when he saw himself, his eyes obviously paused. At the same time, Gushi also knew very well that except for him, no one else knew how Xia Yi died. At least Wang Baojin was not at the scene, so he would not know whose hands Xia Yi died. He was running over to urge himself now, fearing that the killing stone would discover that Gushi had not appeared and had not made any preparations. Or maybe the killing stone knew about Gushi's preparations from other players, but didn't know what Gushi was going to do. If he wanted to lure Gushi out now, he had to at least let Gushi leave his Aladovi city. The current situation reminded Gushi that the killing stone was already anxious, which meant that he didn't have much time left. The more this happens, the less likely Gushi will go out. He didn't even intend to stay in the strange mirror space, nor did he intend to stare at the situation outside. Now Gushi's main focus is to go with the flow, arrange it as fate dictates, and take action as fate dictates in the end. Even Gushi himself didn't know when he planned to take action. At the same time, Gushi was also ready to withdraw from the festival in advance. Of course he knew that if he left the Bailian festival early this time, he would be giving up all the rewards. But compared to your own safety, leaving early is nothing. As all the players in the strange mirror space evacuated, Gushi followed the method left by Luna and closed the external contact with the strange mirror space before returning to Aladovi City. When entering Aladovi City, Gushi noticed that after just one day, Aladovi City had undergone some changes, and there were more ghosts and ghosts wearing Japanese clothes on the streets. They were walking on the street with puzzled faces, as if they didn't know where they were. The undead people who stayed in Aladovi City did not pay attention to these. As long as these ghosts did not destroy everything on the streets of Aladovi, they pretended not to have seen them. So these ghosts and spirits wandered back and forth on the streets, not knowing what to do. Seeing them like this, Gushi had a thought in his mind, whether he should arrange for someone to take charge of the residents in the city. Now, the city of Aridov is no longer just home to undead troops, but also to residents, and the number of these residents will increase. If they are not organized, the city will become more and more chaotic. On the contrary, if these ghosts are organized, they can do a lot more. You can even send it to a nearby blacksmith shop to work, or to a mine to dig. This can somewhat increase the construction speed of Aladovi City. With this thought in mind, Gushi took advantage of the night to walk around the city of Aladovi. He found that there were many such ghosts in other urban areas. The most numerous ones are actually in the magic plant area. Those ghosts have been surrounding the blood maple tree in the magic plant area, or by the Evilwood Lake. It can be seen how powerful these two places are for these ghosts. Appeal. Gushi did not stop this matter. He knew that it was not enough for Aladovi City to rely solely on his undead troops. The residents in the city were the foundation of a city. But just as Gushi was about to leave, he suddenly discovered something. These ghosts just moved back and forth between Blood Maple and Evilwood Lake. And slowly the number of ghosts will increase. This situation is not quite right. Gushi quickly followed them and walked twice. Then Gushi discovered something. Whenever they walked from the largest blood maple tree to the edge of the Evilwood Lake, the 6 paths of reincarnation base placed on the edge of the Evilwood Lake would light up slightly. Then some new ghosts joined the team. And Gushi didn't find out where they came from. But it was obvious that these new ghosts were no longer Japanese style. Slowly some Britishness began to emerge among them. This somewhat surprised Gushi. He couldn't help but look at Shue Maple and the 6 paths of reincarnation base. Could this be the key to the transformation of ghosts? Gushi wrote this down and planned to ask Luna when she came back to see if the ghosts here had any direct connection with Victoria's city. At this time, Luna and Princess Anna didn't know Gushi's thoughts. They followed the route pointed by Princess Anna and kept moving forward in the fog. Behind Princess Anna, several undead transformed by paladins have followed. There is no need for Gushi to explain it specifically. Princess Anna herself knows that a necromancer cannot lead a death knight, even if she has become a lich. The paladins following her had all been transformed into the lowest level of ghouls. But they were still wearing their original gold or silver armor. Even though their bodies were distorted out of shape, they did not take off their armor. Lose. At the same time, the weapons in their hands have been integrated into their hands, becoming one with their arms. Some of them are holding long swords, and some are holding battle axes. Because of the ghouls' movements, their arms almost dropped to the ground, and these weapons naturally dragged on the ground, making friction sounds as they move forward. This existence, which looks like a zombie but is obviously stronger, makes Luna feel speechless. She could clearly see that Princess Anna was not only good at summoning zombies, but whenever she did, the level and combat capability of the zombies she summoned would exceed the level of normal summoning. The ghouls in front of me are all at level 8 super step. They don't look like ghouls at all. If they say they are death knights, others will only consider whether they are missing a horse. The most important thing is that as long as these ghouls close their mouths, their faces are still relatively normal. The handsome faces of these knights look worthy of their appearance. And their skin is not like other undead. It is a bit rotten here, and there is a piece missing there. This is much better than the high-level undead of death knights. Princess Anna seems to have a way of finding the corpses of the paladins. She can accurately find the corpses of each paladin and transform them into ghouls. If you follow the route where the paladin fell, you can easily find the correct route. So in the mist, they easily arrived at the location where Princess Anna died in the battle. Chapter 412, The Hanging Westminster Abbey. Looking at the scene in front of her, even though Luna was well informed, she was shocked on the spot. In front of you is a Westminster Abbey hanging upside down in the sky. The top of the church is facing a not-so-high apple tree. Under the apple tree, half lying and half sitting, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man sits. When you look at him from a distance, you will feel that this middle-aged man is no different from a normal person. But if he appears in a place like this, anyone with a normal mind will not regard him as a normal person. After seeing this middle-aged man from a distance, Princess Anna held Luna back, and no one allowed her to go forward. We can only go so far. We can't go any further. If we go further, we will be discovered. Is that a level 20 legend? Luna understood the situation immediately. Yeah. It's okay. He is a legend in Britain. As long as we don't go over to support the Maharaja, he will leave us alone. Princess Anna explained the situation here. When a major incident occurred in Westminster Abbey, the 3 level 20 legends located in Westminster Abbey immediately took action to prevent the other party from controlling Westminster Abbey. But this time, the followers of the Maharaja were well prepared and had already planned how to deal with the 3 level 20 legends of Westminster Abbey. They arranged 5 beings of the same level 20, preparing to kill these 3 legendary beings who suppressed Westminster Abbey with more and less. Their battlefield is the void above the city of Victoria, and the huge treacherous apple tree at Westminster Abbey below is the support of their power. In their plan, as long as they capture Westminster Abbey, they can use the influence of Westminster Abbey on the British royal family to tear open the door to the mirror world and let the Lord of the Void walk out. But they still underestimated the 3 level 20s sleeping in Westminster Abbey. They are the real kings of Britain. They are not like the Great Lord's men. They are all strengthened and promoted by the Great Lord. Their strength was gained through actual combat, let alone 3 versus 5. Even if it's 1 versus 5, as long as you give them enough time, they will have a good chance of winning. So the final result of the battle was that all 5 level 20 cultists were wiped out. At the last moment, they planned to use their own bodies as bait to cause the mirror image of Westminster Abbey to fall from the sky and hit Victoria's city. As a result, he was pushed back by the man under the apple tree. Now the remaining bodies of the 5 level 20 people are merging into a huge monster in the upside-down Westminster Abbey, preparing to rush away from the person below who is holding up Westminster Abbey, and rush into Victoria's city again. That's not right. When I saw you being rescued, the situation was not like this. My lord said that you were resurrected 3 times and died in battle 3 times. Do you think battles above level 20 are easy? This battle lasted for 15 days. During these 15 days, I had been fighting beside my great-aunt. My great-aunt's troops had killed at least 100,000 people. In the end, she was resurrected while commanding the troops in battle. It's good that I only died 3 times. At least my great-aunt didn't use corpse explosions on my corpse for my sake. But I also let myself be dragged away by those weird guys in the end. I remember that I ended up hanging in that corner. If it weren't for them, I might still be hanging out making sausages. Princess Anna pointed to a certain location in the sky. Luna looked over there, and saw that there were groups of corpses hanging on the roofs and trees. When the wind blew the bodies, they really looked like sausages hanging from the roof. Then we are coming here to lure the enemy here? Luna asked worriedly. If she had known the situation before her, she would not have come with Princess Anna. At this time, Princess Anna pointed to the side and said, "We have to go up from there. You must be careful. The one just now is the British defender. He is preventing the mirror image of Westminster Abbey from leaving. So as long as we don't go over there, he will not take the initiative to attack. But the territory above is the Maharaja's territory. At that time, every step we take, we will encounter a full-scale attack from the Maharaja. Don't worry. I'm invincible in the mirror," Luna said confidently. After this battle in the strange mirror space, Luna's skills related to mirroring have become ridiculous. Just as she said, she is invincible in the mirror. Well, I'll show you the way later, and then you'll have to handle it yourself. Princess Anna looked at Luna and finally chose to believe her. Okay, tell me your location, and then stand in front of me. Princess Anna pointed to a certain location in Westminster Abbey and said, "You saw the small building behind the main building of the church. There is the morning room, and all the 5 deceased level 20s were sent there. Just go to the door over there. Don't open the door. You only have one chance to open the door. Is there a corpse inside?" Luna looked at him with a look of "Are you kidding me?" But Princess Anna doesn't see it that way. She said to Luna seriously, "Except for the battle this time. I fought inside Westminster Abbey at the beginning, and then I entered the sky to participate in the battle. But I can say very clearly that among the 5 level 20 people in the cult, 3 of them were affected by the spirit of the Maharaja, or were injected with the Maharaja's flesh and blood, and their strength increased to level 20 in a strange way. The remaining 2 are simply transformed into the flesh and blood of the Maharaja, and are part of the Maharaja's body. We are here now, and because we are too weak, the Maharaja will not notice us. But look at that." Princess Anna pointed toward the sky. "At the top of Westminster Abbey, there seems to be an eye that is slightly open. That's the Lord? No, at least I haven't seen the Maharaja. But the power of those eyes is beyond our imagination. And that's enough." "Yeah, that's enough." Luna understood Princess Anna's thoughts. "As long as we can attract a master above level 20 to stop the pursuit of the white-robed Guanyin of heaven, that will be enough. I'll take care of it." "Okay. Then you wait here. I will go back first. On the way back, I will leave my ghouls behind. When you go back, be sure not to use your mirror ability. And don't use the mirror directly. Go back to the city directly," Princess Anna said seriously. Luna also understood the meaning of Princess Anna's words, and she said with certainty, "I will." Chapter 413, The Final Farewell. A new day begins. Now settle yesterday's information. Balian City, 319 players. 183 died or quit, and 0 ranked players. Hanya City, 320 players. 320 died or quit, and 0 players on the ranking list. All players in Hanya City were wiped out. Autumn Wind City, 320 players. 320 died in battle or quit. 0 th on the leaderboard. All players in Autumn Wind City were wiped out. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi sat up from the table in the tavern. Beside him was a succubus holding a book. Last night, Gushi did not leave the city of Eridovia at all. He spent the first half of the night reading and studying in the library. After all, new derivative skills were being researched, and Gushi happened to be there to replenish his spell bar. In the second half of the night, Gushi stayed in the tavern drinking and reading to relax himself. After all, he was almost obsessed with studying in the magic tower again. This time, Gushi finally didn't have to read those fairy tale books that he had read countless times. The succubus, who had always focused on being a companion, also learned a lot of useful new knowledge from the book. However, there was one disadvantage in the tavern. There was no accommodation service here, so Gushi could only sleep on the tabletop for the night. The hard tabletop gave him some back pain while sleeping. After asking the bone wine lady to bring some water to wash her face, Gushi turned to look at the blood urn beside her. What's the news today? Now Gushi was familiar with the situation of the bone wine lady and the blood courtesan. Bone wine lady needs to arrange the direction of information. For example, if you want to know information about so-and-so, you can check it out. After that, the white bone wine lady can get the corresponding information. Of course, there will always be some incompleteness in this information. But the blood warren is different. She will have a small piece of news every day. As for where the news comes from and what the news is, it is not very clear. You can get some news by asking the blood warren every day. This is just a matter of one sentence. And she will naturally not fail to do it. I heard that some demons have united in the past 2 nights. It has become impossible to deal with the demons as easily as before. After listening to the blood warren's words, Gushi just said oh. He had no intention of leaving the city to fight anymore. Even if there was chaos outside, it had nothing to do with Gushi. Just then the blood warren said something again. It seems that your friend has been targeted by a demon. He will be attacked by the demon tonight and may die. I have so many friends. Gushi said something and then reacted. Are you talking about Wang Baojin? The blood warren shrugged and did not answer Gushi's question. But just from the actions of the blood warren, Gushi could tell what was going on here. At the same time, he also understood that the reason why Wang Baojin was targeted was because he failed to persuade him to leave the city. It seems that they are getting more and more anxious. Now time is in our hands. I can act whenever I want. As for Wang Baojin, I will tell him about this matter. After understanding some of the situations, Gushi stood up decisively. He also wanted to go to the strange mirror space to see the progress of the task he needed. In the strange mirror space, players who had experienced a night of fighting also gathered together early, where they exchanged information about the monsters they encountered and traded newly acquired supplies and useless equipment. At this time, Gushi's old friend Wang Baojin was sitting in the corner, with a sullen face and silent words, with a few inconspicuous things placed casually in front of him. What's wrong with you? You look angry. Hearing this voice, Wang Baojin looked up and found Gu Shijin looking at him with a smile on his face. Brother. They said Brother Xiao's death. Gushi interrupted Wang Baojin directly. I said, I will handle this matter. You just stay in my city tonight and don't go out. I heard the news that someone wants to ambush you. Who? Ambush me? I don't believe it. Wang Baojin looked unconvinced. Gushi didn't persuade him. He had already said it all and also provided Wang Baojin with a safe place to hide. If he persisted and killed himself, Gushi would not be able to do anything for him. The most that can be done is to record his death on the head of the killing stone. And when it comes to taking action, smash it a few more times to avenge Wang Baojin. As for whether Wang Baojin could survive in the end, Gu Shijin couldn't care that much. He was just a friend he met a few times. Not his father. However, although Wang Baojin looks a little silly, he is actually a smart man. If he is not smart, he would not have reached level 4 in such a short time. If he is not smart, he would not have worked hard to strengthen his troops towards specialization. Seeing Gushi's attitude, Wang Baojin reacted immediately. Brother, what you said is true. Who wants to harm me? Think about it. Who told you about Xia Yi's death? I heard it from the system message. Wang Baojin said without knowing why. Then why do you think Xia Yi was killed? As soon as this question was asked, Wang Baojin's face became quite ugly. If there are some things that are not awakened, you may not find anything. But after being awakened, the situation will be different. Wang Baojin clearly felt as if he was being plotted against. Brother, I seem to be hypnotized. Right? Brother, what should I do? Is there a hypnotist who can help me remove the hypnosis? It's okay. Just avoid tonight. Your situation is not serious. What's serious is mine. I don't dare to go out now unless you see me. Gushi was still in the mood to joke around with Wang Baojin. When Wang Baojin heard this, he said decisively, Brother, I will go out to prepare now and take care of everything. When it gets dark, I will hide in. Even if you beat me to death, I will not go out again. Tonight, come on. Brother, my life depends on you. Go ahead and be careful. As long as you are in my death city, I can keep you safe. Gushi glanced at Wang Baojin and made such a guarantee. Wang Baojin was very happy to get the guarantee. He grinned and his big white teeth looked like they were waxed. But Gushi never expected that Wang Baojin would never come back this time. It wasn't until night when Gushi heard the news that Wang Baojin had died in battle that Gushi realized that when the person he was targeting left Aladovi City, everything was no longer under his control. But that night, the demons seemed to be going crazy. The number of players who died at the hands of demons reached nearly 70. In the end, there were only 66 necromancers who survived that night, including Gushi, who had been staying in Aladovi City. Chapter 4 14 players who retreated early. Something is wrong. Even if it is the last day of the White Lotus Festival, the attack level cannot be this terrifying. Early in the morning of the 7th day, Zueya found Gu Shi. He said with a serious face, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to survive the last night. I want to ask, can we spend this last day hiding in your city of death? If it doesn't work, then I have to withdraw. I can't leave my brothers here to die." Faced with Zueya's question, Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, and finally said with some uncertainty, "I'm not sure whether my city will be discovered by them." "Not sure what you mean?" Zueya glared at Gu Shi. Gu Shi didn't answer. He couldn't say that there was no way for the other party to come in now. But he couldn't guarantee that after he did something big, his Aladovi could still withstand it. If he was really discovered, his choice would definitely be to give up on his own initiative and withdraw from this Balian festival. Seeing Gu Shi's helpless look, Zueya also understood that Gu Shi couldn't guarantee anything. He made a decisive decision. Give up this Balian festival and just take people back. As for other players who want to wait here for the final outcome, that is their own choice. If they come out alive, Zueya and they will not be jealous. And Zueya will not be jealous if they die. Feel sorry for them. But when leaving, Zueya still glanced at Gu Shi. If you are not sure that everyone can be saved, just tell them directly, and don't give them any hope. I'll make it clear. But there are a lot of people who get lucky and think they can find a hiding place, only to find out they can't escape. Gu Shi understood that Zueya was trying to wake him up, so he also said something. Zueya understood the meaning of Gu Shi's words as soon as he heard it, and he nodded to Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi added another sentence. "If you go out now, I'm afraid you won't be able to exit this big festival. If you are willing to believe me, just leave my city." Zueya was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Gu Shi to make such a suggestion. He was about to refuse. But Gu Shi said, "Yesterday during the day, a friend of mine realized that something was wrong. So I asked him to hide in my city overnight. He promised me that he would go out to take care of some things during the day and would be back before dark." Result? There was no need for Gu Shi to explain what happened next. Zueya understood as soon as he heard it that the situation outside had changed. It's not safe even during the day. As for whether Gu Shi's words could be trusted, Zueya didn't think Gu Shi needed to lie to him. So he walked among the players, not only calling those from the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, but also a few players he was familiar with. They started discussing it in front of Gu Shi. After a while, they made a decision. They were going to leave anyway, so which way to go was not to go. What if I can't get out now? As for whether Gu Shi deceived them, who cares? Anyway, they didn't have points ranking this time, so they had already gotten the good things they deserved. As long as they can save their lives, they will naturally receive rewards when they return to the guild. If you die here instead, you are really gone. So after more than a dozen of them discussed it, they directly chose to evacuate in front of everyone. By Lianqing Zueya. Exit this world. Little friend Balian Cheng. Exit this world. By Lian City. As players came out one after another, nearby players who were trading also noticed the situation here. The players who have survived until now are all considered to be elites, and they all know the situation outside. The current situation outside is quite unfavorable for them. When Zueya and the others left like this, it further showed that Zueya and the others had no confidence that they could survive in such a situation. So some timid players, or those who had already earned enough, made the same choice and began to withdraw from the world. But there are those who are willing to quit early, and there are those who are stubborn. They thought that they had survived until the last day. So what if they found a place to hide? Could the world be destroyed? As long as they can survive tonight, they will be considered players who have completed the grand festival. Even other guilds have to admit that they are stronger than the people sent by their guilds in some aspects. So even for the sake of this reputation, they have to stay. Besides, they don't think they can pass this level. I didn't even see Gu Shi staying here, which meant that Gu Shi was confident of surviving in such an environment. Besides, if that doesn't work, just hide in Gu Shi's city, and Gu Shi can still care about himself. They really thought it wrong. Gu Shi really didn't care this time. He previously opened it up to the public in order to ask players to help complete some tasks that were inconvenient for him to do. In the past 2 days, Gu Shi had opened up the authority to enter and exit the strange mirror space. It was true, but it did not mean that Gu Shi would guarantee that these people would survive. When the time comes, Gu Shi will run away by himself, and he will not be able to enter the strange mirror space again. So when more than 40 players left in scattered pieces, Gu Shi walked up to these dozen players. He took a look at these players first. Most of the stubborn players who stayed behind came from small guilds. As long as the players in the big guild have a leader, they can just leave immediately. When they saw Gushi coming, they were quite polite. One of them even said, "Mr. Gu, you're here. Guys, it's like this. I will definitely leave during the day today. When I leave, my Death City will definitely not be able to keep you. I don't know that when I leave, without the protection of the Death City, I will throw you away. Where to go? So I will only be open to the public for 2 hours today. After 2 hours, the Death City will automatically close. Please forgive me." After hearing Gushi's words, the expressions of these people changed. The reason why they stayed was entirely because they thought Gushi's place was quite safe, and they could hide there until the big festival was over. If Gushi ignores them, then they have no confidence. At this time, one of the players stood up and said, "Mr. Gu, can't you keep the city?" Gushi glanced at him and almost laughed out of anger. "What do you think? Where is the City of Death and the 3 magical skills of the undead? If I told you to put them here, I would put them here. Do I owe you anything?" After being scolded by Gushi, these players realized that Gushi really didn't owe them anything. So several players looked at each other, and 4 or 5 people also chose to leave early. However, there are nearly 10 people here who are more stubborn. They think that it is the last day, and they can always get through it by finding a place. So they glanced at Gushi and left without looking back. I don't know what they were thinking. They really thought Gushi was afraid of them. Chapter 4:15. The plan begins. After driving away all the players, Gushi came to the hanged man. The hanging man, who was sitting on a mirror at this time, showed a smile on his face when he saw Gushi. "Should we start?" "Not yet. But I need to close the weird mirror space in front of me." "You want me to leave early?" the hanged man said nonchalantly. "No problem. I can still exist in the outside world." "No. I have a mirror left by Luna here. All you have to do is enter this mirror, and I will send you to where you want to go." The hanged man glanced at Gushi. Actually, Gushi didn't want to do this, but he couldn't tell the hanged man all the plans in time. At the same time, he couldn't let the hanged man out at this time. Who knows if the hanged man will disappear if he goes out at this time. This was the only way he could take the hanged man away. The hanged man didn't care about this. He was about to die anyway. No, he was about to die in a weird way. He was just waiting there. So Gushi took the hanged man with him, closed the strange mirror space, and returned to Aladovi City. From now on, unless Luna returns, no one can open the strange mirror space in front of him. According to Gushi's plan, Luna is staying near the king, waiting to shirk the blame. When she comes back, either Gushi's matter is finished or Gushi is completely finished. There will be no third possibility. After closing the strange mirror space, the reaction from Aradovi City was the most obvious. Gushi could feel that the mirror barrier that originally enveloped Aradovi City also disappeared at the same time. It can be said that there is no connection between Aladovi City and the strange mirror space. After completing all this, Gushi finally arrived near the magic plant area. Anderson left the blacksmith shop for the first time and led his men to transport something like a truck to the vicinity of the magic plant area. "My lord, this is what you want. How do you plan to transport it? This truck just looks like a truck. But it is not a real truck. Instead, it is a disguised catapult with everything on it already adjusted. There's no need to transport it away. Just leave it at the city gate, and I'll take care of the rest." At this moment, Princess Anna's voice sounded from the other end of the magic plant area. Princess Anna, who kept rushing, finally came back within the stipulated time. When she saw Gushi, Princess Anna just nodded. There was no communication between the two parties. Just the exchange of eyes made Gushi understand that the matter was done. Find a safe place and take care of yourself. After seeing Princess Anna, Gushi immediately directed his men to bring up 2 mirrors that were much larger than a full-length mirror. This full mirror was also made before Luna left. It is a double-sided mirror cut out separately. These 2 mirrors are all transformed by Luna's ability, can only last for a period of time, and have nothing to do with Aladovi City. Princess Anna stretched out her hand, raised a mirror, looked up and prepared to walk out. At this moment, Gushi stopped Princess Anna. "If there's any problem with the mirror, forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't want the things here. Just come back alive." Princess Anna had a smile in her eyes. "Don't worry, sir. I'm not a stubborn person." Gushi nodded and said nothing more, while Grand Duke Anna walked out of the garrison city gate carrying a huge full-length mirror. After 2 days and 2 nights of fighting, The heroes under Gushi had already figured out the situation of the Shuelua cave outside the city gate. Except for the huge corpse that didn't come close. They had searched everywhere else. At the same time, they also found a way to get to the real world through the Shuelua cave subway station. After knowing this method, Gushi asked Robbie to guard there in order to open up this passage. And now the preparations Gushi had made were put to use. Princess Anna walked out like a man, holding up her full-length mirror. When Princess Anna stepped out of the gate of the garrison city, Gushi quickly issued an order to withdraw all troops outside. Time is really running out now. Gushi needs to close the garrison gate and cut off Aladovi's last connection with the outside world. Although the enemy cannot find Aladovi city for the time being. Who knows the final situation? Gushi had already gained enough this time. If it weren't for the obsession that kept pressing on him, Gushi might have left 2 days ago. Now is the final blow. Gushi's arrangements have been laid out anyway. Whether it succeeds or not depends on luck. As all the heroes, leaders and undead troops returned to their teams, Gushi also severed the external contact of the garrison city gate. After that, Gushi sat in front of the full-length mirror, waiting for news from Princess Anna. While Gushi was waiting, a voice suddenly came to his ears. The comprehensive weird domain Well Dragon King has been dead for 3 days. And you get the kill reward, weird treasure chest and achievement. You get a strange treasure chest, green dot. You get the achievement, Dragon Slayer / God Slayer. Achievement, Dragon Slayer / God Slayer. Green quality title. Equipable. Do you want to open the strange treasure chest? Gushi also didn't expect that such a move would come at the last moment. It seemed that luck was on his side. Gushi thought about it, and chose the title of Zushin from the 2 titles, and hung it in front of his head. Of course, this kind of achievement title did not have attribute blessings before purple. At most, you can report the title when you sign up. For example, when Gushi faces the outside world, he can call himself the God-slaying breath of the dead. After taking a look at the strange treasure box in front of him, Gushi reached out and gently touched the lines on the treasure box. He had no intention of opening the treasure box immediately. Obtaining this treasure chest at this time represents an increase in his luck. If you open a treasure chest now, you have to use your luck to exchange for the good stuff inside. On the contrary, it would affect Gushi's luck. It would be better to save the treasure chest first, and then come back and open it after the battle is over. With this thought in mind, Gushi sat in front of the full-length mirror, reaching out to touch the strange treasure chest, his mind wandering constantly. Gushi, who was idle at this time, had already begun to review the battle. Some details that he hadn't noticed slowly appeared in his mind. At this time, Gushi recalled the situation when he first entered this world and got off the tram. Gushi still remembered the shock in his heart when he saw the great Guanyin in white clothes of heavenly Tao from a distance. But looking back now, Gushi thought that the weather was pretty good at that time. When he saw the Tiandao Guanyin in white at noon, he had been attracted by the eyes of Tiandao Guanyin in white. He didn't seem to notice, and kept holding on to Tiandao. The killing stone in the hand of the white-robed Guanyin seemed to flicker. Chapter 416, The Strangely Promoted Plan. Half an hour later, the garrison gate was reclaimed. An hour later, Princess Anna appeared with a full-length mirror 6 or 700 meters away from the Grand Guanyin in white clothes. At this time, it was raining heavily in the sky. But Princess Anna took the initiative to turn on the full-length mirror that could only be used once. As the full-length mirror was opened, Gushi pushed the catapult that had been transformed into a pickup truck and squeezed into the full-length mirror. Then Gushi noticed that there were several passers-by holding umbrellas standing behind Princess Anna. They are not passers-by controlled by hypnosis, but passers-by brought by the tasks given to players by Gushi. Among Gushi's missions, some of them required that ordinary people be controlled in a certain area. As a result, some mortals were affected by strange influences, encountered various ghosts, or had to appear in certain designated locations for one reason or another. The appearance of Princess Anna just broke all this. They gathered around curiously, wanting to take a look at what Princess Anna was doing. However, Princess Anna ignored their intentions. At this time, what Princess Anna did was to send the things to the last 600 meters. The rest is up to luck. Princess Anna, who had brought a full-length mirror over earlier, now dragged the pickup truck like catapult, and then pushed it hard out of the alley. The catapult broke through the ghost wall trapped here. Those passers-by who had been trapped here for a long time. When they discovered this situation, they no longer cared to see what Princess Anna did. They were the first to time ran towards the channel that was knocked open. So the pickup truck rushed out of the alley with the crowd and got stuck on the street. It is daytime now. Although there are not many vehicles in the city, there are no vehicles on the streets. As soon as the pickup truck appeared, it was hit by a car. And then a car drove over at full speed from behind. The people in the car were having fun. But they didn't notice that a strange man with 3 red, green, and yellow eyes appeared behind them. This weirdo is also one of Gushi's missions. One of his tasks is to increase the speed of all vehicles passing near the Tiandao White Guanyin by 30%. And not to stop when passing by. It would be quite difficult for ordinary people to do this kind of thing. But it is quite simple to start with the weird ones. Many of these little weird ones are controlling the field near the Tiandao White-clad Guanyin. Every passing car will be affected by them. Their method is similar to that of ghosts covering their eyes. Under their influence, the vehicles unconsciously increased their speed. Vehicles speeding up sometimes couldn't see clearly what was going on the road. So the pickup truck was dragged towards the vicinity of the Grand Guanyin in white cloth of Tiandao. Gushi and the others also made some arrangements near the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao. It's just that Gushi can no longer care about the arrangements there. As the pickup truck was pushed out, Princess Anna took the last chance to squeeze into the full-length mirror. The moment she squeezed in, the full-length mirror shattered on the spot and turned into lenses all over the floor. In these lenses, the hangman, who had been brought out by Princess Anna long ago, began to jump back and forth in the mirror. Finally, he jumped higher and faster, and disappeared into the rain. Grown-ups. After returning to the city of Aradogai, Princess Anna glanced at Gushi, who was sitting on the ground touching the strange treasure chest, and was about to speak. At this time, Gushi nodded to her and said, "Sit down. We need to wait a little longer." "Until when?" In response to this question, Gushi looked down at the special coin in his hand. "I don't know. When the time comes, there will be a reaction." At the same time, under the statue of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao, a player was staring closely at the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao. Under his attention, the statue of Tiandao Guanyin in white also felt something. The Tiandao Guanyin in white, which originally had its head raised, slowly lowered its head and stared at the player, looking at the actions of the white-robed Guanyin of heaven. The player's face was full of excitement. Sure enough, what was said in the intelligence is true. Such a big Guanyin statue can be controlled. Ha ha ha. Gushi, you didn't expect it. I should benefit from this cooperation. I thought about what the intelligence said. When the white-robed Guanyin of heaven bows her head, say a spell. It seems to be some kind of dragon warrior. Then run into the light coming out of the eyes. The player did not notice that the white-clothed Guanyin of heaven had emitted a white light from his eyes and fell on him. Under this white light, his body quickly decayed, and his memories and soul all fell into the eyes of the white-robed Guanyin of heaven. The white-robed Guanyin of heaven also slowly understood Gushi's arrangements during this period of time. She looked up at the heavy rain in the sky, and there seemed to be a strange power in it. Although he didn't know what Gushi wanted to do, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven still felt uneasy. So she slowly raised her left hand and pointed the jade bottle at the sky, preparing to collect the raindrops. At this time, because of Gushi's various arrangements, the catapult disguised as a pickup truck also happened to arrive nearby. The original direction of this car was to go to the vacant land rented by Gushi. However, due to various reasons, I was affected by strange things. For example, when I was walking on the road, I accidentally pushed a stone from nearby, or I was accidentally pushed by the water flow. Now the pickup truck is getting farther and farther away from the rented place. But one thing is right. Now the pickup truck has entered about 200 meters in front of the Tiandao white-clad Guanyin. Here Gushi also asked the players to arrange a wave of weirdness. Their task is very simple. When a car comes, they have to find a way to point the front of the car at the white-clad Guanyin of heaven. Then turn on all the switches on the car. For ordinary vehicles, all the switches are wipers, lights, radio and so on. But for a catapult truck disguised as a pickup truck, there is only one switch on the vehicle, and that is the catapult button. No one would know the purpose of this button switch. Anyway, when the pickup truck entered a position about 200 meters away from the statue of Tiandao Guanyin in white, someone mysteriously pointed the headlights at the Tiandao Guanyin in white. Then the button on the car was pressed. The garbage in the back of the pickup truck suddenly appeared as it should. A trebuchet edged with wood and steel. Above the trebuchet, there is a metal sphere about 1 meter in diameter. This metal sphere is also inlaid with many gems flashing with various lights. Chapter 417, The Most Terrifying Pursuit. The great Guanyin in white clothes of heavenly Tao, who was about to put away the heavy rain in the sky, felt something was wrong immediately when the trebuchet appeared. He turned to look in the direction of the trebuchet. But it was already too late. The trebuchet had already started. And the steel stone bullet with a diameter of about 1 meter bounced out instantly, hitting the chest of the great Guanyin in white. If Gushi were here, he would definitely be speechless. Sure enough, it is a mistake that makes a mistake of 1,000 miles. Gushi's plan was to hit the right hand holding the killing stone, not the chest of the great Guanyin in white. The great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven did not expect that someone would attack him head-on. By the time she reacted, the stone bullet was almost flying to her chest. The great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven turned her hand, trying to flick the stone bullet away with her hand. But this stone bullet was carefully prepared by Anderson. There are trigger-type high explosives inside. It's okay if there is no contact. But as long as there is contact, the final result will be an explosion. The explosion range is 30 meters. And the explosion power can destroy everything. Boom! This explosion directly affected the face, chest and right hand of the great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao. Under this big explosion, half of the head of Tiandao Guanyin in white was blown off, revealing the bones composed of countless strange corpses below. At the same time, starting from the right shoulder, the right arm was blown away. At the same time, half of the chest was blown off, revealing the pagoda hidden inside the white-clad Guanyin of heaven. If it were any other weird thing, such an explosion might have killed him long ago. But the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven is the ceiling of this world, the strongest person at level 20. Such an explosion not only did not kill him, but instead angered him. You are all going to die. He opened his mouth, and all the weird and ordinary people within a radius of 300 meters, as well as all the nearby civil buildings, were all subject to strong suction, and were about to be sucked into his belly. This is the heavenly Tao Guanyin in white using the flesh and blood of weird people and mortals to repair her wounds and restore her life. But at this moment, a ray of white light walked in the opposite direction in the rain curtain, grabbed something from the heavy rain, and went away into the distance. When the white-robed great Guanyin of heaven saw the white light, she couldn't help but roar, "Tamamo, you deserve to die." After saying that, the Tiandao Guanyin in white, who had been standing still, chased in the direction where the white light flew away. Seeing such a big guy moving, all the mortals and weirdos in the city were stunned. None of them knew what was going on. They only knew that the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven was angry. He walked more than 100 meters in one step and was chasing in one direction. Several players hiding in the city also noticed this situation. One of the players said hesitantly, "I won't stay any longer. This guy has moved. There will definitely be a problem tonight. I have to leave." "Hack you. Hurry up and draw the mark of Gu Hushi on the mirror." Before they made any move, all the windows in the nearby city exploded. This is when the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of heaven found that she couldn't catch up with the white light. So she used her own power to deal with the weirdness. He had already seen that the white light was moving through the reflective mirror, because she was not sure what the strange thing was. The white-robed Guanyin of heaven simply destroyed everything related to the mirror. At this time, inside the body of the heavenly Tao white-robed great Guanyin, the mirror Buddha had been shattered beyond repair. Gushi didn't know about this. If he knew, he would know that the white-robed Guanyin of heaven had personally cut off the connection between the strange mirror space and this world. It's just that the current Tiandao Guanyin in white doesn't know all this. After she destroyed the mirror Buddha, she strode forward again. Wherever she walked, all the houses collapsed, and everything inside the houses, whether mortal or monster, living or dead, would be crushed. But she didn't care at all. The current Tiandao Guanyin in white has only one thought in his mind: to find the guy who dares to attack him and kill him. That white light was the hanged man. According to Gushi's request, he grabbed the most important thing from the blasted killing stone, and then ran towards the house that Gushi bought. But soon the hanged man felt that he was no longer able to make it again, and the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven was chasing after him. And the speed was getting faster and faster, although the target is right in front of him. As long as he takes a few more steps, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven will be able to catch up with the hanged man. At this time, the white-robed Guanyin of heaven also noticed what the hanged man was relying on to move: reflection in raindrops. This is something that the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of heaven did not expect. No wonder it has been raining these days. It seems someone has planned everything long ago. If she had known this earlier, she would have collected the rain a long time ago. Then the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven raised his left hand, and raised the jade purification bottle. And all the rainwater in the sky was sucked into the bottle. This left the hangman quite speechless. It is true that the hangman moves back and forth in the mirror with super speed. But there is a condition. That is, the mirrors need to reflect each other. At least in one mirror. You can see another mirror. If he can't do this, then he won't move as fast. Now that the raindrops that could allow him to build a bridge and move are gone, the situation is quite unfavorable for the hangman. However, the hangman is experienced in many battles. When faced with such a situation, he immediately chose another method, jumping back and forth in everyone's eyes. Although it is not as fast as jumping in the raindrops, it is worse than being hidden. It's just that the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven has determined the way the hangman will move. So he naturally has other preparations. He immediately destroyed all the usable mirrors, and even dealt with all the mortals nearby. Just one step away from the house that Gu Shi bought, the upside-down man had to run out of the mirror because there was no mirror. At this time, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven also smiled, and he reached out and patted the hangman. As long as he is photographed by the goddess of mercy in white, the hangman will be dead. At this moment, the hangman reacted quickly and swung the things he had grabbed forward, and several items smashed into a building that Gu Shi had bought. As soon as these things were smashed in, a black energy surged through the building and teleported these things away. The great Guanyin in white clothes of Tian Dao, who killed the hangman with one palm, happened to see this happening. She immediately understood why. Someone wanted to snatch the killing stone she was holding. Of course, it may also be to release the Tamamo algae from the killing stone. No matter what the reason is, this is seeking death. So the white-robed Guanyin of heaven took advantage of the opportunity before the black air dissipated and grabbed the black air. Chapter 418 A Devastating Blow. As soon as the heavenly Dao Guanyin in white was grabbed, a bright purple halo appeared on her hand. This is a unique performance at level 20. The bright purple color represents that this white-robed Guanyin of the heavenly Dao possesses mysterious powers. With the bright purple halo, the black energy that was about to dissipate actually solidified, and a mirror composed of black energy appeared in front of the great Guanyin in white. You run. Let me see how you run. The great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven cursed in her heart. But she didn't dare to move her hands at all. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it into the mirror composed of black energy. But she never thought about what was behind the mirror. As the three items were smashed to the ground, Luna, who had been waiting, transferred them to the mirror underground palace. She picked up the three items, without looking at them, and sent the last mirror to the room where the flesh and blood of corpses were piled. After throwing the mirror in, Luna immediately jumped out of the upside-down Westminster Abbey, holding three things in her arms, and headed back the way she came. The middle-aged man who had been guarding under the apple tree below Westminster Abbey glanced at Luna, and seemed to understand something in his eyes. When Luna fled far away, he waved his hand and cut her off. Traces left behind. The great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven didn't know this. After she reached into the black air mirror, she grabbed it outwards hard. Then he pulled a mass of flesh and blood that looked like intestines out of the mirror. When this mass of flesh and blood was pulled out, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven was also stunned. And then she clearly felt that this flesh and blood was useful to her. So the Tian Dao Guanyin in white stuffed the ball of flesh and blood into her mouth without even thinking about it. And then she grabbed it with her left hand. When the white-clad Guanyin of heaven swallowed her flesh and blood, her injuries healed quickly, and a new arm began to grow on her right shoulder. At this time, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven actually wanted to get behind the black air mirror and swallow all the flesh and blood behind it. When Tian Dao Guanyin did this, there was also a reaction from Westminster Abbey. The piece of flesh and blood that had just been torn out by the great goddess of mercy in white was one of the 5 level 20 masters from the cult. He was originally a human, but he absorbed the power of the king's flesh and blood and became a strong man. It's just that he didn't control this power well enough. After several battles, he was beaten into a sausage shape, but the power of the king's flesh and blood is still in his body. And this flesh and blood has a strong supplementary effect on the weirdness. The great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven felt this effect, and devoured flesh and blood regardless. But his actions caused the Maharaja's reaction. The Maharaja felt as if a mosquito had sucked his blood and wanted to take another sip. He slapped me directly. Previously, the white-robed Guanyin of heaven knocked the hangman down with a slap. As a result, the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven was slapped and flew out. With this blow, the Tian Dao Guanyin in white, who had already climbed half of his body into the black air mirror door, was knocked back to his original world. At the same time, the black air mirror door exploded on the spot, sending the Tiandao Bai de Guanyin back to the world again. Exploded to the sky. Then the part of flesh and blood swallowed by the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao was forcibly torn out of the body of the Great Guanyin in white clothes of Tiandao. A huge statue of Guanyin made of flesh and blood appeared in front of everyone. This new flesh and blood Guanyin statue has only half of its face, which still looks like the great white-robed Guanyin of heaven. And the rest of the face is made up of flesh and blood to create a muscle effect. The body that had just been put together was torn apart again. And the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven immediately became angry. If you don't let me eat it, then I'll use my magic weapon. Just when the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao raised the jade purification bottle in his hand, preparing to suck in the statue of the flesh and blood Guanyin. A pale white fox tail wrapped around the hand of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao. Kill her! A fox screamed. And the flesh and blood Guanyin statue stepped forward as soon as he saw it. With a red aura, he punched the white-clad Guanyin of heaven in the face. Jade. Algae. The white-robed Guanyin of heaven then understood that it was all caused by the killing stone. She discovered the player's arrival, and used various means to guide the calculated player to take action. As for whether it can succeed, she doesn't care. Anyway, if the player dies, he will die. There is no telling what he can get from the next casual move. But Tamamo herself didn't expect that Gushi could do this. Not only does it explode the killing stone, it also attracts another weird creature that turns into flesh and blood. The most important thing is that this flesh and blood monster is obviously level 20. This gives the opportunity to confront the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven. So Tamamo, who escaped from the killing stone, took the opportunity to attack and temporarily trap the heavenly white-robed Guanyin. As long as the flesh and blood Avalokitesvara statue can kill the great Avalokitesvara in white, she can leave this ghost place. Seeing that the head of the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao was about to be smashed by the flesh and blood Avalokitesvara statue, the great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of Tiandao suddenly laughed. It's not that easy to die if you want me. After the heavenly Dao white-robed great Guanyin said this, her body exploded on the spot, and a bright purple halo instantly enveloped the entire city. This fragment of Tamamo's soul has been trapped in the right hand of the white-robed Guanyin of heaven. And she knows very well what this move is. Find a way to protect yourself. After saying that, the fox tail was put away. However, the flesh and blood Guanyin statue didn't know what was going on. She still raised her head to look at the situation in the sky. At this time, a huge white jade Guanyin face appeared in the sky. Then the sky turned bright purple, and lightning fell from the sky and began to wash the first building in the city. This is the final blow of the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven, cleansing the entire city by controlling the strangeness of the great goddess of mercy in white. As long as they are within the scope of this city, no matter whether they are alive or strange, no matter what level they are hidden in, they will all be attacked by level 20 masters. After all this is cleared up, the destroyed cities will be razed to the ground. The great Avalokitesvara in white clothes of heaven will release 108 Buddha statues in his body to recondensate new weirdness. This move is called destruction and rebirth by the white-robed Avalokitesvara of heaven. Of course, this move is not unlimited. When the move is launched, the body of the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven must be destroyed first, although he could fight back after the battle. If this move didn't kill everyone, Tiandao white-robed Guanyin would die. The flesh and blood Guanyin statue also stood up straight. Lightning? It's not lightning I'm afraid of. The statue of Guanyin made of flesh and blood turned into a blood-red beam of light and shot into the air. In the sky, bolts of lightning kept striking and dispersing before they fell. During their battle, the city in front of them was constantly overturned, crushed, scattered, and reorganized. In just a few minutes, this huge city was wiped out from its original position. Chapter 419, The Balian Festival is over. When the white-robed Guanyin of heaven launched her ultimate move, slight explosions were heard from time to time at the original edge of the city. When the flesh and blood Guanyin statue rushed up to the sky and fought desperately with the white-robed Guanyin of heaven, the sound of the explosion became more and more obvious. Finally, with a loud explosion coming from the edge, a stream of fresh air rushed in and the battle in the sky paused. But the next moment, the flesh and blood Guanyin statue in the sky and the white-robed Guanyin of heaven started fighting again and ignored the situation here. They didn't know that a fox's laughter came from the cracked position. At the same time, outside the portal of the Balian Grand Festival in Balian City. Gu Shi was looking at the slowly darkening portal with a sullen face, feeling somewhat grateful in his heart. There are still 5 players who have not come out. It seems that they have no chance of coming out. Fortunately, Gu Shi came out one step ahead. Otherwise, he would also be trapped inside. And judging from the current situation, the big guys in Bai Lianqing have no plans to rescue him. The last few stubborn players can only ask for their own blessings. Gu Shi retreated when the white-robed great guanyin of heaven stretched her hand into the black mirror. Just as Gu Shi said, he didn't need to see the situation outside at all. He just needed to wait. And someone would naturally remind Gu Shi that he should leave. When he realized that the time had come, Gu Shi ignored everything and chose to exit this world on the spot. So he finally retreated in relative safety. The moment he exited, Gu Shi discovered that there were many big guys surrounding the portal. The president of the Chaoyang Guild, the Immortal-style Doga Guild, was also there. But he was squeezed into a relatively peripheral position. After seeing Gu Shi come out, he pushed aside the people blocking the road in front of him, and came to Gu Shi's side with a smile on his face. Please give way. That's my member. He is the chief of this year. And this time the harvest is good. What does it mean to be good? Coming out later than a few people from big guilds means it's good. The most important thing is that he came out alive. Right? The president walked up to Gu Shi step by step, and then held Gu Shi's hand tightly. You are back. We have all heard about what you have done this time. You have really made us proud. Even if you gave up everything in advance and came out, you will be given all the rewards you were promised. Thank you, President. Gu Shi responded politely. After that, he wanted to ask about the players who had come out before. But he was dragged by the president to meet the guests. No. To brag. Gu Shi only needs to act as a background figure, following behind the president and watching the president communicate there. And the players who came out this time also proved Gu Shi's role in the Balian Festival. Even several established and large guilds such as the Skeleton Ichthyosaurus could not deny anything. In addition, no matter what Gu Shi said, these guild members would come out late. So even if the president of Chaoyang Guild kept bragging about provocation, they could only endure it. However, while they were listening to the boasts of the leader of the Chaoyang Guild, their eyes would occasionally turn to the portal leading to the Balian Festival. As long as someone can complete this Balian Grand Ceremony normally, they can backhand the president of Chaoyang Guild in the face. At least they can suppress some of Chaoyang Guild's arrogance. However, their idea was not realized in the end. Not long after Gu Shi exited the Balian Festival world, the portal began to shake, and then the scene behind the portal froze and stopped. This shows that the world behind this portal has been completely destroyed. The last few players can't get out. After seeing this scene, Gu Shi believed his own judgment. And at the same time, he also understood that his choice was right. Only then did he put down most of his worries, and followed the president honestly to show his face. When other guilds saw this situation, they also understood that the Balian Festival was over this time. Even if they waited here again, they could not change the fact before them. At this time, the presidents of the big guilds also dispersed, leaving only the top few guilds to discuss the next thing. This time, the Balian Festival can be considered a failure. But it is not a complete failure. It was said to be a failure. More than 300 players entered, and only about 50 players came out alive. The survival rate was less than 1/6, and none of them could last until the end. To say that it was not a complete failure was because they defeated the alliance between Qiufeng City and Hanyi City. Qiufeng City and Hanyi City were even worse than them, with a total of more than 600 and nearly 700 players. Not one of them came back alive. This is equivalent to the annihilation of all the elites among the new players in Autumn Wind City and Hanya City. This is a good thing for Bai Lianqing, at least for a long period of time. Balian City will become more advantageous in occupying the small and medium-sized new worlds produced nearby. Therefore, all the major guilds also recognize such achievements. They are now discussing how to give the reward this time. At the same time, they also need to discuss how to ensure that no one takes advantage of the next Balian Festival. None of these things have anything to do with Gu Shi. The guild president, who had been bragging with Gu Shi for a long time, patted Gu Shi's shoulder proudly and said, "You go back first. This time, I will definitely tear off a large piece of flesh from those guilds and come back." "President, go ahead. Li Xinghui is waiting for you outside. When you go back, take a good rest first. Don't rush into training or participating in the challenge of the new world. Your reward will be announced when I come back." After speaking, the president of Chaoyang Guild raised his head proudly. adjusted the Taoist crown on his head, and walked to several top guilds with a hint of confidence. Although there was only one person from Qiang Guild this time. Even the people from the Skeleton Fish Dragon Guild admitted that Gu Shi had a great performance in the Balian Festival and could be ranked first. In addition, this time the Steel Ghost Claw Guild has caused public outrage, and there will be a lot of bleeding. So he must tear off some resources. Gu Shi should get some good things. Walking up to the presidents of several top guilds, he said loudly, "President Huang, President Liu, I heard from you before that the Iron Claw Guild will not get anything in this White Lotus Festival. I definitely admit this. But just not distinguishing between things is not okay. The vice president of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild has taken refuge in Qiufeng City and Hanya City. If this matter gets serious, it will be quite detrimental to our Balian City. Steel Ghost Claw Guild, if we don't come up with some benefits to smooth things over, I'm afraid that a small guild like us will have some unnecessary ideas. What do you want? I heard that the Steel Ghost Claw Guild is developing a large world." Chapter 420 Return to the Guild. In the guild's carriage, Gu Shi lowered his head in silence. Opposite him, Li Xinghui was talking to Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi's mind was not on that. Nor did he pay too much attention to it. He just nodded casually, and actually didn't hear anything. It wasn't until Li Xinghui shook Gu Shi that Gu Shi raised his head in confusion. "You kid. You didn't even hear a word of what I just said." "Ah. I was thinking about something just now, and I didn't react at the moment." Gu Shi raised his head and said with some embarrassment, "What are you thinking about?" "I think you are calculating the losses this time. I heard that in a world like the Great Festival, there is no reward for coming out early. But don't be afraid. The president has said that the share given to you will definitely not be less." Gu Shi shook his head. "No. We knew from the beginning that there wouldn't be any good rewards. After all, we fell off the points ranking list on the first day. Without the points ranking list, there would naturally be nothing. Quitting early is nothing at all." Listening to Gu Shi's words, Li Xinghui didn't believe it at all. There are quite a lot of benefits that can be obtained in the White Training Festival. But the real value is the reward for ranking first in the points rankings. Now they have all withdrawn early, which means that no one has received this reward. No matter how great things Gu Shi did in the festival, the rewards for quitting in the end were all gone. So Li Xinghui thought that Gu Shi's mood was so bad because his harvest this time was not good. But he never expected that Gu Shi would really earn enough this time. Not to mention other things. Gu Shi's troops now have exceeded 10,000. And they are all regular troops with levels above level 4. At the same time, his city has expanded a lot because of this world. And various architectural plans have been scheduled for 30 days before they can be completed. Not to mention Luna, who was rushing back. Gu Shi didn't know what Luna had gotten. But one thing was certain. Luna definitely got the fragments of the killing stone. If you get an orange piece of equipment, then the ranking list is nothing. This time, no one in Balian City made such a fat profit as Gu Shi. But Li Xinghui didn't know all this, and he thought Gu Shi had suffered a loss this time. Now he is still there giving advice to Gu Shi. "I have heard about what happened to you this time. Even if there is no point ranking, it is enough for you to defeat the elite players of the 3 major guilds such as the Corpse Fish Dragon, Ghost Walking Spear, and Steel Ghost Claw by yourself. This is quite shameful. After you go back, you don't need to say anything. Everything will come back later. Whatever the president gives you, just take it. The things the president gives you are definitely good things." Having said this, Li Xinghui patted Gu Shi on the shoulder. "You might be able to get 2 pieces of purple equipment. If it was before coming out, Gu Shi might be a little excited. But this time in the Balian Festival, Gu Shi has already obtained 2 purple pieces of equipment, and may even get an orange piece of equipment. Whether it is 1 or 2 pieces of purple equipment, there is really no way to attract Gu Shi's attention." Gu Shi's attitude also attracted Li Xinghui's attention. "What's the matter? Your strength has improved. But you don't like purple clothes?" "No. But what I want more now is actually the fusion land deed. Do you think if I tell the guild, they will give me a complete set starting from the evil temple and ending with the dark temple? You kid wants to eat shit." When Li Xinghui heard this, he smiled and said, "If you really want to change, you can use 1 piece of purple equipment to exchange for the full set of the mausoleum. But I don't recommend you do this. Purple equipment will significantly improve your combat effectiveness. But in fact, in the mausoleum, has little effect. The mausoleum will definitely not give you the best, and will only give you the most common kind. For corpse witches will appear every week, and the level starts at level 6. It will take a year or 2 to build a basic army. At that time, If you take the purple outfit and level up, within a few months, you will be able to summon the corpse witch yourself. Gu Shi also understood that what Li Xinghui said was the mainstream thinking of all necromancers nowadays. The undead army mainly focuses on summoning spirits. Unless it is a more traditional and established family, it is rare to choose to build its own training camp. But Gu Shi's thinking here is completely different. Gu Shi brought a city with him from the beginning, and the city was slowly developing. The biggest problem in Gu Shi's city right now is that many of the prerequisite buildings have not yet been built. For example, the blueprint of the Crimson Temple in his hand needs to be placed in the mausoleum first. Judging from Gu Shi's current situation, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait if he wants to build a mausoleum to train corpse witches. Now that this possibility exists, Gu Shi has the opportunity to build a temple and train the Crimson Knights. So Gu Shi secretly kept this possibility in mind. Of course, Gu Shi was also energetic now, and he talked to Li Xinghui about some things that happened in the Balian festival. Li Xinghui also said something when he heard that Gu Shi had made many friends, but too many people died in the Balian festival. This is normal. You are just starting out. The worlds you encounter are relatively simple worlds. If you go to a pioneering world, you may really die if you die. Every day you will find that there are familiar people around you, and batches of unfamiliar new people will join the team. Sometimes you will feel that it is good to be alive. Gu Shi also somewhat sympathized with Li Xinghui's sentiments. This is the case for Xia Yi and Wang Baojin. He obviously felt that these two people were suitable to be friends. But as soon as he turned around, they were gone. He could also feel the pain in Li Xinghui's words. How many comrades had to die to gain such a feeling? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, do you have any different gains in the Balian festival? What is the root of this festival? If you have different gains and you don't want it, you can take it. Come out for sale. You may not know where the market spontaneously organized by players in the guild is. I'll take you there later. If there's anything you don't want this time, you can sell it directly. Okay. Gu Shi was still willing to sell some unimportant strange items. Gu Shi himself did not participate in the battle these days, but his men were not idle. All 5 heroes went out to attack, starting from the city gate where the troops were stationed, to fight in the blood cave, and then moving on to the street outside. A lot of various supplies and strange items were collected. Because Gu Shi had been thinking about the great Guanyin in white clothes of heaven, he didn't put his mind on it. He didn't even sort it out, and left it all to Cain for processing. Now Gu Shi is worried about the pile of strange white and gray objects in his hands that he doesn't know where to deal with. When Li Xinghui said this, Gu Shi became excited. Chapter 421, Opening a Treasure Chest in the Guild Market. Welcome back, heroes. As soon as he entered the headquarters of the Rising Sun Guild, Gu Shi heard a horn sound, and a large number of petals were scattered in the sky. Apart from anything else, the atmosphere was very thick. Almost all the players who were not stationed at Chaoyang Guild and who were on missions were gathered at the gate of the guild station, watching the carriage enter. All the players had excitement on their faces. The vice president has just informed all players of the latest news from the president. Because of Gu Shi's efforts in Balian Festival this time, the guild president also spoke a little louder in the major guilds. This time, he tore the land reclamation rights of a giant world from the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. Although there is only a part of the right to open up Wasteland, this is already an incredible authority. In addition, starting from this year and before the next Balian Festival, the allocation for Chaoyang Guild will be based on the top 5 guilds in Balian City. This is a great thing. You have to know that the original ranking of the Chaoyang Guangguang Guild was outside the top 100. Although there is funding from Balian City every year, the amount is not too much. Now allocating funds according to the top 5 guilds. This is a huge amount of income for Chaoyang Guild. It can be said that the members of Chaoyang Guild have had a good year in recent years. If the guild president has some brains, he can consolidate these allocations and strengthen the guild's infrastructure. Maybe at the next Balian Festival, Chaoyang Guild will be able to enter the top 50 in Balian City. It was precisely because they understood this that the members who stayed behind were very cooperative. When they heard that Gu Shi had returned, they all rushed out to welcome Gu Shi. Seeing their enthusiasm, Gu Shi was a little overwhelmed. You must know that Gu Shi was not a good student in the Nether Bonewind School before, and his academic performance was average. He had never encountered such a scene before. For a moment, Gu Shi stood in front of the carriage door, not knowing what to do. Looking at Gu Shi's appearance, Li Xinghui also smiled and patted Gu Shi's shoulder. Go ahead. You deserve it. Gu Shi looked up at the excited players outside. finally got out of the car and kept talking to the players. Thank you all. Thank you all. It took Gucci more than an hour to walk the short road before the players finally dispersed. Gucci also had a lot of things stuffed around him. These are small gifts given to Gucci by players. Although most of these things were small white toys. There were so many of them that Gucci couldn't hold them all. In the end, he could only ask Dire Weasel to send these things back to his room. And he followed Li Xinghui to the secret market inside the guild. In front of the market, Li Xinghui also reminded Gucci, "Here, don't take anything you see casually, unless you really want to buy it. Ask the stall owner before taking it. Otherwise something will happen. By the way, don't go out and do those things about betting on treasure chests. The blue treasure chests, can't even open a few green things. They are all fake treasure chests. There is also generally no money here. Generally speaking, it refers to skeleton soldiers. The kind of skeleton soldiers that start at level 4. This is a relatively popular general equivalent among necromancers." As Li Xinghui spoke, he quickly entered the market with Gucci. But Gucci didn't come here to buy anything. He came here to sell various weird items in large quantities. Gucci found a seat, sat down directly, and placed the strange white items he had no need on the stall. Then he turned around and asked, "What price should I quote? Don't bid too high. Unless it's a white weird item with particularly good attributes. 2 or 3 skeleton soldiers are usually enough. The green one can be sold for 30 skeleton soldiers. And the blue one starts at 300. Purple ones are generally not available." Li Xinghui comes here often and is quite familiar with the prices here. Gucci didn't change much. He just marked the price on the items and put them on the stall. As soon as Gucci sat down, players gathered around him. On the one hand, they came to see the excitement. But on the other hand, they also wanted to see what good things Gucci would get from the Balian festival this time. When they see that those items are good and can be used, they will naturally send out skeleton soldiers to buy them. Anyway, there are only 2 or 3 skeleton soldiers. Just kill some enemies on the road, and they will appear. However, Gucci just looked at it for a while, and lost interest. The stalls here are semi-automatic. Things are placed on the stalls with prices marked on them. You can see it from a distance, and there is no problem. Picking it up means you have agreed to the price. If you want to put it back, you will not be able to tell. Therefore, players often only pick up things when they see clearly that they really want them. Of course, there are also people who directly ask if the price can be reduced, or if there are other similar items. However, there are relatively few such players. After Gucci put the strange items on it, Gucci suddenly became idle. Now Gucci can't run around. He still has to wait for the president to come back. So when Gucci was free, he simply took out the strange treasure box that killed the Jing Dragon King and prepared to open the treasure box on sight. Seeing Gucci's actions, many players quickly surrounded him. This is what people want to see. And it seems that they also want to watch the treasure chest being opened. Although Gucci is not the type of person who likes to attract attention, he is not a stingy person either. Seeing the players gathered around, Gucci also smiled and directly opened the reward box for killing the Well Dragon King. You open the weird treasure chest green. You got 1277 gold coins. You get 5 million yuan in cash. You have exited the original world. The cash has been affected and is now converted into corresponding materials, which is converted into 2 small yellow croakers. You got crystal asterisk 12. You got gems asterisk 7. You get a soldier enhancement ticket, level 9 asterisk 1. You get building stone, level 1 asterisk 4. You get the dragon blood life liquid formula, green. Alchemy potion formula, asterisk 1. You get crystal palace secret room, green asterisk 1. Soldier strengthening voucher, level 9. You can strengthen 10 of your soldiers once, raising your soldiers from level 0 to level 9. Dragon blood life liquid formula, green. Alchemy potion formula, a formula used in the alchemy laboratory. After use, dragon blood life liquid can be made. Dragon blood life liquid, green. The life of all users will be permanently increased by 10 points. Explanation: blood essence is the most critical attribute for the dragon race. Crystal palace secret room, green. Used in water, it can form a crystal palace secret room. The secret room can be opened once, and the opening time is 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, you can take away everything in the secret room. Note 1. When the treasures in the secret room are empty, new treasures will appear. Explanation 2. Anyone who does not leave the secret room within 15 minutes will be trapped in the secret room forever. Chapter 422, A Big Business. Nice one. Good stuff. When Gucci was thinking about it, someone beside him said something. Gucci looked up and found a chubby player staring at the Crystal Palace secret chamber in his hand from afar. Can you recognize it? Gucci glanced at the player. Yeah, I've seen this kind of thing. The player smiled, and then extended his hand to Gucci. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chris. I have been doing business in the market for a long time. The treasure box stall over there, it's mine. What you are holding in your hand is the entrance to the secret room. Right? Is it placed in the water or underground? How long is it? Put it in the water. It lasts for 15 minutes. Do you know the Crystal Palace? It's a kind of dragon palace. Needless to say, it seems that you are not familiar with the situation of our guild. I am familiar with Dragon Palace and other things. But you took advantage this time. Dragon Palace's treasure house has been in 15 minutes. This is a treasure. Anyway, this thing can't be sold. Huh? Gucci looked a little puzzled when he saw Chris's confident look. You may not know that as long as the door of this secret room is open, everyone can enter. Even if 180 people enter at the same time, it is not a problem. Because the space inside will expand and contract with the number of people entering. It's really a waste for you to use this secret room alone. This type is most suitable for opening to the outside world and charging admission fees. And yours is 15 minutes. And all I got before were 5 minutes. Chris explained the reason for this. However, Gucci asked in confusion, why do you think I will sell it to you? I can do the method you mentioned myself. And I can also charge admission fees. Because you haven't built a reputation yet. Even though they are all crowding around you to buy things now. If you really want to open the treasure chest in 15 minutes, they won't come over and bet with you. But I can do it. They all know who I am. And most importantly, I talk and they listen. I said when the time is up, let them come out. And they will definitely come out. You can't do this. As many treasure boxes as you can open, and as many supplies as you can transport inside. One person will always get less. If you sell this thing to me, I can double the profit. Gucci now understood what Chris was thinking. But he just smiled. Then what price do you want to offer? If I go in alone? I'm afraid there will be 180 treasure boxes at a time. I will arrange for my undead to move them. 5 emptyings is the minimum. Listening to Gucci's words, Chris understood that Gucci had basically agreed. And now it was time to bargain. So he directly stated his offer. I know that you are taking the route of Death City and Death Incarnation. I have 3 things here that are suitable for your current situation. I think even if you could open the treasure chest, you will never be able to open these 3 things. Chris opened the box quite confidently. Gucci took a look and found a sickle, an iron pickaxe and something similar to a land deed inside. Scythe of Despair, blue, a component used by the god of death. It can be equipped with the Death Incarnation to improve the Death Incarnation's combat effectiveness. Engineering Team Camp Building Design, medium use 500 resources. 10 units of stone. And 10 units of wood to build an engineering team camp, medium-sized building, in the city. It can support 2 buildings in the city at the same time, cannot be upgraded. Building, Despair Mage Tower, Level 4 Station. Building name, Despair Mage Tower. Level 4. Garrison troops, 0/5. 5 troops can be stationed. Limited to French troops. Station bosses, 0/8. 8 bosses can be stationed. Station soldiers, 0/1000. 1000 soldiers can be stationed. Garrison troops, French troops. Ancillary building, magic pool, not built. Note, when the building reaches level 7, heroes can be stationed. And when the building reaches level 15, leaders can be stationed. Seeing the properties of these 3 things, Gucci understood that this person had plotted against him. He really likes these 3 things. Even if the Scythe of Despair cannot be used now. The Mage Tower of Despair can definitely be used now. Gucci thought for a moment, but did not respond immediately. He thought carefully before saying, do you know about the fish-keeled bones of the corpse Ichthyosaurus Guild? I want 10 copies of the bronze bones. Gucci's price increase hit Chris's target exactly. Chris thought about it, and realized that if he agreed, he wouldn't make much. But if he shouldn't come down, Gucci might not let go. Okay. But the quantity of copper bones is currently insufficient. It will arrive in half an hour. I will go and arrange it now. Gucci glanced at Chris and placed the Crystal Palace secret chamber in front of Chris. Chris understood that the only difference between them now was 10 sets of fish keels. And the rest was settled. Now the only difference between them is 10 sets of fish keel bones. In the eyes of Gucci and Chris, This is just a bonus, and no one would owe it. So the transaction is completed directly. As soon as Crystal Palace secret room was handed over, all the players surrounding it dispersed. They all saw that Chris was about to open the Crystal Palace. And they were definitely going to grab a wave at this time. If you don't grab it at this time, then when will you grab it? After everyone dispersed, Li Xinghui, who had been by the side, walked over. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. At first, I didn't want to gamble. But when he said he was a merchant betting on treasure chests, I understood what was going on. There was treasure in the Crystal Palace. But the quality of the treasure chests must be low. Even if I can move it alone, how much can I transport? Besides, these things just hit my heart. The Scythe of Despair may not mean much, but the Mage Tower of Despair is quite useful to me. Not to mention the engineering core. That thing can build my Death City twice as fast. Gu Shi knew exactly what he needed now. There are more and more heroes under his command, and the troops are becoming more and more scattered. At this time, the residence became the building Gu Shi needed most next. But on the one hand, the garrison requires a large plot of land. And on the other hand, if you want to garrison heroes, you need to reach at least level 7. Starting from level 1, we slowly build the garrison. I don't know how long it will take. The current station that starts directly at level 4 is quite useful for Gu Shi. It saves Gu Shi a lot of time. Not to mention the engineering team that can start work on 2 buildings at the same time. For Gu Shi, anything that can save time in Aladovi City is a good thing. As for the materials in the treasure house, they cannot compare with time. Seeing that Gu Shi was on his way, Li Xinghui said no more and headed towards the direction where the players were gathering. He also planned to try his luck in the secret room of the Crystal Palace. As for the ticket price, it is actually not that high. 1/20th of the treasure chest found in the secret room of the Crystal Palace is enough. No one will open the treasure chest in the secret room of the Crystal Palace. They will transport it all out and open it again. In addition, the treasure chests are the same size and shape, so counting them is quite simple. Most of the treasure boxes used for luck gambling at Chris's stall came from this, so no one disliked them. Chapter 423 Rewards from Qian Guild. Ha! You made the right choice. You really didn't lose this time. 10 minutes later, Li Xinghui arrived at Gu Shi's stall carrying some treasure boxes. Your secret room in the Crystal Palace is big, but the quality of the things inside is average. Most of them are money boxes, resource boxes, and decorative boxes for soldiers. Only a few of them are high-quality boxes. I took my men with all my strength to transport 173 boxes in 15 minutes. Although there is a case of robbing boxes, and the intersection is blocked. If you open the treasure house alone, you may only be able to get out a maximum of 300 boxes. Money and resources account for the majority here. And the remaining things are really nothing compared to the few things Chris gave you. That's what I thought. And I asked him for something else. Gu Shi looked proud of this. While talking, Chris also rushed over. And behind him was another player pushing a cart. On the cart were pushed 10 pairs of bronze bones that Gu Shi wanted. I really don't know what you think. You want fish keel bones. This thing is only produced by the corpse ichthyosaur. It's not particularly easy to buy. At least we can't use it. While complaining to Gu Shi, Chris handed 10 sets of bronze bones to Gu Shi. Gu Shi took a look and found that the quality of these 10 sets of bronze bones was somewhat worse than the bronze bones given by Zuya. It seems that the fish dragon bones sold by Corpse Ichthyosaurus are inferior to those given to their own guild players. This is quite normal. After all, the members of your own guild have to take care of them to some extent. As for the others, who cares if you die? After Gu Shi put away the fish bones, he started chatting with Chris and the others. Judging from the look on Chris's face, he definitely didn't lose this time. So many players had gathered around just now. Li Xinghui transported 173 boxes in 15 minutes. And the others would only transport more, not less. Based on a person's ticket price of 6 boxes, Chris got at least 1,000 boxes of uncertain quality for free, which is only a lot more. Gu Shi wasn't sure about the current prices, but with so many boxes, if he wanted to get 3 to 5 pieces of blue equipment, he might really be able to take a gamble. As long as there are 3 items, Chris will get his money back. And if there are 5 items, he will make a lot of money. So Chris didn't look unhappy at all now. Instead, he said, next time there is a secret room like this, please be sure to call me. After getting acquainted with Chris, Gu Shi also started joking. If I hadn't been injured while opening the treasure chest these past few days, I wouldn't have handed over such a good thing. I would definitely have to open the treasure chest myself. You're the first person to say that you got hurt when you opened a treasure chest. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, Chris and the others left. After all, Chris still had his own things to do. Instead, Li Xinghui stayed where he was, accompanying Gu Shi. The task he received was to guard Gu Shi and wait for the guild master to come back. The current guild leader is also afraid that something will happen to Gu Shi, and he will run away to his city or open a new world. It would be quite troublesome to find Gu Shi again then. Don't think this is a joke. In fact, many players will encounter this situation. There was obviously a connection, but we missed it for various reasons. Either you entered a new game in advance, or I have a temporary mission. In the end, we made an appointment, but in the end, we couldn't meet and communicate. So now Li Xinghui's mission is to hold Gu Shi back, even if he pays for him to eat, drink and have fun. He can't let Gu Shi enter the game early. Gu Shi didn't know about this situation and had no idea where to go to have fun, which saved Li Xinghui a lot of money. The most he can do is accompany Gu Shi here when he goes out to the stall. And he doesn't have to help Gu Shi introduce the little girl or anything like that, which is quite comfortable. When Li Xinghui was feeling proud, a ferocious ferret wearing a small vest came to Gu Shi's stall. Gu Shi's eye was used to the existence of such ferocious ferrets. He lowered his head and asked, "What do you want to buy?" "No. My master will arrive in an hour. Please go to the big conference room and wait for him." Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. He thought he only needed to go to the president to get a reward. Now he was going to the big conference room to brag about his achievements. So Gu Shi followed the dire weasel towards the guild's main administrative building. Li Xinghui did not follow it this time, because he knows very well that this is a high-level meeting, and given his status, he may not be able to pass it. Sure enough, when we arrived in the big conference room, the president of the guild had not returned yet. However, Gu Shi had already met several senior officials of the guild. There are 3 vice presidents here: the deputy leader of the Burning Sun Mages, the deputy leader of the Burning Sun Knights, the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Necromancer regiments, and the 2nd and 3rd Death Knight regiments, together with the patriarchs of several families within the guild. There are a total of 12 people. Seeing Gu Shi come in, they all smiled at Gu Shi. "Come on. Sit down." A necromancer who looked like he was floating up saw Gu Shi looking a little at a loss. So he smiled and said, "You haven't seen it before. I am Lin Su, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of Necromancers. All necromancers below level 5, as long as they are not selected into the Sun Mage Regiment, will be under my control. Please sit down first. Originally, I wanted to let you get used to the intensity within the guild first, and then ask you to give you a mission or something. I never thought you could do such a big thing all at once. It seems that you will be transferred to the Sun Mage group soon." As Lin Su spoke, he looked at the necromancer sitting above him. This necromancer was clearly dead. There was not much flesh and blood left on his face, and there were 2 blue gems embedded in his eye sockets. When Lin Su looked over, he just showed off his face. "It depends on the guild leader. I'm only the vice leader. The standards for joining the Blazing Sun and Fiery Yang are up to the guild leader." Although he said that, the deputy head was already looking Gu Shi up and down. It seemed that he was thinking about which position would be more suitable for Gu Shi. At this moment, the door to the large conference room was suddenly pushed open, and the president strode in. When he saw that everyone was there, he nodded with satisfaction, and then waved to Gu Shi. "Gu Shi, come here for a moment." Gu Shi didn't know what the president wanted to do, but he still stood up and walked over. "Everyone, come and meet this new member we recruited this year, Gu Shi. I think everyone has heard about his situation. Although Gu Shi has only joined our Chaoyang Guangmong Guild for a short time, his strength has improved rapidly. Moreover, he made great efforts in this Bai Lian festival and brought honor to our Chaoyang Guangmong Guild. Not to mention other things. Everyone knows the amount of funding. These are all obtained by hard work and interest. We can't take something and forget it. So this time we must give a big reward." Chapter 424 Gu Shi's Challenge Reward. "It should. That's right. We must reward you heavily." "I agree." As soon as the president finished speaking, the senior officials present also started talking in 2s and 3s. They are different from ordinary members outside. They all know how much the allocation will be. At the same time, they also understood that all the allocations this time were earned by Gu Shi alone. If Gu Shi is not given reasonable rewards, he will not be able to stay in the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild for too long, as there are many guilds out there that want to poach him. So Gu Shi, If you want anything, just say it. The top leaders of the Chaoyam Guild are here. As long as you ask, we can bring it out. When Gu Shi heard this, he realized that this was the reason why the president called everyone here. Is this because he is afraid that Gu Shi will be dissatisfied with the reward given to Gu Shi? So he directly asks Gu Shi to give his opinion? Gu Shi also realized that it seemed that the guild had received enough things this time. Gu Shi thought about it, and had an idea in his mind. Now I want to have a dragon from 1 to 6. In addition, I want to learn the leadership skill before reaching level 5. No, I want to learn the Death Edict all the time. I also need the help of the guild to level up some skills. In addition, I will come later a purple outfit. Gu Shi had already reported to Gaoli. But when he looked at the people in front of him, he found that there was no embarrassment on their faces. I'm afraid that buildings from level 1 to level 6 won't work. I can arrange buildings from level 1 to level 5. We only have 2 Dark Temples of Death Knights. One is where players advance, and the other is where 3 Death Knight teams gather. No matter which one is given to you, it is impossible. Of course, there may be other temples within several families, but you have to talk to them. The president immediately explained the situation. Gu Shi was not surprised at all that there was a dark temple in the guild. But Gu Shi didn't know about the temples in other families. Gu Shi couldn't help but turn his head and look at the clan heads of those families. There are 3 families here, namely the poisonous Lich Lu family, and Gu Shi knows Lu Kai from their family. The Song family of the Holy Blood Hammer. Gu Shi knew Song Yuma from their family. There is also the Li family of Ice Wind. But Gu Shi has had little contact with them. Among these 3 families, the Lu family followed the pure necromancer route, and the remaining 2 families had Death Knights. However, when Gu Shi looked at them, they did not react at all. Seeing this situation, the president could only say, "It seems that the temple has no choice. Let's do this. I will give 2 sets of 1 to 5. And I guarantee that they will not be the same. What do you think? No repetition? Is it still from the undead department?" Gu Shi couldn't help but ask. "Of course. It's not the undead type. I don't want it yet," the president said proudly. "You are still young and don't know how good the undead are. There are quite a lot of undead races. As long as they are living things. After they die, undead will form. For every creature, the last change will cause changes in the undead race." After hearing this, Gu Shi thought about it and nodded in agreement with the president's plan. After seeing that Gu Shi agreed to this plan, the faces of the heads of the 3 families became better. The next thing is about taking care of the learning. This is the difficult part. If you want to learn other spells or something, there are plenty of people in the guild who can teach Gu Shi. But these people don't know how to lead. And they also need to learn the Death Edict. So where can they teach Gu Shi? The president also said helplessly, "I asked you why you must learn the Death Edict." Of course Gu Shi couldn't say that this was Princess Anna's suggestion while chatting with Princess Anna while waiting for the opportunity to return. At that time, Princess Anna said, "You are not at level 5 yet. And everything has not been settled yet. If you can, get the Death Edict." After hearing this, Gu Shi thought for a long time before he remembered what the Death Decree was. That is a branch skill under leadership. To master the Death Decree, you must first be a necromancer. After that, you must learn the art of leadership. And then, there are the 3 branches under the art of leadership: recruitment, diplomacy, and financial management. Gu Shi must master the recruitment and diplomacy. Only later can you learn to master the Death Edict. The whole process is quite difficult and troublesome. But this Death Edict is also a good skill. And you will definitely not lose money if you learn it. Because the Death Decree can automatically convert all neutral creatures that surrender and join the Necromancer's army into corresponding undead creatures according to their troop level and upgrade status. It can be said that after obtaining the Death Edict, you get a guarantee that all neutral creatures that surrender from the outside will become the corresponding undead. Any necromancer will understand the benefits of this. But everyone understands it. But few people have learned this step. One of the biggest reasons for this is the learning of leadership skills. The basic skill of necromancers is spiritualism. Leadership is the basic skill for human knights. There are very few necromancers who have learned it. And even Death Knights have never learned this skill. Unless some players who don't know whether luck is good or bad accidentally encounter it. No one can learn this skill specifically. It was precisely because he understood the difficulty of learning the Death Edict that Gu Shi did not speak out what Princess Anna said. Instead, he said very seriously, "I got a supporting building, which requires a Death Edict to activate." After hearing this, so many people present looked at Gu Shi speechlessly. This is Gu Shi's typical behavior of cooking dumplings just for a little sourness. But you still can't deny this. Gu Shi's request wasn't too difficult. After all, there are always more solutions than difficulties. And so many people can always think of some solutions. At this time, a vice president stood up and said, I have a ticket to the Mystery Academy. In the Mystery Academy, you can learn 4 primary skills. This is the only leadership skill that a necromancer can learn. Chance. But as a matter of probability, whether you can really learn it depends on whether you can enter the corresponding college. You only get 1 chance. If you miss it, you won't get another ticket. If you learn the leadership skill, then I will have a solution. At this time, the patriarch of the Song family stood up and said, I have a few advancement skill stones here. And the leadership skill has 3 branch skills. The worst I can do is give you 3 skill stones. And you can just advance to any level. At this point, the Death Edict is almost complete. If that doesn't work, I still have 3 tails of gold cake here. This is used to increase your luck. Take a sip before opening the treasure chest, which will greatly increase your luck and bring out good things. Purple equipment rewarded in Chapter 425. These high-level officials had enough things in their hands, and they settled matters in 2s and 3s. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi realized that based on what they had given him, he really had a chance to obtain the Death Edict skill. As for not being able to get it, it's just Gu Shi's bad luck, and he can't blame anyone else. As for the other rewards, they were all the rewards promised to Gu Shi at the beginning, allowing Gu Shi to brush up his skills and experience to level 4. These were the Ghost Pass Trial Ground, the 2nd floor of the Chaoyang Magic Tower, or the Radiant Book that was originally promised. 3 days of access to the restricted library area. It's just that it's quite simple now. Everything is open to Gu Shi. As long as Gu Shi has time, there is no problem in brushing all the skills to level 4 here. This is an investment in Gu Shi and a way to win over Gu Shi. There is also the matter of purple equipment. Even though many players do not have purple equipment at the moment, for big guilds, 1 or 2 purple equipment are still available. It's just that the attributes are not very good and the negative effects are too strong. So many people can't use it. The people present all have a purple outfit in their hands. Especially the 3 major families. They all have their own inherited purple outfits. It's the kind of purple equipment that the family has been studying for a long time. All the negative effects have been eliminated, and they already know how to use it. This kind of purple clothing has been passed down from generation to generation in their family, and it can truly guarantee the good things of the family. As long as the president doesn't give him this kind of purple outfit, they won't have any objection. This time, the president was not stingy, and he asked Gu Shi directly, what do you want in your purple outfit? If it were before, Gu Shi would definitely think about getting his own equipment. But ever since his conscience discovered that he had given the purple outfit to his contracted undead, he has become less selective in his requirements for the purple outfit. Anything is fine, as long as the negative effects are not too strong. When the president heard this, he pointed at Gu Shi and laughed. I'm most afraid of being the one who can do whatever you say. Let's do this. I'll open a purple clothing store, and you can go in and pick one. But don't even think about the ones with weaker negative effects. Our guild has only produced 4 pieces of heritage purple equipment in all these years. The other senior executives also laughed. They all knew what was in the purple equipment warehouse. The president waved to Gu Shi and took Gu Shi out. They walked out of the large conference room, went down the stairs, all the way down, and finally came to the underground of the administrative building. When entering the underground passage, Gu Shi discovered that the light nearby seemed to have dimmed a lot. The president said seriously, next is the guild's key defense area. Even I can't handle the traps here, so don't mess around. Gu Shi is not the kind of person who has a jumpy personality. In this case, Gu Shi is quite honest. Soon they came to the door of the first room in the underground passage. Gu Shi found an old monkey sitting here with all his hair bald. The old monkey was holding a wine gourd in his hand. When he saw the president coming, he just rolled his eyes at him and turned around, pretending he didn't see him. The president just smiled at this and opened the door to the room. But Gu Shi could feel that the old monkey in front of him belonged to the president's men, just like the ferocious weasel. This monkey is not among the 5 immortals. Gu Shi's mind couldn't help but turn away. At this moment, the president had already pushed the door open. Come in. There are a total of 103 pieces of purple clothing here. You can choose whichever one you like. So much? Gu Shi was a little surprised. He had seen players' attitudes towards purple equipment before, and he always felt that there wouldn't be too many purple equipment. There are too many. When completing a level 5 to 10 dungeon, a purple outfit will be released. The guild can create 3 or 4 such dungeons every year. Many good purple outfits have been taken away. No one wanted these, and they ended up being transferred to the guild and used as resources for the guild. Only then did Gushi realize that it seemed like this was really the case. It's just that most of the players Gushi met before were below level 4. They didn't have purple equipment, which was normal. Seeing so many purple outfits, Gushi quickly changed his views on mid-level necromancers. At the same time, he quickly checked the attributes of the purple equipment here. Most of the purple clothes in the room in front of me are replica products. Many of the purple clothes are incomplete sets or are duplicates, and the negative effects are quite serious. Gushi looked around here for a long time before finally locking onto one of the many purple outfits. It was a pure black 3-headed flail. The 3 heads of the flail were all skulls made of pig iron. These skulls also had inlaid nails, rotating eyes and retracted tongues. Disunipu, purple. Main hand weapon. Attack, 13 to 22. After equipped, strength +2. Constitution +2. Perception +2. Equipment requirements, strength 5. Constitution 5. Perception 5. Special 1, head of the ghoul. When physically attacking, there is a 50% chance of adding 50% of the enemy's damage to the next attack. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the ghoul head effect once. You must drink blood every day to lower your body temperature. If you do not drink blood for 3 days, your upper limit of life will be reduced by 80%. Special 2, Flying Man. When attacking, he can control 3 skulls to fly out and attack distant enemies, even if the skulls are destroyed. New skulls can be quickly and automatically generated. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the flying head effect once. A scar will appear on the user's neck and bleeding will continue. If the user uses too much force, the user's head will fall off. Please be careful not to use too much force when turning the head. Big. Special 3, 3 sets of fine tongues. The speed of chanting spells and using magic is 3 times faster than that of normal people. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the effect of 3 pairs of fine tongues once. The mana consumption of each spell will be increased 3 times. And at the same time, a nagging voice will always ring in the ears. Explanation, Desinap, a witch with 3 heads, was said to have turned into a ghoul. But no one has ever known whether this was true. Gushi didn't plan to use this 3-headed flail himself. He took a look at the attributes and felt that this weapon would be more suitable for Princess Anna. In Gushi's eyes, Princess Anna should have been a saint at the beginning, and it would have been more appropriate for her to follow the path of a priest. However, she has now turned into a lich, so she should be viewed in the way of a lich. A melee weapon suitable for a lich is a big surprise for Princess Anna. As for the negative effects here, the living necromancer may be worried, but the lich who has died once does not need to consider these at all. Chapter 426, 2 completely different sets of land deeds. After Gushi got the purple outfit, the president left with Gushi. The president didn't want to care what kind of purple equipment Gushi got, and Gushi didn't say much. After all, there were 4 other pieces of the same quality in the purple clothing storehouse. After he put Disunipu in his backpack, he followed him out of the administration building. This is the land deed for you. There is a dragon from 1 to 5 in it. There are 2 land deeds in total. Take a look for yourself. Gushi took a look at the land deed and found that just as the president said, the 2 land deeds may be different in size, but they have all the undead military training camps from the cemetery to the mausoleum. Obtain the title deed of Ghostface Ruins. Ghostface Ruins, covering an area of 1.35 square kilometers, with no population, can be occupied by 5 large plots. Level 3 Evil Bone Temple. Level 3 Rotten Cemetery. Level 3 Undead Tomb. Level 2 Demon Blood Mansion. 1 Level Blood Tomb. 3 medium-sized plots. Level 4 Tomb. Level 3 Skeleton Transformation Field. Level 2 Bone Wilderness. 3 small plots. Level 4 Plague Cauldron. Level 4 Spirit Gathering Lamp. Level 3 Bone Pillar. Obtain Dark Farmland Deed. Dark Farm covers an area of 2.13 square kilometers and has no population. After occupying it, 5 large plots can be found. Level 3 Ghost Butterfly Garden. Level 3 Rotten Farmland. Level 3 Bloody Slaughterhouse. Level 2 Bloody Woods. Level 1 Mist Mausoleum. 3 medium-sized plots. Level 4 Pumpkin Field. Level 3 Cannibal Garden. Level 2 Crow Forest. 3 small plots. Level 4 Tomb Steps. Level 4 empty granary. Level 3 corpse pile. Looking at the two deeds in front of him, Gushi immediately understood what the president meant. Here is a serious road map for the growth of the undead. From skeletons, zombies, ghosts, vampires to corpse witches. The other set is obviously wrong. The route in Dark Farm is not a serious undead route. This route seems to be a forced transformation from the elf style. After taking a closer look at the data, Gushi was more certain of the difference in direction between the two land deeds. Building name, Evil Bone Temple. Level 3. Trainable troops. Skeleton, level 0. Automatically train 20 people per week. Consume 0 negative energy. Skeleton soldier, level 3. Consumes 30 points of negative energy to transform a skeleton into a skeleton soldier, weapon direction of your choice. Skeleton warrior, level 6. Consumes 500 points of negative energy to transform a skeleton soldier into a skeleton warrior. Building name, Ghost Butterfly Garden. Level 3. Trainable troops. Ghost Butterfly, level 0. Automatically trains 20 people every week. Consuming 0 points of negative energy. Ghost Butterfly Soldier, level 3. Consumes 30 points of negative energy to transform a Ghost Butterfly into a Ghost Butterfly Soldier, weapon direction of your choice. Psylocke, level 6. Consumes 500 points of negative energy, and can transform a Ghost Butterfly Soldier into a Psylocke. Ghost Butterfly, level 0. Summon troops experience, 0/50. Attack 1. Defense 1. HP 6. Skills, Flying Troops. Unaffected by counterattack. Ghost Butterfly Soldier, level 3. Summoning troops experience, 0/250. Attack 3. Defense 3. HP 12. Skills, Flying Troops. Unaffected by counterattack. Hypnosis. Psylocke, level 6. Summon troops experience, 0/500. Attack 7. Defense 7. Life 24. Skills, Flying Troops. Immune to counterattack. Hypnosis. Mind control. Gushi felt that the ghost butterfly mentioned here should be the undead product of a little fairy with butterfly wings. Its combat power was weaker than that of a skeleton soldier, and it was impossible to take action. And with this amount of training, it would be difficult to assemble an army. Building name, Rotting Farmland. Level 3. Trainable troops. Scarecrow, level 2. Automatically trains 10 people every week. Each consumes 5 points of negative energy. Straw Hunter, level 5. Consumes 50 points of negative energy to turn a Scarecrow into a Straw Hunter. Scarecrow, level 2. Summon troops experience, 0/150. Attack 4. Defense 2. Life 12. Skills, Summon crows to attack, can summon 5 crows to attack the enemy. Take root, cannot move after taking root, but will automatically restore blood. Straw Hunter, level 5. Summon troops experience, 0/300. Attack 6. Defense 5. HP 22. Skills, Summon crows to attack, the number of crows reaches 10. Rooting. Root entanglement. The rotten farmland here is obviously different from the rotten cemetery that Gushi has not checked yet. The Scarecrow here seems to move slower than the zombies. This thing basically does not move. But it can be seen that this Scarecrow is considered a half-range troop, or can serve as a defense tower or something like that. So its inability to move is not a big deal. Building name, Bloody Slaughterhouse. Level 3. Trainable troops. Butcher, level 3. Automatically trains 8 people every week. Each consumes 25 points of negative energy. Blood Butcher, level 6. Consumes 100 points of negative energy, and can transform a butcher into a blood butcher. Butcher, level 3. Summon troops experience, 0/250. Attack 5. Defense 4. Life 22. Skills, Beheading. Skinning. Blood Butcher, level 6. Summon troops experience, 0/750. Attack 13. Defense 8. Life 32. Skills, Beheading. Skinning. Flesh and Blood Reincarnation. When he first saw the Butcher, Gushi thought it was a suture monster known as the Green Fat Man. But after seeing it, Gushi realized that was not the case. The butcher in front of him was just a person holding a butcher knife. If we insist on counting, they should be zombies that have been strengthened to another level. This is also the reason why they occupy the ghost position. However, these two were not transformed from the undead of the elf race. Just when Gushi thought that was really the case, the bloody forest that followed surprised Gushi. Building name, Bloody Woods. Level 2. Trainable Troops. Undead Tree Pit, Level 6. Automatically trains 5 people every week. Each consumes 50 points of negative energy. Undead Tree Pit, Level 6. Summon Troops Experience, 0/350. Attack 8. Defense 12. Health 32. Skills, Corpse Dropping. Boulder Throwing. Root Entanglement. Because he had not seen the real thing, Gushi was not sure what the Undead Tree Pit was referring to. But judging from the current situation, it was very likely that the Undead Tree Pit was the product of the undead form of a tree man or a tree spirit. As for the last 5 level buildings, this has changed again. Both buildings are mausoleums, and both produce corpse witches. Apart from their different skills, the difference in strength between the two sides is not big. The only problem is that the building itself only has one class. Therefore, the trained corpse witch starts at level 5, which is not as good as the level 2 Bloody Woods and Demonic Blood Mansion. With this, although the training speed will be slower, Gushi finally has a high-level mage unit. Building name, Blood Mausoleum. Level 1. Trainable Troops. Blood Curse Corpse Witch, Level 5. Automatically train 4 people per week, each consuming 150 points of negative energy. Blood Curse Corpse Witch, Level 5. Summon Troops Experience, 0/1000. Attack 13. Defense 10. Life 30. Skills, Bloody Light. Random Curse. Building name, Mist Mausoleum. Level 1. Trainable Troops. Mist Corpse Witch, Level 5. Automatically trains 4 people every week. Each consumes 150 points of negative energy. Misty Corpse Witch, Level 5. Summon Troops Experience, 0/1000. Attack 13. Defense 10. Health 30. Skills, Poison Mist. Labyrinth. Chapter 427. The origin of the full building title. Compared with the diverse training camps, those small and medium-sized buildings are somewhat worth mentioning. Level 4 Tombs. Level 3 Skeleton Transformation Fields. And Level 2 Bone Wastelands all increase the number of skeleton soldiers produced. And they are training camps for training skeleton soldiers in all evil temples. Building name, Tomb. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All buildings related to skeleton soldiers in the city have a production speed of skeleton soldiers plus 40. Building name, Skeleton Transformation Field. Level 3, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All buildings related to skeleton soldiers in the city increase the speed of producing skeleton soldiers by plus 24. Building name, Bone Wilderness. Level 2, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All buildings related to skeleton soldiers in the city increase the speed of producing skeleton soldiers by plus 22. It can be said that the existence of these 3 buildings has increased the output of 86 soldiers for each skeleton training camp under Gushi. This includes skeleton shooters and skeleton mages. It can be said that this time, Gushi's speed of sending out skeleton soldiers has been greatly improved, and the pressure of replenishing troops has also become much smaller. At the same time, Level 4 Plague Cauldron, Level 4 Gathering Lamp, and Level 3 Bone Pillar are used to increase negative energy. Soul and Flesh, the 3 most needed resources for necromancers. It can be said that the title deed of Ghost Face Ruins is the necromancer's most desired territory. Building name, Plague Cauldron. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. The rate at which negative energy is generated in the city increases by 2,000 per day. Building name, Gathering Spirit Lamp. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. 120 units of souls are automatically gathered in the city every day, can be used for spiritualism. And the success rate of spiritualism is plus 4. Building name, Bone Column. Level 3, can be upgraded. Characteristic. 90 corpses are automatically generated in the city every day, can be used for spiritualism. Compared with the title deed of the Ghost Face Ruins, the Dark Farm title deed shows obvious traces of patchwork and transformation. Level 4 Pumpkin Field, Level 3 Cannibal Garden, and Level 2 Crow Forest respectively add buildings for the Tree of the Dead, Ghost Butterfly, and Scarecrow. It is obvious that the Tree of the Dead is the protagonist of this land deed. Building name, Pumpkin Field. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All buildings in the city related to treemen or trees increase the speed of producing treemen troops by plus 8. Building name, Cannibal Garden. Level 3, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All goblin-related buildings in the city increased the production speed of goblin-type troops by plus 45. Building name, Crow Forest. Level 2, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All crow-related buildings in the city have a production speed of crow-related units plus 20. In these 3 buildings, it is actually not easy to understand why tree men appear in the pumpkin field, why goblins appear in the cannibal garden, and what is the relationship between crows and scarecrows. The most important thing is how the president and the others obtained these architectural plans in the first place. There is no way that they also have special buildings similar to blood maples that can transform normal buildings. Gushi had a puzzled look on his face. But with the comparison of these 3 buildings, the remaining 4 levels of tomb chamber steps, 4 levels of empty granaries, and 3 levels of piles of corpses were not bad in Gushi's opinion. Building name, tomb chamber steps. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. The probability of producing a boss among the undead soldiers in the city increases by 4%. Building name, empty granary. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All undead in the city gain plus 4 vitality. Building name, corpse pile. Level 3, can be upgraded. Characteristic. 60 corpses are automatically generated in the city every day, can be used for spiritualism. After reading the 2 land deeds, Gushi still couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, President, why does this dark farm look so weird? That's right, the president said proudly. Originally I shouldn't have known about this. But since you have your own city of death, I can tell you the origin of these deeds. During the White Lotus Festival, you got the title deed. Right? Yes. But all the land deeds I got were blank land deeds. Unlike now, which have corresponding buildings. Gushi responded honestly. It's good to have it. If you only get a blank land title, it's because you handled it the wrong way. For example, you acquired this place and chose to occupy it. You can get a temporary city in this world. After spending some time in this world, you can build and develop in the city. When you leave, you can choose to take the city with you. And you can get a land deed like this. Gushi's eyes widened when he heard this. He really didn't know such an operation existed. Is this okay? Of course. Otherwise you would think where the scattered cities in the major family spaces come from. These are all their accumulations in the game. Only then did Gushi realize that everything was because his abilities were too far ahead. If other people could occupy a city, they would naturally choose to occupy it first. Unlike Gushi, who would choose to directly demolish it and exchange land. After occupying the city, it is natural to transform the city into one that matches your own style. That's why there is such a title as Dark Farm. Seeing that Gushi had understood, the president said, the gains you have experienced are too short. And the intensity is not too intense. This is also the lack of education today. Unlike back then, when I was still in school, I guarded the border for 3 years in the game and developed the border fortress. In the end, although I did not take away the fortress that I developed myself, the small church I built was still there. There is a cemetery behind the chapel, but I took it with me. The chapel and the cemetery behind it are still the core of my family. My core guards still only trust the zombies coming out of the cemetery and the skeleton soldiers coming out of the chapel. This has been an old habit for many years. Today's colleges don't teach anything, and they don't guide students to take on challenging exercises. This is really a major shortcoming in education. Gushi thought about the ferocious weasels running around the guild and the old monkey guarding important positions, and thought to himself, I believe your ghost. But he still asked on the surface, President, I have never heard of this kind of education method. President, which college are you from? The Wind of the Bones of the Underworld. No. At that time, I was still called the Bone Collection Institute of the Styx. The main focus was on collecting bones in the river Styx. It was more than 100 years after I graduated that the name was changed to the Wind of the Bones of the Underworld. Changing the name after more than 100 years? Gushi was stunned for a moment. He remembered that when he entered the school, it was said that the Wind of the Underworld was named in 3077. He was the chief of the class of 3317, which meant that it had been 240 years since the Wind of the Underworld was named when he graduated. The president graduated more than 100 years before he was named. So how old will it be? Gushi's eyes changed when he looked at the president. Chapter 428 Return to Aladovi City. Don't look at me like that. I'm still young. I'm still middle-aged now. When you pass level 10, you'll know that the best thing about a necromancer is that he can't die. Looking at Gushi's eyes, the president said helplessly, In fact, these days, as long as they don't die during game development, most players can live longer. For players above level 5, their health will be affected, and they can easily live for over 200 years. This is especially true for necromancers. Sometimes, as long as level 4 necromancers don't go too far, it's normal for them to live to be over 300 years old. For a necromancer like the president, who is above level 10, even if his path has gone astray, his life is definitely long enough. This is also the confidence that the guild president can manage a team. After joking with Gushi, the guild president left on his own. As for all the things this time, they have been handed over to Gushi. How to use these things next is Gushi's own business. Gushi couldn't care about anything else at this time. He was going to Aladovi City to put down the things he had obtained, and then give the purple outfit to Princess Anna. The next step is to strengthen the current Aladovi City, and organize your own troops. Once you have dealt with all of this, look back and see if there is any opportunity to learn leadership skills. This is the key to the next consideration. If Gushi learns leadership skills, he can specialize in training skills and prepare to reach level 5. If he has not learned it, then Gushi still needs to find a way to find a place where he can learn leadership skills. By then, his time to reach level 5 will have to be postponed. This is not good news. Gushi still hopes to pass level 5 soon and see a wider world. However, before entering Aladovi City, Gushi still had to ask for leave. After all, he didn't know how many days it would take him to handle the matter once he left this time. If something happened and Gushi couldn't be found, it would be a disaster. It's troublesome. So in the guild, every time Gushi wanted to go to Aladovi City, he had to find someone to report it. After reporting, he can leave on his own. After all, Gushi doesn't know which necromancer group he is in now, and there is no superior leader to care about him. He is relatively free in Qian Guild. So Gushi quickly ran to the recording point in front of the teleportation square, asked someone to report his whereabouts, and then ran to the open space specially designated for him to enter and exit Aladovi City, and entered Aladovi City. Not long after Gushi entered Aladovi City, the deputy leader of the Liang Mage Group also walked out of the administration building. The president has already told him alone that Gushi will join the Liang Mage Group and go on missions with the Liang Mage Group in the future. So at this time, the deputy leader came out and wanted to have a good talk with Gushi, so that when the time comes to arrange tasks, it would be best to make arrangements based on Gushi's strength. But he never expected that he was still a step too slow. When he came out to find Gushi, Gushi had already entered the city of Aridov. Although Aladovi City belongs to Gushi's own territory, the person who helped record the report still regarded Gushi as entering the game. Even if the deputy leader of the Liang Mage Group came over, he just replied, "The person you are looking for has already entered the game. Unless there is a level 1 alert, you cannot call the person out." The deputy leader of the Liang Mage Group didn't know what was going on here, and thought it was really the case. So he could only say, "Then, when he comes back, you ask him to come to me. I will not leave the guild for a long time. You ask him to go directly to the headquarters of my Liang Mage Group to find me. That's it." After saying this, the deputy leader turned and left. The recorder just wrote down the matter, and was not in a hurry to inform Gushi. In his opinion, Gushi would always come out, and he would just tell Gushi when the time came. There was no need to go out and inform him about this matter. Because of this, Gushi missed the opportunity to join the Liang Mage Group. At this time, Gushi didn't know all this, and he was currently handing Desanap to Princess Anna, looking at the three-headed flail in front of her. Princess Anna's face was full of helplessness. "It's true that I was a priest before, but I really don't know how to use a flail. Besides, priests normally use one-handed hammers, like maces, or square-headed hammers in combat. I'm really not used to using these things." After hearing this, Gushi could only shrug. He did not expect that the final result would be like this. But flails are not like swords. You can use them after learning it for a day or two. Flails are similar to nunchucks. If you don't use them well, you will hit yourself. Princess Anna herself doesn't know how to use this equipment, so naturally she doesn't have that much time to relearn the tactics of the flail. Forget it. Let's save this thing first, and see if anyone else will use it in the future. Faced with such a situation, Gushi could only shake his head, thinking to himself, if it doesn't work, he can take this to some unknown players in the guild to exchange for other good things. Players above level may 5th not like it, but players below level 5 will definitely be very happy to get a purple outfit. Putting down the Desutapu in his hand, Gushi told about what he had gained from the guild, especially regarding the leadership plan. Gushi told Princess Anna in detail. After listening to this, Princess Anna thought about it seriously and said, "This plan is also feasible. Although it is forced learning, I can't really master much, and the foundation may be a little weak. But as long as I can reach the death decree, it will be enough. I estimate that it will take you about 30 days to learn all of this. After 30 days, I have a task for you." Gushi glanced at Princess Anna and said without much hesitation, "Okay." After complying with Princess Anna's request, Gushi went down to make preparations. He needed to sort out his troops first. Now that Luna has not come back, Gushi still can't integrate the two land deeds into Yali, multidimensional city. But the rearrangement of the troops and so on can still be done. This time for the Balian festival, Gushi got more troops. But the strength was somewhat mixed and the levels were uneven. Gushi needs to deal with these troops. In addition, he also needs to move non-undead troops that are more susceptible to transformation out of Aladovi City first. Especially his red dragons. Although 6 of them were killed in the battle, Gushi was reluctant to turn the rest into bone dragons. Therefore, all these red dragons must be sent to Aladovita. When a new satellite city is established in the future, the red dragons will be placed there. Now at least the red dragon cannot be affected by the blood maple. At this time, the latest news came from the magic plant area. Luna had arrived in Aladovi City. Chapter 429, Luna's return and orange equipment. Luna, are you back? Upon hearing the news of Luna's return, Gushi immediately found Luna. At this time, Luna looks tired, but she was in good spirits and felt a little excited. When she saw Gushi, Luna said immediately, "Sir, I got the things. Don't worry. Take a rest. How are you doing? Are you injured?" "I was not injured. I left immediately, and the enemy did not notice me. When I came back, the journey was smooth." As Luna spoke, she looked at the armored ghouls following her. It can be seen that these ghouls played a considerable role along the way. As long as it goes well. I'm still worried about you. After confirming that Luna was fine, Gushi handed the strange mirror space back to Luna's hands. Luna also took out the 3 things that the hanged man threw into the mirror underground palace. "Sir, this is the last thing thrown in. Take a look." As soon as he took out the 3 items, Gushi felt a strong breath of death coming towards his face. Then Gushi saw a black stone the size of a human head at first glance. The breath of death was coming from this stone. In addition to the stone, a ring and a left leg as white as jade were also brought in. Looking at these 3 things, Gushi's heart suddenly became nervous. His eyes fell directly on the ring. Could it be an orange outfit? What were its attributes? With this thought, Gushi reached out and picked up the ring. He found that the ring face was made of jade and engraved with a lotus pattern composed of 9 white fox tails. Within the lotus pattern, there were fox eyes slowly opening. "You got the orange equipment." Fox eye ring. Fox eye ring orange. Ring. Ownerless. Can be soulbound. Requires 15 days of dormancy to bind. After equipping, all troops under the player. Attack +1. Defense +1. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 10. Special 1, Nine-Tailed Divine Power. One of the kit combinations. Collect 9 pieces of kits, and can be combined into the Nine-Tailed Divine Power set. After the set is completed, you can automatically master all psychic spells, all levels are 9. And all your troops are immune to psychic spells. Influence. Single piece does not have this effect. Special 2, Mind Killing. Consumes 1000 mana. Exerts a psychic influence on all creatures within a radius of 15 kilometers. And all creatures will have suicidal thoughts. All those affected will lose 15 points of life. Cannot be upgraded. Cannot be strengthened. Cannot be affected by other forces. Special 3, Power of the Mind. Increase virtual life by 100 points. Virtual mana by 200 points. All 6-dimensional attributes plus 3 points. All skill levels +1. All blessings are virtual data, and cannot grow by themselves. Special 4, Suppression and Purification. After equipping orange equipment, you can directly activate the suppression and purification effects. Suppress 2 purple equipment, 0/2. Invalidating all negative effects of purple equipment. And having the negative effects of the remaining purple equipment. At the same time, after giving up the purple equipment, the purification effect can be produced. After giving up the purple equipment, the negative effects will be cleared. Unlike other users of purple equipment, the effect will be maintained permanently after using it once. Note 1, according to legend, A master killed a nine-tailed fox and made her body into a nine-piece suit. If you can collect all the equipment, you can get all the nine-tailed fox. The power of. Note 2. Orange equipment is an indestructible decoration. If you want to use it, you need to soul bind it. If you don't want to use it, you need to find soul transforming water to remove the soul binding. When the attributes of the fox eye ring came out, Gushi looked it up and down, back and forth several times, and finally confirmed one thing: there was no negative effect. Orange equipment has no negative effects. Not to mention that the 4 effects in front of me are all super powerful. The final effect of the 9-piece set is to directly master all psychic spells, and directly reach the most advanced level 9. Gushi had a deep understanding of the effects of psychic spells when facing the killing stone. If it hadn't been for the spiritual lamp to remind Gushi, and if Princess Anna hadn't helped Gushi, he might have died in the Balian festival. Not to mention that this also makes the subordinates immune to the effects of all mental spells. This is the complete mastery of attack and defense of psychic spells. Not to mention other things. If the 9-piece set is collected, even if a pig comes over, it will be a psychic expert pig. Then, there is the mind kill, which is clearly an extremely powerful move. If I have to say it, it is a death wave with a range of 15 kilometers, which causes 15 points of damage to each person. Although it consumes a lot of mana, it has a large attack range, which is a good thing to use at the beginning of a big battlefield. 1,000 points of mana may be a big deal to some people, but to a big mana consumer like Gushi, it is nothing at all. The third item is the power of the mind, which is used to improve attributes. Although they are all virtual attributes, and I believe that my attributes have been improved, this thing can really be used in combat. For example, the skill level +1 cannot be stated openly, but when Gushi attacks, the skill must be based on the effect of the blessing. This is enough for Gushi. The most important thing is the last item. The negative effects of the 2 purple outfits are all suppressed. After all the purple outfits are given up, the negative effects stop, no matter who sees it. This is a magical skill. Sets, ultimate moves, attribute enhancements, suppressive purple equipment, and no negative effects. If such things are not called orange equipment, what else can be called orange equipment? Seeing this, Gushi wanted to yell loudly. What if it's 15 days or not? This thing belongs to him. It must be bound to the soul, and no one can take it away. Bind? Bind now. Gushi thought excitedly. But in the end, he suppressed the excitement in his heart, and let himself finish dealing with the remaining things. All the parts on the Ninetails cameo include fox eye ring, nine-tail whip, fox mask, fox fur clothing, fox bone boots, fox velvet cloak, fox spirit shield, fox claw necklace, and fox eye ring. Gushi had already guessed in his mind that there must be something in the remaining 8 killing stones. But the problem was that now, he couldn't lock onto the world where the Balian festival was held. Not to mention the remaining orange equipment. If the orange equipment was so good, there wouldn't be only 3 pieces of orange equipment left in Balian City. So there might not be any orange equipment among the remaining 2 items. But Gushi still wanted to see if there were any good things in them. Putting the fox eye ring aside first, Gushi immediately checked the other 2 items that Luna brought back. This time Gushi was looking at the black stone the size of a human head. When picking up the stone, Gushi was obviously stunned for a moment. The contrast here was too great. The ring just now was an orange one. This time it's a gray one. What does this mean? Killing stone debris gray? Garbage. The fragments blown off from the killing stone have lost all power, and only carry the meaning of endless resentment and death. Chapter 430 Arrangements before falling asleep. This thing is too useless. Even if it is white. Gushi will not do this. Gushi thought for a moment, then turned to Princess Luna and Anna and asked, can this thing be placed at the 6 paths of reincarnation base? After listening to the attributes Gushi mentioned, Luna thought about it seriously and said, this is feasible. At this time, Gushi also remembered the situation at the 6 paths of reincarnation base, and he quickly talked about these things. After hearing that there would naturally be more ghosts at the 6 paths of reincarnation base, Luna thought about it seriously. I'm afraid these are not the soul of Victoria's City. Aladovi City was originally the mirror image of Victoria's City. After many Victorians died, they would turn into strange shadows and appear in the fog of Aladovi City. Now that the fog has been dispersed a lot by us, and we have occupied a large area of territory, naturally some of the souls will be integrated into our city of Aladovi. After listening to Luna's analysis, Gushi really thought it was possible. Gushi thought for a moment. Then this killing stone cannot be placed there. If it is placed there, it may destroy the base of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Why don't you put it in the meeting hall? It just so happens that the meeting hall is about to be upgraded. The existence of this killing stone fragment can just improve the attributes of the meeting hall. Okay, Luna, you take care of this. Oh, and there are new deeds and building designs. I also got a building design for the engineering team's camp this time. See if it's useful. If it is useful, it can just increase the construction speed of Aladovi City. The engineering team? That's really useful. Luna also became happy when she heard Gushi's gains. The level increase in Aladovi City is equivalent to the increase in Luna's level limit. What Luna needs most now is to integrate new urban areas into the city of Aridov and build new buildings. Now that there is a way to increase the speed of construction, Luna will definitely be excited immediately. Yes, you have to build this first. There are other things. Please wait for me. When Gushi spoke, he had already picked up the left leg. Before he first touched the left leg, Gushi thought it was a jade leg carved from jade. But after lifting it, Gushi discovered that the left leg was soft and bouncy, and looked like it was full of life. Ding! Your temporary mission, the seal power has changed. And you have found a left leg part that meets the requirements of the mission. Task requirements: find 7 seal components, March 7th. Assemble and defeat the assembly, 0/1. This turns out to be a suitable part for this task. Gushi lost all excitement for a moment. After pinching the toes twice, Gushi lowered his left leg. Then Gushi started talking about the next arrangements. Because he needs soulbound orange equipment, Gushi may have to sleep for about 15 days. He must explain some things clearly. I'm afraid Dimi's request can be fulfilled this time. If I'm not here then, Princess Anna will take over. Princess Anna has also been staying in Aladovi City these days, and knows who Dimi is and her situation. She could feel that Dimi had long regretted raising such high conditions. She was afraid that once the building Dimi requested was completed, she would become Gushi's 6th hero. And she will find ways to quickly improve herself and prepare to hit the leadership position. After all, she went from being the 1st hero under Gushi to being the 6th hero, which was already a big loss. If she couldn't become Gushi's 1st leader before Amilka could, then she would still lose face. So when Dimi meets the requirements, he will definitely find Gushi. If Gushi is still sleeping at this time, it must be accepted by a contracted undead that belongs to Gushi like Luna or Princess Anna. Compared to Luna, who is only responsible for managing Aladovi City, Princess Anna is much stronger in some aspects. So Gushi simply left this matter to Princess Anna. And Princess Anna also took it confidently. From Princess Anna's point of view, she is just a hero. She has managed everything at the leader level. So there is nothing to fear from heroes. Luna, there are some very special things in this land deed. At this time, Gushi thought about the situation in the Dark Farms land deed, and he quickly explained this matter clearly to Luna. Luna was also curious about this situation, so the two of them talked about it in detail. After a while, Princess Anna also sneaked in. At this time, Gushi suddenly thought of something, and he asked decisively, Luna, at our current construction speed, can we build the Scarlet Temple in 15 days? Having an engineering team shouldn't be a problem. That's fine. Gushi gave Princess Anna a look that said, you know what? Princess Anna also laughed. My men are still mainly ghouls. They no longer need to be knights. Okay. I respect your opinion. In this way, Gushi and the three of them were talking and smiling as they arranged things for the next period of time. There is quite a tacit understanding between them. Sometimes Gushi is talking, while Princess Anna and Luna are there to listen and supplement. Sometimes they put forward opinions and provide solutions. Anyway, the three of them just talked and decided on a lot of things about the future development of Aladovi City. After explaining everything clearly, thinking about it carefully, and finding that there were no problems, Gushi began to arrange the soul binding ceremony. The soul binding of orange equipment is relatively simple. You need to take off all the equipment except the orange equipment. Then equip the orange equipment and inject mana to activate it. However, after activation, the player will fall into a deep sleep for 15 days. For players, it may be a matter of closing and opening their eyes. But to outsiders, 15 days have really passed. In order to ensure that he would not cause trouble to others, Gushi chose a good place to sleep, in Shiamu Lake. This time, Gushi planned to treat himself as a corpse, and use the water of Shiamu Lake to purify his body while sleeping. After all, This time in the Balian festival. Gushi was seriously injured. I didn't notice that he was so thin that he looked like he hadn't eaten for more than 10 days. Now that it is a rare opportunity to fall asleep, Gushi naturally needs to make up for it. So Gushi chose Shimu Lake as the place to sleep, preparing to use the lake water to purify his body and replenish his own consumption. Luna and the others did not object to Gushi's idea. They just took over Gushi's equipment and accompanied Gushi to the edge of Shimu Lake. Gushi put the fox eye ring on his left index finger and poured magic power into it. Then he said to Princess Luna and Anna, "In the next 15 days, Aladovi City will be handed over to you." After saying that, Gushi closed his eyes and fell onto the lake. He was slowly wrapped in a bubble and dragged into the green lake water. Chapter 431 The Development of Aladovi City. When Gushi opened his eyes, he felt as if he had fallen asleep for a long time, and his whole body felt like he was rusty and didn't want to move. His limbs were so heavy that Gushi wondered if he had encountered a ghost on his bed during the 10 days he had been sleeping. Raising his hand, Gushi noticed that the ring on his right index finger had turned into an ordinary iron ring. However, the properties of the fox eye ring are still there, and the last part of the fox eye ring that was unowned has become bound. The orange equipment has now been successfully locked. Pushing hard to all sides, the bubbles around him were opened, and the strong buoyancy lifted Gushi to the surface of the water. Gushi climbed up from the water and walked to the shore covered in green liquid. At this time, Gushi noticed that the base of the 6 paths of reincarnation on the shore had been renovated at some point. Although it did not look like the original, a piece of smooth blood maple wood had been placed on the base. More and more souls are attracted by the 6 paths of reincarnation base and become part of Aladovi City. Before Gushi could step forward to take a look, a voice came from not far away. "Grown-ups." Gushi looked back and found that Princess Luna and Anna had heard the sound of Gushi waking up and rushed over to greet him. Standing next to them was Shea, who had been staying in Victoria City. At this time, Shea was holding a wooden stick in her left hand and carrying a long sword behind her back. It was obvious that Luna had handed the evil sword Jinglongian to Shea as Gushi requested. The arrival of the 3 contracted undead made Gushi feel much more at ease. "You guys are coming over." As soon as Gushi finished speaking, Luna and Shea rushed over and began to put Gushi into his previous equipment. Taking this opportunity, Gushi also looked in the mirror. He found that the past 15 days in Shimu Lake were not in vain. Now his body has almost recovered. He is no longer as thin as before with only skin and bones left. Instead, he changed back to a normal person, and even a layer of muscles appeared on his body. Now Gushi's main focus is health and spirit. After putting on all his equipment, Gushi walked towards Luna and the others. Gushi glanced at Shaya first. "How is the situation in Victoria City?" "Victoria City has begun to rebuild, and the houses those people promised us are already in place. I came back this time to ask Luna to move the Hearthstone. In addition, arrangements have been made for the taverns and underground exchanges in Victoria City. And now we just need some manpower to help. For the manpower matter, I have already given Shea a token. They are some friends I have known before. Since I don't need them anyway, I will let Shea act as an agent." Princess Anna also interjected at this time. Gushi also nodded in understanding at this time. It seemed that Princess Anna had already cut off the connection with Victoria City on her own initiative when she heard about the body that Gushi had specially sent back. This is a good thing for Princess Anna. This means that Princess Anna has adapted to her identity. At the same time, it also means that Princess Anna has taken a step of her own. However, Gushi's attention was not focused on this right now. He asked Shea, "Then you can stay with me from now on?" "Yes. There are many battles that I haven't participated in, and I feel blushing." "Ha. If you can stabilize Victoria City, you are already helping me. If you are free for a while, you can help me with intelligence matters. In this regard, I can only understand some superficial information, and I will miss many things accidentally." "Okay," Shea responded decisively. Then Gushi-san looked at Luna. "How is Aladovi City now? Since the construction of the engineering team camp, the speed of city construction has increased a lot. Aladovi City is almost at level 6. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. "Let's go and take a look." Luna nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They did not go to the council hall first, and then start shopping again. When Gushi woke up in the magic plant area, he naturally checked the situation in the magic plant area first. At the beginning of the magic plant area, there was only one large land plot left. Even if it was replenished through various means later, The large land plots did not return to their original level. There are 2 large plots of land here. There had been no construction here before, because all kinds of buildings were lined up. After the engineering team was able to double open, some large-scale construction sites were put on the agenda. In the magic plant area, large plots of land were naturally built. The 2 buildings arranged here are Eagle-Catching Spider's Nest and Sloped Roof. These 2 buildings are located on both sides of Shimu Lake. The sloping roof is closer to the direction of the blood maple tree, which is also closer to Gushi. When Gushi passed by, he could see this building immediately, because the largest blood maple tree is relatively close to this building. It was immediately affected by the blood maple tree and has been completely transformed into an undead style. Looking at it now, it looked like an abandoned house swallowed up by trees. When I looked over, I happened to see a group of nearly 200 crow lancers flying down from the sky. These crow spearmen have the heads of crows, wear Japanese spearmen's straw armor, and have black wings on their backs. Their hands and legs have rotted away, leaving only bones. When they were flying in the air with a spear more than 3 meters long in their hands, their movements did not look like dead bodies at all, but rather they were quite flexible. There seemed to be more of these crows. Gushi looked at the crow lancer and asked with some confusion. Dark Farm has been integrated, and Ravenwood has an impact on all crow-related buildings, increasing weekly production. As soon as Luna explained, Gushi understood. It seemed that the buildings that increased the weekly output of the training camp were really useful. Oh, where are the 2 new areas built? They were placed on both sides of the road leading to Aradavana, one on each side of the road. The land we cleared on the roadside before was also integrated into them, and became the vacant land for the 2 new areas. Now they have been built to that range. On the Dark Farm, I put all the agriculture-related buildings there. Over at the Ghostface Ruins, we placed repeated large-scale buildings, such as Starscreen Cemetery and Wandering Street, and prepared to form a barracks there. Luna explained her arrangements, and at this time, Gushi and the others came to the vicinity of the Eagle-Catching Spider Nest again. After arriving here, Gushi could not help but be stunned for a moment. Compared with the previous sloped roof, the Eagle-Catching Spider Nest looked even more scary. Chapter 432 Some Arrangements in the City. The Eagle-Catcher Spider Nest in front of us occupies a large area, accounting for almost 1/10 of the forest land in the magic plant area. Compared with the previous sloped roof, this place is quite conspicuous. The occupied forest land is directly covered with a layer of white spider webs, like frost and snow. Several black spiders, each larger than a calf, were moving back and forth on the web. From their green mouthparts, it was apparent that these spiders were highly poisonous. But what Gushi noticed was not this, but a green pool in the middle of the Eagle-Catching Spider's Nest. Some green liquid was dripping down the spider web. What's going on? I remember that Eagle-Catcher Spider Nest doesn't seem to have the function of collecting spider poison. When the Eagle-Catcher Spider Nest was built, the alchemy laboratory happened to be upgraded to level 3, and a new formula was produced, which was useful for these black sandalwood spiders. During this period, all the production of alchemy potions was used on it. When Gushi heard the situation here, he didn't expect such a thing. Oh, what kind of potion is it? Is it very effective? The poison potion will make some animals toxic. Right now these ebony spiders are in the state of spitting out poison. They will have to continue taking the poison potion for a while. In about 2 weeks, all the ebony spiders will have the effect of highly toxic attacks. At the same time, the spider webs nearby will also be affected with strong toxicity. While Gushi and the others were talking, they happened to arrive at the city gate where troops were stationed in the demonic plant area. At this time, Gushi noticed that there were many scarecrows placed on the city gate. When Gushi came over, these scarecrows would turn to look at Gushi. Their faces made of sacks and eyes made of buttons looked quite strange. No. Why are these scarecrows placed here? They are suitable. These are all straw hunters. Although they cannot move after being fixed one by one, they are extremely effective in defense. Gushi went to the top of the garrison gate with some curiosity. He found that these straw hunters were not very tall when looking at them from below. But when he got closer, he realized that they were over 3 meters tall. Weapons such as nets were wrapped around their hands, and stones and boomerangs were piled near their feet made of bamboo poles. There were 10 crows standing on his raised hands. If they were not small in size and had metallic beaks, Gushi would have thought that they were the ravens used by the Rising Sun Guild to deliver messages. On a city wall, there is a straw hunter standing every 5 meters. Except for turning their heads, they usually don't even move. Gushi didn't know what role they had here. Instead, Gushi discovered that there seemed to be a few more big trees in the mist outside the garrison gate. There were still some corpses hanging on the big tree. Are those? Tree Pit of the Dead? Gushi was speechless. He hadn't even visited the Dark Farm yet. And the troops there had already been deployed here. Yes, I actually thought about putting the Dark Farm here before. Because there are several types of soldiers there that are highly compatible with the Magic Plant area. However, the Magic Plant area will not be the main direction of development in the future. The foggy area over there is too close to the depths of the Mirror Underground Palace. Now is not the time to develop in that direction. Then the Dark Farm was moved to the direction of Aladovita. Luna explained some of the circumstances. However, Gushi's attention was not focused on this. He placed his hands on the top of the city wall and stared at the pit of the dead trees not far away. He noticed that the corpses hanging on those big trees will move. At the same time, about 10 meters below the big tree, arms would stretch out from the ground from time to time. Is the tree of the dead the same as the scarecrow? Is it unable to move once it has taken root? It can move, but the moving speed is relatively slow. It took 9 days for these undead tree pits to come from the bloody forest. At this moment, a group of strange shadows rushed out of the nearby fog. There are not many of these ghostly shadows, and their strength is not very strong. They just instinctively want to attack Gushi's city. When they rushed towards it, the hanging corpse above the undead tree pit let out an unpleasant laughter. A large part of the ghosts were immediately attracted by the laughter and rushed towards the undead tree pit. However, when they rushed to a position about 10 meters in front of the undead tree pit, they were tightly grasped by arms extending from the ground. Then the corpse hanging from the tree fell down and began to actively attack these mysterious figures. Is this also called root entanglement? Gushi was speechless. He had only slept for 15 days. But when he turned around, he was no longer familiar with the situation of all the undead. At this time, all the straw hunters also took action, and the crow that landed on them took the initiative to fly towards the shadow. At the same time, they will also throw stones and boomerangs at the weird ones. Gushi discovered that their shooting range was quite high. The crows can fly about 700 meters away from the scarecrow, and the rocks and boomerangs they throw can fly at least 200 meters. This is beyond the normal situation of skeleton soldiers. It seems that Luna and the others placed the scarecrow on the city gate, which is very reasonable. Are all the city gates decorated? No. There are only arrangements at the garrison city gate. At the steel city gate, there is an earthbound dragon, so there is no arrangement. Over at the main city gate, 6 dragon corpses have turned into bone dragons after 15 days of transformation. They are all staying there now, and no scarecrow has been arranged to pass. They've all turned into bone dragons. What about the red dragons before? Are they okay? Not yet. I have transferred them to the strange mirror space, where they can relax and not be affected by the blood maple. That's good. What about these 2 refugee camps? Were they affected by blood maple? Won't all the undead troops come out? No. These 2 refugee camps really produced good units. Last week, 8 Pegasus cavalry were produced, level 4. And I sent them to the weird mirror space together. There were 6 Cyclops released this week, but they were only at level 5. They were obviously not the strongest ones on the ground. All 6 Cyclops were taken away by Demi. Demi? Have the 3 buildings she needs been built? When Gushi heard that Demi was leaving the Cyclops, he asked one more question. Everything was built on the 4th day of your sleep. Demi automatically became a hero in the city that day. But she monopolized the giant cemetery area alone and required all the vampires born in the past few weeks to be incorporated into her among the team. Chapter 433 Underwater Buildings and Troops. While talking, Gushi and the others had already circled around the magic plant area. When they returned to Shiamu Lake, Gushi did not go out again, but prepared to go down the river from Shiamu Lake and pass through the dock area. Go to Green Lake District. Luna also spoke in detail about the situation in Green Lake District. When Gushi obtained the land deed to the Green Lake District, he also got 10 random architectural design drawings. At this time, there are 3 large-scale architectural design drawings and 7 small and medium-sized architectural design drawings, all corresponding to this area. 3 large buildings have been completed, and the small and medium-sized buildings are not being completed so quickly because they are still in the queue. But what Gushi cares about now is the training camp and how many more troops he can have. This arrangement is quite appropriate. When underwater, Gushi was riding a water dragon beast, and Luna, as a ghost, naturally followed him floating in the air. Princess Shea and Princess Anna showed different abilities. Shea can run on the water, and Princess Anna actually has the ability to fly. Looking at Gushi's surprised eyes, Princess Anna said confidently, "I know elemental magic and can use flying magic. Is there any problem with this?" "No problem." Gushi was swayed by Princess Anna's aura. He shrank his head and looked around seriously. When passing by the dock area, Gushi noticed that although no new buildings were built in the dock area, the appearance of various buildings in the dock area had undergone some changes. This is why the levels of these buildings have been increased. At the same time, in the dock area, there were 2 teams of skeleton soldiers patrolling, numbering over 100 people. These skeleton soldiers carry swords and shields and patrol behind the skeleton leader. It can be seen from the blood stains on their armor that they will fight at any time here. When Gushi looked over there, Luna introduced, "The dock warehouse and dock market here have been upgraded to level 2 because they have a large amount of materials stored. At the same time, there will be some troubles in the 3 docks from time to time. It can be said that the dock area is the location with the most battles besides the magic plant area. These 2 combat teams have just been transferred here. We change 2 combat teams here almost every week. On the one hand, it is to maintain the safety of the dock area, and on the other hand, it is also to give the undead leaders an opportunity to improve themselves. However, we are also cautious. The undead bosses here are mainly skeleton bosses, and the combat team direction is mainly skeleton soldiers." At this time, Gushi looked at the skeleton soldiers again. He noticed that the swords and shields in the hands of these skeleton soldiers were slightly different, but the armor on their bodies was clearly of the same style. It seems that while Gushi was sleeping, the undead troops in the city also made some adjustments. Keeping what he saw in mind, Gushi moved forward quickly again. Gushi was just visiting along the way and had no intention of making any changes. Gushi knew very well what his current mission was. He needed to know how much money he had in his hands. And instead of going to the council hall to look at the data, we should visit these places in person to see the current situation. Like this time, after Gushi entered the Green Lake District, he saw 2 obvious buildings on the lake. One of them looks like a reef area on the sea, where mermaids swim back and forth from time to time. The other is a small castle half submerged in the lake. This is the Mermaid Garden and Bay Temple. As Gushi rode the water dragon beast towards the Bay Temple, 20 water cavalrymen riding on giant seahorses immediately rushed out from the side. These seahorse cavalry wore silver blue armor, skull-shaped masks on their faces, and carried a silver 3-pointed harpoon in their hands. After rushing out from the Gulf Temple, they saw Gushi immediately. They were all stunned at this moment. And then one of the leading seahorse cavalry raised the 3-pointed harpoon in his hand and saluted to Gushi. Gushi circled around them, then turned to Luna and asked, "Who is in charge of them now? We don't have heroes suitable for underwater combat yet. And we don't even have leaders for underwater combat. So they don't have anyone to manage them yet. And they are only responsible for the daily patrol of the Green Lake District. In addition, they will go to the dock area over there to help survey the waterways and escort ships in and out of the port." While Luna was explaining the situation of the seahorse cavalry, the mermaids also noticed the situation here. And those mermaids with green fish tails also swam over. Looking at the appearance of these mermaids, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. This is a mermaid. The black catfish spirit the Black Queen came over last time can also be called a mermaid. The mermaids surrounding them all held 3-pointed harpoons in their hands. It was obvious that they also had the ability to fight in close combat. Just when Gushi wanted to communicate with these mermaids, a large number of floating corpses popped up on the nearby water. These floating corpses will be larger than normal corpses. They must have been transformed into giants. Even a necromancer like Gushi felt a little unbearable when he saw these floating corpses. After these floating corpses appeared, they floated directly on the water and turned their heads towards Gushi. Looking at their dead fish eyes, Gushi knew that they were floating corpses produced in the underwater corpse bay. No matter what, Gushilai was here, so he definitely had to take a look at what the corpse bay below looked like. So Gushi patted the water dragon beast, and the water dragon beast took Gushi downwards. As soon as he got down, Gushi saw a cement pile under the water, a hill made of gasoline barrels and broken sacks. The floating corpses just now were crawling out of these hills and floating toward the surface of the water. Gushi didn't know where these cement piers and gasoline barrels came from. Anyway, this place was expanding visibly to the naked eye. Gushi believes that it won't be long before the bottom of the lake will be occupied by this kind of thing. And other architectural styles placed underwater will also be affected. Shaking his head, Gushi let the water dragon swim upward. When the water dragon was about to come out of the water, Gu Shi discovered that the mermaid's scales had sharp bone spurs growing out of their tails. It was obvious that the mermaids, like the seahorse cavalry, were slowly affected by the blood maple tree and began to transform from ordinary soldiers to undead soldiers. This actually has little impact on Gu Shi. These 3 troops are all underwater combat troops, and they are more suitable for fighting in the water, whether they are ordinary troops or undead troops. It does not affect their combat effectiveness. After all, they are considered independent from Gu Shi's combat system. They are not needed in land battles, and there is no one to lead water battles. Gu Shi can only say that he will support them first and wait until there are arrangements in the future. There really isn't much difference between the undead and the undead. Chapter 434 Dark Farm Area. After checking around, Gu Shi found himself ashore on the other side of the Green Lake area. After leaving, he left the main city of Aladovia City. Further ahead is the passage leading to Aladovia. At this time, a new city area, the Dark Farm area, has been built here. This is a new area that Gu Shi has never been to before. It occupies the right side of the Steel City Gate and is connected to the Green Lake District. The reason for this arrangement is that the Dark Farm area itself is a farm, so arranging irrigation here is not a problem. Before the Dark Farm area was integrated, several large and small plots of land were developed along the way to Aladovia. Now a part of it just fits into the Dark Farm area. At present, in the Dark Farm area, in addition to the original 5 large training camps, there are also abandoned farmland, not occupying land, 2 large training camps in the Green Forest, and a large empty plot of land. When Gu Shi came ashore from the edge of the Green Lake area, the first thing he saw was abandoned farmland. It was a farmland covered with weeds. When walking through here, you will see a large number of locusts jumping out of the ground from time to time. These locusts, like the corpse flies on Gu Shi's hand, were counted in groups of 300 to 500. Because they were relatively small and had low vitality, they were immediately affected by the blood maple and turned into undead creatures. A special kind of locust with a white bone SH.L growing out of its body. Bone locust, level 1 attack 2. Defense 1. Health 2. Skills, swarm. Devour everything. Flying troops. Compared to ordinary locusts, this bone locust has a slightly improved vitality. But compared to the corpse fly, this bone locust is still not up to par, and can only be regarded as a supplement in battle. When there is no fighting, these white bone locusts swarm in the abandoned farmland. When people walk by, the white flowers look like fragments of white bones that can be seen at a glance. After bypassing the abandoned farmland, Gu Shi saw a patch of pumpkin fields. From time to time, some strange black creatures would appear in the pumpkin fields. When they passed the pumpkins would turn into jack-o'-lanterns, and these strange creatures would appear, devour it. This situation shocked Gu Shi. But Gu Shi noticed that there were no soldiers patrolling here. Gu Shi frowned and was about to ask something when he found those strange black creatures running out of the blood-red woods nearby. This situation made Gu Shi stunned. He slowly approached the woods. As soon as he got closer, Gu Shi noticed the smell of blood coming towards him. Many big trees in the forest have tree tumors that look like human faces. Every minute, the tree tumors will explode and spit out black seeds. When these seeds fall to the ground, they will turn into strange black things and run towards the nearby pumpkin field, and finally be eaten by the pumpkins in the pumpkin field. Only a few black weirdos could run around the pumpkin patch and drag the pumpkins back into the woods. As long as the pumpkins can be dragged back to the woods, they can be buried underground, and soon they will grow into new undead tree pits. All this should be the connection between the bloody forest and the pumpkin field. Gu Shi observed here for a moment, and then did not observe any more. Instead, he found a path between the pumpkin field and the bloody forest. Walking along the path, Gu Shi noticed that the road began to become smoother, and the original dirt floor turned into bluestone. After climbing over a small hill with an empty granary erected, Gu Shi arrived in front of a large mausoleum built of bricks and stones. The mausoleum in front of me was filled with a lot of white fog, and several corpse witches were moving back and forth outside the mausoleum. On the surface, these corpse wizards look similar to skeleton wizards. The only difference is that they are wearing a white cloak, a crown-like hat on their heads, and holding a long staff almost as tall as themselves. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that the robes on these corpse witches were covered with silver scales, and it was obvious that they were different from the skeleton mages. When seeing Gu Shi, these corpse witches would even salute to Gu Shi. The corpse witch hasn't been recruited yet. No, they have all been recruited. The astrologer's tower in this city has been built. There will be a reminder of this week's horoscope every Monday. In order to prevent problems, all troops in the training camp will be recruited every Monday. What appears here should be the corps, who will complete training next week or the week after. Luna explained to Gushi immediately. It looks like there are still quite a lot of people. The training of corpse witches takes at least 1 month to complete all training. So there are such untrained corpse witches here. At this time, Princess Anna, who had been following, said that Princess Anna knew more about high-level undead troops, like corpse witches. Although Gushi's knowledge of the undead has improved, there is some knowledge that one cannot know just by reaching a certain level, without direct contact with it. There are many things he does not understand very well. Now after hearing such an explanation, Gushi slowly came to his senses. Then the pumpkin seeds stolen from the pumpkin field just now were actually prepared for the pit of the undead tree in who knows how long. That's what it means. Princess Anna nodded. Only then did Gushi realize that although the game was a game, there was still some underlying logic in it. Maybe in the various training camps, they think they are normal creatures. The least trained troops are not conjured out of thin air. I understand. Nodding, Gushi turned his gaze to the other end of the mausoleum in the mist, where was a glowing garden. There were a large number of huge bright red or tender yellow flowers in the garden. But Gushi could see from a distance that those flowers had sharp teeth. You can tell at a glance that these flowers are not that easy to mess with. And among these flowers, there are some little fairies that are only half a meter tall, with a pair of gray translucent butterfly wings on their backs, flying back and forth. Those little goblin-like things are naturally the weakest troops in the dark farm. The ghost butterflies. Their offensive and defensive strengths are similar to those of locusts, except that their health is slightly stronger than that of locusts. Flying back and forth among the piranha flowers, Gushi noticed that they would pull out some soul fragments from the piranha flowers and take them away. This situation made Gushi a little curious, so he followed them from a distance and came to the ghost butterfly garden, where the ghost butterflies were born. This is a complex of huts made of flowers. These ghost butterflies brought soul fragments and stuffed them into every hut. After a while, the lights will turn on in the empty hut, and a new ghost butterfly will fly out from inside. Chapter 435 The Scarlet Knight Attacks. Because this kind of ghost butterflies is a new type of soldier, and the number is not too large. After recruiting them, they did not rush to take these ghost butterflies away, but turned them into ghost butterfly soldiers, or even promoted them to spiritual butterflies. Ghost butterfly soldiers look similar to ghost butterflies, except for their size. Ghost butterflies are only half a meter tall, while ghost butterfly soldiers are obviously much larger. As for the spirit butterflies, they are the size of the ghost butterfly soldiers, but except for their wings, their bodies have become translucent like ghosts. Further ahead is the location of the rotting farm and the bloody slaughterhouse. The ground of the rotten farm is the same as that of the abandoned farm. It is empty without any vegetation. However, the ground here is all rotten sludge. There are several unformed scarecrows stuck in the farmland. As for the bloody slaughterhouse, there are 3 abandoned rooms with a strong smell of blood, but there are no other obvious features. Following a road next to the bloody slaughterhouse, Gushi finally walked out of the dark farm area. After crossing the wide road where 10 carriages could drive side by side, Gushi entered the area opposite, an area where the dead gather. Because Gushi had already fallen into a deep sleep when this area was being integrated. Luna originally planned to call this area the Ghost Face area, but later Luna and the others considered that the purpose of this area was to gather undead troops, so they simply named it the Undead Gathering Area. Compared with the Dark Farm area, the Undead Gathering Area in front of us is more compact. The architectural style here is full of the style of the undead. There are tombstones directly on the roadside. There are black blood stains on the ground. The trees have no leaves, and the walls are covered with moss. Some undead were moving back and forth here, and Gushi even saw the Maze Devourer and Doomed skeletons that he used as soldiers. It is obvious that these 2 soldiers have returned to normal strength and have reached level 6. And the number is much larger, which shows that training of these 2 arms is begun here. Of course, that's not what Gushi cared about here. After he came here, he just walked around in a circle. After seeing the so-called Star Curtain Cemetery, Gushi ran to find the blood tomb, the corpse which was the key to Gushi coming to check this time. As for the Star Curtain Cemetery, Gushi just came over to take a look and see what the Star Curtain was. As a result, Gushi saw here that the Star Curtain Cemetery was not much different from a normal cemetery, except that in this cemetery, it was always shrouded in darkness, and the light was obviously not good. Even Gushi felt that this should not be called the Star Curtain Cemetery, but the Sky Curtain Cemetery. However, this has no impact on Gushi. After all, there are no special undead troops here, and the zombies here are also serious zombies. On the contrary, Wandering Street, which is closest to the roadside, is an informal undead building. The streets are full of zombies, who are no match for zombies. They don't even have weapons in their hands. In Luna's words, as soon as they appear, they will be sent to a nearby cemetery and transformed into various different zombies. This also provides a source of soldiers. Walking towards the back of the undead gathering area, Gushi felt that there was more and more blood on the ground. And there were even pools of blood in some places. At first, Gushi thought he had encountered the demonic blood mansion, complaining about how these vampires were so wasteful. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw the blood tomb built in the blood ground. The appearance of this blood tomb is very similar to the previous mist tomb, but the previous mist tomb was obviously shrouded in fog, and this side was built directly in the blood. Gushi estimated that blood and water had seeped into the basement of the mausoleum. Near the blood tomb, there are also corpse witches. Their appearance is the same as the corpse witches Gushi saw before, except that they are wearing red cloaks. When they saw Gushi coming, they would also salute to Gushi, but at this time, Gushi ignored them. Standing on the side of the blood tomb, Gushi looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. It was a huge bloody castle, a Gothic-style castle that had completely turned blood red. Is this the Scarlet Temple? Yes, the Crimson Temple has been built, and the Black Arena is being built over there. Luna pointed to a location not far from the Crimson Temple and smiled happily. They didn't explain the situation along the way, just to give Gushi a surprise. Now looking at Gushi's expression, they think they have not lost out this time. At least they saw Gushi's gaff. At this time, a heavily armored knight riding a blood-red warhorse came from the direction of the Crimson Temple. At first, Gushi thought it was the Scarlet Knight on a patrol. It wasn't until the heavily armored knight came to him that Gushi discovered that this was his hero. Amilcar. Amilcar. Why are you here? My lord. I am waiting for the Scarlet Knights to finish their training. In addition, the Black Guards in the Black Arena are also my target. As they were talking, two cavalrymen wearing scarlet armor arrived. They held large sickles dripping with blood in their hands, and their bodies were wrapped in thick armor. Even the horses they were riding were wrapped tightly. After seeing Gushi, they immediately raised their sickles and saluted Gushi. Gushi also nodded to them, and then looked at Princess Anna. You're not going to get some Scarlet Knights? No. I am only used to bringing the ghouls that I transformed myself. These should be the means of my great aunt. They cannot be considered as real undead, but they are considered knights, and they will be affected by the blood maple, which is not much different from the real undead. Gushi looked at these Scarlet Knights with satisfaction, and then asked, Amilcar, is there any way to produce these Scarlet Knights in large quantities? With corpses, souls, mercury and special blood essence, plus 2 weeks, we can produce Scarlet Knights of the same level in batches. But the equipment needs support from the blacksmith shop. That's okay. Can they only use sickles? Gushi always felt that using a sickle was not a good habit. You could also use a combination of a gun and a shield. In close combat, you can also use a long sword and a warhammer or a battle axe. However, the sickle is an exotic weapon. As long as you master this weapon, most other weapons can also be used. And when they charge, the damage from their size is pretty strong. Amilcar explained the situation. Gushi asked a few more questions about the situation of the Scarlet Knights, and promised that as long as Amilcar had 100 Scarlet Knights under his command, he would start to form the Scarlet Knights. And then he left with Luna and the others. Starting from the undead, the gathering area turned to the giant cemetery area. Chapter 436 Demi's Core. After entering the giant cemetery area, Gushi immediately felt that this place was obviously different from the previous times he had been here. At this time, in the giant cemetery area, all the buildings that were originally part of the laboratory have been bulldozed, and 3 new buildings are surrounding a huge garden. The tall Demi was sitting in the garden, drinking afternoon tea on a sunny afternoon. Beside her are a group of vampire servants. When he saw Gushi coming, Demi quickly stood up, walked to Gushi's side, and squatted down slightly so that his face was level with Gushi's. Sir, you are here. I've been sleeping for more than 10 days. Let me come over and take a look. Gushi walked towards the huge garden in the city. How is the situation here? What's going on here? My 3 buildings have been built, And this garden is my residence. Station? When Gushi heard this, he couldn't help but look at the garden. Building name, Huge Garden. Level, 1. Garrison troops, 0/3. 3 troops can be stationed, namely zombie, ghost and vampire troops. Station bosses, 0/6. 6 bosses can be stationed. Station soldiers, 0/3,000. 3,000 soldiers can be stationed. Exclusive hero, 1 person, 1-to-1. This is where the dedicated hero Dimitrescu is stationed. Garrison troops, zombies, ghosts, vampires. Garrison characteristics. Garrison troops will turn into giants. Ancillary buildings, Herb Cemetery, Spirit Tomb Laboratory, Bloodfield House. Note, no matter what level Dimitrescu reaches, he can be stationed here. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi took another look at the huge garden on the spot. This giant flower was really huge. The flowers and plants directly covered the entire giant cemetery area and even extended towards the blood cellar area not far away. When Gushi came over, Dini happened to show Gushi the flags of himself and his 3 garrison troops. Dini's own battle flag is an equilateral triangle made of 3 roses in blood red, dark cyan and off-white. The remaining 3 battle flags are the blood dripping on the blood red rose, the arm stretched out under the dark cyan rose, and the ghosts flying around the gray-white rose. This represents the 3 types of troops that Dimi can control: vampires, zombies and ghosts. Sir, I have become a hero under your command. Now my men have their own bases. I would like to ask you to name my troops. In your current situation, you can form an independent regiment. In this case, your regiment will be called the Rose Corps, and the 3 troops will be called the Red Blood Battalion, the Green Zombie Battalion, and the Grey Soul Battalion. Dimi had no objection to the naming of Gushi. The reason why she asked Gushi for this name was to prove to Gushi that she was still the #1 hero under Gushi. Do you have all the leaders under you now? Gushi didn't know what was going on here. After the naming was completed, Gushi asked about the leaders and soldiers of the Rose Corps. Not yet. The soldiers are not complete yet. By the way, sir, I heard that the undead gathering area over there has trained labyrinth devourers, and I am looking for some such troops. Ghost, I'm going to have a regular ghost. Vampire, hoping that will satisfy all my needs for the time being. In fact, Dini's request is not difficult to say, but it is not easy to say simple. Zombies and ghosts were better. Gushi had 4,000 to 5,000 zombies and ghosts each. These are all obtained from the battlefield of the Balian Festival. But vampires have no such method. The source of the vampires can only be found in several vampire training camps. The Demon Blood secluded house that has just been integrated into it, and the vampire mansion, plus the Bloodfield secluded house in front of him. Even if these 3 training camps for training vampires were built together, there would be no way to fill the Red Blood camp with 1,000 people in a short time. If Gushi calls these vampires to do other things, such as arranging arrangements for Shaya, the situation will be even worse. In order to ensure his own strength, Dini had to make a request in front of Gushi. I can make arrangements for you regarding vampires. But what about your own soldiers? It's okay. Didn't a few Cyclops come this week? I transformed them into special zombies. They can temporarily serve as my personal guards. In addition, I've also communicated with some undead heroes. There are a few heroes I'm optimistic about who will join my team. That's good. Have you ever thought about what kind of regiment you plan to lead the Rose Corps into? Dini also thought about this problem and believed that a corps is stronger than a battalion and needs to be more diversified. Generally speaking, it is divided into 3 types: comprehensive type, main battle type, and defensive type. The function is, of course, what it means literally. The comprehensive type means that you have all kinds of troops under your command and can be used in any situation. The main battle type is mainly based on attack troops, as the main attacking troops in the battle. If the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Smashing Battalion develop into corps, they should follow the main battle type route. The defensive type is a unit used to block enemies, guard fortresses and passes, or even defend cities. It is mainly composed of defensive troops and long-range troops, with a small number of melee attack troops. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, Amilcar's goal is to establish a knighthood. There was no way before. He just took the main battle comprehensive route. Now with the Scarlet Knight and the Gladiator Black Guard, his goal is directly at the knights, and he will not take other routes. In addition, there will be professional attack teams such as the Mage Group and the Shooter Group. Gushi even heard that some people had gathered together red dragons, green dragons, black dragons, golden dragons, holy dragons, rust dragons, and other dragons that could spray 2 blocks to form a giant dragon group. Of course, Gushi was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do such a thing, even if he managed to assemble a giant dragon group. It might not take long before they all turned into bone dragon groups. That would be a real waste of energy. However, Gushi had an idea of training a bone dragon corps. Maybe it's time to go to the main city gate and take a look at the 6 bone dragons arranged there. I don't know what the bone dragon transformed by such an autonomous transformation will look like. This batch of red dragons are not the kind of high-level red dragons that can be promoted to black dragons, but inferior red dragons mixed with magma. Gushi is very worried about the condition of these red dragons. Their bones are no better than those of serious red dragons. Good dragon. Don't lower the bone dragon's combat power then. Originally, bone dragons were already quite embarrassing as the weakest 7th level soldiers. If they were weakened a little more, then these bone dragons would really not need to be taken out to fight. Their real destiny would be to stay in this home and serve as decorations. When he went to the main city gate, Gushi still glanced at Demi, wanting to see what kind of core Demi wanted to be. Fight. Siege the city. Chapter 437, A Trip to the Sewer. After listening to Demi's words, Gushi thought for a moment and looked at Luna again. Luna looked up at the sky. With a force of 3,000 men, if you want to become the main offensive corps, the most suitable place at the moment is the Aladovi city that has been open for 2 generations. Go to the barracks and report it. Then you can choose one from the Tudor dynasty or the York dynasty to prepare for battle. You can do spiritualism. If you don't, bring an army of servants there and transport the body back for disposal. If so, handle it yourself. Before going into battle, go to the White Bone Wine Lady to get some information. This is your test and your reward. Demi thought about it and finally agreed. As for where to go, Demi needed to find out the situation. After all, the situations in the 2 periods were different. At the same time, Demi had also been to Eridavida and met the headless queen wandering around the outermost part of Eridavida. And she has become a better handkerchief. So she knew something about the Tudor dynasty, but she didn't know much about the York dynasty. Now you have to choose between 2 dynasties. So you can't act out of loyalty. You must consider some of the issues here clearly. What are the most special arms in each era? Whether there are masters, and what you will face. These are all things Demi needs to consider. The most important thing is that now that Demi has formed a regiment, Gushi has asked Demi to recruit souls to replenish the troops if he has the ability, which shows that Gushi has delegated power. If you want to replenish or expand your troops in the future, as well as various weapons and supplies, Demi will have to handle it himself. The things here cannot be dealt with just 1 or 2 measures. Demi couldn't help but think about what he could use. Maybe she could take out the alchemy potions and sell them in exchange for better weapons and equipment. Seeing Demi thinking there, Gushi started his final patrol again. This time Gushi went to the well and entered the sewer, where he saw the Dead-Eye Laboratory and the Dead-Eye Laboratory built in the sewer area. Heart's Eye Kendo Gym. Although both buildings are built in the sewer, their area is not small at all. At the same time, the styles of the 2 buildings are completely different. The style of the Sinyan Kendo Hall is quite simple and clean. All the sewage on the ground has been cleaned up. You can see many wooden dummies erected along the way. In front of each wooden dummy, there is a person. Men with black cloth tied around their eyes practice sword practice there. The movements of these men were quite powerful, but Gushi could tell from their skin that they had been affected by the blood maple. And together with the buildings, they were slowly transforming into undead. The Dead-Eye Laboratory is different. The entire Dead-Eye Laboratory is like a garbage dump. Not only did they not clean up the sewage in the sewer, but they also threw the experimental subjects out directly because of the original filth here. Here Gushi met the Dead-Eye musician, a soldier of the Dead-Eye Laboratory. They looked like dead musicians, with empty eyes and no eyeballs. They were wearing Scottish plaid skirts and holding Scottish bagpipes in their arms. When they blow, a large number of rotting rats will follow behind them. These are the Dead-Eye musicians. Dead-Eye Musician, Level 4 Experience, 0 out of 750. Attack 6. Defense 4. Life 25. Skills, Immune to Blindness. Morning Song, Curse the Enemy. Reduce the enemy's vitality. Rat Song, Attract a lot of rat swarm attacks the enemy. Shitsu, increases the attack power of one's own troops. Looking at the condition of the Dead-Eye musicians, Gushi knew what kind of existence they were. They were considered an auxiliary force. They can curse enemies, upgrade their troops, and have a certain amount of combat power. Although not very strong, it is enough for some situations. Gushi doesn't need to say anything more about such an army, as long as these are suitable for use. After that, Gushi walked around the sewer area again, finally came out from another exit of the sewer. Compared with the occupied plots on the ground, there are more plots in the sewer. Now Luna's construction queue happens to have a team building medium-sized buildings here. Gushi went over and took a look and found that this engineering team was the original construction team of Aladovi. They were all composed of zombies. Although they moved slowly when working, they transported a lot of things, and they can lift heavy objects alone and put everything together like a puzzle toy. It can be seen that there is a reason why they can build a small or medium-sized building within 12 hours. With such ability and sufficient resources, it would be strange if it could not be built successfully. Perhaps in the eyes of the engineering team, such a building may be no different from a table or a chair. After exiting the sewer, Gushi climbed to the ground near the astrologer's tower. This is a small building with only 2 floors. In front of the small building is a notice board with the situation of the week written on it. This week is the week of brimstone, and all demonic units have been increased by 50%. When Gushi came out, he saw the information on the notice board at first glance. At the same time, there is an owl standing on the sign. Gushi was startled when he saw it, thinking someone was looking for him. But he immediately discovered that this owl was not anyone in the owl house, but was originally parked here on the notice board. It seemed that this was for publicity every Monday to tell everyone what week it was. This situation made Gushi feel relieved. After 15 days here, he didn't know if anyone from the Chaoyang Guild was looking for him. But now Gushi hasn't sorted out the city and troops, and hasn't learned the death edict yet. He doesn't want to get involved in the guild's affairs. Even if he wants to get involved in the guild's affairs, he has to wait until he has digested this wave of things. So when he saw that the owl was not looking for him, but was acting as a broadcaster, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Gushi turned back to Luna and said, "I remember that we have an architectural design drawing of a campus radio station. You will build an on-campus radio station here and broadcast it every week. Don't let the owl notify you. There is only one Aladovi city now, so we can come here with notification. When the Aladovi from other periods are conquered, will the owl notify us? In that case, time will be slow, and broadcasting is the most appropriate." Luna nodded to express her understanding. As they spoke, they headed towards the council hall not far away. After passing there, they walked a little further towards the main city gate. Chapter 438. Aladovi City's strength is soaring. At this moment, the door of the astrologer's tower suddenly opened, and an old mage covered in blue robes walked out. When he saw Gushi, the old mage said, "Sir, I'm still used to using owls to deliver messages. It's better not to use broadcasts or anything like that." Gushi glanced at the old mage and found that his eyes were very sharp, like an eagle in the sky, and seemed to be able to see through everything. Luna whispered in Gushi's ear, "The astrologer from the Tower of Astrologers." Bit. Gushi took a look at the astrologer's tower, and all kinds of information popped up. Building name, Astrologer's Tower. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: perform astrology once a week to determine the attributes of the week, which has the effect of increasing or decreasing the number of some troops. It can protect the city lord from the perception and detection of some people through divination methods. Astrology can be used to determine the weather conditions for the coming week. Astrologer, Bit, Level 1. Feature impact: Lucky 1, during the weekly horoscope. The chance of getting lucky increases by 20%. Discerning person, it is easier to find some special information through divination methods. Serious, he is relatively independent in his work. No matter what happens in the horoscope, he is unwilling to modify the information. Explanation: Bit is an astrologer. His presence will affect the output of soldiers every week, no matter what prediction he brings. This is the arrangement of fate. Hello, Bit. Why don't you want to use radio? You must know that our current city is not too big. Owls are enough. But in the future the city will become very big. Owls may not be able to transmit all the information in one day. Pass it on. Sir, this owl represents the results of the weekly horoscopes from our Tower of Astrologers. All training camps only believe in this result. If it is not sent by our owl, they are all fake. Even if a radio station is built here, astrologers will not broadcast their horoscopes through the radio. After hearing this, Gushi understood what was going on. It seems that this is not a question of whether to use an owl, but a question of whether the astrological results are true or false. Gushi, who understood this, didn't force it anymore. Okay, forget about the broadcast. But can you really guarantee that the owl can deliver the letter in one day? Sir, please rest assured that our astrologer's tower can also be upgraded. We will definitely not have any problems. After hearing this, Gu Zaiman didn't say anything more. He talked with Bit for a few words, and also entered the astrologer's tower and walked around. After looking at the crystal ball on the table, the star map posted on the wall, and another unknown thing he could see. What kind of telescope? Then Gu Shi left the astrologer's tower. At this time, Luna and others were already waiting for Gu Shi in the direction of the meeting hall. When passing the council hall, Gu Shi found that the steps in front of the council hall had been reprocessed, and all the original wooden steps had been turned into black stone steps. Luna and the others probably put the fragments of the killing stone in when they upgraded the council hall. As a result, the assembly hall has obviously been affected. The current assembly hall looks like it is shrouded in the breath of death. Even if Gu Shi hadn't gone there, he could still know that the assembly hall had been upgraded to level 2, and the upgrade speed of the assembly hall would be faster in the future. Gu Shi is quite satisfied with this. The better Aradovi develops, the more benefits it will bring to him. Gu Shi now wishes that the assembly hall could be directly upgraded to level 9, so that he could put city walls and moats onto the battlefield. Unlike now, it has been upgraded to level 5. But because there is no summoning tower, it cannot be directly deployed to the battlefield. Shaking his head, Gu Shi just walked to the main city gate. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. Gu Shi's main city gate has obviously become much larger. The original single city gate has now become 3 city gates side by side. On the city gate, in addition to Gu Shi's battle flag, there are 6 more. A white bone dragon. When he saw these bone dragons, Gu Shi knew that these things were hopeless. The total quality of the bone dragons made from the corpse of the rubbish red dragon is not as good as the earthbound strange dragon transformed by the Jing Dragon King. The front branches of these bone dragons are all connected to the wings. They look like bipedal flying dragons. They are not too long and have no other changes around them. This is the most rubbish type of existence. The only advantage may be that he will be stronger than the bone dragon made of ordinary bones. Gu Shi took one look at the attributes of these bone dragons and shook his head. Bone Dragon, level 7. Summon troops experience, 3124/8000. Attack 32. Defense 16. Life 180. Skills, Flying Troops. Undead Creatures. Giant Creatures. Knockback. Aging Curse. It turned out to be a rubbish level 7 soldier, without even a dragon breath. What's the effect of knocking back? The Aging Curse can't even affect skeleton soldiers. These bone dragons are really hopeless. Apart from being placed on top of the main city gate as a facade, it really has no use at all. Seeing Gu Shi shaking his head, Luna also asked at this time, "Sir, do you want to go to the meeting hall and take a rest? We have seen a lot along the way, but we still need to look at the overall data." Fine. Gu Shi thought for a while. There were some data that he always needed to know. After all, without knowing how many troops and strength information he had, Gu Shi wouldn't even know where he was. Seeing that Gu Shi agreed, Luna hurriedly took Gu Shi towards the council hall. Shea and Princess Anna don't have any objections. For them, going is not going anywhere. However, when Gu Shi and his companions returned to the meeting hall, Gu Shi discovered that all his heroes had returned. Among them even include Dimi, who had just taken control of the Legion, and Amilcar, who was guarding the Crimson Temple. It seemed that they all knew what Gu Shi wanted to do next. After looking at them, Gu Shi entered the meeting hall. At this time, in the meeting hall, the original small room had become larger, and a long table was placed in the entrance hall. On the long table is a map of Aladovi City. Compared to the map at the barracks, the map in front of me was simpler, but the locations of the buildings on the map were clearly drawn. Gu Shi stood at the center of the map and could see the current attributes of the city of Aridov at a glance. City name, Aradovi, urban agglomeration. City directions, City of Death. City characteristics, primitive city. City level, level 5, 297/300. City core, Aradovi Tower. Aradovi City, capital city. Aradovi City, not captured during the Tudor dynasty. Aradovi City, not captured during the York dynasty. Core buildings, 8-9 Assembly Hall, level 2, gives 2,500 negative energy points every day. Tavern, level 2. Dock Warehouse, level 2. Dock Market, level 2. Magic Tower, level 1. Blacksmith Shop, level 1. Barracks, Level 3. Astrologer's Tower, Level 2. Station, Giant Garden, Level 1. Skeleton Sword Soldier Camp, Level 2. Despair Mage Tower, Level 4. City Defense Tower, Level 7. Special Buildings, Sword of Courage. Clock Tower, Level 3. Evilwood Lake, Level 1. Fire Pile, Level 1. Magic Vortex, Level 4. Blood Maple. Large Buildings, 31/35. Level 1, Dragon Bone Laboratory. Ghost Tower Bridge. Bone Magic Tower. Herb Cemetery. Soul Tomb Laboratory. Bloodfield Haunted Mansion. Wandering Street. Heart Ikendo Hall. Bay Temple. Mermaid Garden. Shipwreck Bay. Sloping Roof. Green Forest. Abandoned Farmland. Dead Eye Laboratory. Eagle Spider's Nest. Star Curtain Cemetery. Blood Tomb. Mist Tomb. Scarlet Temple. Level 2, Evil Church. Evil Bone Temple. Demonic Blood Mansion. Bloody Forest. Vampire Mansion. Level 3, Evil Bone Temple. Rotten Cemetery. Undead Tomb. Ghost Butterfly Garden. Rotten Farmland. Bloody Slaughterhouse. Medium Buildings, 41/59. Level 1, Library. Haunted Pier. Weird Pier. Smuggling Pier. Lonely Pedestrian Square. Haunted Mine Crystal. Witch Hut. Energy Orb. Burial Tree Pit. Witchcraft Chamber. Dryad Jungle. Bloody Herbs Garden. Bright Fire Enchantment Table. Rotten Swamp. Rusty Bone Basement. Dark Prison. Maiden Plaza. Twisted Digital Street. Fast Traffic Light. School Library. Mummy Recycling Site. Engineer Camp. Ghost Power Tower. Ghost Converter. Level 2, White Candle Factory. Owl House. Altar of Eternal Servitude. Tomb Herb Garden. Underground Alchemy Laboratory. Blood Garden. Endless Ore Pile. Skinning Slaughterhouse. Blood Eye Vineyard. Bone Wilderness. Crow Forest. Level 3, Bleeding Alchemy Laboratory. Blood Pool. Skeleton Transformation Field. Cannibal Garden. Level 4, Tomb. Pumpkin Patch. Small Buildings, 25/80. Level 1, Corroded Moat. Eagle Eye Arrow Tower. Vampire Statue. Energy Lighthouse. Iron-Blooded Assembly Point. Morale Drum Tower. Magic Arrow Tower. Sand Moat. Magic Fountain of Victory. Magic Tree. Hidden Manger. Atrium Arboretum. Level 2, Main Gate. Garrison Gate. Steel Gate. Plunder Hall. Level 3, Bat Cave. Bone Pillar. Corpse Pile. Level 4, Well. Blood Throne. Plague Cauldron. Gathering Lamp. Tomb Chamber Steps. Empty Granary. Auxiliary Buildings, 115/150 Street Lamps *30. Small Dock for Boats *25. Twisted Ancient Trees *35. Crow Lanterns *25. Chapter 439 Arrangement and Counting Troops. After seeing the current situation in Aladovi City, Gushi had to admit that Luna had worked hard during this period. But he really didn't expect that there would be so many empty lots for small buildings without proper architectural plans. It seems that to solve this problem, either more arrow towers need to be built near the city gate, or those junk small architectural plans obtained from the Balian festival must be used. It wasn't that Gushi disdained those architectural plans, but that those architectural plans were inconsistent with Aladovi City in terms of added attributes and style direction. Even if there is blood maple to carry out the transformation still takes time. Gushi could tell from the previous large buildings that the further away from Shui Maple, the slower the transformation speed. Moreover, the conversion speed of soldiers is fast, but the conversion speed of buildings is not that fast. Luna, you have to pay more attention to the small and medium-sized building design drawings. Medium-sized buildings focus on various functional buildings. If small ones are not available, just go to arrow towers, city gates and moats. Urban development is important, but so is city defense. Luna nodded to express her understanding. Don't worry, sir. Small and medium-sized buildings are already lined up. I estimate that in about 6 days, all the architectural design drawings will be rotated. By then, there will be more than 50 small plots. How will they be arranged? Gushi thought for a moment after hearing this. It would definitely not work to build arrow towers in all the 50 or so places. The arrow tower must be built in some key locations so that when Aladovi City is attacked, it can defend the city immediately. Gushi glanced at the map in front of him, pointed to the road to Aladovida and said, the dark farm, and the undead gathering area, as well as the arrow towers on the roadside here. Leave the rest of the space empty for now. The magic fountain of victory. Build one more magic tree. Secret manger. An atrium tree garden. Gushi decisively arranged the task. In addition, there is an additional location in the core building. This time we build a soul summoning tower. As a necromancer, we cannot do without the soul summoning tower. Moreover, Aladovi City is now at level 5. During the battle, the soul recalling tower can be placed on the battlefield. Luna immediately agreed to this point, and ensured that she could directly jump in line at the engineering camp. Then, there are the medium-sized buildings. Gushi reviewed in his mind what he saw along the way, as well as the data and information obtained from Aladovi City, and began to make arrangements. However, Gushi also knew that he did not come out specifically to build the city, and he would get other architectural plans in the future, so he could not occupy all the land. For medium-sized buildings, he just selected some of the 11 architectural design drawings that he didn't like at first and arranged them. As for the progress, Luna will make the arrangements. The only progress requirements Gushi made were the soul evocation tower and the weird excavation base. Luna handles everything else regarding the construction of Aladovi City. Except for Gushi and Luna, no one else was even qualified to speak. When Gushi and Luna were talking, they could only listen. But this is a good thing for them. They at least understand some of the conditions in the city, and know how much combat effectiveness their soldiers can increase as long as their troops come out of Aladovi City. Yes, when Gushi and Luna said this, they had already calculated everything clearly, except for the championship ring in Gushi's hand, which directly blessed the undead troops led by Gushi's men. All undead could take advantage of Aladovi City. The weapon replacement plan of the blacksmith shop. Small buildings that enhance attributes such as the magic fountain of victory, the magic tree, the secret manger, the linkage blessing between large buildings, and the strengthening of the Evilwood Lake, etc. Gushi and the others didn't know until they calculated it, and they were shocked. If they didn't take into account the attack and defense attributes of the leading players, heroes, and bosses, all the undead trained in the city of Aladovi could have attack +8, defense +5, and life +21. What left Gushi speechless the most was that it also added 2 points of luck and 3 points of morale. This was a situation that Gushi had never expected. You should know that this refers to all the troops, even those locusts with 1 attack, 1 defense and 1 life. As long as they are trained, they will directly become powerful troops with 9 attack, 6 defense and 22 life without the need for human leadership. It would not be a problem for a locust to fight an ordinary ghost. If there is another boss to command and the attributes are increased, it will not be a problem to directly exceed double digits in attack and defense. Upon hearing this, the 4 basic heroes showed a look of understanding in their eyes. They all understand why they have become so strong. It turned out that the attributes of the soldiers in Gushi City were increased. On the other hand, Dini and Amilcar had no reaction. Both of them aimed to become leaders, and being a hero was just the beginning for them. Not to mention that most of the troops under their command are mid to high level undead. These blessings are just icing on the cake for them, and are not necessary. If they want to make their men stronger, they still need to work hard on their own. So neither of them showed any different expressions. But soon all their attention was attracted. After calculating the increased attributes, Gushi was curious and checked how many troops he had. How many combat teams have been formed with the undead leader? In the end, the question didn't matter. The answer shocked Gushi, because of the 2 large-scale collection of undead bosses, plus the supplement of soul summoning. Gushi now has a total of 137 undead leaders, including 46 serious skeleton leaders, which is a fighting team of 33 skeletons. Among these combat teams, some are armed with swords and shields, some are armed with battle axes, some are armed with war hammers, and some are armed with daggers and daggers. It can be said that each combat team has a different style. There are 9 serious sword and shield combat teams here, which is the largest among them. There are also 5 men holding 2-handed swords and 6 men holding spears. They are directly in the bone-cutting camp and the black spear camp. But of course, they are also included in the calculation this time. The rest are fighting teams with assorted weapons. Next are 13 skeleton archer bosses and 9 skeleton mage bosses. Then, there is the zombie side, because there were more bosses assigned to the Balian Festival. There are now a total of 41 zombie bosses. Among the last 28, all are ghost bosses. It can be said that this is almost the number of undead bosses under Gushi. But these numbers are not equal to the number of Gu Shi's undead troops. Gu Shi never imagined that the undead under his command and other troops, added together, had already exceeded the line of 15,000 people. Chapter 440 Troops and Arrangements. Gu Shi confirmed this number several times before confirming that it was correct. Although he didn't know why the number was so large, Gu Shi was still quite happy. Because according to the information at hand, most of the more than 15,000 undead troops are above level 4. A few are above level 6. And there are even some level 8 troops. Some of these troops were divided by the undead leaders. Most of the undead bosses are around level 5. And can bring with them about 50 to 60 troops. More than 100 undead leaders separated more than 5,000 and nearly 6,000 undead troops. The troops under these undead leaders are all quite unique. And their undead troops are all moving towards their own direction. In this situation, even the skeleton archer and skeleton mage leaders were affected. Among the skeleton archers, there are those who hold long bows, short bows, light crossbows, and heavy crossbows. There are all kinds of archers. This is also the case with skeleton mages, zombies, and even ghosts. Each undead leader uses his own fighting style to influence his troops. Among the remaining troops, there are more than 7,000 basic troops belonging to the 3 categories of skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts. Among them, the Rose Corps occupied 2,000, and the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion occupied 2,000. There are still 3,000 soldiers, including 1,500 skeleton soldiers, 1,200 zombies, and more than 600 ghosts. All of these have been unified and standardized. All skeleton soldiers, zombies, and ghosts have all been reinforced once. Their current appearance is all that of a standard army. It can be said that no matter which unit they are assigned to, they can fight in the first place. If there were not a shortage of skeleton mages and skeleton archers, there might be more skeleton mages and skeleton archers in these troops. After that, the remaining nearly 2,000 troops were scattered undead troops, as well as some powerful beings who were not undead. For example, gargoyles, minotaurs, red dragons, etc. The strength of these troops may be high or low, but their existence has enriched Gu Shi's fighting methods. No matter what situation he encounters, Gu Shi can always find a way to respond and deal with it through these units. Looking at so many troops, a smile appeared on Gu Shi's face. I can definitely get a big one this time. Thinking of this, Gu Shi stood up and said, Everyone has seen the current military strength in the city. There are more things we can do now. I decided to launch a strategy for the 2 periods of Aladovi City that have been opened. Let Dimi handle the matter this time. Amilcar, I will find a way to help you with your matter. But I have always had a question. Doesn't the Scarlet Temple need an armory? I just took a look, and it seems that there is no armory built in the city. Hearing Gu Shi's question, Amilcar stood up immediately. Sir, we used the temporary armory generated at level 3 of the barracks to build the Scarlet Temple in advance. Just replenish the exclusive armory of the Scarlet Temple within a year. However, once this time limit is exceeded, the Scarlet Temple will be affected. Moreover, the attack and defense of the Scarlet Knights currently produced by the Scarlet Temple have not reached the highest level. Does the barracks have this function? After hearing Amilcar's explanation, Gu Shi was also a little surprised. Yes, the barracks can now complete the re-equipment of 30,000 undead soldiers. Coupled with the efforts of the blacksmith shop, there are now many weapons there. So a temporary armory was established. The problem of changing clothes can be solved. But the attribute of enhancing the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in the city will be gone. Amilcar paused here, because the soldiers in the city have also received many combat enhancements in other aspects. So the temporary lack of an armory does not actually have any impact. However, he still reminded Gu Shi that the armory is also the key to the temple. Even if there is no armory now, it must be made up for later. I understand. There must be more than one temple. Even if you don't tell me, the later temples will need the armory, and the troops in Arida City will only increase. It's not a good idea to always borrow the armory of the barracks. Amilcar's eyes lit up when she heard that there must be more than one temple mentioned by Gu Shi. Sir, will there be other temples in the future? Of course. Don't you see there is a Bay Temple in Green Lake District? Although you can't take the cavalry out of it. They are really cavalry. When Amilcar heard this, he smiled helplessly. Those seahorse cavalry were really cavalry. But they couldn't fight on land. However, Amilcar also understood Gu Shi's attitude. And there would definitely be other temples in the future. I'm afraid there will be other knights by then. Thinking of this, Amilcar said again, "Sir, I will arrange the affairs of the knights. But it is impossible for me to put all the knights into one knights." Amilcar also understood that knights were considered a high-level type of soldier. And no matter what type of knight, more money was invested. Gu Shihui is willing to establish a Scarlet Knights order when the number of Scarlet Knights exceeds 100. Naturally, there is such a reason. So Gu Shi would not put two different kinds of knights in the hands of one hero. Not even if this hero becomes the leader in the end. In Gu Shi's mind, after Amilcar reaches the leader level, he can lead a knight group, plus 3 combat groups, 2 comprehensive groups, and a defense group. This is a more appropriate configuration. Of course, Dimi will also be in such a situation in the end. The leader level can lead 7 heroes. As long as they reach the leader level, their subordinates can lead 7 regiments. As for whether it is a fighting group or a comprehensive group, it depends on the fighting styles of these leaders. Now, whether it is Dimi or Amilcar, they have only shown hero-level strength. Thinking so much is not of much use to Gu Shi and the others. After replying directly, Gu Shi added, "Amilcar, I can give you time to wait until the Scarlet Knights are established. But after the Knights are established, Dimi will choose the remaining Aladovi city. You handle it. Therefore, you still need to train the troops you should train during this period. Don't stay in the Scarlet Temple all day long. If you stay there, the speed of dispatching troops will not increase if you don't have the materials." After saying this, Gu Shi looked at the remaining 4 heroes. "When I don't need to fight, in the midst of Aladovida and the magic plant zone, I will ensure that 2 heroes will clear the area every day. You can arrange the time by yourself. But I want to see the results." Chapter 441. The next goal. Excluding the 6 heroes, there were more than 100 undead leaders who could not be left idle. Gu Shi thought for a while and turned to Luna and asked, "How many battle missions are arranged by the barracks every day?" Level 3 barracks can carry out 10 battle missions at the same time. Now the battle mission requirements are higher. In addition to leading the team at the boss level, in order to deal with possible enemies, it is also necessary to arrange brave level undead to fight with them. Before Luna could speak, Princess Anna took the initiative to speak. Gu Shi glanced at the 3 of them and understood what was going on. It seems that while he was sleeping, Luna and the 3 of them had already done a good job of dividing the work. Luna is in charge of the construction of Aradovi City. Sheo will be in charge of intelligence, and may also do some assassination or bodyguard work. Princess Anna is in charge of personnel arrangements, and even major battles will be handled by her. The patrolling and fighting missions of the undead troops in the city should be Princess Anna's business. With 10 missions, each boss has a mission to complete, and one cycle takes about 10 days, although some bosses follow the heroes. But the growth of the leader is the key to improving our combat effectiveness. We need to get these bosses moving. We cannot let them wait here. They also need experience and growth. Princess Anna also understood what Gu Shi said. "I will handle this. But sir, I need you to give me permission. This is not 100 or 200 undead soldiers, but a force of more than 6,000 people, which accounts for almost 1/3 of the troops in Aladovi City. If you include the upcoming War of the Ages, these forces will become the core. You are now the master of the city. No matter whether you are sure to control everything or not, there are some rights that you must hold on to." Princess Anna's words were some common sense she had learned since childhood. But in Gu Shi's ears, they were the door to another world. Gu Shi studied seriously. After all, he only wanted to be a necromancer before. 100 or 200 undead were the limit of what he could lead. Now he has a city with more than 10,000 undead troops in his hands. At the same time, there will be more and more undead residents in the city, all of which he has not learned before. Now he can only squeeze in time to study. When Princess Anna spoke a little, he would learn a little, and slowly incorporate some things into his own bones. "I will give you the authority, but it will only be during the non-combat period. During the battle period, all troops need to be concentrated at the 3 city gates, waiting for my release." After arranging everything, Gu Shi said to Luna and the others, "Next, I'm going to study at the Mystic Academy. Judging from the current situation, it may take 30 days. During these 30 days, Luna and you 3 will come as agreed before. I hope that when I come back, there will be even greater changes in Aladovi City." Before he fell asleep, Gu Shi had already told him that he was going to study at the Mysterious Academy. So everyone knows it. He happened to be studying, not fighting. And Gu Shi didn't need to lead a lot of troops. So he arranged the troops and let Dimi go to war directly. In his mind, when he comes back, He believes that at least one area of Aladovi City will be captured. By then, his Aladovi will be much expanded. After hearing Gushi's words, Luna and the other three reacted calmly. Only Shea took a step forward. Sir, would you like me to go with you as a personal bodyguard? No need. I can do it alone. If you need anything, I will deploy the city gates. Everything in Aridov City is up to you. Please don't worry. Sir, rest assured. Princess Luna and Anna responded immediately. Only Shea stepped aside reluctantly. And finally responded, I understand. Gushi looked at them and smiled. And then said to Shaya, Shaya, you are my contracted undead. And this will never change. But you also have to find your own way. You see, Luna is now in charge of the construction of Aladovi City. But she has her own weird mirror space. She has an ability beyond all others in terms of mirroring. I can even borrow some of her abilities through the mirror. You can't just stand behind me. You must also learn to stand out. Shea glanced at Gushi, raised her head, and smiled at Gushi. Sir, I understand. Then Gushi nodded to Princess Anna and took out a golden ticket-like thing. After taking a look at the admission ticket in his hand, Gushi looked at his subordinate sitting there, took out a thumb-sized piece of tea from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and poured some water into his mouth. Holding the tea in his mouth, Gushi thought silently in his mind, learn leadership skills. Then, the ticket was torn open. The next moment, Gushi disappeared in front of everyone. Watching Gushi leave, Luna and the other three looked at each other. Everyone has seen the current situation clearly. Right? The two most important things to do next are the construction of Aladovi City and the battle with Dini. Dini, this is our first expedition. So many things are not comprehensive enough. This is an opportunity for us. We are novices in various aspects such as logistics and supplies, expedition routes, etc. And we have to do all of this. It was Princess Anna who spoke. She is the only one who is used to such occasions. If it were Luna, she might arrange things directly, or even get involved directly. Princess Anna would express her ideas to the heroes in one way or another. This is actually the reason for everyone's behavior. Princess Anna was originally born on the path of leadership. Even if she became a lich, her habits would still remain. Luna herself is the elf of this city. She has lived alone for many years, and died alone for many years. You asked her to encourage everyone. This is not a joke. So the arrangements for the next matter fell into the hands of Princess Anna. This time, she really used the council hall as a barracks and arranged all her subordinates there. Of course, she also knew how to delegate power, and did not assign it to every leader. She just defined a few areas and asked about the time for sending troops. As for where to attack, it is really up to Dini to choose. Dini planned to lead his troops to Erdavida first, and wait for her to meet her new best friend, the Headless Queen, and then ask her about the situation. As for the time to send out troops, they still need 3 days to replenish their troops and weapons. In addition, Dini also needs siege weapons and other things, which can be prepared within these 3 days. Chapter 442 The Road to the Mysterious Academy. Gushi didn't know what happened in Aladovi City when he left. At this time, he was standing in a forest. There is no prompt to enter the game. It is obvious that this place belongs to space, and not to the game world. But this space was so big that Gushi could even see the sun in the sky when he raised his head. This was clearly a real world. Looking around, Gushi carefully recalled some of the knowledge he had learned in class. What to do when you are lost in the forest. If you don't have enough strength, please stay where you are and wait for rescue. Wait a minute. Ask for directions? As the saying goes, the road lies in your mouth. But if you ask anyone about the current situation, there is not even a monkey in the tree. Helplessly, Gushi could only look up and search for a taller tree nearby, preparing to climb up the tree to take a look to see if there was a correct road nearby. But just as Gushi was about to climb the tree, his expression suddenly changed, and he felt the ground shaking. Gushi was shocked and immediately lay on the ground and listened. He heard the sound of a train running in the distance. The sound was quite powerful, and it was obviously an older train. Could it be that the space in front of me is modern? Gushi thought for a moment, and then summoned the evil coffin. He turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin. The devil grabbed the iron chain on the evil coffin with his right hand to prevent Gushi from being thrown out. Then he pointed the cold wind staff at the evil coffin. And the evil coffin went in the direction where the sound came from. The evil coffin was moving not slowly at all in the woods, but faster and faster. Gushi was blown by the strong wind and couldn't open his eyes. Every time when the wind was light, What he saw when he opened his eyes was the trunk of the tree pressing down on him. If the evil coffin hadn't reacted faster than him, he would have hit him directly on the tree. After 4 or 5 minutes of this, Gushi finally rushed out of the woods and saw a red train running across a large lake from a distance. The train had only 1 locomotive and 10 carriages, and its direction of movement was a bit strange. Sometimes it ran on the rails in the mountains, and sometimes it even ran directly on the lake. When the evil coffin stopped by the lake, Gushi looked at it for a moment and found that the train was always running in the same place, as if it could never run out of this range. It seems that the train is the key to entering the Mystery Academy. Gushi only hesitated for a moment, then put away the evil coffin, released the water dragon beast, and jumped directly into the lake. At the same time, Gushi was already ready for battle. The phantom of Aladovi City's steel gate had appeared behind him. As long as something went wrong, he could take action right away. At the same time, Gushi was still thinking about whether he should use the mermaid, floating corpse, and seahorse cavalry if he fought in this lake. However, Gushi still thought too much. The water dragon beast moved Gushi quickly in the lake, and easily approached the train that had been wandering back and forth between the mountains and the lake. When approaching the train, Gushi found that there was no one in the train. There were a large number of luggage and books scattered in the empty carriage, as if the passengers inside had suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This was not Gushi's random guess. When the water dragon was close to the train, Gushi could see the situation inside from the window. He found that there was still uneaten food on the table in the compartment. Some frogs with their heads bitten off. What kind of existence are these? Gushi thought with a look of disgust. Follow the train. If you can't help it, don't get on it. Under Gushi's order, the water dragon followed the train, and Gushi had more time to observe the train situation. Gushi found that no matter what, the appearance of this train looked very new. Looking into the train from the window, it was obvious that neither the food nor the scattered books had been affected by time. This shows that this train is either protected by magic, or it is the product of the rules of the space in front of you. In any case, this train is probably the only way to enter the Mysterious Academy. Just when Gushi was about to climb into the train through the window, the water dragon suddenly stopped, and Gushi could only watch the train drive away in front of him. A somewhat annoyed Gushi looked down and found that the train had already run from the track in the lake and entered the mountains. Gushi's mind turned around, and he understood what was going on. However, he did not release the evil coffin to chase the train. Instead, he changed the direction and let the water dragon go towards the way it came. Gushi had already observed clearly just now that this train would appear repeatedly between the mountains and the lake. As long as Gushi walked back along the railway tracks, he would meet the train rushing out of the mountains. Of course, if you don't find the train, the rails are right here. If that doesn't work, the evil coffin can still run on the rails, so you don't have to worry about finding the way. Gushi walked back now just to prove his guess. Sure enough, when he was walking some distance in front of the water dragon, Gushi saw the train coming towards him. Facing the oncoming train, Gushi also laughed. He knew that his judgment was correct, and the train was coming back again. So Gushi counted on the water dragon beast to head towards the train. And this time, he prepared to approach the other side of the train. But when Gushi was about to step onto the other side of the train, he suddenly froze, because the train on this side has completely changed. If the train that Gushi had seen before was bright red, eye-catching, and brand new, then the train on this side was dark red, shabby, and even visibly rotten to the naked eye. I knew that none of the things the necromancers took out were normal. Although he was complaining there, Gushi seemed to be relieved. The empty but fresh feeling before made Gushi quite uncomfortable. But the situation before him made Gushi feel friendly. Most importantly, on this side of the train, Gushi saw many corpses sitting in the carriage, wearing black robes and scarves of different colors around their necks. There are only bones left in these corpses. If you are an ordinary person, seeing such a situation, you may be scared to death. But to Gushi, this was a cart full of treasures. As long as Gushi thought about it, he could use this car of corpses to pull out a team of skeleton mages to protect him at any time. So when he saw this situation, Gushi had a smile in his eyes. As the water dragon beast and the train got closer and closer, Gushi moved his hand forward a little, and the demon quickly grabbed the door with his right hand. Gushi jumped up with all his strength, turned over, and lay on the train. Gushi's movement alerted the skeletons in the train. They all turned their heads and stared at Gushi with their empty eyes. Gushi, who was running on the car door, held up the cold wind staff and waved at the skeletons. "Hello. Can you open the door for me?" Chapter 443 Choice Before Admission. Gucci opened the door himself. He broke the glass on the car door, opened the door and walked in, feeling the extremely dense negative energy in the carriage. Gucci checked the compartments one by one. He found that all the skeletons in front of him had already reacted. As long as he entered the compartment, the skeletons would raise their heads and look at him with empty eyes. But as long as Gucci didn't take action, they had no intention of taking action. After walking around in the carriage, Gucci walked to the place where he first entered the carriage, stared at a skeleton and asked, "Although it's a little disturbing to you, I just want to ask where this carriage is going. If he has been detoring here, can I ask the conductor?" When Gucci spoke, his voice didn't seem to be his own, but seemed to come from underground. That muffled voice made people uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, but it's a way to communicate with the dead. The soul whispers. Although these skeletons in front of him showed no signs of moving, they were obviously already immersed in negative energy and had become undead. They had no idea of moving simply because Gucci didn't take action, and there was no need for them to take action. Upon hearing Gucci's question, the skeleton in question raised his head and kept moving his mouth. A sound similar to that made by Gucci came from the ground. Hoa. College. That is a college that has been lost in time and space. It's no use looking for the conductor. He is also looking for the way to the college. No use finding the train conductor? Gucci's heart tightened. He didn't expect that the academy ticket would still expire. The academy has been lost in time and space. The train couldn't find the right path and could only move back and forth here. What is this? Gucci was speechless. He didn't expect that when he came to the space where the academy belonged. The first thing he had to do was to find the academy. However, he still thanked the skeleton, and then headed towards Sue's carriage. The reason why Gucci asked this skeleton was because he found that the size of this skeleton was obviously different from the other skeletons. Most of the other skeletons were children or young people. This skeleton should have been an adult during his lifetime. Gucci didn't know if he was the protector of the carriage in front of him, but adult students would always know better. Now Gucci wanted to go to other carriages to see if there was anyone there who could inquire about the news. After going around a few carriages, Gucci actually met some adult students. But after communicating with them, Gucci found that they all knew about the same situation. At most, the academy has disappeared, or the way to the academy has never been found. No one will know where the college is located or if it can be found. Gucci walked to the end of the train, but still hadn't figured out the problem. At this time, Gucci had already noticed that the train had left the lake and entered the mountains. However, Gucci's energy was not focused on this, and he walked back in a depressed mood. But just as he was walking from the 8th carriage to the 7th carriage, he suddenly saw something flash by in the mountains outside the train. Gucci's eyes tightened, and without saying a word, he pushed open the door at the junction of the carriages and jumped out. He just jumped up, and the evil coffin appeared at his feet. Then, there was a flash of sparks, and the evil coffin led Gucci towards the forest. Go in pursuit. When Gucci jumped out of the train, he looked back. He discovered that the train did not speed up because he had boarded the train, nor did it slow down because he left. Whether he got on the train or not was a dispensable matter for this train. Gucci looked at this situation and didn't pay too much attention to it. In his opinion, one more person on the train was not too much, and one person without him was not too much. Instead, there was something wrong with the fleeting figures in the forest. Gucci didn't see clearly just now, but when he caught up, Gucci found that this guy's movement was quite problematic. He was always jumping around on the branches. If he wasn't about the same size as a normal person, Gucci you might even think it's a flying monkey. The evil coffin was chasing him on the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close the distance. Gucci felt a little anxious. He knocked on the evil coffin with the cold wind staff. Can you use the weird flash? As soon as Gucci's order was given, the evil coffin flashed. But the flash of the evil coffin had no effect this time. The evil coffin only moved forward less than 2 meters. It was obvious that the one running in front was not weird. This made Gucci somewhat helpless. It seems that some of the previous methods are no longer useful. So Gucci was about to take action. Just as he raised the cold wind staff, the figure suddenly sank down and disappeared into the forest. Gucci was startled and quickly looked back, only to find that the road he came from had disappeared and was surrounded by lush trees. What the HL? Gucci muttered something and jumped off the evil coffin. He didn't expect that after chasing him all the way here. There was no one there. What kind of ghost academy is this? It doesn't allow people to attend it seriously. Gushi had planned well. After entering the academy, he would find a way to learn leadership skills first. Whether it was practical learning or reading and studying. It wouldn't take much time. He just wanted to learn leadership skills plus 3 other random skills. How could he be sent to such a ghost place? Gushi thought a little depressedly, and at the same time walked to the place where the figure disappeared just now. Gushi's eyes lit up here, and he noticed something was wrong with the ground. Gushi pressed the ground. A look of assurance flashed in his eyes. At the place where Gushi pressed, a stream of smelly blood had already flowed out from the ground. This is a burial ground, and a burial ground where a large number of corpses are buried. When Gushi was in school, he studied this situation specifically. This kind of ground that will bleed out dirty blood when pressed is a burial ground arranged with a large number of corpses using special means. If such a corpse burial ground is discovered in the wild, the necromancer will definitely be very happy, because it is equivalent to discovering a huge pile of corpses. With one spiritual call, it will not be a problem to add thousands of troops. But there was no obvious smile on Gushi's face. He had actually discovered by pressing the button just now that there was only one corpse under the burial ground. Gushi knew very well that if one corpse could create a burial ground, then how strong the corpse underneath would be. At this time, Gushi needed to make a choice. Should he wake up the corpse below and inquire about the situation? Or should he give up this opportunity and return to the train? Gushi had a feeling in his heart that this choice would have a certain connection with his entry into the academy. Chapter 444, The Missing College. Looking back at the way he came, Gushi found that the road that had just disappeared had reopened. From where Gushi was, he could see the large lake beyond the mountains at a glance. He could even see the white smoke coming out of the locomotive. But now Gushi has no thoughts of the past. He finally figured it out. And now he was given the opportunity to choose between 2 options. The initiation into the mysterious academy begins with his appearance in the woods. There may be other options between the mountains and the lake. But whenever 2 different options appear, Gushi will be left to make his own judgment. Every move Gushi makes will affect what he learns in this mysterious academy. Of course, Gushi didn't know that entering the mysterious academy was so troublesome. He instinctively glanced back and inserted the cold wind staff in front of the burial ground. Then Gushi freed up his hands and pressed down on the burial ground. And a fragment of his soul flew into the burial ground. Then the burial place kept shaking, as if the whole mountain was about to explode. However, Gushi ignored these. At this time, he felt that his spiritual summoning skills seemed to have become much stronger, and the range of direct summoning souls had expanded to the entire nearby hills. At this moment, a skeletal arm over 10 meters high stretched out from the ground. This arm was just a normal small forearm. As the arm stretched out from the ground, it flipped downward, and with a push of force a huge skull popped out from the ground. Before Gushi could control the giant skeleton, the skull opened its mouth, and a skeleton of normal human size and covered in black robes crawled out of the giant skull's mouth. A new student. Do you want to go to the mystery school? This voice is no longer the whisper of the soul, but a normal voice. Before Gushi could answer, the skeleton said, "It seems that you have chosen my way. Although I don't know how you found me. You have made your choice. So tell me, what do you want to learn? Can I still choose?" Gushi was immediately speechless. Then Gushi realized that he had made a mistake in what he said. And he immediately said, "Leadership? I want to learn leadership." "Leadership? Wouldn't it be better for you to just take the train? What are you doing here?" "Forget it. I understand what this is all about. I know some leadership skills, and I can teach you." The skeleton waved to Gushi, asking Gushi to come closer. Gushi glanced at the skeleton, and finally took a step forward. He knew very well that the spiritualism just failed, and the black-robed skeleton crawled out on his own. The spiritualism just now only stimulated his appearance. Now Gushi is not sure whether he is neutral or friendly. The skeleton just waved to Gushi, and then started talking. "Don't be afraid. Although I don't understand why you came to me, I need to explain to you about the situation in the academy. We originally had a large college here. The college was divided into 4 departments. Each department held a treasure and determined the direction of a basic skill. The leadership skills you want to learn are not actually learned in our department. The foundation of our department is logistics. But the guy on the train, the foundation of their department is leadership. The foundations of the other 2 departments are pathfinding and luck. These are also the 4 basic skills that can be learned at our academy." Of course, this was when the original college was still there. The black-robed skeleton seemed to have thought of something. and sat down directly at the teeth of the giant skeleton. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a toothed cup appeared in his hand. This cup contained a light green liquid. After taking a few sips, the black-robed skeleton began to speak again. However, as some things happened, the conflicts between the 4 departments became deeper and deeper, and finally a big war broke out, and the entire college was directly blown into the gap between time and space. As a result, this place became what it is now. But you've come to the right place to learn leadership skills. If you were elsewhere, as a necromancer, you wouldn't be able to learn leadership skills at all. No one would teach you. Everyone will say one thing. You are a necromancer, and you don't need morale. Why should you learn leadership skills? In our academy, you couldn't learn it either. Only now, when the people who remain in the academy have become half human and half ghost, will they agree with your ideas and teach you leadership skills. Only then did Gushi realize that he appeared here entirely because of what he muttered when opening the academy ticket. The tea called Golden Cake really works. He was actually sent directly to the most suitable place to learn leadership skills. If a necromancer wants to learn the art of leadership, of course he must learn it from an undead who masters the art of leadership. There is nothing wrong with this understanding. Gushi, who wanted to understand this, immediately looked at the black-robed skeleton in front of him. Can I learn all 4 skills? I can teach you logistics right away. But after you learn it, I can't teach you anything else. Unless you can find the college that was bombed and disappeared. Or find the other dean. You can't learn anything else from me. So you'd better think clearly whether you want to learn from me. By the way, let me explain. The guy on the train who can directly learn leadership skills and I are sworn enemies. You have learned something from me. And if you want to learn something from him, the possibility is completely gone. His words blocked some of Gushi's thoughts. You might as well say that now that the academy is gone, the only things you can learn are 2 out of 4. Choose 2 out of 3. You can't learn the lucky technique. That department professor got the treasures from the other 3 departments and combined them. Now he is staying with the college in the gap between time and space. You won't find him here at all. What you can choose is logistics, leadership and pathfinding. As for leadership skills, you can learn them from me or go to the train. But if you go to the train, you'll just have to learn how to find your way. You can't even learn pathfinding. But if you learn leadership from me, I can tell you a place. You go to him, and he will teach you logistics. After saying that, the black-robed skeleton patted the giant skeleton next to him. At this moment, Gushi suddenly understood something. The giant skeleton in front of him was probably the undead and some logistical tricks. He was reminding Gushi to be careful when making choices. Chapter 445 How to Learn Leadership. However, Gushi did not make a decision because of the black-robed skeleton's words. Instead, he asked seriously, "Then will you teach others?" "Yes." "What do you want to learn?" "Destruction, chaos, light, order?" "I only know these 4 categories of magic. Herbology, potions, and alchemy. I know them all. Daggers, exotic weapons. I only know these in terms of physical combat. There should be nothing related to the undead that is suitable for you to learn. You still know a lot about the undead." Hearing Gushi's question, the black-robed skeleton immediately started talking. It seems that compared to several skills that must be learned using some special means, these seem to be simpler. This attracted Gushi's attention. Gushi had also heard of destruction and chaos magic, and its attributes were relatively close to those of undead magic and dark magic. However, these are not as good as the leadership and logistics mentioned before. If you want to learn more, potions and alchemy are good choices. But those must come second to leadership skills. What Gushi is most concerned about now is learning leadership skills. Standing in front of the black-robed skeleton, Gushi hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, "Ignore the rest. Learn leadership skills first. You have to ensure that I can learn leadership skills. Otherwise, I won't even demolish this place. It will make you feel better. Don't worry about this. Our college has always said that if you want to teach, you will teach well. There is no chance of any problems. Are you sure you want to learn leadership skills first?" Gushi looked back at the way he came. At this time, the train happened to pass by the place where he came up just now. However, Gushi just glanced at it and said firmly, "Sure. I want to learn leadership skills." "Very good. If you want to learn leadership skills, then I have to tell you about the 4 treasures of our academy. Our academy is divided into 4 departments, with reindeer, bats, leopards and crocodiles as their symbols. The representative animal of our department is the reindeer. which is in charge of logistics. The original treasure is a pair of antler frames, which not only allow people to learn logistics in the first place, but also double the size of everyone's backpack. The leadership skills you want to learn are from the crocodile department. They keep a huge crocodile in the lake in front of the original college, and the crocodile has a sword stuck in its head. No need to pull out the sword. Just find the crocodile and touch the sword to learn the art of leadership. The bad department masters pathfinding. They have a cloak that can be taken to the sky as long as it is worn. Once you can control the cloak and fly back, you will have learned the pathfinding technique. The department that stole all the treasures was the Shanbao department. Their department's treasure was a cup, and getting the cup meant getting lucky. Then what I want to learn about leadership now is to go to the lake to find a crocodile that I don't know whether it's dead or alive. No. The professor from the mountain leopard department stole the 3 treasures from the other 3 departments. He put our 3 treasures into the cup, blended them into one, and drank it in one last breath. Now that we have lost our treasures, if we want to learn leadership skills, we have to start from another aspect. Go find something for me. And if you can find it, you will learn leadership skills. After speaking, the black-robed skeleton stretched out his hand, and a very special white herb appeared in front of Gushi. This herb is divided into 3 clusters, but it has only 1 leaf, and there is a small skull flower growing on the top of the leaf. It's this kind of herb. If you keep walking along the railway track, you will see a fault in the valley. There will be this kind of skull flower. If you pick 10 flowers and come back, you can learn the art of leadership. Gushi glanced at the black-robed skeleton. I have little education, so don't lie to me. After I came out to collect herbs, didn't I learn herbology? How could it be leadership skills? You can just go directly. You will definitely have leadership skills when you come back. I don't believe it unless you give me a mission. Ding! At your request, you activate a temporary mission. Temporary mission. White bones grow flowers. Task description. Collect 10 special skull flowers. Task requirements. Collect skull flowers, 0/10. Task reward. Basic skill leadership. Explanation. This is an opportunity for the undead to learn leadership skills. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, there was a ding in his ear. The temporary task requested by Gushi popped up. After taking a look at the description and requirements of the task, Gushi replied affirmatively, accepted. Seeing that Gushi accepted the task, the black-robed skeleton also grinned and said, It's good that you are willing to accept the task. By the way, this is the map. It will be more dangerous in these locations. You have to be careful. There are also many tasks hidden in this mountain forest. You can check it out yourself. Don't think that these tasks are unimportant. Sometimes ordinary temporary tasks are a good thing for you. After saying that, the black-robed skeleton retreated into the giant skeleton, allowing the giant skeleton to shrink back into the ground. When the giant skeleton was about to bury itself, the black-robed skeleton seemed to have thought of something else. By the way, when you come back, remember to do another spiritual summons. Normally, no matter how long you call here, you still can't wake me up. Hearing this, Gushi was speechless. Did he want his spiritualism to be wasted? But when he wanted to complain a few words, the giant skeleton had already buried himself, and everything returned to its original state. Gushi had no choice at this time. He glanced at the map, and then handed the map to Sia Coffin. For Gushi now, the most important thing is to complete the mission, and first get the leadership skill. As for other tasks, we have to wait until Gushi gets his most important things. It's impossible for him to give up learning leadership skills, and go learn something else. After taking away the map, Sia Coffin automatically analyzed the route of the map. Although some terrains in the mountains cannot be drawn in detail on the map, there are many places that are represented on the map. For example, if you don't have a map, you might not know that there are 2 different train stations within such a short distance of a train running back and forth between the mountains and the lake. However, there is a big cross at the location of each train station. It is obvious that these 2 train stations have either disappeared or no longer exist. In addition, there is an abandoned castle on the edge of the big lake. The sign on the castle is that it is dangerous and cannot be approached. However, Gushi always had a feeling that everything drawn on this map was clearly meant to tell the person who got the map to go here quickly, because that was where you would find what you wanted. Chapter 446, Attacked? Why? After leaving the burial place, Gushi sat cross-legged on the evil coffin, with the cold wind staff directly inserted into an iron chain, with the devil's right hand dragging him. Gushi would not be thrown out even if he stood upside down on the evil coffin. Now he finally had the intention to take a look at his surroundings. At the same time, he was still thinking about something. Although the current task was only to find the skull flower. After hearing the story about this mysterious academy, Gushi always felt that the black-robed skeleton was planning something. Does he want to use his own power to find materials? Gushi always felt that things were not that simple. When leaving the burial site, Gushi suddenly patted the evil coffin and looked around with a serious expression. Something seems not quite right. Before he was in this space, except for the sound when the train appeared, the woods were usually silent. The whole forest seemed dead. Even when he chased the figure and found the black-robed skeleton, the situation was the same. The figure moved very fast, but made no sound. But from the woods in front of him, there was a rustling sound. This is clearly not the case. Gushi immediately reached out and grasped the cold wind staff, and slammed the tip of the staff heavily on the ground. Bone storm. A huge bone storm spread outwards with Gushi as the center. A large number of nearby trees were directly cut into pieces under the influence of the bone storm. Ice and fire. When the trees fell down, Gushi noticed a large group of horses that had turned into skeletons and were running away into the distance. When he saw this situation, Gushi didn't even think about it. He raised the cold wind staff and struck the escaping horses with a blow. Magic arrow. Following Gushi's spell, several flaming ice swords flew out from the cold wind staff and quickly hit several of the skeleton horses. At this time, these skeleton horses turned around. They didn't know how they ran. They just took 2 steps on the ground and then stepped into the air. They opened their mouths and wanted to bite Gushi. Bone storm. Gushi immediately released the spell. When he did not lead his undead troops, spells like bone storm were considered the best defensive spells. As the bone storm rose with Gushi as the center, the few skeleton horses at the front were beaten to pieces on the spot. At the same time, Gushi turned his hand and pointed to the place where a skeleton horse fell. Bone shield. Then the steel city gate began to appear slowly, and the earthbound dragon immediately straightened up and stared at the charging skeleton horses. However, these skeleton horses reacted very quickly. They exploded like bats and disappeared in front of Gushi in the blink of an eye. If Gushi hadn't been looking at the scene after the battle, he would have doubted whether the scene just now was his hallucination. At this time, the steel city gate had also been opened, and a large number of undead troops poured out from inside. Princess Anna and the others also arrived with people. Seeing the current situation, they were all speechless. Didn't you agree to come here to study? Why did they start fighting in less than a day? Sir, do you need to send some troops over? It's not necessary for the moment. Just arrange for the corpse flies and gargoyles to come over. As long as they are not attacked by others, my safety will not be a problem. Gushi took a look at the situation around him and decided to let his men go out. At least something like that just now can't happen again. Sir, why don't you send the bone locust over? Okay, let's send 100 groups over as well. Gushi thought for a moment and said, you guys do your thing, and just leave some of the troops waiting for orders near the steel city gate. Princess Anna actually wanted to assign some more subordinates to Gushi, but hearing Gushi's intention, she didn't force it. Anyway, Gushi can throw the city gate onto the battlefield at any time. If something really happens, Gushi will not put himself in danger. Just now, I just felt itchy and wanted to test my current strength. Otherwise, the steel city gate would not have been opened until so late. Soon the troops Gushi needed were mobilized. The corpse flies did not suffer any losses in the previous battle, but they also did not receive any replenishment. And now there are still 100 groups. The gargoyles have 3 weeks production. A total of 45, coupled with 100 swarms of bone locusts. All the troops blocked the sunlight above Gushi as soon as they appeared. With these soldiers, Gushi felt more confident. He waved his hand, and the corpse flies stayed by his side to protect him, while the gargoyles and bone locusts were sent out to explore the way. Gushi's order was to treat anyone who could move as an enemy. As for the trees at this time, do not destroy them. After all, Gushi came here to study, not to destroy an academy. Gushi wouldn't get much benefit from destroying this place. Now he just wanted to ensure his own safety. With the gargoyle exploring the way, Gushi quickly left the forest. Because he was walking in another direction, Gushi was getting farther and farther away from the train tracks. But it was precisely because of this that Gushi discovered that there were many things he had not discovered in these mountains. For example, this is the situation in front of you. When Gushi walked out of the forest, he happened to reach the top of a mountain. There were no trees on this mountain top, just some withered yellow weeds. However, Gushi discovered that there were many human figures carved from rocks on the top of the mountain. They have obviously been left here for a long time. And some of these figures have become mutilated due to weathering and weathering. Gushi saw that inside these stone statues were male and female students. They were wearing the same black-robed school uniforms that Gushi had seen on the train, and they had scarves around their necks. However, everything on them had turned lime gray, and Gushi couldn't tell which department they belonged to. These stone statues are placed together like toys. Gushi noticed that among so many stone statues, there was one group that was the most special. That was the stone statues of children surrounded together. Among the stone statues, there is also a stone statue of a skinny kitten. From a distance, it looks like a group of naughty kids bullying a kitten. Regarding this situation, Gushi could only say that the people who left these stone statues behind were really playing tricks. After taking out the map from Sia Coffin and comparing it, Gushi stopped here for a short time. The bone locusts and gargoyles who were sent out also returned, and they brought Gushi news about the area within 100 miles. Except for the attack Gushi encountered just now, there was no trace of any living thing nearby. In other words, those skeleton horses suddenly appeared and attacked Gushi, and then disappeared suddenly. This made Gushi couldn't help but raise a question mark in his heart. That is why Chapter 447 Basilisk's Toy Field. Just when Gushi looked puzzled, the sky suddenly darkened. Gushi looked up into the sky and found a huge mechanical castle flying across the sky. The entire mechanical castle was made of steel. Even though it was about 3 or 4 kilometers away from Gushi, Gushi could still clearly see the rivets on the surface of the mechanical castle. But what surprised Gushi the most was not this, but the various creatures flying like bats near the mechanical castle. Chase. Just as Gushi was about to order the gargoyle to catch up, the mechanical castle disappeared into the sky just as it appeared. Such a sudden appearance and sudden departure made Gushi couldn't help but doubt the space in front of him. It's not even the world. It's just a lot of bullshit, Gushi muttered, glanced at the stone statue here again, turned around and prepared to leave. If Gushi didn't notice anything when he just left the black-robed skeleton, now it has been clearly told to Gushi that while the college is lost in the gap between time and space, the several departments that still exist are plotting against each other. Although I don't know what their scheming means, it is obvious that it has nothing to do with Gushi. Gushi came here to learn leadership skills. As long as you have mastered the leadership skills, it doesn't matter even if you haven't learned the other 3 basic skills. So Gushi had already made up his mind that no matter who it was, as long as it didn't affect his mission, he would pretend he didn't see it. But if anyone dares to stop you from completing your mission, then I'm sorry. Even Gushi in this dimension will be overthrown by you. Ignore them. Let's go! After taking a look at the dilapidated stone statues exposed to the wind and sun on the top of the mountain, Gushi had no intention of studying it any further. He jumped onto the evil coffin, looked at the other end of the road, and finally left without looking back. However, Gushi wanted to complete the task safely, but someone was not as good as Gushi wanted. Seeing that Gushi was about to go down from the mountain top and enter another forest, there was a sudden vibration behind him. Gushi didn't even turn his head. He just raised the cold wind staff upward. Bone Storm. The large-scale bone storm protected Gushi, and at the same time, a large number of bone locusts rushed out behind Gushi. The number of white bone locusts and corpse toxin flies was significantly greater. Corpse poison flies form a group of 400 to 500, while white bone locusts start at 500, and produce new white bone locusts through various devouring, and finally form a group of 1,000. The white bone locusts have not yet reached this limit, but they are approaching 600. When they flew up, they pounced on the enemies behind them like dark clouds. However, just as the white bone locusts rushed out, a large number of them lost their power and fell to the ground. It was obviously affected by some kind of force and had turned into stone. Listening to the time falling like raindrops behind him, Gushi did not look back. It is precisely because he knows what he is going to face that Gushi does not look back. However, his not looking back does not mean that he did not take action. The corpses of those white bone locusts are the best materials for Gushi. Although the white bone locusts in spiritualism are counted as a group of corpses, but the corpse explosion is different. All you need here is the corpse of a bone locust. Just because Gushi didn't look back doesn't mean he didn't know what was happening behind him. The bone storm he released was to sense the situation behind him. When he felt a huge object approaching about 10 meters behind him, Gushi pointed the cold wind staff behind him. Corpse explosion. Boom. 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 A series of explosions sounded behind him. Without even turning around, he knew that an enemy was being injured in the range of the explosion. Although the level of Gushi's corpse explosion is not high, and its power is only about half of the life of the bone locust, it cannot withstand the +3 ice and +3 fire effects of this corpse explosion. No matter how strong the defense is, it cannot withstand such an attack. Amidst the explosion, Gushi felt that the enemy that was rapidly approaching him was retreating. It was obvious that he was frightened. However, Gushi had no intention of letting the other party go. He didn't want to get involved in some things. But that didn't mean Gushi needed to be afraid of them. In Gushi's opinion, if they don't provoke me, I will pretend not to see it. But if they come out to provoke me, then die. So after Gushi felt that the other party had left the range of the white bone locust corpses, he raised the cold wind staff in his hand and turned to the left. This is a general order for the necromancer, and is used to command troops on large battlefields. After all, on a battlefield, it is impossible for everyone to have the ability to inform the entire field. Sometimes it is impossible to direct a battle just by shouting. Some gestures become necessary conditions for combat command. Gushi's action meant that he asked his men to attack with all their strength, regardless of losses, and focused on killing all enemies. Turning to the right is just the opposite. It allows the men to defend with all their strength, regardless of the enemy, and everything is focused on protecting themselves. As soon as Gushi's men saw such an order, they rushed out immediately. Those white bone locusts rushed out on the spot as if they had been ordered to eat. Then Gushi heard rolling and crashing sounds from behind him. This sound lasted for nearly 3 minutes, until a ding came from Gushi's ear and then disappeared. The bone locust summon kills the rotting basilisk, level 9. You get 1 experience point, overflow seals 1 point, and the summons gets 1015 experience points. Looking at the information in front of him, a smile appeared on Gushi's face. He could finally turn around. But just when Gushi turned his head, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Because when Gushi issued the order, he asked the bone locust to attack with all its strength. The greatest ability of the white bone locust is to devour everything. Although the rotten basilisk had just been killed, not even a single bone was left from the rotten basilisk after the attack by the bone locusts. Everything that could be seen was swallowed up by the bone locusts. Not to mention the skin and flesh of the rotten basilisk. Even the internal organs and bones, and even the undigested contents in the internal organs, were swallowed by the white bone locusts. Among the group of white bone locusts, there are now some new white bone locusts. Their size and appearance have not changed much, but their attributes have been significantly enhanced. The most obvious thing is that the teeth of these new white bone locusts are much more pointed than normal, and there is a black liquid on their teeth. It is obvious that they are born by devouring the rotting basilisk, and they have a sharper texture than the original ones. Bone Locust has stronger abilities. Chapter 448 The Wisdom Tree in the Woods. Looking at the battlefield where a layer of the ground was almost eaten away, Gushi had a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, and almost didn't spit it out. Forget it. I don't need a body like this. I'll pack them up, and get ready to leave. If something like this had happened before attending the Balian festival, Gushi would have muttered something. But after the Balian festival, Gushi had over 10,000 troops, which was considered a small prince anywhere. It's not like there are no level 9 soldiers. He has at least 1 or 2 corpses. After comforting himself, Gushi really left this time. Not long after Gushi left, the stone statues that were originally thrown on the top of the mountain began to slowly change color. They changed from gray to normal flesh color. However, too much time has passed, and even if the petrification effect is lost, these people cannot be resurrected. In the end, he could only collapse on the top of the mountain, waiting for the wind and sun to blow, and finally turn into a fragment of bones on the top of the mountain. It is not known whether such a fate is good or bad for them. If they hadn't taken care of themselves, they would have been able to support themselves for at least a few hundred more years. With the way they were now, no one would know they existed within a few years. After going down the mountain, Gushi entered a forest again. Although Gushi sent the gargoyles and corpse flies out in advance for safety reasons, he did not wait outside the woods. When the evil coffin rushed down the hillside, it rushed into the woods smoothly. At this time, Gushi only had time to take a look at the colors of the trees in the woods, and then he could not see anything clearly. At this speed, let alone finding herbs in the woods, even if there was a tree that big, you wouldn't be able to tell what kind it was. Gushi only felt the cold wind blowing against his face, and the speed of the evil coffin increased a few points. But Gushi didn't stop Siakofan from doing this. At this time, Gushi understood that Siakofan was moving forward according to his own requirements. Gushi only had one thought in his mind right now: to rush to the valley designated on the map and find the skeleton flower. Nothing along the way meant anything to Gushi, so he didn't need to waste his time. But for some unknown reason, the more Gushi didn't want to cause trouble, the more likely it was that an accident would happen. As the evil coffin moved forward, Gushi suddenly felt a burning sensation on his left wrist. Since the last Killing Stone incident, Gushi has been hanging a special coin on the wrist of his left hand. The purpose is to ensure that you are not affected by anything, even if you are affected by psychic abilities. This thing can remind yourself. After all, those who play psychic magic have dirty minds. Now as soon as Gushi felt something was wrong with his left wrist, his first reaction was to activate the effect of the spiritual lamp, trying to see if someone was affecting his mind. Then he looked around to prevent being stared at. But just as Gushi was taking action, a piece of dry weed flew out of his backpack. Gushi didn't figure out what this thing was at first. It wasn't until the dry weeds flew about 10 meters away that Gushi realized what he was doing. Isn't this the introduction to the long-term task that I have undertaken and the fading wisdom? Could it be that there is a dead wisdom tree nearby? Gushi opened the task list and took a look at it, hesitated for a moment, and finally knocked on the evil coffin with the cold wind staff. Follow. As long as you stay within one main direction, keep following. Gushi's idea was simple. If he was on his way, he could follow him and take a look. Anyway, the tree of wisdom was there, and he couldn't escape no matter how hard he ran. If things don't go your way, I'm sorry, but the priority now is leadership skills. If you can get benefits from the tree of wisdom, then take them. If you can't, forget it. Gushi now has a lot of level 4 skills. At the same time, he can also train at Chaeyoung Guild. In terms of skill level, he is not short of 1 or 2 levels to reach level 4 skills. Therefore, he can do the tasks along the way. But if it affects the leadership skills, then sorry, he will pretend that he didn't see it. After receiving Gushi's order, Siakofan decisively followed the dry weeds. The dry weeds had no idea of Gushi's thoughts, and just floated slowly in front of him regardless of whether there was wind or not. At the beginning, Gushi was still very anxious. But gradually Gushi's heart calmed down. In Gushi's mind, he didn't seem to have anything to worry about. Now the dry weeds have never drifted out of the main route. So just slow down. Since I have already slowed down, why not slow down a little more? Gushi, who was sitting on the evil coffin, was swaying and almost wanted to fall asleep. At this moment, the special coin on Gushi's left wrist was burned again, which woke Gushi up. Now Gushi became nervous again. There won't be any other tasks to complete this time. There must be some skill like hypnosis affecting Gushi's mind. Putting his right hand on the special coin, Gushi thought to himself, what is this? It was obviously used for divination and anti-divination. But now it has become anti-hypnosis. Gushi smiled helplessly in his heart, and raised the spiritual lamp again, preparing to use the power of the spiritual lamp to resist the hypnotic effect. At the same time, Gushi was still thinking that it would be best if he had the full power of the 9 tails now. At that time, no matter what kind of spiritual power it was, it would not be able to affect him. How can it be like now, where you can't discover it, and you can't deal with it after you discover it? At this moment, the evil coffin suddenly stopped. Gushi held up the spiritual lamp and looked forward, and suddenly found a huge tree fallen in front of him. The fallen trunk of this big tree is more than 30 meters high, and the brown bark is covered with green moss. In front of the big tree, Gushi found many bodies that had fallen on the ground and were covered with moss. They were obviously still breathing weakly. These bodies ranged from normal humans to rabbits and mice. Their heads were all pointed in one direction. There is no need to say anything else. Gushi understood what was going on just by looking at the situation before him. I'm afraid there is some powder used for hypnosis under this tree. This is not spiritual hypnosis. This is drug hypnosis. While thinking, Gushi pressed his nose with his hand. You must not fall asleep in this situation. If you really fall asleep, Gushi might not be able to get out of the influence of this fallen tree. At this time, the dry weeds leading the way slowly fell onto the big tree. Faced with the situation in front of him, Gushi immediately used spiritualism. Although he was not sure whether the big tree in front of him was dead or alive. The black-robed skeleton before was activated by spiritualism. Gushi could also give the big tree in front of him a try. As Gushi's spiritualism fell, an ancient and slow voice sounded. Stop. Slow down. slowed down. My old waist. Chapter 449, The Lost Tree of Wisdom. While he was talking, a face slowly grew on the fallen tree. It's just that this face is a little horizontal and a little distorted. She could only tell that it was a feminine face, which was somewhat different from Gushi's initial guess. After changing its face, the big tree tried hard to grow an arm or something. But no matter what it did, it couldn't do it. It could only move the dead leaf in front of itself by shaking. Oh, let me just say, how can you find me? This is the traditional contact method of the wisdom tree. If I hadn't read many books, I might not know this. It's really uncomfortable like this. Don't resist. Wake up. The next moment, Gushi felt as if something was broken before his eyes. And he found himself in a huge library. In the library, there are countless students reading and copying. And there are even a few people standing around studying something. After a closer look, Gushi discovered that there was something strange about these students. Some students look like normal students, with black student robes and scarves of different colors around their necks. But there is something wrong with some students. They have the heads of squirrels and rabbits. Compared with serious students, they look obviously a little confused. Gushi immediately figured out what was going on. These are the bodies sleeping in front of the big tree. Come here, young man. Follow me. And don't touch any of the books here. Just then, an old woman wearing a purple dress, and with her hair neatly tied up, walked up to Gushi. She held a feather duster made of unknown feathers in her hand. And as she walked, she cleaned every book that flew in front of her. It wasn't until she led Gushi to a sofa and asked him to sit down that she introduced herself. Hello, outsider. I am the librarian of the college. You can call me Mrs. Shaw. I think you must have heard about the college if you can travel such a long distance in these mountains. The college is gone, and I don't know where it went. Several department heads used the last of their abilities to protect the students in their departments. We ordinary teachers or public officials in colleges have no choice but to go crazy or die. Only a few of us can use our own methods to form a small field of our own and preserve a glimmer of vitality. What you are seeing now is a fragment of my memory. Originally the library of the college. All the books here are true, but all are false. As long as you open a book at random, you must keep reading until you have read all the books here before you wake up from your dream. Madame Shaw glanced at Gushi, as if to remind Gushi not to read any of the books here. Gushi paid attention to these books at first. There were many more books here than in Gushi's library, and judging from the covers of each collected book, they contained advanced information for learning magic. Books. Gushi even noticed that there was a restricted book section in the library. If Mrs. Shaw hadn't reminded her of this, Gushi might have picked up a book and read it. But now, Gushi no longer had such thoughts. He lowered his head and did not look at the books. By the way, you came to me to improve your skills, right? I was not born with a tree of wisdom. I can only be regarded as a librarian hiding in the tree. But I can take on this job. But I'm a little bad at it. I just took a look, and you have quite a few skills below level 4. I have 2 options for you now. You say. Gushi usually respects knowledge. One is to improve your professional skills. Among these skills, you can choose any one to upgrade to level 4. The other one is to improve all your skills, including your passive skills. I see there are some skills that you only have a preliminary understanding of. Right? But you can't choose this kind of passive skill. It's just random. Whatever you are given is what you get. And you can't blame me for your bad luck. Having said this, Mrs. Shaw glanced at Gushi again. Of course, the task should be done. If you don't complete the tasks, I won't help you. After all, improving your skill level will consume my time. Edge energy. I need to add. Faced with such a question, Gushi thought about it seriously, then looked at Mrs. Shaw again, and finally said something. All skills below level 4 are completely random. Gushi is very aware of his current advantages. He can go to Cheon Guild to practice his skills at any time. It is very easy to reach level 4 of his professional skills. But passive skills are different. They need to be learned. After Princess Anna became a contracted undead, all the props in her hands were gone, and their levels were reduced to level 4. In other aspects, they were no different from the white version. It becomes impossible for Gushi to borrow the Griffin Book of the Dead from Princess Anna. Therefore, many of his passive skills can only be stuck at this level. Now if there was a random chance, Gushi would naturally choose to take a gamble. After hearing Gushi's words, Mrs. Shaw glanced at Gushi in surprise. She didn't expect Gushi to make such a choice. She thought Gushi would choose the right skills to upgrade. However, Gushi made a choice. and Mrs. Shaw naturally had no objection. So she took out a few pieces of paper and folded them quickly. I need you to help me find these 3 things in these mountains. Send them to me after you find them, and I will help you upgrade your skill level. Gushi was about to fold it and take a look, but was stopped by Mrs. Shaw. Don't read any more from me. Once you start, you won't be able to stop. Gushi's heart tightened, and he immediately stopped what he was doing. Gushi knew very well that he didn't have much resistance to various hypnosis methods now, and he didn't want to get trapped in this kind of dream. Thank you. I understand. After I go out, can I look at this directly? Or should I look further away? You can take a look after you get out. I see you are very careful. What's the matter? Have you suffered a loss before? Yes. I was influenced by someone's psychic abilities. So now I am very careful in everything I do, Gushi said helplessly. Although he was given an orange outfit, the impact of the Killing Stone incident last time on Gushi was still too great. Don't worry. I don't mean to control you, but you have to find enough of what I ask you to find for me. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for not helping you. Chapter 450 The Earthbound Spirit in the Valley. As soon as Mrs. Shaw finished speaking, Gushi's eyes lit up, and he found that he was lying on the evil coffin, with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. When he lowered his head again, Gushi found 3 folded white papers in his hand. Gushi thought for a while, and finally put away the 3 pieces of white paper, jumped on the evil coffin, and left this place. Only after leaving the influence range of the fallen tree of wisdom did Gushi take out the 3 pieces of white paper. 3 items that need to be found are recorded on the white paper. These 3 mission items are actually not difficult, nor do they require quantity, but they have a specific direction, either to kill someone and remove a certain item from him, or to take a special item from a certain place. Anyway, these items obviously have independent uniqueness. The style is also quite unique. If you want to look for it, you either can't find it, or you can see it at a glance. After folding the paper of the task item again, Gushi raised the cold wind staff into the sky. A gargoyle fell in front of Gushi. Take a look at these 3 things. Pay more attention when exploring the road. If you find anything, report back immediately. The gargoyle stood by, glanced at the information on it, and quickly flew away. As soon as he flew away, other gargoyles immediately received corresponding messages. All the gargoyles can come back and tell Gushi immediately when they find something unusual in the sky. After letting the gargoyle go, Gushi also patted the evil coffin. They have delayed some time just now. Now that they are still alive, they need to hurry to the valley and find the skull flower first. This time, Gushi didn't encounter any strange things along the way. The journey was quite smooth. There were no enemies that suddenly appeared to attack him, nor were there any strange objects that could make people lost or attract people to leave behind. Even after leaving the influence of the wisdom tree, Gushi himself became more and more energetic. So Gushi simply sat at the front of the evil coffin, watching the trees passing by and relaxing his mind. After about half an hour, the evil coffin stopped near a hill again. At this time, Gushi also noticed the situation in the valley in front of him. According to the map, this is the valley where the skeleton flower is produced. This valley looked no different from an ordinary mountain forest. But when Gushi stood on the top of the mountain and looked down, it felt completely different. The entire valley was shrouded in thick clouds. Those clouds were not normal clouds, but emitted a faint deathly gray color. It was also accompanied by a strong rancid smell. If Gushi wasn't in the game right now, just that smell could make people vomit. After noticing the unusual aura emanating from the valley, Gushi also became alert. Since entering the game, he has encountered many burial sites and soul-gathering sites, but he has never encountered a situation like this. The current situation may be caused by the fact that there is a small undead city of considerable level buried beneath this valley. Or maybe this was once the burial place of a high-level necromancer. No matter what the situation is, it is not a good thing for Gushi. It seems that if you want to get the skull flower this time, you will have to fight. While he was observing the situation in the valley, there was also a slight vibration of the ground in the valley. Hearing this voice, Gushi's heart tightened. Coming. Without Gushi making any move, the Steel City Gate appeared behind him. The earthbound dragon that had been lying in front of the Steel City Gate immediately stood up and stared at every move in the valley below. The earthbound dragon obviously has its own wisdom. At this time, his mouth grinned. It is obvious that the earthbinding dragon has reached the following situation. The breath in the valley felt familiar to him. A powerful being who died here and became a ghost. One, like him, was part of the earthbound spirit. When the earthbound dragon was getting ready for battle, more than 30 gargoyles flew out of the valley. Before these gargoyles could fly out of the valley, a red light flashed behind them, and the 3 gargoyles were chopped into pieces in the air and fell into the gray mist of the valley. Then right now, there was a dull thud from the ground. Then, a huge full-body armor about 10 meters tall came out from the valley with a rumble. This full-body armor is blood red, shining with a strange luster under the sunlight. And the surface of this full-body armor is actually inlaid with dark gold edges. Those dark golden edge lines are fine and complex, as if there is a special kind of magic power, forming one after another like rose patterns on the surface of the armor. The shape of this full-body armor is very strange, and it gives people an evil and domineering feeling. In the hands of this full-body armor, he was holding a 2-handed battle axe that was not much shorter than the armor. The battle axe was silver-white all over, emitting a cold light, and it was particularly dazzling under the sunlight. But that wasn't what attracted Gushi. Instead, there are white skulls hanging on the body of this armor. They are obviously relics of countless wars and are intimidating. These skulls are densely distributed on the back of the armor, hanging from the shoulders to the waist, as if wearing a cloak made of death and terror. This armor seemed to be stained a deep brown by time and dust, but its existence could not conceal the ghostly aura emanating from the skull. When the armor moved slowly, all the skulls seemed to come alive in an instant. They were laughing there, mocking everyone who tried to get close to it. Gushi recognized it at a glance. The skull cape on the armor wasn't that his target this time. The skull flower? No wonder 10 are needed. These 2 flowers might fall accidentally, but the 10 flowers were clearly telling Gushi that he must defeat the armor in front of him and collect the skeleton flower from his body. When Gushi was speechless, the armor also noticed Gushi. He raised his head, raised the 2-handed battle axe in his hand, waved it in Gushi's direction, then turned around and walked back to the valley. This moment shocked Gushi. What's going on? He's already walked to the door, but he's not coming out? Is this looking down on yourself? Just as the armor turned around, the earthbound dragon suddenly moved. He opened his mouth, and a ball of water spurted out and hit the armor's body. This was considered an active attack by Gushi. The armor became angry on the spot and chopped at the groundbound dragon with an axe. However, at this time, the body of the earthbound dragon turned around, and a large amount of water was quickly wrapped around the keel, turning it into a water clone. And he used his body to receive the armor's full blow.